Lin Yusen has traversed into a novel, becoming the true daughter of the Shangshu residents who was swapped and maliciously framed by the false daughter, ultimately leading to a tragic fate that resulted in her family's ruin. With Lin Yusen's arrival, she is determined to reverse her family's misfortunes and lay the groundwork for her own splendid life. Thus, she sought out her mother to gain insight, exclaiming, "Mother, the false daughter you have raised for many years is nothing but a bastard child of that scoundrel father." To her dismay, she discovered that her mother had divorced her father, who left empty-handed. Next, she approached her elder brother to offer a word of caution, saying, "Oh, my poor brother, deceived by our scoundrel father and his beloved, you sacrificed your legs to save her, leading to a life of solitude." Unexpectedly, her brother immediately went to the palace to request an edict to eradicate the bandits, swiftly eliminating the threat. She then attempted to have a heart-to-heart with her second brother, cautioning, "Second brother, please be wary. Your dear friend is the illegitimate son of our scoundrel father. Should you encounter an assassin, he will use you as a scapegoat." In a surprising turn, her second brother feigned death, causing the illegitimate son to perish instantly. Her third brother took her to visit a brothel, where she advised, "Third brother, steer clear of women. You will be ensnared by our scoundrel father's schemes and end up in a disgraceful demise, unable to bear the humiliation." Fortunately, rumors circulated that her third brother was merely recuperating at home, thereby escaping calamity. Yet, she pondered, how is it that before she has even taken action, they have already turned their fates around? Chapter 1, Homecoming. Sister, you have suffered these past years. Rest assured, mother and your brothers will cherish you. A carriage approached the Shangshu residence, and the voice belonged to her newly acquainted stepbrother, Lin Xiaoyang. She had just traversed into this world, and this self-proclaimed brother had brought her from a remote countryside back to the Lin family in the capital. The reason for this was that she had been swapped at birth and had only recently discovered her true identity, prompting this retrieval. On the journey, she recalled that this situation bore a striking resemblance to a novel she had read. The original character was indeed the true daughter of the Shangshu residents, who had been raised in the countryside due to the mix-up. Upon her return to the residence, she anticipated a life of comfort. However, the false daughter's theatrics of crying and threatening to harm herself left her brothers and mother in distress. Ultimately, she was led to her demise by the false daughter. Lin Yusen withdrew her thoughts, lowering her head and responding softly, appearing quite obedient. "To treat me well? If I am not mistaken, the false daughter will soon employ a ploy of self-harm to ensure you abandon me. This brother of mine truly speaks with a cold detachment. Their family is utterly subservient to that false daughter, and yet they are oblivious to their own betrayal, counting money for Lin Xianxian." Lin Xiaoyang, sitting nearby, clearly heard this remark. He glanced around to confirm no one else was present before casting a peculiar look at his sister, having overheard her thoughts throughout the journey. After several subtle tests, he deduced that those words might indeed reflect his sister's true sentiments. Though he could hear his sister's inner voice, none of it was flattering. Lin Xiaoyang felt a sense of grievance, perplexed as to why this sister he had just met harbored such animosity towards his family. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance and maintained an unperturbed demeanor. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt, and Lin Xiaoyang gently addressed his sister, saying, "Sister, it is time to disembark. We have arrived home." He leapt from the carriage and extended his hand to assist Lin Yusen down. She complied, descending with the help of Lin Xiaoyang's hand. At the entrance of the Lin residence stood a woman of striking beauty and noble bearing, accompanied by several servants. Upon seeing Lin Yusen, Zhao Hanya hurried forward, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Lin Yusen, her expression full of concern, repeatedly murmuring, "My child, my dear child, you have suffered." Lin Yusen regarded the beautiful woman before her, wondering if this was truly her biological mother. Witnessing her mother's sorrow, Lin Yusen felt a pang of sympathy. "Mother, it's all right now," she reassured, gently placing her hand upon Zhao Hanya's. "Very well, let's discuss this further inside." Zhao Hanya wiped the tears from her eyes and took Lin Yusen's hand, leading her inside. Before they reached the main entrance, they were met by a flurry of rushing servants. Lin Yusen observed the commotion, her lips curling into a subtle smile. "Here they come." Lin Xiaoyang paused, turning to his sister, puzzled by the sudden exclamation. Even Zhao Hanya was taken aback, questioning who had spoken. "Madam, it's terrible." The young lady was throwing a tantrum and accidentally fell, injuring her head. "She is now unconscious," the maid cried out. "What? Hurry and summon the doctor. What are you standing around for?" Zhao Hanya exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she rushed towards Lin Xianxian's courtyard. "It seems Lin Xianxian is quite tenacious, using her own body as a gamble to intimidate me. Should I feign a scene of distress and take this opportunity to escape? If I leave this place, the world will be my oyster. Ha ha ha." Zhao Hanya paused, realizing she had indeed heard someone speaking. Lin Xiaoyang regarded his sister with a bemused expression, contemplating how her thoughts could possibly be so tumultuous. Did she truly believe she could flee? He discreetly stepped behind Lin Yusen, effectively blocking her escape route. Unbeknownst to Lin Yusen, her thoughts had been laid bare. She continued to ponder. Alas, this mother of mine is also to be pitied, raising the illegitimate daughter of her husband for so many years, considering her a treasure, while Lin Qianqian had long been aware of her true lineage. Who knows what Lin Qianqian has been saying behind her back? Zhao Hanya's complexion instantly paled as she turned to her newly returned daughter, realizing that the voice she had heard was indeed her daughter's inner thoughts. Was it true that Lin Yusen spoke of an illegitimate daughter? Regardless of its veracity, Zhao Hanya felt no inclination to visit Lin Qianqian now. If what Yusen said held any truth, a thorough investigation was in order. Regaining her composure, Zhao Hanya shouted at the maid who awaited her. "Why are you not fetching the doctor? Do you intend for your young lady to perish?" "Madam, are you not going to check on the young lady?" The maid hesitated, caught off guard by her mistress's apparent lack of urgency. She was fully aware that Yusen would return today, yet she was so careless. What is she plotting? Zhao Hanya scolded sharply. Yes, yes. The maid, frightened, stammered her response before hurriedly rushing off to summon a doctor. Zhao Hanya turned and grasped Lin Yusen's hand gently, saying, "Come, let us go, my dear." She led Lin Yusen toward her quarters, and before Lin Yusen could fully comprehend the situation, she was whisked away. Alas. Why is this not following the script? Wasn't I supposed to be cast aside to witness how they favor their precious Lin Qianqian? I had planned to wait until they left before making my escape. Lin Yusen, upon realizing that such a splendid opportunity had slipped away, felt a profound sense of dejection within her heart. Zhao Hanya, walking ahead with an inscrutable demeanor, nevertheless tightened her grip on Lin Yusen's hand. Zhao Hanya's abode, known as Xianlin Pavilion, was once the cherished jewel of a national guardian general before her marriage. She was adept in both literature and martial arts, yet unfortunately fell victim to a scoundrel. Zhao Hanya gently urged Lin Yusen to sit down, casting a loving gaze upon her daughter as she tenderly spoke. "Yusen, you have endured much hardship over the years. It is enough to return home. From now on, I shall treat you with twice the affection. By the way, you have 3 elder brothers. This one is your second brother, while your eldest brother is Lin Chenxi, and your third brother is Lin Junxian. They will all be good to you." "Yusen has not suffered. There is no need for mother to concern herself," came the obedient reply. Lin Yusen gently lifted her head, gazing at her beautiful mother with a sweet smile, responding with utmost compliance. "This dear mother is so lovely. It is a pity she married a scoundrel. Only a wretch like that could be unworthy of such a beautiful mother." Lin's mother, hearing her daughter's silent thoughts, could only smile helplessly, realizing that her daughter had a fondness for beauty. "Sister, you may seek me for anything in the future. I will assist you unconditionally. By the way, tomorrow I shall take you out shopping. Let you witness what this capital city is like." Lin Xiaoyang interjected, eager to engage his sister, who had been silent for far too long. "All right, thank you, second brother." Lin Yusen graciously expressed her gratitude. Amidst the harmonious atmosphere shared by the three, an abrupt voice from outside interrupted. "Mother, today I suffered a fall and hit my head, which delayed my sister's return home. I feel deeply guilty. Now that I am feeling better, I hurried over, hoping that mother will not be angry." Upon hearing this, Lin Yusen instantly recognized the voice belonged to the false heiress, Lin Qianqian. "Oh, she arrived rather swiftly. This eternal green tea, I shall get a good look at her today." Lin Xiaoyang, bewildered, pondered. "Green tea? Is that a kind of beverage?" Meanwhile, Zhao Hanya furrowed her brow, observing the frail Lin Qianqian before her. How had she not discerned the depths of this girl's cunning before? The glimmer of scheming was evident in her eyes. Chapter 2. The unworthy father. "Didn't you say you were injured and unconscious? Why are you here instead of resting properly? Return home and recuperate."
Zhao Hanya.
Upon discovering that Lin Qianqian might be Lin Xiong'an's illegitimate daughter, now perceived that she was likely not in grave danger and had deceived her about the severity of her injuries. At this moment, she found Lin Qianqian increasingly displeasing and bluntly urged her to leave, preferring to avoid the sight of her altogether. "Mother, I'm fine. My sister has returned, and I wish to strengthen our bond." Lin Qianqian pouted with a look of grievance, shamelessly approaching and linking her arm with Zhao Hanya's, gazing up at her cautiously. She then turned to Lin Yusen, stepping forward with warmth, and said, "You must be my sister Yusen. Welcome home. Having lived in the countryside, if there is anything you do not understand in this residence, you may always seek me out. I shall be sure to teach you well."
"Oh."
Is she subtly implying that I am a country bumpkin? How dare this counterfeit even utter such words? Lin Yusen thought to herself, though she maintained a sweet smile on her face as she replied, "Thank you, sister." "All right, since you've met, you should return now," Zhao Hanya interjected, abruptly cutting off Lin Qianqian, who seemed poised to speak again. Although she had no evidence to prove Lin Qianqian was Lin Xiong'an's illegitimate child, her presence was unsettling. "Mother." Lin Xianqian attempted to protest, but Zhao Hanya interrupted. Enough. You were injured earlier. It's best you go home and rest to avoid any lingering ailments. As the legitimate daughter of a general's household, Zhao Hanya had cultivated a certain composure over the years. Even upon realizing that Lin Xianqian might be her husband's child with another woman, she managed to maintain a facade of restraint. With a clenched jaw, Lin Xianqian could only begrudgingly bow and retreat. Oh. Lin Xianqian's discontent is practically written all over her face. I wager she will return home to weep to her mother, and I can only imagine how her despicable father will be heartbroken. It won't be long before he comes here to seek retribution. Lin Yusen glanced at Lin Xianqian's departing figure, pouting slightly, before her gaze returned to her beautiful mother. So beautiful. Truly a boon for that unworthy father. Zhao Hanya, observing her daughter's infatuated gaze, smiled helplessly and instructed the maid behind her to fetch something. Before long, the maid presented a wooden box, which Zhao Hanya took and placed before Lin Yusen, gently saying, "Yusen, this is a gift from me. Take a look." Lin Yusen was momentarily taken aback, but obediently opened the box to reveal an array of exquisite jewelry, clearly of immense value. "Mother, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it," Lin Yusen exclaimed, startled by the opulence. "Wow. Is that red agate? What a large string. And this must be a South Sea pearl. My heavens. I've struck it rich." Zhao Hanya chuckled. "You deserve it. After all those years of hardship in the countryside, you will receive more gifts from me in the future." She found Lin Yusen's attempt to appear modest utterly adorable, despite her evident delight. "Then thank you, mother." Lin Yusen blinked her large eyes and sweetly expressed her gratitude before closing the box, fearing she might drool uncontrollably and embarrass herself. The three of them chatted for a while until Lin Xiaoyang announced he had business to attend to and took his leave. Lin Yusen spent the afternoon with Zhao Hanya, and when it was time for dinner, she finally encountered the infamous unworthy father. As they made their way to the dining hall, they found three individuals already seated inside. Aside from Lin Xianqian and her elder brother, the third was undoubtedly her despicable father, Lin Xiong'an. No sooner had Zhao Hanya and Lin Yusen settled down than Lin Xiong'an began to speak. With a mere glance at Lin Yusen, his disdain was unmistakable as he frowned and remarked, as expected from someone who has lived in the countryside, "You show no manners whatsoever. Don't you know to greet people? Wow. Is he here to support that green tea? Truly, he is his precious daughter's father. He begins criticizing me at once." Just as Lin Yusen prepared to respond, Zhao Hanya turned to Lin Xiong'an with a cold glare and retorted, "Call you? Yusen has been back for half a day, and you haven't even bothered to check on her. Now you expect her to greet you? Where do you get the audacity?" Lin Xiong'an was momentarily taken aback, incredulously staring at his wife. After so many years of marriage, this woman had always endured in silence due to past grievances. Why was she now speaking with such sharpness? However, he dismissed the thought, fixating instead on his precious daughter's grievances. He directed an accusatory gaze at Zhao Hanya, saying, "Today, Qianqian was injured. Why did you not go to see her? She has been upset for quite some time. As a mother, why are you not concerned? My daughter has returned today, and instead of accompanying her, you come here? What is your meaning?" Zhao Hanya showed him no mercy, countering directly. "Mother is indeed formidable. This scoundrel deserves no kindness." Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyang remained silent, knowing his mother could handle the situation. "She is merely a country girl. Bringing her back is already a sign of our family's respect for our offspring. How can she compare to Qianqian? Qianqian has received the education of a noble young lady, excelling in all arts, while this rustic girl should simply stay at home and not embarrass me," Lin Xiong'an declared disdainfully. "Lin Xiong'an." Zhao Hanya's eyes reddened at that moment. With a swift motion, she rose, slamming her palm onto the round dining table, which promptly cracked under the force. Both Lin Xiong'an and Lin Xianqian trembled, taking a few steps back in fear, gazing at Zhao Hanya as if they were meeting her for the first time. "Wow. Mother is so impressive. No wonder she is the daughter of a general's household. Her strength is remarkable. From now on, she shall be my goddess." Lin Yusen's eyes sparkled as she admired her mother standing protectively beside her. Although Zhao Hanya had initially been enraged by Lin Xiong'an, hearing her daughter praise her calmed her temper considerably. She coldly addressed Lin Xiong'an. "Lin Yusen is my daughter, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Now that she has finally returned to my side, I will not allow you to speak ill of her again. If you do not wish to have this daughter, then we shall divorce." Lin Xiong'an's heart skipped a beat at the mention of divorce. Although he had long grown weary of this tedious woman, she was still the daughter of a general, and the Lin family relied on the general's support. Furthermore, her dowry had yet to be fully delivered. Thus, he could not easily agree to a divorce. Why is mother suddenly mentioning divorce? However, at this moment, it is clear that the scoundrel will not agree. Not only is mother the daughter of a general, with the general's support behind her, but she is yet to receive her dowry. They would not easily let go. Especially since they need the dowry to secure Lin Xianqian's marriage into the 6th prince's household. Zhao Hanya's eyes flickered. Want a dowry? Perhaps in your next life. However, it was certainly not the best time for a divorce. Without finding Lin Xiong'an's weakness and making him bleed a little, it would be too great a loss. Chapter 3. The dowry. Lin Xiong'an, now thoroughly taken aback by Zhao Hanya's fervor, changed his expression and began to flatter her. Hanya, why are you so angry? I was merely expressing my disappointment in Yusen. Those were just words spoken in haste. How could I not care for my own daughter? She has just returned. And we shouldn't speak of divorce now. Let us not make a spectacle for the children.
Ugh.
I feel like vomiting. How can this scoundrel utter such words? Your heart has been fed to the dogs. If it weren't for you conspiring with that mistress to drug mother's wine, leading to her forced marriage to you, do you really think a lowly official could marry the daughter of a great general? After all these years, you've climbed to the position of minister. Surely, you must have taken advantage of the general's household along the way. Lin Yusen rolled her eyes internally, scoffing at the thought.
Zhao Hanya,
who was initially striving to calm her emotions, felt her anger surge upon hearing Lin Yusen's words, causing her vision to darken as she staggered backward. Observing this, Lin Yusen hurriedly reached out to support Zhao Hanya. Mother, what is wrong? Mother. Lin Xiaoyang also noticed the commotion and rushed over, aiding Zhao Hanya. Meanwhile, Lin Yusen discreetly pressed several points on her mother's acupuncture meridians, allowing Zhao Hanya to slowly regain her composure. Supported by Lin Yusen, she came to her senses and looked at the man before her, whom she had failed to recognize over the years, feeling a wave of revulsion. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Lin Xiong'an and coldly remarked, My lord, I was merely speaking out of anger just now. However, Yusen is my daughter, and I will not permit anyone to slander her. As her father, you should not speak of her in such a manner. This ends here. I shall take Yusen back now. With that, Zhao Hanya, assisted by Lin Yusen and Lin Xiaoyang, departed, leaving Lin Xiong'an with a sullen expression. Gazing at Lin Siyu's retreating figure, his thoughts inscrutable.
Dad.
Look at them. Lin Xianqian exclaimed through clenched teeth, stamping her foot in frustration. Enough. Avoid trouble from now on. The dowry has yet to be arranged, so bear with it. Lin Xiong'an, already in a foul mood from Zhao Hanya's reprimand, lacked the inclination to placate Lin Xianqian. With a flick of his sleeve, he strode away, leaving her seething in place. Zhao Hanya returned to her courtyard with Lin Yusen and her brother, instructing the servants to prepare a light meal. Eat up. You didn't get to eat earlier, she gently said, placing a piece of meat into Lin Yusen's bowl. Mother should eat as well. You didn't have anything either. Lin Yusen, sensing her mother's unease, offered a helping of vegetables to Zhao Hanya. Yes, let us eat together. Alas, it seems that the scoundrel father has indeed wounded mother's heart. Should we teach him a lesson tonight? Perhaps shave his head or stuff him in a sack and give him a good thrashing. Or wait in his chamber tonight and slip him some medicine to render him impotent, preventing him from spreading his affections everywhere? That sounds like a splendid idea. Lin Yusen mused to herself as she ate, plotting ways to deal with her unworthy father. Upon overhearing her thoughts, Zhao Hanya and Lin Xiaoyang both choked on their food. Cough, cough. Mother, second brother, are you alright? Lin Yusen exclaimed, quickly rising to pat Zhao Hanya's back to provide some relief. Once Zhao Hanya ceased coughing, she exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Xiaoyang, both sharing an understanding. Then turned to Lin Yusen and said, I'm fine. By the way, Yusen, how about you sleep with mother tonight? It has been so many years since I found you. It would be nice to catch up. Sure. Lin Yusen replied cheerfully, excited by the prospect of sharing a bed with her mother, an experience she had never had before. That evening, Zhao Hanya and Lin Yusen chatted late into the night, with Zhao Hanya inquiring about Lin Yusen's childhood. Although Lin Yusen lacked the original owner's memories, she had read about her in novels and thus began weaving tales, embellishing the original owner's hardships. Noticing Zhao Hanya in tears, Lin Yusen realized she may have gone too far and hastily began to comfort her. Thus, on their first day together, the bond between mother and daughter grew significantly, and Lin Yusen's vengeful plans slipped from her mind. The next morning, Zhao Hanya arose early to attend to matters within the household. When Lin Yusen woke, Zhao Hanya was already gone. After freshening up, a maid led Lin Yusen to the dining hall, where she overheard Lin Xianqian's snide remarks. Mother, Is my sister still asleep? Must we wait for her? She asked, quite inconsiderate, coming from the countryside and lacking proper manners, alas. Before Zhao Hanya could respond, Lin Yusen stepped in, greeting everyone. Mother. Second brother. As Lin Xiong'an was not present, having likely gone to court, Lin Xiaoyang was busy with business, acting as a royal merchant, with half of his profits directed to his elder brother's military and the emperor's treasury, effectively working for the emperor. How unfortunate. To hear this crow's cawing first thing in the morning, irritating me to the core. I ought to administer some silent medicine to you. So, I won't have to witness this crow's antics. Lin Yusen thought, casting a glance at Lin Xianxian, sensing that her mood was already soured. Cao Hanya. A flicker of amusement in her eyes, rose to take Lin Yusen by the hand, guiding her to sit beside her. Did you sleep well last night? If you didn't get enough rest, you may return to sleep later. I slept well and soundly. Lin Yusen replied obediently. Mother. Lin Xianxian exclaimed, frustrated that they were ignoring her. What are you shouting for? You lack the demeanor of a proper young lady. What a disgrace. Cao Hanya rebuked Lin Qianqian sharply. Startled, Lin Xianxian recoiled, fearfully retracting her neck and begrudgingly falling silent. However, she glared at Lin Yusen in anger, blaming her for encroaching upon her position, as their mother had always favored her before. Lin Yusen, I will not let this go. It seems Lin Xianxian is ready to devour me with that gaze. How terrifying. Zhao Hanya and Lin Xiaoyang exchanged glances, both having heard Lin Yusen's inner thoughts, clearly perceiving Lin Xianxian's lingering resentment. Their expressions turned cold, yet neither spoke, as the time was not yet ripe. Zhao Hanya returned her attention to Lin Yusen, gently saying, Eat up, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I had the kitchen prepare a bit of everything. Let me know if you enjoy it. Thank you, mother. Lin Yusen beamed, picking up her chopsticks and eagerly sampling the dishes, filling her mouth with her favorites. Delicious. Simply delightful. Although Lin Yusen was not eating quickly, her cheeks were stuffed like a squirrel, her expression brimming with satisfaction. Utterly adorable. Lin Xiaoyang, witnessing this, felt a strong urge to poke her cheeks, but he managed to restrain himself. Chapter 4. Gossip at the Poetry Gathering. Seeing Lin Yusen enjoy her meal so heartily, Zhao Hanya and Lin Xiaoyang found themselves suddenly hungry as well, and they ended up consuming quite a bit. Only Lin Xianxian sat nearby, feeling indifferent as she watched the three of them eat without a care, her teeth clenched in frustration. This cannot continue. I must devise a plan with Mother's help when we return home. If this persists, I will have no place in this family. After finishing their meal, Lin Xiaoyang suggested, Come, sister, I shall take you out for a stroll and broaden your horizons. Lin Yusen blinked, suddenly recalling that she had mentioned wanting to go out today, and obediently nodded, replying, All right. Second brother. Xianxian wants to join too. Seeing this, Lin Xianxian quickly chimed in. Didn't you injure your head yesterday? Stay home and rest until you recover, and then second brother can take you out. Lin Xiaoyang replied dismissively. He found Lin Xianxian increasingly irritating, having heard Lin Yusen's thoughts yesterday and realizing that his once favored sister, Lin Xianxian, might not only be a mere mistake, but possibly his father's illegitimate child. This revelation was difficult for him to digest, prompting him to avoid spending time with her for now. Thus, he took Lin Yusen, still in a daze, and exited. Hey, second brother. Lin Xianxian attempted to follow, only to be interrupted by Zhao Hanya's cold voice from behind. Xianxian, your injury hasn't healed. Return and rest. Gritting her teeth, Lin Xianxian failed to notice the unusual tone in Zhao Hanya's voice, begrudgingly watching Lin Yusen and her brother's retreating figures as she replied, Yes. Having realized that her ploy from yesterday had been in vain, Lin Xianxian returned to her courtyard in a fit of indignation, summoning a maid to convey a message outside the estate. Meanwhile, Lin Mu received the news and calmly trimmed the potted plants before her with a pair of scissors, her expression devoid of emotion as she instructed, Follow her and ascertain where she is sending her message. Yes. The maid complied and departed. This household requires some reorganization, Lin Hanya remarked nonchalantly, sending a chill down the spine of the servant standing nearby. It seemed the Lin estate was on the verge of transformation. Lin Yusen was led out of the estate by her elder brother, Lin Xiaoyang. Elder brother, where are you taking me? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. First, I shall take you for a stroll and buy you something nice, and then we'll join in the festivities. Lin Xiaoyang replied mysteriously. What festivities? Lin Yusen asked, intrigued. You'll find out soon enough. Come, let's go. He took her to the most renowned jewelry shop in the capital, the Lu Jin Pavilion. Welcome, esteemed guests. What would you like to see? The attendant inquired respectfully upon their entrance. Sister, have a look and choose whatever you fancy. Don't hesitate. For your elder brother is wealthy and will treat you. Lin Xiaoyang encouraged. Elder brother, don't boast. Half of your earnings must go to the treasury. And aside from sending money to the army for our eldest brother, how much do you really have left? Your pockets are likely emptier than mine. Perhaps you should keep some for yourself, Lin Yusen retorted. Lin Xiaoyang's expression stiffened. How does my sister know all this? Though he felt touched by her intention to save him some money, he still had his own secret stash. Elder brother, I don't like any of these. Let us not buy anything today, shall we? We can purchase something later, Lin Yusen declined. Ignoring her refusal, Lin Xiaoyang approached the counter and selected a simple golden-laid jade hairpin. Wrap this up for me, he commanded. After paying, he handed the pin to Lin Yusen, saying, Sister, take this as a gift for me to welcome you home. Rest assured, our eldest brother and third brother will also prepare gifts for you, so just accept it.
All right.
Thank you, elder brother. Lin Yusen relented upon hearing his insistence. With her acceptance, Lin Xiaoyang felt a sense of relief and remarked, Sister, there is a poetry gathering at Xia Tower today. I shall take you to broaden your horizons. A poetry gathering? Lin Yusen's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of entertainment. Indeed, let us go. Realizing that his sister was intrigued, Lin Xiaoyang took her hand and hurried away. When they arrived at Xia Tower, it was already filled with talented scholars and beautiful ladies. Please, right this way. The attendant guided them to a private box on the second floor. Lin Yusen walked straight to the window, eager to observe the festivities below, where the poetry gathering had commenced. The poetry from this individual is so poor that even a 3-year-old would know it's lacking. How dare he showcase it? This one is quite good, showing some talent.
Oh.
That man is quite ugly. How can he bear to show his face?
Wait.
That man is exceptionally handsome. Those eyes. That nose. That physique. How fortunate we are to witness such beauty. Lin Yusen mused silently, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyang, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, realizing his sister had an abundance of thoughts to share. Fortunately, only he could hear her inner monologue, otherwise, it would have been quite the predicament. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiaoyang, someone else had also caught wind of Lin Yusen's musings. In the adjacent box, 2 elegantly dressed men of considerable status observed the scene below.
Ashen.
Weren't we promised something unique at this year's poetry gathering? It has dragged on, yet we are still met with the same old drivel, one of them remarked, nonchalantly lifting a teacup. The other, Li Xiaocheng, sat expressionlessly, appearing impervious to the external world. However, he had been listening to a female voice that had been incessantly speaking for nearly an hour. Did she not tire? Yet. He remained indifferent until he furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, Do you hear someone speaking? No, it was just me talking earlier. The bored Fu Bain was taken aback and then listened intently. Aside from the mingled noise from below, there was no one else speaking. Is something the matter?
Fu Bain asked, puzzled.
Nothing, Li Xiaocheng replied with a slight shake of his head. Just then, the voice resumed, So, this is the lover of the beautiful consort. He possesses a modicum of charm, yet he dares to pursue the emperor's woman. Such audacity.
Oh.
This must be the illegitimate son of the Minister of Revenue. Clearly, he has indulged excessively. He may soon become unable to bear offspring. Quite deservedly, I might add, for the minister has been unfaithful for years, yet has not produced a single son. Could that possibly be the 6th prince? Rumor has it he has a penchant for men. Who knows if it's true? If that green tea, Tsich marries him, she may find herself a widow before long. Li Xiaocheng's gaze turned icy upon hearing this. How did this person know so many secrets about high-ranking officials? Find out who is in the adjacent box, he instructed coolly.
Yes.
Wang Yu, who had been waiting nearby, acknowledged before departing. Moments later, Wang Yu returned, bowing respectfully.
Master.
We have discovered that the occupants of the next box are the second young master of the Lin family from the minister's residence, Lin Xiaoyang, and his sister. Li Xiaocheng replied coldly, his expression inscrutable, before dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Meanwhile, Lin Yusen remained blissfully unaware that she had drawn suspicion. She was thoroughly absorbed in the gossip unfolding before her. Her elder brother, on the other hand, was sweating profusely from her unguarded thoughts. Sister, regardless of how you know so many secrets, if word gets out, you might find yourself in grave danger. Thankfully, you've kept it to yourself and only voiced it in thought. Discussing princes and consorts could lead to execution. Turning to her elder brother, Lin Yusen pointed at a man dressed in dark green and asked, Elder brother, who is that man over there? That is Lin Jun. A friend with whom I get along reasonably well, Lin Xiaoyang replied, recognizing the individual.
Lin Yun?
He is the illegitimate son of our scoundrel father? I must warn you, elder brother, you should be cautious. Lin Jun is not a good person. He has been exploiting you for his own gain. Our father's schemes, alongside our mother's dowry, seem to have been intended for him, especially since he is the type to use you as a scapegoat when danger arises, Lin Yusen advised seriously. Lin Xiaoyang, taken aback by her words, felt a shiver run down his spine. What a ruthless heart. Although his sister's insights were a bit incredulous, he sensed a truth in her words. He remained oblivious to the lengths their strict father would go to eliminate threats to his power. Elder brother, it would be wise to limit your interactions with Lin Jun. He does not strike me as a trustworthy individual, Lin Yusen cautioned earnestly. Since I cannot speak the truth to my elder brother, I can only offer him a gentle reminder, hoping he will heed my warning. If necessary, I shall find a way to deal with Lin Jun all right. Elder brother understands, Lin Xiaoyang replied, his heart warming at his sister's concern for him. As the poetry gathering neared its conclusion, Lin Yusen had thoroughly enjoyed herself and rose to address Lin Xiaoyang, saying, Second brother, shall we return? The hour is rather late. Indeed, let us depart. With that, the siblings stood and exited the private room, only to find that the door of the adjacent chamber had also swung open, revealing a tall figure at the threshold. The first thing that caught their eye was a striking silhouette clad in lunar white, exuding an elegance that was both refined and ethereal, with a visage that could only be described as breathtaking. The young gentleman possessed a grace akin to jade, his demeanor dignified yet aloof. However, his countenance was as frigid as ice, devoid of any discernible emotion, which did little to deter Lin Yusen from admiring his handsomeness.
Wow.
What a handsome fellow. Upon hearing her exclamation, the figure paused momentarily. Chen, why are you not leaving? Fu Bain, noticing Li Xiaoqing rooted in place at the doorway, inquired curiously, leaning out to glimpse the two individuals outside. Your Highness the Regent, Master Fu. Lin Xiaoyang, upon recognizing the voice, hastily turned his gaze, his complexion paling slightly as he quickly bowed. He simultaneously tugged at his sister, who was still lost in her infatuation. The Regent? Is he not the one who wielded immense power, only to be tragically ensnared and meet an untimely demise? How could someone so remarkably handsome perish? What a pity. Lin Xiaoyang felt his heart racing. Sister, could you refrain from speaking so freely? My heart cannot endure such shocks. He urgently tugged at her sleeve once more, exclaiming, Sister, hasten and pay your respects to the Regent. Oh, yes, Your Highness. Lin Yusen finally snapped to attention, hurriedly attempting a clumsy curtsy. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoqing remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yusen. Had she been the one speaking moments earlier? Yet, he had not witnessed her lips move. Could it be that he had heard her thoughts? Did she possess knowledge beyond her years? He would perish?
Impossible.
After a prolonged silence, Li Xiaoqing finally spoke. The Lin family? Yes, I am Lin Xiaoyang, the second son of the Ministry of Rights, and this is my younger sister, Lin Yusen. Lin Yusen? I recall the esteemed daughter of the Ministry of Rights being named Lin Qianqian. Fu Bain interjected with curiosity.
Master Fu.
My sister was mistakenly swapped at birth and raised in the countryside. Only recently did she discover the truth and reclaim her rightful identity. So it follows that Lin Yusen is indeed the true heiress of the Lin family. Fu Bain remarked with intrigue. Indeed, Lin Xiaoyang replied respectfully. Let us be on our way. At that moment, Li Xiaoqing abruptly announced and turned to leave.
Hey.
Chen, wait for me. Fu Bain, realizing the situation, hurriedly followed after him. Having noticed Li Xiaoqing's lingering gaze on Lin Yusen, he was puzzled by the sudden departure. Sister, you must not be so reckless in the capital from now on. Li Xiaoqing is not someone to be trifled with. If you happen to cross paths with him, it would be prudent to steer clear, lest 10 Lin families be insufficient to save you. Once the two formidable figures had departed, Lin Xiaoyang sighed in relief and earnestly advised his sister. Although his sister often expressed her thoughts silently, her words were far too audacious, and he feared that should she ever inadvertently voice them, it would spell disaster. He found himself increasingly troubled by the fact that he could hear her thoughts. It was a torment he bore alone. Second brother, why? Is he truly so fearsome? Lin Yusen inquired, her curiosity piqued. The Regent is notorious for his cold-heartedness and ruthless nature. If it were not for his covert assistance years ago, the current emperor's identity might still be uncertain. He is, in essence, second only to the emperor, wielding unparalleled authority, a veritable blade at the emperor's command. Lin Xiaoyang explained in hushed tones. Such prowess. And what of the other gentleman? Lin Yusen marveled. That would be Master Fu, the Minister of Justice. His father is the Duke of Huaiyang, a relative of the Emperor. Lin Xiaoyang cautiously elaborated. Truly impressive. Lin Yusen's eyes sparkled with admiration. These are indeed significant figures. Remember, in the presence of such dignitaries, it is best to avoid them. Now let us return home. Lin Xiaoyang gently reminded his sister that it was time to leave. Very well. Upon returning home, they immediately sensed a peculiar atmosphere among the household staff. Exchanging glances, the siblings hastened toward their mother's quarters. Mother, dear mother. Upon entering, they found Zhao Hanya engrossed in the accounts, her expression seemingly untroubled, which brought them some relief. Perhaps all was well. You've returned. Xian, did you enjoy yourselves? Zhao Hanya inquired with a warm smile. Mother, second brother took me to the poetry gathering today. It was delightful. Lin Yusen beamed with joy. As long as you are happy. Zhao Hanya affectionately ruffled Lin Yusen's hair. Mother, has something occurred at home? The atmosphere feels rather strange. Lin Yusen tilted her head, asking curiously. Nothing of great consequence, merely dealt with a few servants, Zhao Hanya replied nonchalantly. Unbeknownst to us, the Ministry of Rights is filled with Lin Xiong'an's people. They have nearly emptied my dowry. This is utterly intolerable. At that moment, a lavishly dressed woman entered, her beauty striking yet slightly aged. Sister Lin, what brings you here? Sichin? Zhao Hanya's eyes flickered momentarily as she softened her demeanor, inquiring gently. I sent someone to follow Lin Xianxian's maidservant, and they reported that they saw her enter the Wang residence. Wang Sichin was related to Lin Xiong'an's maternal family, being his cousin, and had frequently visited over the years. However, Sister Lin, I haven't come by in several days, and I thought I might keep you company. By the way, I noticed there seemed to be fewer servants around when I arrived. Wang Sichin casually inquired as she approached and sat beside Lin's mother. This old woman might well be the paramour of that scoundrel father. Lin Xianxian is a mere reflection of her. Zhao Hanya mused, inwardly connecting the dots. It dawned on her that Wang Sichin bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xianxian. Recalling the many times Wang Sichin had stayed overnight at Lin Manor, it became evident that each visit had taken place in close proximity to Lin Xiong'an's study. Furthermore, Wang Sichin had always treated Lin Xianxian with kindness, leading her to initially believe they shared a deep bond. A hint of derision flickered in Lin's mother's eyes, quickly replaced by a mask of calm.
Oh.
The servants simply erred and have been dismissed, she replied coolly. What errors did they commit? Wang Sichin asked, her tone suddenly tense. Lin's mother cast a sidelong glance at her, her lips curling into a slight smile. Oh, it was discovered that they harbored ulterior motives, betraying the household. Tell me, do you not think they deserve their fate? Is that so? Then it is indeed time to deal with these audacious servants. Wang Sichin's expression shifted slightly, her forced smile betraying her unease. Look at her guilty countenance. Is it not likely that the servants dismissed today were in her employ? Her reach extends quite far. Lin Yusen contemplated, sensing that Wang Sichin's visit held ulterior motives beyond mere inquiry into the servants' fates. Indeed, Sister Lin, I heard that Xianxian was injured yesterday. You have not attended to her, and she is quite distressed. I chanced upon her earlier, and her haggard appearance pained my heart. After all, Xianxian has grown up under your care. Even if she is not your biological daughter, you have nurtured her to this age. You must not show favoritism. Wang Sichin's voice dripped with feigned concern. Wang Sichin presented herself as if genuinely concerned for your well-being, earnestly persuading with heartfelt words. She has come to defend her daughter, indeed. Lin Yusen, with her head bowed, rolled her eyes, thinking this green tea act was overflowing. Sichin, it seems you are overly invested in Xianxian, doesn't it? One might mistake her for your own daughter, given how far you've traveled to play the mediator and champion her cause. Zhao Hanya's previously gentle demeanor suddenly turned frosty as she addressed Wang Sichin with an impassive tone. Upon hearing these words, Wang Sichin stiffened, then feigned calmness as she replied, Sister Lin, what do you mean? How could Xianxian possibly be my daughter? I merely feared that your own flesh and blood might return and overlook Xianxian. Thus I thought to offer a gentle reminder. Look at how flustered you are. I was merely jesting, Lin's mother remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she observed Wang Sichin's reaction. Wang Sichin, upon hearing this, instantly sighed in relief. Then turned to Lin Yusen with a glint of disdain in her eyes, cheerfully commenting, So this is your biological daughter. Indeed quite beautiful, although somewhat lacking in manners. I have been here quite some time, yet she has not even offered me a greeting. This old green tea, having failed to gain favor with my mother. now turns to criticize me. Let us see how I deal with you. Mother, who is this auntie? Dressed like a gaudy peacock, utterly hideous. Lin Yusen asked her mother, her face a picture of confusion, but her mother, catching the mischievous glimmer in her daughter's eyes, remained mostly silent, intervening only when necessary. She is your father's cousin, your grandaunt. You may refer to her as Aunt Jean, Lin's mother succinctly introduced. Oh, Aunt Jean. My apologies. Having just arrived at the Lin residence, I do not yet know everyone well. It is rather embarrassing, but since Aunt Jean is my father's cousin, she is, in essence,
A guest.
is it not customary to offer some token of courtesy upon meeting one's niece for the first time? Lin Yusen continued, feigning a sense of grievance. Mother, do you think I am unappreciated? Aunt Jean seems not to care for me. She has been here for so long without acknowledging me, and upon seeing me, she chastises me instead. No gift for our first meeting. Woe is me. I am utterly miserable. As Lin Yusen pinched her thigh, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her sobs evoking sympathy. Alas, I must have pressed too hard. The pain is intense. Perhaps I should carry some onions with me for a quicker effect next time. Lin Xiaoyang, watching the spectacle unfold, shivered in disbelief. What on earth is going on with my sister? Enough. Yusen, cease your tears. Aunt Jean does not dislike you. She has indeed brought a gift. If you do not believe me, simply ask her. Lin's mother, though aware of her daughter's theatrics, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly pulled her closer, softly comforting her while deflecting the blame onto the now dumbfounded Wang Xijin. I brought something, Yusen. Please do not cry. I shall fetch it now, Wang Xijin, realizing the situation had turned against her, resignedly acknowledged. Slowly, she retrieved a hairpin from her head, reluctantly offering it to Lin Yusen while maintaining a veneer of politeness. Yusen, this is your welcome gift. Do see if it pleases you. Lin Yusen pretended to wipe her tears, stepping forward to accept the golden hairpin, her expression lighting up as she exclaimed, Yes, yes, I like it. However, Aunt Jean, everything you wear is so beautiful. Might you gift me those as well? Wang Xijin gasped, hesitating. These jewels were gifted to her by Ongwa, treasures she cherished dearly. The hairpin she had just given was already a source of heartache. It seems Aunt Jean does not favor me after all. Mother, as a proud daughter of the Lin family and granddaughter of a general, I am still disliked. I shall go and report this to grandfather. Lin Yusen's audacity was executed with finesse. Nay, Yusen, Aunt Jean holds you in high regard. Ask her for anything, and she shall grant it. Wang Xijin gritted her teeth. Enduring the moment, she planned to ensure that once Ongwa divorced this wretched girl and took her to wife, she would see to it that this insolent child would face her comeuppance. Chapter 7. The three scoundrels are present. Aunt Jean, is it true? Then I want this, and this. Oh, and I adore this one too. Lin Yusen, hearing Wang Xijin's promise, immediately brightened, stepping closer and beginning to pilfer from her head, hands, and body, without waiting for permission. Oi! What are you doing? Wang Xijin attempted to intervene, but her efforts were futile. Lin Yusen was far stronger. The hairpin, earrings, bracelets, and even the pendant from her waist were all seized by Lin Yusen. With a beaming smile, she turned to Wang Xijin. Thank you, Aunt Jean. You are truly wonderful. This feels like home. At that moment, Wang Xijin was on the brink of despair, devoid of any adornments, resembling a destitute person. You. Wang Xijin pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yusen, speechless with rage, trembling with indignation. Lin's mother concealed a smile, while Lin Xiaoyang kept his head down, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Just then, Lin Xiong'an entered with Lin Qianqian and, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, inquired with confusion, What is going on? Following closely behind, Lin Qianqian noticed Wang Xijin's disheveled appearance and gasped, rushing forward to support her with concern, Aunt Jean, what has happened? Is there something amiss? Wang Xijin, seeing Lin Xiong'an approach, felt emboldened, her eyes reddening as she turned to him with tear-filled eyes. Cousin, Yusen demanded a welcome gift, and I allowed her to take whatever she desired. Who knew? Sob. Cousin, do not blame Yusen. It is I, the elder, who failed to clarify matters. This old green tea, the little green tea, and a scoundrel to top it off. What a trifecta of miscreants. Lin Yusen, clutching her recently acquired treasures, carelessly placed them on a nearby table, preparing to enjoy the unfolding drama. I must remember to bring some snacks next time. Watching a show without treats lacks spirit. You ungrateful child. How could you commit such an outrageous act? Aunt Jean is, after all, your elder. You have stripped her of her possessions. What a disgrace. Return everything to her at once. Lin Xiong'an shouted at Lin Yusen. Lin Xiong'an, why are you raising your voice at me? If you claim that Xichin is an elder, what is wrong with her gifting a little something to the younger generation? Once a gift is given, can it be taken back? Are you not concerned about tarnishing the reputation of your esteemed family and the Wang clan? Zhao Hanya, witnessing her husband's unjust treatment of their daughter, stood up in anger. Was that a gift? It was outright theft. Look at what remains on Xichin. Observe what jewelry she has left on her and what lies on the table. Clearly, she is a country bumpkin, lacking any sense of propriety. Lin Xiong'an disregarded these arguments. He only understood that the items in Zhao Hanya's possession were his, as were those in Wang Xichin's grasp. This impudent brat dared to steal from him, opposing him openly. Zhao Hanya had long recognized Lin Xiong'an's selfishness, but was shocked by his callousness. Lin Xiong'an, am I your wife, or is she? Why do you protect her at every turn? Zhao Hanya's anger suddenly dissipated as she coldly questioned him. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Xiong'an, feeling cornered, roared in embarrassment and fury. Zhao Hanya, gazing at the man she had lived with for over a decade, suddenly felt disillusioned. Though she had married him for various reasons and held little affection, she had resolved to be a good wife and mother. Yet, she realized her dedication had been squandered. This man was utterly incomprehensible. In recent days, she had listened to Yusen's heartfelt confessions and uncovered many truths, but as she had yet to verify them, she thought as long as she did not push him too far, they could maintain their marriage. It seemed now that she must find a way to reclaim her dowry and seek a divorce, ensuring he exited their lives entirely, lest he ruin their children. Zhao Hanya has come to an understanding, and with that clarity, her troubles have dissipated, leaving her feeling utterly at ease. Why does Mother seem considerably happier? Could it be that she felt vindicated after I seized that green tea ornament for her? Or perhaps I should stoke the flames further, to bring her even more joy? Lin Yusen's eyes darted rapidly, and she tilted her head, looking quizzically at the three individuals across from her. Father, could it not be so? Just look at how strikingly similar Qianqian and Aunt Qin are, as if they were sculpted from the same mold. When you three stand together, you truly resemble a family of three. Upon hearing her words, the trio immediately averted their gazes, some lowering their heads while others attempted to conceal their discomfort, visibly flustered. It was evident to any discerning observer that something was amiss. Lin Xiong, caught off guard, found it difficult to articulate, and in a panic, he roared, "You ungrateful daughter! How dare you concoct such tales about your father? Just wait until I put an end to you today." He strode directly up to Lin Yusen and raised his hand, poised to strike her across the face. "Xinxing, sister." Lin Yusen, in a flash, retrieved a silver needle from her pocket, intending to incapacitate him with a single prick. But she had no opportunity to act. Zhao Hanya, quick as lightning, seized Lin Xiong's hand and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling backward. Cousin and father. Amidst the exclamations of shock, Lin Xiong was left momentarily stunned, unable to respond. Lin Xiong, as long as I am here, do you dare lay a finger on her? Zhao Hanya glared fiercely at Lin Xiong, who lay on the ground, struggling to rise. Lin sister, how could you resort to such brutality? He is your husband. Wang Xichin, filled with concern, rushed to support Lin Xiong, glaring at Zhao Hanya as she questioned her. Her expression, when she focused on Lin Xiong, was akin to that of a wife witnessing her husband being harmed. Lin Xiong, when you married me, you were well aware of my capabilities. My expectations of you are modest, but should you dare to harm my child, I will not hesitate to bring ruin upon us both. Zhao Hanya made her position unequivocally clear, refusing to grant him any semblance of dignity. You, shameless woman, do as you please. Lin Xiong, still shaken from the kick, felt a twinge of fear towards Zhao Hanya. After being assisted to his feet by Wang Xichin and Lin Qianqian, he uttered a hasty remark before turning to leave. Once they departed, Zhao Hanya sat silently on a stool, lost in thought. Mother, what troubles you? Lin Yusen observed her mother's unusual demeanor and asked with concern. Nothing. Just a feeling that fate plays tricks on us, Zhao Hanya responded, smiling softly at the anxious gazes of her two children, attempting to reassure them. Mother, let us disregard father. By the way, that kick you delivered earlier was quite impressive. Do you possess martial skills? Lin Yusen, eager to shift the topic, gazed at Zhao Hanya with admiration. Indeed, I learned from your grandfather. In his youth, he even took me onto the battlefield to fight. Zhao Hanya reminisced, her eyes sparkling with the memories of her youth. Alas, mother is a soaring eagle, trapped within the confines of this modest household. It is truly a pity. I must find a way to help her spread her wings in the future. Very well, it is getting late. You both should return. After the commotion, Zhao Hanya felt a bit drained and urged her children to rest. Lin Yusen, perceptive to her mother's fatigue, assisted her to the bedside. From her pocket, she produced a sachet of calming herbs, placing it beneath Zhao Hanya's pillow. Mother, this is a calming sachet. If you place it under your pillow, it will help you sleep soundly, and when you rise tomorrow, all will be well. Thank you, my dear. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Now go rest. Zhao Hanya nodded in gratitude, encouraging Lin Yusen to retire for the night.
All right.
As Lin Yusen exited, her second brother awaited her.
Come.
I shall escort you to your quarters, Lin Xiaoyang stated. Thank you, second brother. Lin Yusen replied with a beaming smile, following Lin Xiaoyang back to her own courtyard. Known as Tingyu Pavilion, which lay adjacent to her mother's, she felt a sense of security in proximity to her mother. Lin Yusen, indifferent to her surroundings, was content to comply with her mother's wishes. Lin Xiaoyang led her to the courtyard's entrance, offering a few parting words of advice before departing. As Lin Yusen entered her small courtyard, she was greeted by the sight of a modest fish pond, where koi swam gracefully. To her left stood an artificial mountain, resembling a miniature landscape painting. Lin Yusen smiled softly, realizing her mother had put considerable thought into her comfort. She proceeded directly to her room, which, aside from the courtyard's natural beauty, was adorned with exquisite furnishings crafted from fine mahogany, each piece carefully chosen. Seated on a stool, Lin Yusen rested her chin in thought. Over the past 2 days, she had noticed the Lin family seeming to revolve around that false heiress. Yet, they had nearly turned against one another. Something felt off about this development. Could it be that I have been transported to a fabricated world of fiction? Or has my arrival altered the narrative? However, the changes seemed too drastic. Calculating the timeline, she recalled that a month hence was the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet, during which foreign envoys were rumored to provoke the Xia kingdom. In the original story, Xia had narrowly triumphed. However, on that fateful night, an assassination would transpire. If she could attend, it would provide her the opportunity to discern whether the original plot had indeed transformed. After organizing her thoughts, Lin Yusen brushed her fingers over a mark on her wrist, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from her original location. Lin Yusen entered her personal space, which contained a single room with a bookshelf filled with tomes she had already perused. There was also a forest abundant with medicinal herbs, which, once harvested, would regenerate. This space was a legacy from her ancestors, a jade pendant that she had unwittingly discovered, allowing her access to this realm. She had learned nearly everything she could from the texts within, and had honed her skills here. Having organized her belongings, Lin Yusen realized that since her arrival, she had yet to find the time to explore this space thoroughly. Today, she resolved to gather some herbs for future use. By the time she completed her tasks, it was already late into the night, and she emerged from her space, heading straight to bed. In the following days, Lin Yusen remained at home, spending time with Zhao Hanya, who encouraged her to learn the etiquette befitting a young lady of stature, fearing she might embarrass herself in public. Lin Yusen recognized her mother's wisdom and diligently practiced for several days. On the 5th day, her third brother returned from his travels. Mother, your son has returned. Lin Yusen, studying in her mother's courtyard, heard a man's voice. Turning to look, she recognized him as her third brother, who possessed striking features and an elegant demeanor, exuding the charm of a refined gentleman. Is this my third brother? How incredibly handsome. No wonder he attracts so much attention. It would not be unjust for him to fall victim to the whims of women. As Lin Shirshao stepped inside, he paused, wondering who had spoken of death. Was that directed at him? He scanned the room and ultimately focused on Lin Yusen. Shower has returned. Zhao Hanya, having heard Lin Yusen's words, turned to greet her youngest son. Upon hearing his mother call him, Lin Shirshao hurried forward to pay his respects. Wishing you peace, mother. Very well. As long as you are back safely. Allow me to introduce you. This is your sister, Lin Yusen. Zhao Hanya, delighted by her son's return, also made sure to acknowledge her daughter. Hello, third brother. Lin Yusen greeted him with a smile. Indeed, hello, sister. Lin Shirshao responded courteously. Although he was aware of the circumstances surrounding her adoption, he still found it hard to fathom. Yet, gazing at this lively and endearing girl, with her bright, blinking eyes, he felt an inexplicable closeness. Is this what it means to share blood? Lin Shirshao's first impression of his sister was overwhelmingly positive.
Wow.
My third brother is incredibly handsome, a true inheritance of our mother's beauty. He is simply stunning. Lin Shirshao was taken aback. He had indeed heard someone speaking, Was it his third brother? He glanced at his obedient younger sister before him. Was it she who had just spoken? Yet he did not observe her lips moving. What was going on? If one were to discuss his third brother's romantic escapades, they were indeed quite extraordinary. Wherever he went, women would flock to him, each more diverse than the last. Sometimes, his brother could hardly evade their advances, and over time, rumors circulated that he was a notorious libertine. However, it was unfortunate that his brother was a man of considerable capability, already serving at the Ministry of Punishments at such a young age. Alas, he was undone by their wretched father. That scoundrel conspired with outsiders to ensnare his brother, leading to a grievous incident wherein he inadvertently spent the night with the concubine of the Crown Prince of Rouen, resulting in his immediate capture and the loss of his manhood at the hands of the Crown Prince. Unable to bear the humiliation, his brother took his own life. Lin Yusen gazed at her brother, feeling a deep sense of regret within her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Shuxiao had regained his composure and understood that it was his sister's heartfelt voice he had just heard. When she referred to their father as the wretched father, she meant Lin Xiong'an. The mention of the Crown Prince caused a flicker in his eyes, but he suddenly felt a chill beneath him. Zhao Hanya's expression turned icy upon hearing the name Lin Xiong'an. Lin Xiong'an. Even a tiger does not consume its young. You are truly worse than a beast. Dear sister, this is a gift from your third brother for your first meeting. Please accept it. Lin Shuxiao, shaking off his thoughts, retrieved a gift he had prepared in advance and handed it to Lin Yusen. Thank you, third brother. Lin Yusen expressed her gratitude without hesitation, eagerly accepting the box. Upon opening it, she discovered a beautiful red jade hairpin. Though it is indeed lovely, I seem to have quite a collection of hairpins already. Why has gifting hairpins become the trend lately? With just one head, how can I wear them all? Lin Yusen internally complained with a smile. I hope you like it. Lin Shuxiao's lips twitched. There was no recourse now that the gift had been given. After sitting for a while, Lin Shuxiao departed, needing to report back to the Ministry of Punishments. Just as he left, Lin Qianqian arrived. Mother, I have personally simmered this soup. Please taste it. Lin Qianqian said delicately, opening the food container she had been carrying and presenting a bowl of soup to Zhao Hanya. Surely, there can't be poison in this soup? The aroma seems off. No, I cannot allow mother to drink this. Lin Yusen's expression soured as she contemplated standing up to overturn the bowl when suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Ah! Zhao Hanya had fumbled the bowl, causing it to shatter on the ground, while Lin Qianqian gasped, her face reflecting disappointment. Thank goodness mother did not consume it. But it seems this Lin Qianqian and her mother are quite ruthless. Now that I have returned, threatening their position, they resort to poisoning? Zhao Hanya regarded the disgruntled Lin Qianqian with cold eyes and said, if you have struck, then you have struck. Now go back. Mother, it was an accident.
Please do not be angry.
I shall bring you another bowl next time. Lin Qianqian hastily appeased, sensing Zhao Hanya's displeasure. Chapter 9. Eldest brother Lin Qinglai. Sister, you are being too careless. However, when you bring soup next time, could you also bring me a portion? I would like to taste it as well. Lin Yusen stepped forward, grabbing Lin Qianqian's hand and patting it. If sister likes it, I will definitely bring you some next time. Lin Qianqian shot her a disdainful glance, thinking how rural she must be to want a bowl of chicken soup, having never tasted one before. Well, your intentions are appreciated. Go on. Zhao Hanya's tone softened a bit. Then I take my leave. After Lin Qianqian departed, Lin Yusen watched her retreating figure, secretly reveling in her triumph. This insufferable green tea, having remained quiet for a few days, reappears only to resort to poison? You enjoy scheming, don't you? Tonight, you shall face the consequences. Zhao Hanya looked at her daughter with confusion, suspecting that Lin Yusen must have done something. A smile tugged at her lips. It felt wonderful to be protected by her daughter. That night, in Lin Qianqian's Suyu Pavilion, after bathing, Lin Qianqian felt an unbearable itch all over her body. She began to scratch incessantly, but the itch persisted. By the end, her skin was covered in bloody marks. Despite consulting a doctor, there was no remedy. The following morning, a piercing scream echoed from Suyu Pavilion, reaching even Lin Yusen in Tingyu Pavilion. Serves you right. Lin Yusen chuckled. Zhao Hanya then began to investigate the matter of the poisoning. Since they had initiated their schemes, she could not remain idle.
Montague, miss.
A shadow appeared suddenly in the room, standing before Zhao Hanya respectfully. I have some instructions. Please help me investigate. Zhao Hanya spoke softly to Mou. Understood. The figure swiftly vanished from sight. This was the secret guard her father had given her upon her marriage, claiming it would be useful someday. Little did she expect that after more than a decade, she would summon them to investigate her own husband.
Zhao hanya chuklek chinikali.
2 days passed swiftly. Lin Yusen had been at home for several days, having nearly mastered her etiquette studies. Unable to contain her restlessness, she approached her mother, expressing her desire to go out for a stroll. Zhao Hanya simply advised her to be cautious and permitted her to leave. With great excitement, Lin Yusen exited the estate. Come, Xiaodai, let us visit the next shop. On her first outing alone, Lin Yusen was in high spirits as she pulled her maid toward their next destination. Just then, a small beggar dashed toward her, colliding directly into her embrace, nearly causing her to stumble. Miss, be careful, Xiaodai exclaimed, rushing forward to steady her. Once Lin Yusen regained her balance, she glanced at the small beggar, intending to inquire about his situation, only to find him darting away. At first, Lin Yusen was taken aback, but then a sense of familiarity washed over her. Oh no! She quickly checked her waist, only to discover that her pouch was missing. Xiaodai, hurry and chase him. He stole my pouch, Lin Yusen cried, sprinting after the direction the beggar had gone. Miss, wait for me, Xiaodai called out, trailing behind. Damn it! I was careless. After enjoying the comfortable days at home, I completely forgot the plot. This pouch theft is undoubtedly a scheme concocted by that scoundrel father's mistress, intending to frame me and ruin my reputation. Lin Yusen gritted her teeth as she pursued, her defensive skills limited by her physical stamina. On the second floor, Li Xiaocheng witnessed the scene unfold and overheard Lin Yusen's thoughts. As he observed her receding figure, he spoke in a frosty tone. Go assist her.
Huh?
Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Assist? Whose assistance? He was met with a cold glare from Li Xiaocheng. Wang Yu stiffened, lowering his head to reply yes. Before turning to exit, Lin Yusen chased the beggar into a desolate alley. Stop running. Return what you've taken. Or do not blame me for using my strength against you, she panted, leaning against the wall to issue her threat. However, given her delicate appearance, even her fierce words sounded somewhat adorable. The little boy showed no fear, shaking his head defiantly. Lin Yusen frowned, preparing to draw a silver needle to give him a gentle poke to induce slumber.
Bang!
The little boy collapsed to the ground. What? What just happened? Why did he fall? Lin Yusen approached to investigate, realizing he had been rendered unconscious by someone else. Was someone aiding her? Looking around, she saw nothing amiss. Regardless, Lin Yusen retrieved her pouch and prepared to head back. After taking a few steps, an idea struck her. A smile crept onto her lips as she turned back to the beggar. Since you covet the pouch, consider it yours. Lin Yusen rummaged in her pocket for a moment, producing a similarly patterned pouch, which she placed into the beggar's hands. Then she turned and left, and after a short distance, she saw Xiaodai approaching.
Miss, how are you? Xiaodai inquired anxiously.
I am fine. Let us go home, Lin Yusen replied, her spirits still relatively high as she headed back with her maid. From the shadows emerged a figure who glanced at the beggar's pouch on the ground, flicked a stone at the beggar, and then turned to depart. The beggar stirred awake, bewildered, and upon noticing the pouch still in his grasp, hurriedly scrambled to his feet and dashed off in a certain direction. At the Regency Prince's residence, Your Highness. Miss Lin has returned, but she left a false pouch behind. Li Xiaocheng did not look up from the official documents in his hands and responded nonchalantly. You may leave. Yes, Wang Yu replied and retreated. Not long after Lin Yusen returned home, she heard a servant report, Madam. Lady Bai from the minister's residence has sent an invitation for you and the young lady to attend a banquet. The mention of the minister's residence startled Zhao Hanya. Her interactions with them had been scarce, and she wondered why they would specifically reach out to the Lin family this time. Very well, I understand. You may go. Zhao Hanya waved her hand, dismissing the servant. The minister's residence? If I am not mistaken, Bai Yao Yao, the daughter of the minister, is the beloved of my elder brother. But she was ultimately abducted by bandits. My brother, in a valiant attempt to rescue her, was tragically maimed, losing both legs and leading a solitary life. However, if Bai Yao Yao had been virtuous, it would have been one thing, but she is indeed a pawn of her unscrupulous father and the crown prince, specifically designed to undermine my brother for the sake of his military power. Zhao Hanya's complexion paled, and, before she could recover, she heard someone calling her from the entrance. Mother, I am back. Lin Yusen turned to see a tall, robust figure with striking features, unmistakably a martial artist.
Ah, Laia.
It's good to see you back. How long do you plan to stay this time? Zhao Hanya's earlier anxiety dissipated upon seeing her son, whom she had not encountered for over a month, and she inquired with concern. I intend to stay for a few days, just to keep you company. Lin Chunlai replied with a smile. This must be my younger sister, he said, turning to the maids seated beside him. Upon arriving at the door, he had overheard the mention of Bai Yaoyao's name and, not wanting to intrude too hastily, had listened in. The voice calling him brother must belong to the sister he was told about, though he was uncertain if he had merely imagined it, as he had not actually seen her speak. Chapter 10. The Banquet at the Minister's Residence. Greetings, elder brother. Lin Yusen stood and respectfully bowed. Her elder brother possesses the physique of a robust man, strong and imposing. Such a fine stature, yet destined to be confined to a wheelchair. What a pity. It seems imperative for me to attend this banquet at the Bai residence. Bai Yaoyao might rekindle hope in my brother, making him believe they share a deep connection, thereby ensnaring his heart. I must observe closely, for I cannot allow my brother's future to be spent in a wheelchair. Lin Chunlia's eyes flickered as he gazed at his sister, warmth filling his heart.
Come.
This is a gift from elder brother. He produced a dagger and offered it to Lin Yusen.
Wow.
I absolutely adore it. Lin Yusen exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she eagerly took the dagger in hand to admire it. Hee, I had just been thinking of acquiring a protective talisman, and this gift from elder brother has struck a chord within me. Finally, it is not just a hairpin. Zhao Hanya observed her daughter, noting how Lin Yusen's return had significantly altered their lives, and they all looked forward to what lay ahead. I am glad you like it. If you desire anything else in the future, do not hesitate to tell elder brother, Lin Chunlai said, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Thank you, elder brother. Elder brother has returned. What brings such joy? Lin Xiaoyang, who had been away for 2 days, inquired curiously. Second brother, elder brother gifted me a dagger. And I adore it. Lin Yusen explained. Oh, so you favor the gift from elder brother, but not mine? Lin Xiaoyang feigned annoyance. Not at all. I cherish yours too. Second brother, Lin Yusen quickly clarified. How had I not noticed that second brother harbored a competitive spirit? How childish. Before long, the day of the banquet at the minister's residence arrived. Once Lin Yusen was ready, she and Zhao Hanya set off. However, upon boarding the carriage, she noticed Lin Qianqian sitting inside. It felt a bit strange to see her familiar face, one she had not encountered in several days. Oh, dear. Am I beginning to develop some tendencies of suspicion? No, I am a rational individual. Lin Yusen fervently shook her head internally. Does my sister dislike seeing me that much? Why is she so displeased? With only the two of them in the carriage, Lin Qianqian dropped her pretense. Not at all. I am merely unaccustomed to sharing a carriage with trash, so I am still adjusting. Lin Yusen calmly took a seat, while Lin Qianqian positioned herself in the prime spot. Lin Yusen chose the left side, without contesting. You insult me. Lin Qianqian shouted angrily, pointing at Lin Yusen. Who deserves the insult then? Lin Yusen smirked at Lin Qianqian's fury. Humph. I shall not hold this against you. You will see what awaits you later. Lin Qianqian thought of something and swallowed her anger, huffing. You will soon find out. In no time, they arrived at the minister's residence. Lin Yusen followed Zhao Hanya inside and, upon entering the back garden, saw numerous ladies gathered, engaged in conversation. Lady Bai, how have you been lately? Zhao Hanya approached with her 2 daughters to greet Lady Bai. Lady Bai glanced at Zhao Hanya, a hint of disdain and envy flashing in her eyes. Yet her lips curled into a cordial smile as she replied, Lady Lin has arrived. Excellent, splendid. Please take a seat. Zhao Hanya, in turn, led her daughters to an available spot to sit. Lady Bai regarded Lin Yusen with curiosity and asked, Lady Lin, who is this young lady? This is somewhat of a family secret. This is my biological daughter, Lin Yusen, who was mistakenly taken at birth and has only recently been returned to me. Zhao Hanya explained gracefully, holding Lin Yusen's hand with a smile. Really? I initially thought it was just a rumor. This girl does bear a resemblance to Zhao Hanya in her youth, though her demeanor is quite different. The whispers surrounding them grew louder, speculating about the previous child. Lin Yusen and Zhao Hanya maintained their composure, engaging with the other ladies while Lin Qianqian sat nearby, her teeth almost grinding in frustration. Her hands rubbed anxiously within her sleeves, her head lowered, struggling to contain the tears and hatred welling in her eyes. I have called you mother for so many years, and you leave me no dignity at all. Do not blame me for being ruthless. This Lady Bai is my mother's sworn enemy. This banquet is nothing short of a trap. Zhao Hanya conversed amiably with the other ladies, though her gaze lacked warmth. Lady Lin, now that your biological daughter has returned, do not neglect your adopted daughter. Lady Bai said pointedly. Of course, as long as Qianqian behaves, I shall treat her as my own. Zhao Hanya responded with a composed smile, yet the tension was palpable. Why does the atmosphere feel so strange? It resembles a battlefield. Yet Lady Bai is indeed a formidable character. In her youth, she constantly compared herself to my mother, but shortly after my mother married, she found herself wed into the minister's residence. Over the years, all the offspring of the minister's residence have been under her influence. Perhaps it is karma. For Lady Bai has only one daughter, whom she dotes upon excessively. Apart from her relationship with her mother, it was inconceivable for her to allow Bai Weiwei to marry her elder brother, as Bai Weiwei had already forged a connection with the crown prince. They were aspiring towards the position of crown princess, and the reason her elder brother was enamored with Bai Weiwei stemmed from their childhood. When her brother had been lost and bullied by beggars, it was Bai Weiwei who had come to his rescue, scolding the beggar on his behalf. From that moment on, Bai Weiwei became the radiant moonlight of her brother's heart. However, one might wonder, who exactly is Bai Weiwei? Today, she would witness firsthand the allure of her brother's cherished moonlight. Lin Yusen sat beside Zhao Hanya, pondering this thought. She discreetly glanced around, uncertain of which figure among them was Bai Weiwei. Zhao Hanya, maintaining her composure, remarked, "Where is that Bai girl? She is the protagonist of this event and cannot afford to remain absent. Miss Bai has mastered the art since childhood. Let her impart some wisdom to my daughter. Weiwei will arrive shortly. Let us amuse ourselves in the meantime." Madame Bai's expression stiffened momentarily before she forced a smile. Observing the change in Madame Bai's demeanor, Lin Yusen speculated, could it be that Bai Weiwei is clandestinely meeting the crown prince? It is said that this banquet was arranged for the crown prince under the guise of a birthday celebration for Bai Weiwei. Yet its true purpose is to curry favor with him. Surely, there will be a spectacle today. With a glint in her eye, Lin Yusen stood up and whispered to Zhao Hanya, "Mother, I shall take a stroll. It is too suffocating here." "Very well, be careful," Zhao Hanya replied, knowing she could not restrain her daughter. "Yes, mother, I understand." Lin Yusen quietly departed from the back garden. Chapter 11. The Gossip. "Your Highness, I shall ensure that Lin Chenglai is completely devoted to you," Lin Yusen mused, wandering through the backyard, hoping to catch a glimpse of some scandal. After all, every family has its secrets, as depicted in dramas. Where there is a banquet, there is bound to be gossip. Indeed, the gossip was about to unfold. Lin Yusen stealthily concealed herself behind the nearest rockery, peering out to observe two figures behind it. Unbeknownst to her, there were two more shadows on the other side of the rockery. This spot served as a perfect hiding place for clandestine encounters. Those two are the Crown Prince and Bai Weiwei. They are far too close. Oh my, they are holding hands, embracing. Lin Yusen exclaimed inwardly, "Your Highness, I am sacrificing my appearance to assist you. I hope you do not take my efforts lightly." Bai Weiwei approached, clasping the Crown Prince's hand, nearly leaning into him. The Crown Prince, in turn, embraced Bai Weiwei's waist, lifting her chin with a flirtatious gesture, murmuring, "Rest assured, Weiwei, once you procure the military token from that fellow, the position of Crown Princess will be yours." "Really?" Bai Weiwei's eyes sparkled with delight. "What? Do you doubt this, Prince?" he queried, leaning closer and speaking softly.
No.
"How could I dare doubt you, Your Highness? I am simply overwhelmed with joy. It feels as if I am dreaming." "To receive the Crown Prince's favor is a fortune amassed over lifetimes," Bai Weiwei explained, her soft face betraying a hint of urgency.
Ugh.
"I feel nauseated. These two are dragging this out. I must spice things up," Lin Yusen thought, producing a slingshot from her pocket. Feeling a bit fatigued, she settled on the ground, leaning against the rockery, and readied her slingshot. From her bosom, she retrieved a pill and aimed it towards the pair. Just as the pill neared them, it dispersed into a colorless, odorless powder. Unbeknownst to the Crown Prince and Bai Weiwei, they inhaled the powder. "Very well, time is of the essence. You must go now. That fellow has finally returned from his rest, and whether you can keep him steady depends on you." The Crown Prince planted a kiss on Bai Weiwei's lips, urging her not to forget her mission. "How vexing. I shall not jeopardize your plans, do not worry." Bai Weiwei replied with a playful glare at the Crown Prince before preparing to leave. Yet, after only a few steps, she felt a sudden weakness and warmth enveloping her.
So hot.
The Crown Prince was experiencing similar sensations, feeling an intense heat surging through him, his mind beginning to blur. His hands instinctively began to fumble with his clothing. And in a daze, he spotted a woman before him. He swiftly seized her, pulling her into an embrace and leaning down to kiss her.
Wow.
This drug took effect rapidly. How fervent. Lin Yusen mused. TSK, the Crown Prince's physique is rather unimpressive. But wait, this is not the time for observation. I must find a way to draw others in. Such a spectacle deserves to be shared. With this thought igniting her excitement, Lin Yusen sprang up and headed towards the garden. My lord, this Lin family girl is rather ruthless, Wang Yu exclaimed, now seeing the village girl in a new light. Li Xiaocheng watched the departing figure in silence, frowning at the sounds emanating from behind the rockery. Go assist her, he finally instructed after a long pause.
Huh? Oh.
Yes. Wang Yu responded, somewhat dazed. Previously, he had been summoned to assist, but now he was being asked to help again. What could be going on with the prince? Nevertheless, as a subordinate, he could only obey, respectfully bowing before departing. Li Xiaocheng wished to avert his gaze from such sordid matters. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Lin Yusen, before returning to the banquet, took care of a little business and then rejoined the gathering in the back garden as if nothing had transpired. Upon her return, Zhao Hanya, initially intending to inquire about her daughter's whereabouts, was interrupted by a commotion from the servants shouting, "Water has overflowed! Water has overflowed!"
What?
Overflowed? Let us investigate the matter. Madame Bai's complexion shifted, and she immediately ordered people to check. Moments later, a servant reported, Madam, it seems that there is flooding near the eldest, Mrs. Weixia pavilion.
What?
Then hurry and put out the fire. Madame Bai's face paled. The crown prince is still in the estate. We must not let anything happen. She scarcely had time to consider the other ladies present, and hurried towards the back garden and Weixia pavilion. Come, mother, let us go see the commotion. Lin Yusen whispered in Zhao Hanya's ear. How can I rest easy without checking on those two scoundrels? Zhao Hanya's eyes glinted with amusement, though her face betrayed anxiety. She rose and addressed the gathered ladies. Ladies, we have been invited to this banquet, and with the white residents in disarray, we cannot turn a blind eye. Let us go see. Perhaps we can be of assistance. Indeed, let us go. If we can help, we shall. The women, each with their own motives, were eager to ensure that the white residents owed them a favor. Thus, they all rose and made their way towards Weixia Pavilion, led by Zhao Hanya at a brisk pace. As Madame Bai arrived at the rockery outside the Weixia Pavilion, she noticed the flames were not extensive, but sensed something amiss. Then she heard unusual sounds that made her realize what was happening. Her face changed, and she quickly ordered, Go. Block the yard. No one is to enter. Hurry. Yes. Just as the servant complied and prepared to seal the entrance, a throng of voices approached. Madame Bai, this flooding is a serious matter. We have come to see how we can assist you. Indeed, Madame Bai, do not hesitate. We have brought many servants who can surely help. Several ladies and a number of young misses surged forward. Madame Bai's face turned pale. This was disastrous. As the intruding ladies spoke, they too sensed something was amiss, for the indecent sounds were intermittently reaching their ears. The women present were all worldly, and they immediately understood the implication, exchanging glances. Oh, this is going to be entertaining. Madame Bai, does your residence harbor such audacious individuals, engaging in such clandestine activities in broad daylight? Indeed. Which servant is so bold? Madame Chen, the Minister of Justice, was particularly averse to such sordid affairs, and was the first to furrow her brow and voice her discontent. The other ladies quickly chimed in with their agreement. Madame Bai, being supported by the other ladies, maintained a stern demeanor as she coldly dismissed everyone, stating, This matter shall be handled by me. It is my inadequacy in hospitality that has led to this situation. I kindly ask you all to take your leave. She had initially intended to resolve the issue privately, for any servantess indiscretion would tarnish the reputation of the Bai household. However, with so many present, she could not guarantee that the incident would not be disseminated beyond these walls, and the Bai family's dignity had already suffered immensely. The ladies exchanged glances, regretting their missed opportunity to witness the Bai family's embarrassment, but they understood the propriety of their presence in the Bai residence. Then I shall take my leave, one of them declared as they began to exit, accompanied by their daughters. What a pity we missed the most thrilling part. Lin Yusen lamented, shaking her head in disappointment. Chapter 12 has been spoiled, Zhao Hanya remarked with a teasing glance, yet there was little they could do. After all, this was a private affair, and it would be inappropriate to linger further. Just as Zhao Hanya was about to escort Lin Yusen away, a throng of men strode in with great commotion. Lin Yusen peered closely and, to her astonishment, recognized her scoundrel father, her elder brother, her second brother, and even the regent whom she had previously encountered at Xia Tower. Lin Yusen's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Ha!
Surely, we need not leave now. What was this? The servants had said there was a flood. The Prime Minister was following closely behind the regent, striding forward with urgency as he inquired anxiously upon seeing his wife. "My lord," the servants mentioned a flood. But when I arrived, I only saw a pile of flames and the small kitchen in the courtyard was ablaze. Nothing else seemed amiss. Madame Bai, unable to avoid the truth with so many dignitaries present, pointed to a corner where a heap of leaves smoldered, still emitting wisps of black smoke. Alongside a structure in the courtyard. Wait, I only set that pile alight. How did the small kitchen catch fire too? Is heaven assisting me? Lin Yusen pondered, glancing toward the small room within the courtyard. Who could be responsible for this? Suddenly, what was that sound? Just as the Prime Minister was about to express his wrath, he heard an odd noise. Some of the adults, upon entering, had keen ears and had already caught wind of it, though they remained silent. Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Chenglai exchanged glances, turning their attention toward their sister. They had a premonition that this matter was connected to her. Father, your realization comes too late. The rice is already cooked. You need not thank me. Now, the Crown Prince must surely be your son-in-law. Lin Chenglia's expression paled as he comprehended the implications. He had learned from his sister days prior that Bai Weiwei was deliberately toying with him, yet after all these years of longing for her, seeing her entangled with another was unbearable. This is bad. My brother's expression is troubling. Could he have figured it out? But what can be done? Bai Weiwei has long been involved with the Crown Prince, and to dangle that in front of my brother is truly infuriating. Rather than allow my brother to be harmed by this woman, it is better to nip this in the bud. Therefore, brother, it is better to endure short pain than prolonged suffering. In the future, my sister shall find you a true and devoted wife. Lin Yusen saw her brother's troubled expression and felt a pang of guilt, yet for his sake, she resolved to take on the role of the villain. Madame Bai stammered. And the Prime Minister, infuriated, pushed her aside and marched directly inside, followed by a throng of onlookers. Today, I shall witness how this pair of adulterers dares to engage in such disgraceful conduct within my Prime Minister's residence. As he passed through the rockery, he beheld two pale figures entwined, fervently engaged in their indiscretions without a hint of restraint. Bring them apart at once, he bellowed, and the nearby servants rushed forth to separate the two. Once they were pulled apart, the identities of the individuals became clear. The Crown Prince, Bai Weiwei. The onlookers, upon realizing the scandal, immediately turned away, fearing the repercussions should the emperor learn of the Crown Prince's disgraceful conduct. They regretted their decision to witness this spectacle, each harboring their own thoughts of dread. Only the regent and Lin Yusen remained unaffected. These two are rather vigorous, aren't they? When I left just now, Bai Weiwei bore no such marks. Now, she is in such disarray. It seems the Crown Prince has quite the unusual preference. Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Chenglia's lips twitched at the sight, realizing they would need to spend more time educating their sister on decorum. Her straightforwardness from the countryside was rather unbecoming. Even the usually composed regent cast a sidelong glance at her. Zhao Hanya resolved to find a governess for her daughter upon their return, to teach her the art of elegance. Little did Lin Yusen know, she was about to embark on another lengthy period of lessons. Bai Weiwei? My dear Weiwei. Madame Bai's face turned pale upon spotting her daughter, and she quickly rushed forward to embrace her, shielding her with garments from the ground. Trembling hands and tears streamed down her face. Wretched girl. The Prime Minister, ablaze with fury, stepped forward and struck Bai Weiwei across the face with a resounding slap, jolting her into awareness. She blinked, taking in the multitude surrounding her, and froze. Upon meeting her father's furious gaze and feeling the disarray of her own attire, she glanced downward, her complexion draining of color. Ah! Bai Weiwei screamed, clutching her body and burying herself in Madame Bai's embrace, weeping bitterly.
How dare you weep?
Look at the havoc you have wrought. The commotion had finally roused the Crown Prince, who surveyed his surroundings and then glanced at himself, instantly recognizing the gravity of the situation, his face igniting with rage. Well, how splendid it is here, in your Prime Minister's residence. Were you all waiting for me? As he donned his garments, he seethed, Your Highness. What do you mean? We have only just learned of today's events, and my daughter is a victim. We have already shared intimacy. Do you not acknowledge that? Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, the Prime Minister's anger intensified. Regardless of the circumstances, the incident had occurred within his household, and to have the Crown Prince deflect blame upon them was intolerable. I did not deny it. I was clearly drugged. This incident transpired within your residence, and you must provide me with an explanation. The Crown Prince inhaled deeply to quell his fury, addressing the Prime Minister with a steady tone. The Prime Minister's face reddened with rage, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The event had indeed unfolded within his abode. leaving him with little ground to stand upon. Your Highness, I shall personally seek an audience with the Emperor to atone for this matter. This bitter defeat he could only swallow, praying that the perpetrator would remain anonymous. Otherwise, he would ensure they faced a gruesome fate. The Prime Minister gritted his teeth, his gaze fierce. The Crown Prince, sensing the intent to seek an audience with the Emperor, felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he understood he had been ensnared in a scheme, with so many eyes upon him, denial would jeopardize his position as Crown Prince. Thus, he tempered his tone, stating, Prime Minister, regardless of the circumstances, since Miss Bai has surrendered herself to me, I will seek my father's blessing for marriage shortly. However, having lost this pawn, he would need to devise another plan regarding Lin Qinglai, ensuring that the truth remained concealed. The Crown Prince glared at Lin Qinglai with seething resentment. The Crown Prince must be bleeding internally from this predicament. The ineffectual Bai Weiwei could not restrain my elder brother nor deceive the military powers. It seems alternative strategies must be devised. However, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, let them be met with soldiers. When water comes, let it be met with earth. Who is truly afraid here? Lin Yusen rolled her eyes at the prince, noticing his gaze upon her brother. Well then, let today as events conclude in such a manner. Esteemed lords and ladies, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality today. I assure you that appropriate reparations shall follow. Please, you may take your leave. The Prime Minister, having received the signal, felt considerably uplifted and promptly issued his dismissal to the gathered dignitaries. Chapter 13. Guardianship. Yet, upon turning, he was taken aback to find the regent still present, his expression stiffening. He hurriedly approached, bowing with utmost respect. Regent, I must apologize for my negligence today. Next time, I shall make amends. Wasn't this regent supposed to be indifferent and cold-hearted? Why, pray tell, was he here today, seemingly amused by the spectacle? The Prime Minister's heart ached with the burden of hosting such a gathering. It matters not, Li Xiaocheng replied in a stoic tone, turning to leave. Witnessing the regent's departure, the others hastily took their leave from the Prime Minister's residence. Lin Yusen and Zhao Hanya made their way toward the gates, followed reluctantly by Lin Xianqian. The latter glared at Lin Yusen, her handkerchief nearly wrung into shreds. She had anticipated witnessing Lin Yusen's disgrace today, yet, after a moment of joy, it was Bai Weiwei who had encountered misfortune. Did not father say someone was plotting against Lin Yusen? How could this wretched girl still prance about unscathed before her? Lin Xianqian felt a deep sense of injustice, yet she had no choice but to endure it. Upon exiting, Lin Yusen spotted her brother waiting at the entrance. Brother? She called out with curiosity. Mother, sister, father and our second brother have returned home. I shall escort you back, Lin Qinglai stated as he regarded the two of them. Very well, Lin Yusen replied, assisting Zhao Hanya into the carriage. Just as she was about to step inside, her brother called out to her sister. What is it, brother? Lin Yusen paused, turning back with a puzzled expression. Lin Qinglai gazed at his sister with a deep look, silently expressing gratitude before shaking his head, saying, It is nothing. Let us go inside. The wind is strong outside. Is there no wind at all? Brother seems quite odd today. Perhaps he is troubled by Yueguang's fall from grace. I can understand that. I shall bring him some fine wine upon returning, to help him drown his sorrows. Lin Yusen thought, eyeing her surroundings with curiosity, before rising to enter the carriage. Outside, Lin Qinglai twitched his lips, thinking it unnecessary. Zhao Hanya observed the two siblings with a faint smile, yet chose not to disrupt their moment. Once Lin Xianqian boarded the carriage, they set off towards the Lin residence. Throughout the journey, Lin Yusen and Zhao Hanya engaged in conversation, ignoring Lin Xianqian, which only served to fuel her anger further. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Xianqian alighted from the carriage, flicking her sleeve in disdain as she retreated to her quarters. Zhao Hanya watched her depart, her expression devoid of emotion. Lin Yusen bid farewell to Zhao Hanya and proceeded directly to her Tingyu pavilion. Observing her daughter leave, Zhao Hanya addressed a nearby maid. Please summon the second and third young masters. Inform them I have matters to discuss. Yes, my lady. The maid bowed and set off to find them. Zhao Hanya then turned to Lin Qinglai, saying, Come with me. Though puzzled, Lin Qinglai obediently followed his mother to her quarters. Seated, Zhao Hanya fixed her gaze on Lin Qinglai. Mother, did you summon me for something? Lin Qinglai inquired, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Patience. We shall discuss matters once your brothers arrive. Zhao Hanya replied, taking a sip of tea from the table. Before long, Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Shishao arrived. Mother, what is it that you wish to discuss? Lin Xiaoyang queried, glancing at his brothers with a look of confusion. You may leave now and secure the door. Do not let anyone in. Zhao Hanya instructed the head maid. Understood. Acknowledged, ushering the remaining servants out and closing the door. Once assured of their privacy, Zhao Hanya spoke directly. I called you three here to discuss your sister. You must have noticed her peculiarity. You can hear her thoughts, correct?
What?
You can hear them too? Lin Chunlai exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. The notion of hearing thoughts was already fantastical enough, yet to discover he was not alone in this ability was astonishing.
Indeed.
I can hear them as well. It is likely that Yang and Xiao can too, Zhao Hanya confirmed, nodding at her suspicions. Yes, I can hear them. So can I, Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Shishao both affirmed. Then why did you summon us today, mother? Lin Chunlai asked, surprised but quickly regaining his composure. Zhao Hanya regarded her sons with a serious expression. I summoned you to discuss the implications of hearing your sister's thoughts. This phenomenon is too extraordinary for now. Do not mention it to her. We must keep this knowledge to ourselves. Revealing it may bring calamity upon Xian. Furthermore, you should have discerned the nature of her thoughts. Those premonitions, while absurd, indicate that malevolent forces lurk among us, and we must remain vigilant. You are all aware of the events at the Prime Minister's residence today. It was Xian's doing, aimed at altering the outcome for Lier. Xian has begun to assist us in reshaping our fate, yet as her mother and brothers, it is not her burden to bear alone. We must seize our own destinies. Let us undertake the more unsavory tasks ourselves.
What say you?
After laying out her thoughts, Zhao Hanya awaited their reactions, allowing them time to process her words. After a lengthy silence, Lin Chunlai finally stood, bowing deeply to his mother. Mother, I understand. Today's events were for my sake. I am not one to confuse right and wrong. I recognize my sister's goodwill, and from now on, we shall protect her. Indeed, we shall guard her. The other two brothers agreed earnestly. It is good that you comprehend this. The events of today must remain a secret. Do you understand? Zhao Hanya expressed her satisfaction with their attitudes, but felt compelled to reiterate her warning. We understand, mother. Lin Xiaoyang replied affirmatively.
Light.
Is there anything about today's events that you resent Xian for? Zhao Hanya hesitated before gently prompting her eldest son. Mother, I know my sister acted for my benefit. How could I possibly harbor resentment towards her? Besides, since she chose the crown prince, she has ceased to be the one in my heart, Lin Chunlai replied solemnly. It is good that you know. You shall encounter someone even more suitable in the future, Zhao Hanya sighed in relief, offering a comforting word. She understood her son well enough to know he was not one to waver easily, yet she worried about any potential rift between him and Xian. Very well. You may all return now. I am fatigued. With the matters discussed, Zhao Hanya began to send them on their way. The following day, Lin Xianqian made her way directly to Tingyu Pavilion, under the pretense of wanting to play. Truly, what a bother. Is there no respite from torment even at dawn? Lin Yusen thought, choosing not to expose her sister's intentions, curious to see what Lin Xianqian would pursue. Sister, let us go out for a stroll today. Lin Xianqian said, eagerly grasping Lin Yusen's hand. I shall not go. Yesterday's events were too terrifying. I shall remain indoors for a while. Lin Yusen retorted, refusing to engage. Chapter 14, Coming to Terms with Reality. Lin Xianqian gritted her teeth and then forced a smile, saying, yesterday was indeed quite terrifying, wasn't it? Sister, girls must learn to protect themselves. One never knows when they might fall victim to a hidden threat. Lin Yusen glanced at Lin Xianqian, her words laden with implication. Lin Xianqian felt a tightening in her chest, her words faltering. Sister, you're right. Let's not go out. I'll stay in the mansion, and you can keep me company? Lin Yusen raised an eyebrow, amused. She is still not giving up. Let us see who ends up playing whom. Very well. Do as you wish. Lin Yusen shrugged, dismissing her. She intended to clear a patch of land behind her courtyard to plant some medicinal herbs, aiming to attract attention and bring the items in her space into the open. Armed with a hoe handed to her by a maid, Lin Yusen strolled to the backyard. Her garden had a few flowers, not many, merely for aesthetics. She began by trimming all the flowers, sorting them into appropriate portions, and placing them in vases. Turning to Xiaodai, she instructed, take these flowers to mother and to eldest brother, second brother, and third brother's courtyards. Yes. Xiaodai replied, taking the vases and departing. What is my sister doing? Why did you cut all these flowers? Lin Xianqian trailed behind Lin Yusen, astonished and perplexed. Oh. I wanted to clear this space to plant something else. Lin Yusen casually replied after assigning the flowers, then turned back to start loosening the soil. Sister, Isn't that rather inappropriate? This courtyard was lovingly prepared by mother for you, and destroying it will surely sadden her. Moreover, this is the residence of the minister. Planting such trivial things here does not befit your status, Lin Yuxin scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain. Indeed, you must be from the countryside, indulging in such lowly pursuits. But you need not worry about me. Didn't you say you would accompany me today? Lin Yusen felt a flicker of annoyance at Lin Yuxin's words. Yet her eyes gleamed mischievously as she began to set a trap for her sister. Yes, indeed. Lin Yuxin felt a sense of foreboding, yet she steeled herself to agree. Oh, I knew you were the best, sister. You came to keep me company, but I still have so much work left undone. Since you are here, why not help me with some chores? Having said this, Lin Yusen thrust the hoe into Lin Yuxin's hands and gripped her arm tightly, leaving no room for escape. Lin Yusen, you are outrageous. I am a daughter of a noble family. How dare you make me perform menial tasks? Lin Yuxin attempted to step back. But Lin Yusen's grip was firm, leaving her no option but to feel her anger rise as she shouted at her sister. Sister, you have yet to recognize the reality. The true daughter of the Lin family is me. You are merely an impostor, and you still do not know who your biological parents are. In this household, you are but a guest, an outsider. Besides, you claimed you would accompany me today. I now require your help with these duties. If you agree, stay. If not, leave at once. Lin Yusen rolled her eyes at her sister's words, unyielding in her retort. What are you saying? I am the true daughter. Lin Yuxin, infuriated by Lin Yusen's declaration, shouted back. Yet, halfway through, she recalled her mother's words and held her tongue. Her mother had sent her a message last night, informing her that the items had been procured and urging her to find a way to resolve matters. She was, after all, her father's daughter. And her mother had advised that now was not the time to reveal this. They needed to wait until her father secured the dowry, divorced that old woman, and dealt with this wretched girl. At that point, she would be the sole heiress of the Lin family. What about you? Lin Yusen raised an eyebrow, her gaze piercing as it bore down on Lin Yuxin. Lin Yuxin felt a chill run down her spine, realizing she had nearly revealed too much, and quickly deflected. Sister, I said nothing. Oh, I must take my leave now. With that, Lin Yuxin turned and fled. Lin Yusen watched her retreating figure with a cold smirk, unperturbed, and bent back to her task of loosening the soil. In the days that followed, Lin Yuxin would come to sit for a while each day. Lin Yusen ignored her. Yet Lin Yuxin remained resolute in her attempts to assert her presence. Lin Yusen, however, remained indifferent, occasionally granting her sister some space as an opportunity. 3 days later, Lin Yusen finally planted the medicinal herbs she intended to cultivate. She had planted some of the herbs from her space in the backyard, while the more precious ones she refrained from transplanting for fear of improper care. With no pressing matters on her agenda today, she decided to visit her mother. Taking advantage of Lin Yuxin's absence after breakfast, she made her way to Zhao Hanya's courtyard. Mother, Lin Yusen called out before even entering, her tone warm. You little imp, what have you been up to these past few days? You haven't visited me. I heard you dug up the backyard?
Zhao Hanya,
Pleased to see her daughter, inquired with concern. Lin Yusen did not conceal her activities, explaining how she had trimmed the flowers and planted some medicinal herbs. Very well. As long as you make your own decisions. By the way, has Lin Yuxin been coming to bother you lately? Zhao Hanya had heard reports of Lin Yuxin's frequent visits to Lin Yusen's courtyard and hoped she had not caused any distress. She claims she comes to play with me. So she sits in my courtyard every day. Lin Yusen shrugged nonchalantly, though inwardly she scoffed. Her pretense of playing is merely a guise for her schemes. I wonder if she has secured her belongings amidst this golden opportunity. If she fails to seize it, she has no one but herself to blame.
Zhao Hanya,
Sensing her daughter's cunning, felt a measure of relief. That's good to hear. By the way, I just received news that the emperor has betrothed the crown prince to Bai Weiwei. Zhao Hanya thought her daughter might find this news intriguing and casually mentioned it. Really? Lin Yusen's eyes lit up. This was promising news. This means Bai Weiwei will likely have no connection with my elder brother. However, I still must remain vigilant against any underhanded schemes. Zhao Hanya's expression flickered as she shifted the topic. Xinxin, Mother has found a nursemaid for you to teach you the proper etiquette befitting a young lady.
Huh?
Didn't I just learn etiquette a short while ago? Why must I learn again? Lin Yusen was taken aback by Zhao Hanya's insistence. Oh no, why must learning follow me everywhere? I refuse. I refuse. Help. Learning this is for your own good. You'll study for a while, and if it doesn't suit you, we can discuss it later.
Zhao Hanya smiled reassuringly.
Though inwardly she worried. Without some guidance on proper conduct, Lin Yusen's inappropriate thoughts could lead to scandal if overheard, jeopardizing her prospects for marriage. Oh, fine. Lin Yusen's enthusiasm waned, but she did not want to disappoint her mother's intentions. Good girl. Lin Yusen arrived in high spirits, but left feeling despondent. Chapter 15. The Crimson Pavilion. That afternoon, the instructors arrived. This time, the lessons were not about etiquette, but rather about feminine virtues. Each day consisted of memorizing passages from the 4 books and 5 classics, which drove Lin Yusen to the brink of madness. Thus, on the 5th day, she made her escape. Indeed, Lin Yusen ran away, packing a small bundle that night, taking a rope from her space, and scaling the wall to flee. Mother, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, I apologize. I shall be away for a few days. Once I have had my fill of fun, I will return. Lin Yusen glanced back at the Lin residence, not a shred of nostalgia in her heart as she walked away. She was unaware of the 2 figures lurking behind the wall. Elder brother, are you truly going to let our sister leave like this? Lin Xiaoyang inquired, perplexed. It was only upon hearing his sister's inner thoughts that he realized she had aspirations of running away from home. Yet his elder brother replied, for now, let it be. Allow her to take a breather. Someone is watching over her. Mother has mentioned that the atmosphere at home is rather turbulent these days. Lin Chenglai glanced at their sister's departing silhouette, expressing his helplessness. Is Mother preparing to take action? Lin Xiaoyang asked with concern. Yes. Mother has informed me that they have already begun to reach out to Xinxin. We must resolve this swiftly. Lin Chenglai had not anticipated that his once revered father would turn out to be such a hypocrite. He had always been strict with him, and Lin Chenglai had thought it was merely high expectations. Now, he comprehended that his father simply held disdain for all of Mother's children. Behind the scenes, with a complete family of his own, he would care even less for them. Subsequently, the brothers visited their mother's courtyard and spoke with her for quite some time before emerging. Meanwhile, Lin Yusen, after leaving, entered a dark alley, and when she emerged, she was clad in men's attire, heading straight to the Yanhonglu. The Yanhonglu was the largest brothel in the capital, housing not only a few abducted virtuous women but also daughters of fallen officials. Those whose families had been ruined and who possessed some beauty would be sent there, while the less fortunate would be dispatched to military camps to serve as concubines. This was the information Lin Yusen had gathered during her inquiries. Standing at the entrance of a Yanhonglu, she observed 2 elegantly dressed women beckoning for patrons.
Wow.
Is this the legendary Yanhonglu? It's so lively. The 6th prince frequents here, and for the lady within, he could very well be drained of all vitality. As soon as Lin Yusen stepped inside, she was halted by one of the women at the door. Sir, please do come in. We have all kinds of ladies inside. Oh, really? Are any as beautiful as you? Lin Yusen teased, lifting the woman's chin with a mischievous smile. Rest assured, I guarantee they are even more beautiful than I. The woman blushed, casting a shy glance at Lin Yusen. Excellent. That's wonderful. With a bold stride, Lin Yusen entered. Inside the Yanhonglu, she beheld a grand hall where each table was occupied by both men and women, every man embracing a lady, some drinking, some chatting, while others were engaged in more intimate pursuits. It was somewhat disconcerting. However, who was Lin Yusen? She was a modern soul, well-versed in the ways of the world, and such sights were trivial to her. Lin Yusen was led to a private room, stepping inside to be greeted by a fragrant atmosphere, enhanced by the scent of incense. Sir, please take a seat. I shall fetch a lady for you shortly, the matron said respectfully before exiting to summon someone. Meanwhile, in the regent's palace, Your Highness, Wang Yu hurriedly approached the prince with news.
What is it?
Li Xiaocheng is preparing to rest now. Miss Lin has run away from home. Our men followed her, and she has entered the Yanhonglu. Wang Yu lowered his head, struggling to voice the revelation. He was taken aback when he received the news. Who would have thought a young lady would embark on such a reckless venture, let alone seek solace in a brothel? The prince had inexplicably assisted Miss Lin on 2 occasions recently, and after much deliberation, he decided to report this matter. Li Xiaocheng remained silent for a moment, then donned his discarded clothing. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Your Highness? Wang Yu looked up, bewildered. Where had he gone? At the Lin residence. Eldest young master. That young lady has gone to the Yanhonglu. A servant reported upon returning. What did you say? Lin Chenglai was taken aback, incredulity etched on his face. The young lady has gone to the Yanhonglu. The servant bowed even lower, fearing for his life. If the young lady's escapade became known, he might be silenced. My fate is sealed. Lin Chenglai turned and rushed towards his mother's courtyard. Mother, what is the matter? Why are you here so late?
How Hanya?
Seeing her son in such a flurry, inquired. Sister has gone to a brothel. Lin Chunglai said, his head bowed and voice awkward. This is outrageous. She is so careless about her reputation. If word spreads, how will she ever marry? Zhao Hanya exclaimed anxiously, calling for her shadow guard. Shuiying. A dark figure suddenly appeared, kneeling before Zhao Hanya, responding respectfully. Protect Xinxin. You will follow her from now on.
Zhao Hanya commanded. Yes.
Shuiying vanished in an instant. Mother, why not bring sister back? Lin Chunglai asked, perplexed. There is no rush. Let her enjoy herself for a few days.
Zhao Hanya sighed.
Lin Yusen remained blissfully unaware of the concerns her entrance into the Yanhong Lu had stirred. She was reveling in her newfound freedom. Surrounded by beauty, with music playing, it was a delightful experience. Are there no ladies like Ru Yan here? Lin Yusen casually inquired while sipping the drink handed to her by a beautiful woman. Ru Yan has been taken by a significant figure and is no longer receiving guests.
Why?
Does the gentleman desire Ru Yan's company? A sweet-faced woman on her left responded, playfully pouting at Lin Yusen. Not at all. I was merely curious. You are all quite lovely. Lin Yusen quickly embraced the beauty and planted a kiss on her cheek. Offering comfort. You tease. The woman playfully punched Lin Yusen's chest in response. Ru Yan is the sixth prince's woman. He has forsaken even the title of Prince of Yi for her. Among the emperor's 5 sons, only this sixth prince has not been granted a title. Rumor has it he wishes to marry Ru Yan, but the emperor disapproved, resulting in the revocation of his title. People say the sixth prince is deeply in love. However, I know that Ru Yan is merely a pawn. Although the sixth prince is indeed lustful and has many women, the true reason lies in his strategic retreat, secretly amassing power for his future claim to the throne. Among all the princes, he is the first to rebel, yet he is also the closest to the throne. Who would have imagined that a prince given to excess would have such formidable military strength for rebellion? It has been built up year by year. The sixth prince's assets are considerable, and the Yanhong Lu is but one of them. Today I came to see what the most profitable establishment in the sixth prince's hands looks like, and to rescue someone. Lin Yusen calmly sipped her drink, embracing the beauty. Unbeknownst to her, above her, 2 figures were present, Li Xiaocheng and Shuiying. The words she had just spoken in her heart were heard by Li Xiaocheng, who remained expressionless. Only he was aware of the astonishment brewing within him. Chapter 16. Rescuing a Child. Ever since he discovered he could hear this young lady's thoughts, he had intentionally drawn closer to her, hoping to glean more information. Today, upon hearing Wang Yu mention that the girl had entered the Yanhong Lu, he hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided to come. He feared that should anything happen to her, he would lose the opportunity to uncover more secrets. As it turned out, his decision was fortuitous, for he learned quite a bit today. Thus, Lin Yusen embraced the beauty for an hour. After 1 hour, seizing the opportunity to excuse herself to the restroom, she staggered outside. Once alone, she retrieved a pill from her pocket and swallowed it. After waiting a while, she finally regained some clarity and promptly made her way to the backyard. As she walked, she searched until she quickly located the Yanhong Lu's kitchen. Before reaching it, she overheard shouting and scolding from within. You fool. If it weren't for your looks, I wouldn't have bought you. You can't even cook properly. I'll beat you to death. You worthless thing.
Slap. Slap.
The sounds of beating echoed from inside. Lin Yusen hurriedly ran over and hid beneath the window, peering inside. Within the confines of a dimly lit room, a small boy was being mercilessly beaten by a corpulent woman. The boy, cradling his head, remained silent, enduring the torment with an expression filled with despair. Lin Yusen, upon witnessing this scene, furrowed her brow. Is this truly the son of the emperor? Lost among the common folk? How pitiful he is. This child is indeed unfortunate, having been swapped at birth and raised by a family surnamed Qiu. The tragic circumstances continued. The man of that household was a gambler who, when the boy was merely 5, was beaten to death over gambling debts. The creditors then seized the boy as repayment, and given his striking appearance, he was sold to this brothel, Yanhong Lu. As he is still too young, he was relegated to the kitchen until the emperor would reclaim him at the age of 18. Yet, due to his time spent in a brothel, he became a pawn in the struggle for the throne, ultimately deemed expendable. Lin Yusen contemplated the irony. Who could have predicted that such a wretched individual would ascend to the throne? His first act as emperor was to eradicate Yanhong Lu. His tumultuous past has rendered his temperament volatile. A mere misstep could lead to dire consequences for others. Yet, this very man transformed Xia Kingdom into the foremost among the 4 nations. What a figure of controversy. If I rescue him now, might he, one day as emperor. Extend protection to the Lin family? With this thought, Lin Yusen retrieved a slingshot from her pocket and prepared a pill, launching it toward the woman within. The capsule burst midair, releasing a colorless, odorless substance. 1, 2, 3. A dull thud resonated as something fell. Covering her mouth and nose, Lin Yusen rushed through the door, scooping up the boy and fleeing through the back exit. Li Xiaocheng, observing Lin Yusen's retreating figure, was still grappling with the shock of the earlier revelation when he witnessed her whisking the child away. Is she truly intervening in matters of succession? Has she lost her senses? After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to pursue her. Upon exiting Yanhonglu, Lin Yusen felt an unexpected ease in her escape. Given the child's background, it is unsafe for him out here. I must take him back first. Once he has recovered, he can decide his own fate. Glancing at the boy in her arms, she hesitated, then resolved to head towards the Lin residence. Li Xiaocheng, seeing her return home, slipped back to the regent's palace under the cover of night. My lord. Wang Yu hurried forward as Li Xiaocheng arrived. After changing into fresh attire and emerging from behind the screen, he took a seat at his desk, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface before finally speaking. Wang Yu, I need you to investigate a certain individual. Meanwhile, Lin Yusen returned to her quarters, gently placing the boy on her bed and feeling his pulse. Has he not eaten for days? Is he faint from hunger? Coupled with long-term malnutrition and numerous bruises, it is a miracle he has survived. Noticing his weak pulse with no other alarming issues, she concluded that he merely needed time to recuperate. From her storage, she procured various medicinal herbs, brewed a concoction, and administered it to him, followed by several acupuncture needles to alleviate his pain. After tending to his wounds with simple remedies, the dawn was nearly upon her. Determined not to sleep, Lin Yusen instructed her maid to prepare breakfast and bring it to her room. After finishing her meal and reminding Xiao Dai to look after the child, she set off towards her mother's courtyard. Mother! Lin Yusen's voice preceded her arrival. Is this just my imagination? Lin Xiaoyang shook his head, asking hesitantly. No, my sister has run away. She shouldn't return so soon, Lin Chenglai added, perplexed. Who would expect someone to return home after only one night? However, Lin Yusen thought, as no one knew of her departure, she might as well act as if nothing had occurred. Mother, elder brother, second brother, you are all here. Upon entering, she greeted her brothers. Elder brother, have you been idle at home lately? Is business poor for second brother? Why are you both here, every day? Her brothers exchanged glances, slightly amused, as they too had pressing matters to attend to. Zhao Hanya smiled gently at her daughter, choosing not to pry, and asked softly, have you had breakfast? Would you care to join me? Mother, I have already eaten. I came to discuss something important. Last night, I rescued someone, and I would like to keep him here. Lin Yusen spoke with a hint of guilt. Someone? Who?
Sao hanya inquiret, puslet.
Just a child who was mistreated. I couldn't bear to watch. Lin Yusen briefly explained, careful not to mention her visit to the brothel. The emperor's son, and a future emperor at that. Surely, he carries significant weight. Both Lin Qinglai and Lin Xiaoyang were taken aback, and even Zhao Hanya was startled. It seems my sister's audacity is growing. She dares to involve herself in royal matters? What do you intend to do? Xian. Zhao Hanya, having regained her composure, asked. I wish to keep him for the time being. He has suffered greatly and is quite pitiable, Lin Yusen answered thoughtfully. We should retain the child. Although he may one day become a tyrant, he could also be a wise ruler. We shall see what the future holds. For now, nurturing him might prove beneficial. Very well, we shall keep him, Zhao Hanya conceded. Recognizing her daughter's resolve and understanding the child's unique status made it unwise to cast him aside. I shall return now. The child is still asleep at my place. And I want to check on him, Lin Yusen said, rising to leave. What a whirlwind this girl is. Zhao Hanya chuckled softly, watching her daughter depart. Chapter 17. Discussion of Divorce. Mother, about this matter. Lin Chenglai hesitated before speaking. Let us set this aside for now. We must first address the affairs within our household. Zhao Hanya understood her son's concerns, but knew there were other pressing issues. Indeed, but with my sister's return, we cannot keep the household affairs concealed any longer. Lin Chenglai expressed his worries. Fear not. The truth will come to light eventually.
Sin es no shelter ganadi.
She possesses plenty of courage, Zhao Hanya reassured him, having withheld certain truths from Lin Yusen to shield her from distressing matters upon her return home. As parents, they wish to provide their children with a peaceful living environment, bearing the burdens themselves. Mother, I received word that he sold many possessions yesterday, Lin Xiaoyang suddenly interjected, sharing what he had learned. I did not expect him to act so rashly, yet he has not sought money from me this time. Zhao Hanya snorted in response. Recalling the moment, she discovered Lin Xiong'an's betrayal. She had dispatched spies to investigate him, uncovering much in the process. Consequently, she devised a scheme to entrap his illegitimate son, who had fallen into gambling and accrued substantial debts. His mistress had already sent a message to Lin Xiong'an, leaving it to him to decide his next move. Mother, I believe he will not abandon you, Lin Xiaoyang remarked solemnly, grudgingly acknowledging their father's unsavory character. Yes, I am prepared for his arrival, Zhao Hanya replied calmly, tapping her fingers softly. Returning to Tingyu Pavilion, Lin Yusen found the boy awake and quickly approached him, her concern evident. How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? The boy stared blankly at her, speechless. Where was he? Had he died? Do not be afraid. It was I who rescued you from the brothel. From now on, you shall reside in my home, and when you come of age, you may leave at your own discretion. Should you wish to depart sooner, I can provide you with a sum of silver now, and you may leave as soon as your wounds have healed. Lin Yusen, noticing the child's wariness, offered a simple explanation and presented him with two choices. The child listened to her words, still eyeing her with suspicion, and remained silent. Lin Yusen was not anxious. Seeing that the child was out of danger, she gently said, You should rest for now. You may ponder what I have said, and once you are healed, you can give me your response. After she spoke, she rose and left the room, mindful not to make him uncomfortable. Lin Yusen then proceeded to the backyard to tend to her medicinal herbs. By noon, after administering medicine to the child and ensuring he had fallen asleep, she went to her mother's courtyard to share lunch with her. Earlier that morning, Zhao Hanya had mentioned waiting for Lin Xiong'an, and by the afternoon, Lin Xiong'an had indeed arrived. After finishing lunch, Lin Yusen lingered, hoping to persuade Zhao Hanya to dismiss the matter of learning etiquette. Thus, she engaged in a lengthy conversation with Zhao Hanya, employing both soft persuasion and insistence. Zhao Hanya had regretted her daughter's departure since the day she left. Nothing was more important than her daughter's happiness, and now that her daughter had returned, she feared pushing her away once more. Her reluctance to agree had merely been a playful tease. At that moment, Lin Xiong'an burst in, fraught with urgency. Madam, help me please. His voice echoed from outside. Ah! It is that scoundrel of a father. I have been so preoccupied with my studies that I hardly recognized him. Why does he appear so haggard? Has some unknown calamity befallen him? Lin Yusen observed Lin Xiong'an with surprise, noting his disheveled appearance, unkempt hair, and shabby clothing, as though he had not bathed in days. What has happened? Zhao Hanya regarded him with an air of indifference, glancing his way. Madam, I find myself in a predicament, having incurred a debt of 5,000 taels. Despite exhausting my own funds, I still fall short. I recall that part of your dowry is still intact. Could you lend me some to alleviate my dire circumstances? Lin Xiong'an bluntly stated his purpose for visiting. Lately, he had encountered a string of misfortunes. His scheme to have Miss Bai seduce Lin Chenglai had failed, incurring the wrath of the crown prince. He had also instructed Wang Xiqin to ruin Lin Yusen, but had seen no progress. Meanwhile, his son was drowning in gambling debts. How could he repay them? The weight of his troubles was overwhelming. My dear husband, I have no silver. Your family has long since depleted my dowry. There is nothing left, Zhao Hanya replied without a hint of sympathy. Surely, Hanya, you must have half of it remaining. That should amount to at least 2,000 taels. You would lend it to me in a time of need, would you not? After all, are we to quibble over such matters between husband and wife? Lin Xiong'an ignored her sarcasm, fully convinced that Zhao Hanya possessed funds. His sole desire was to obtain the silver to clear his debts. Otherwise, his cherished son would suffer dire consequences. I have no silver. Zhao Hanya remained expressionless, her gaze unwavering as she regarded the man before her. No silver? It seems you are unwilling to assist me. Hanya, we are married. Can you truly be so heartless? Lin Xiong'an, incensed by her refusal, shouted in frustration. I do not possess 2,000, but I can offer 500, provided you meet one condition. Zhao Hanya spoke calmly. What condition? Lin Xiong'an, sensing her concession, hurriedly inquired. Though the amount was modest, he was certain she would eventually reveal more. I require a divorce decree. Zhao Hanya articulated each word with precision. What? Lin Xiong'an froze, momentarily stunned, and asked again in a hushed tone. What is the meaning of this? Why does mother wish for a divorce? This was not mentioned in the narrative. Is there something I am unaware of? Or has the plot been altered? Still, a divorce would be beneficial. Keeping such a man around is futile. It would be better to sever ties sooner rather than later. Lin Yusen, witnessing this exchange, was momentarily taken aback, but then felt a surge of joy. Her mother would be free from torment. I demand a divorce. If you write the decree, I shall grant you the 500 taels. Zhao Hanya regarded Lin Xiong'an with an icy stare.
Impossible.
I will not consent to a divorce. You are mine in life and in death. You belong to the Lin family. Lin Xiong'an, enraged by the very suggestion, bellowed at Zhao Hanya. Why are you so agitated?
Think about it.
If you refuse, what will happen to your illegitimate child if his hands or feet are severed? Would that not bring you anguish? Moreover, when will Wang Xiqin and Lin Qianqian rise to prominence? One remains nameless and the other is merely an adopted daughter. How pitiful.
Zhao Hanya, observing Lin Xiong'an's humiliation,
Could not suppress a light laugh. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no illegitimate child. What connection do I have with Wang Xiqin or Qianqian? You must be out of your mind. Lin Xiong'an, his secrets laid bare, felt a surge of anger mixed with shame. Whether you are speaking nonsense or not, you know the truth. As a gentleman, if you wish to continue your esteemed position, you should draft that divorce decree. Otherwise, not only will your illegitimate child suffer, but your official post may also be jeopardized. Zhao Hanya exuded an undeniable aura of authority, unconcerned with his acknowledgement of her claims, solely focused on achieving her goal.
3 days' time.
Do not indulge in alarmist rhetoric. What power does a mere woman possess to threaten a minister? Lin Xiong'an scoffed, utterly unconvinced that a woman could jeopardize his career. I may lack such power, but do not forget who my father is, the Grand General of the kingdom. Should I present your case to the Emperor, claiming collusion with the Crown Prince and the Duke of Ru, the deeds you have committed would be enough to see you executed multiple times over. Do you think the Crown Prince and Duke of Ru would continue to support you if they knew you were playing both sides?
Zhao Hanya stepped closer,
leaning in to whisper in Lin Xiong'an's ear. Lin Xiong'an was paralyzed by fear, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. How could she possibly know?
No.
She had no evidence. She was merely fabricating stories. He reassured himself, but his confidence quickly waned. What are you babbling about? You, a woman, dare to speak of royal heirs and court matters? Such words could cost you your head. I am merely speaking of you. If they were to discover your misdeeds, how long do you think you would remain alive? Zhao Hanya smiled softly, her lips curling in a knowing smirk. You. Lin Xiong'an found himself at a loss for words, finally seeing the true nature of the woman he had married for over a decade. The virtuous facade she once maintained had been stripped away, revealing a woman who now instilled fear within him. Yet, he could not help but feel a mixture of rage and disbelief. The woman he had always looked down upon had suddenly turned the tables on him. How could he tolerate such an affront? But for now, he had to endure. Enough. Will you write the divorce decree or not? Zhao Hanya took a step back, putting distance between them, and repeated her question. I will think about it. Lin Xiong'an sought to buy time, hoping to consult with others for a solution. Very well. I shall grant you 3 days. Should you still refuse, your illegitimate child and your actions, or even your official position, may not be secure. Zhao Hanya chose not to press further, understanding that no resolution would be reached that day, and allowed him the time to consider. Hanya, after all these years as husband and wife, do you truly wish to be so cruel? Lin Xiong'an glared at her, teeth clenched in anger. Zhao Hanya surveyed his face, suddenly struck with amusement.
Cruel?
Lin Xiong'an, I once dreamed of marrying you, of supporting you in raising our children, and being the ideal wife. After all these years, I have nearly forgotten who I truly am. Yet, what has been the outcome? You and Wang Xiqin have been entangled in a scandal, and you even bore Lin Qianqian, that wretched creature. You have also deceitfully swapped my child, forcing me to raise your Wang Xiqin's daughter, while my own offspring suffers outside. Who then is truly heartless? If we set this matter aside, let us discuss an incident that transpired before my marriage. Had it not been for my administering of the drug, would you have lain beside me? So, who was responsible for drugging me? Do you know? Lin Xiong'an listened to Zhao Hanya's words, cold sweat trickling down his back. How did she discover this? It was something he had concealed so meticulously, it was impossible for it to be traced back to him.
What are you saying?
What drugging? Was it not you who pulled me in? Lin Xiong'an began to feign ignorance. Your denial matters not. After all these years, I have grown indifferent. However, you are bound to write the divorce papers, lest I make you aware of the dire consequences of offending me, Zhao Hanya. Observing his cowardice, Zhao Hanya found the conversation tedious and began to dismiss him. Enough, you may leave. Zhao Hanya, do not come to regret this. Lin Xiong'an shouted in a hollow tone as he rushed towards the exit. Remember, you have only 3 days. Zhao Hanya called after him before he exited. Once Lin Xiong'an departed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Lin Yusen silently approached, taking her mother's arm, and softly inquired, "Mother, have you made your decision?" "Yes. I have decided. From now on, I shall live alone," Zhao Hanya replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Lin Yusen's hair. "Mother, when did you begin to doubt father?" Lin Yusen asked with curiosity. Having watched the drama unfold for so long, she had refrained from speaking, fearing it would disrupt her mother's performance. But how did her mother uncover Lin Xianqian's true identity? I recall the plot. Mother remained oblivious to these matters until her death. Surely, I did not let anything slip? Zhao Hanya, noticing the furrowed brow of Lin Yusen, chuckled and said, "The day I overheard you say that Lin Xianqian resembles Wang Xiqin, I began to harbor suspicions. I dispatched someone to investigate, and indeed, they uncovered quite a bit." "Mother, what did they find?" Lin Yusen urged her to sit and poured her a glass of water, her curiosity piqued.
Gossip.
"I want to hear." They discovered the identities of Wang Xiqin and Lin Xianqian, as well as the existence of his illegitimate child raised elsewhere. Zhao Hanya did not wish to conceal the truth, but the events of 15 years ago were difficult to unearth. After all this time, her shadow guards had only managed to ascertain that someone had deliberately drugged her, with nothing else coming to light. However, her earlier probing had led her to deduce who was behind it, though it no longer mattered. As long as the divorce was successful, she would have ample time to settle the score later. "Mother, what remains undiscovered is of little consequence. As long as you are divorced from him, we can embrace a new beginning," Lin Yusen comforted her. "It seems that Mother has not uncovered the collusion between the scoundrel father and the crown prince, which is understandable given their lack of significant movements lately. However, after today's events, the scoundrel father is likely to take desperate measures. We must be prepared." Zhao Hanya gazed at her daughter, a smile gracing her lips, a fleeting glimmer of insight passing over her features before returning to calm. "Yes, Mother understands. By the way, how is that child of yours?" Zhao Hanya changed the subject, inquiring about the boy. He is currently overly cautious around me. I will improve that gradually. He has been abused since childhood, his psyche is somewhat disturbed, and he does not easily trust others. I plan to wait until he is healed before allowing him to decide his own fate." Speaking of the little boy, Lin Yusen successfully redirected the conversation and shared her thoughts. "Very well, you handle it as you see fit. During this period, you need not worry about your etiquette. Focus on taking care of that child, and refrain from wandering about. The national banquet is just a few days away, and foreign envoys will be present, so prepare accordingly." Zhao Hanya instructed as she held Lin Yusen's hand. "Understood. Mother, I will go check on that little boy. I shall take my leave now," Lin Yusen exclaimed, hastily departing. "When did Mother become so talkative? It's quite frightening, but I need not study those tedious etiquettes anymore. I'm so elated."
Ha ha ha.
Zhao Hanya shook her head, amused. Lin Yusen returned to her courtyard and first went to see the boy. She found him awake, lying on the bed in a daze. She approached him, bent down, and softly asked, "What is your name? You see, I saved you, yet I do not know your name." "I am Lin Yusen. And you?" The boy turned to look at Lin Yusen, recoiling slightly before finally speaking, "Qiu Tingo." His voice was a bit hoarse, yet not unpleasing. Chapter 19. Qiu Tingo. "What a lovely name you have. Henceforth, I shall call you Xiaohao. Do not worry. You shall recuperate here, and once you are healed, you may decide your own fate. I will not force you into anything. Should you wish to stay, you shall be my brother, and I will protect you. If you wish to leave, I will provide you with some silver, and you may depart." Lin Yusen sat on a stool at the foot of the bed, speaking to him gently.
Thank you.
After a long moment, Qiu Tingo's small voice emerged. "It is nothing. I merely acted out of chance. One cannot stand idly by in the face of peril. By the way, this is my bed. You may make do with it for tonight, and tomorrow, you can sleep in the adjacent room." As Lin Yusen spoke, she recalled something and added sheepishly, "I secretly brought you back last night to avoid alarming the servants, so I placed you on my bed. I hope you do not mind." Qiu Tingo gently shook his head, gazing at this older sister before him. For some reason, he felt no aversion towards her. As she spoke to him, he found her presence not unpleasant. Just looking at her brought a sense of peace to his heart. Phew, the child is not beyond saving. I have helped you this time, so you must grow strong. Suddenly, Qiu Tingo's eyes widened. What was that sound? Xiaohao is too thin. I shall go dig up some ginseng to nourish him. For such a young child to endure such treatment, it's no wonder Xiaohao will achieve great things. I must first eradicate Yanhong Tower, Such a predatory place should have vanished long ago. Qiu Tingo abruptly turned to Lin Yusen. Was that voice just now from this older sister? Why did I not see her move her lips? Oh, Xiaohao, why are you staring at me? Are you hungry? Xiaohao, are you hungry? I will call Xiao Dai to bring you some food, but you may only have some porridge. You have been starved for too long and cannot eat anything too greasy at first, understood? Lin Yusen gently inquired of Qiu Tingo. Qiu Tingo nodded in agreement, acknowledging his hunger. Indeed, that voice just now was from this older sister. Could it be her inner thoughts? Why can I hear this older sister's thoughts? Am I a monster? At the tender age of 5, Qiu Tingo felt fear for the first time and suddenly hugged himself, trembling all over. Observing this, Lin Yusen rushed over, her concern evident as she asked, Xiaohao, what is wrong? Where do you feel discomfort? Seeing him remain silent, still clutching himself in fear, Lin Yusen, feeling helpless, reached out and enveloped Qiu Tingo in her arms, gently patting his back while softly saying, Do not be afraid. I am here. After a considerable time, Qiu Tingo finally calmed down, and Lin Yusen did not let go, continuing to hold him and pat his back until he fell asleep. Lin Yusen felt a sense of helplessness. How did it come to pass that she was practically parenting in advance? Once she noticed he was asleep, she gently released him, covered him with a blanket, and quietly exited the room. This psychological trauma is quite severe. How shall I treat this? I must consult some books for guidance. Lin Yusen pondered over Qiu Tingo's condition with concern, prompting her to head to the adjacent room. Entering her space, she began researching in a small chamber. She delved into her studies until dawn broke, discovering that psychological issues ultimately depend on the individual, and other methods would require warmth and kindness to mend. Lin Yusen scratched her head, considering the option of raising a son. That seems feasible. Thus, she unearthed 2 ginseng roots and exited the space. She proceeded next door to check on Xiaohao, relieved to find him awake. You're awake? Are you feeling better today? Lin Yusen gently inquired. Qiu Tingo slowly sat up, attempting to get out of bed, but was stopped by Lin Yusen. Your health is not yet restored. You should rest more, it's alright. I want to go next door. Qiu Tingo softly replied, recalling his sister's words from yesterday that this was her room and he couldn't monopolize it. Especially as a boy. How about after breakfast? You come over to rest.
Xiaodi.
Please prepare breakfast. I'll eat here. Lin Yusen held his hand and led him to the round table in the room, instructing the maid to fetch some food. Sit down. Extend your hand. Let me examine you. Lin Yusen encouraged him to sit, intending to take his pulse. Qiu Tingo obediently extended his hand. Seeing his compliance, Lin Yusen smiled and discreetly retrieved a piece of candy from her sleeve, offering it to him. Since you are so well-behaved, you may have this candy. Qiu Tingo stared blankly at the candy in Lin Yusen's hand, before slowly reaching out to accept it. Once he had taken the candy, Lin Yusen focused on checking his pulse. You are much better than yesterday, but your constitution is still weak. You must nourish yourself more. Lin Yusen retracted her hand, gently ruffling Qiu Tingo's hair as she spoke softly. Your health is fine. You just need to build a stronger foundation. Eat well, so you can grow up quickly. Qiu Tingo gazed at Lin Yusen's face, feeling an unacknowledged sense of reliance, and nodded in agreement. Yes, be good. At that moment, Xiao Dai brought in the food. After Lin Yusen and Qiu Tingo finished breakfast, she escorted him to the adjacent room to rest. After all, Qiu Tingo was a boy, despite being only 5 years old. This was ancient times and there were distinctions between genders. Once he regained his health, he would need to be arranged to stay in his elder brother's courtyard. With Qiu Tingo settled, Lin Yusen found herself with little to do. She sat in the courtyard, reflecting on recent events. There have been many occurrences in the past few days. I have just severed my elder brother's infatuation and saved the future emperor.
Today,
my mother also mentioned the matter of divorce. I believe success is imminent. However, the incident with the pouch has yet to unfold. Could I have misjudged their intentions? What exactly do they plan to do? Lin Yusen lightly tapped her hand on the stone table beside her, then withdrew it, deciding not to dwell on it. After all, her mother intended to pursue a divorce. As long as it succeeded, what did it matter? If they provoked her, she would handle it all at once. The following day, an anticipated incident occurred. Something is amiss. After accompanying Xiaohao for breakfast, Xiao Dai rushed in, flustered. What happened? What's the matter? Lin Yusen asked, puzzled by Xiao Dai's demeanor. Miss, there are many people surrounding the estate. A man has come with a pouch, claiming to have made a private vow with you, and demanding to see you.
Xiao Dai recounted anxiously. Oh.
I thought they would not come after all this time. Yet here they are waiting for her? At this critical juncture, Creating a scandal would diminish my mother's leverage in divorce negotiations. They are clearly seeking a breakthrough through us 3 children. Lin Yusen narrowed her eyes, a flicker of intensity flashing within, as she spoke in a low voice.
Miss.
What shall we do now? This is easy to resolve, but I fear they may target third brother next. Lin Yusen sighed, realizing that her mother had likely provoked him yesterday, prompting this reckless behavior. Miss, how can this be easily resolved? You are a woman. A woman's reputation has been paramount throughout history. If this is not handled well today, your reputation will be tarnished. How will you marry in the future?
Xiaodi.
Seeing that the miss was unfazed and more concerned about the third young master, became increasingly anxious. Chapter 20, Disturbance. No need to panic. Everything will be fine. By the way, what did my mother say? Lin Yusen remembered her mother and asked. Madam is extremely angry and has already taken people toward the main gate.
Xiaodi quickly replied.
Let us go and see who dares to cause trouble at our Lin residence. Lin Yusen declared, rising and heading toward the main gate. Meanwhile, in the room, Qiudinghao had also overheard the conversation. Though he was small, he watched Lin Yusen leave with a growing sense of emotion. At the regent's residence. My lord, it's not good. Our people report that Miss Lin has encountered trouble again. Wang Yu hurried into Li Xiaochen's study to inform him. What trouble? Li Xiaochen asked nonchalantly, as if it were of little concern, believing that the girl was capable enough not to be bullied. A man is causing a scene at Lin residence, claiming to have made a private vow with Miss Lin and demanding that Lord Lin marry his daughter to him. Wang Yu stated with gravity. A flicker of intrigue crossed Li Xiaochen's impassive face as he sprang to his feet, striding out. By the time Wang Yu chased after him, the lord was already out of sight. It seemed that Miss Lin held a special place in the heart of their lord. Could it be that they were to have a princess soon? Wang Yu was astonished by this revelation, taking some time to regain his composure. This will not do. I must discuss this with Mu Qiu. With that, Wang Yu headed straight toward a room in the back courtyard. Meanwhile, the front of Lin residence was bustling with excitement, surrounded by commoners. At the entrance stood an ordinary-looking man in simple attire, boldly proclaiming, "The daughter of Lin residence is engaged to me. We have privately vowed to marry, and I have come to ask for her hand." The man addressed Butler Chen, who replied, "You scoundrel, do not speak nonsense. Our young lady is not someone you can covet. Speak again, and I shall have you delivered to the authorities." Butler Chen rebuked the man, having already sent someone to summon the master and mistress, hoping they would arrive soon. Otherwise, with so many people present, the young lady's reputation would be ruined. Am I speaking nonsense? Call your young lady out to confront me. It was she who said she would marry no one but me. I even have proof of our engagement, the man boldly declared, producing the pouch and waving it in the air.
Indeed.
You wouldn't want to interfere with a couple in love, would you? Let Lin's young lady come out and have a word with me, to see what she has to say. The crowd began to murmur in support of the man, various voices rising in chorus. The commotion grew louder, and Butler Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing that today's matter would not be easily resolved. Our Lin residents would never do such a thing. If it were true, I would allow the two to be wed. However, which young lady do you claim is engaged to you? To be honest, we have 2 young ladies in our household. At that moment, Lin Xiong'an stepped out, perfectly timed, with a smile that oozed insincerity, looking at the man in a seemingly amiable manner. Yet his demeanor quieted the crowd somewhat. Who else could it be but Miss Lin Yusen? The man replied confidently, lifting his head. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lin Xiong'an's eyes as he solemnly stated, "If you have feelings for my second daughter and have privately vowed to marry her, then this matter." I, Lin Xiong'an. Zhao Hanya's voice rang out from behind the gate, interrupting Lin Xiong'an's words. Zhao Hanya hastily approached the entrance, casting a cold glance at Lin Xiong'an before turning to the man standing opposite her, speaking in a frosty tone. "You claim my daughter is engaged to you? Are you certain? When did this occur?" "Just last month I met Lin Yusen by chance and we fell in love at first sight, developing feelings for each other." The man replied without hesitation. The chill emanating from Zhao Hanya grew increasingly intense, as did the palpable aura of menace surrounding her. "Do you comprehend the repercussions of slandering the daughter of the minister's residence?" Zhao Hanya declared with a sharp tone. Concealed within the crowd, Li Xiaocheng observed the scene, feeling an escalating frost envelop him. "Hiss, why is it so cold?" he murmured, as 2 young men nearby echoed his sentiments. Just as Li Xiaocheng deliberated whether to intervene, he heard a familiar voice. What a commotion! Had I known, I would have come out sooner to witness the spectacle. Did I miss any thrilling moments? Is that man truly the scandalous boyfriend they found for me? How utterly unattractive! Is this the best they could do? I might not even recognize him if I saw him again. Clearly, Li Xiaocheng is far more handsome. If I encounter him again, I shall gaze upon him a few more times to refresh my eyes. Li Xiaocheng, overhearing her thoughts, felt a smile flicker in his eyes, an expression he hadn't even realized he wore. Meanwhile, Zhao Hanya, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of disbelief. Dear daughter, do you truly believe you can provoke Li Xiaocheng at will? Yet, she had no time to impart wisdom to her daughter, as a myriad of troubles loomed before her. I shall ask you one final time, have you truly made a lifelong commitment with my daughter? Zhao Hanya turned her gaze across the street, where her son had just returned, then faced the man again, posing her question once more. Indeed, I hold affection for the second daughter of the Lin family, and I beseech you, madam, to grant your consent to this union. The man knelt, earnestly pleading for marriage. Madam, this young man seems quite sincere. You should grant your approval and not ruin this beautiful match. Voices around them urged. Zhao Hanya, however, remained unperturbed, focusing her attention on the man. I have afforded you an opportunity, yet you have squandered it. Ahyang, bring her forth. Zhao Hanya commanded, awaiting Lin Xiaoyang, who had been standing aside. Mother, I have brought the person, Lin Xiaoyang announced, instructing a servant to present a woman before the man. Do you recognize this individual? Lin Xiaoyang queried. The man glanced at the woman brought forth, stiffening momentarily before shaking his head in denial. I do not know her. What is the meaning of bringing her here? How dare you claim not to know me? They said you intended to marry a wealthy heiress. Is it true? Are you forsaking me and our child? You are driving me to despair. The woman, upon hearing his denial, broke down in tears, confronting the man named Lu Chen. You speak utter nonsense. We are strangers, and you shall not tarnish my reputation. Lu Chen's expression darkened, realizing this woman threatened to ruin his schemes. I carry your child within me. How can you be so heartless, Lu Chen? The woman seemed to have resolved upon a course of action, turning to the onlookers and declaring tearfully, I am Fang Dahua, from the Fang family in Jizhou. He is Lu Chen, my childhood companion. My father, seeing his misfortune, took him in as a student. 5 years ago, he announced his intent to take the imperial examination, and on the eve of his departure, we wed, yet thereafter, he vanished without a trace. Half a year ago, following my father's passing, I ventured to the capital in search of him, only to find him in a brothel. He had promised to care for me, and having finally located him, I yearned for a life together, yet now he seeks to marry another. Fang Dahua's voice faltered as she wept. Isn't this a classic tale of betrayal? A scoundrel. How can someone so unattractive be so unprincipled? Lin Yusen, upon reaching the entrance, overheard the woman's lamentations. Though she felt a twinge of sympathy, she refrained from intervening, opting to observe the unfolding drama. You vile woman, you speak lies. Lu Chen, exposed, erupted in rage. We did not summon you here to witness your tears. If you claim this man as your husband, what proof do you possess?
Zhao Hanya interjected coldly.
Not lacking in compassion, but prioritizing her daughter's honor above all else. Proof? He bears a scar on his thigh, and we possess our marriage certificate. Fang Dahua replied after a moment's thought. Madam, this matter is rather unsavory. Shall we retreat indoors to discuss it? Lin Xiong'an suggested, fearing the situation might escalate. No need. If he wishes to create a scene here, we shall resolve it here and restore my daughter's reputation. Zhao Hanya shot Lin Xiong'an a withering glance, cutting off his cautious intentions, then turned to Lu Chen with a fierce tone. You, knowing you have a wife, dare to defame the daughter of the Lin family? You must be quite audacious. Furthermore, you claim to have made a lifelong vow with my daughter, yet are you aware that she was only recently acknowledged by her family? A girl who has just returned home, unfamiliar with her own kin and the streets of the capital, has no time to secretly pledge herself to another man. This pouch serves as my evidence. Lu Chen stammered, left speechless as he brandished the pouch. A pouch? You might want to examine it closely. Lin Yusen, realizing the moment had come for her to step forward, emerged. Who are you, and what is wrong with my pouch? Lu Chen asked, puzzled by her presence. How is it you do not recognize me? What business do you have here today? Lin Yusen rolled her eyes in disbelief. Did they find you without your wits? You think you can ruin my reputation with such absurdity? I am here to marry you, the second daughter of the Lin family, Lin Yusen. Lu Chen began. But upon realizing, he stuttered, his gaze greedily lingering on Lin Yusen's beauty. If he could marry her today, his fortunes would soar. As for that yellow-faced woman, she dared to thwart his plans. He would send her away upon returning home. Lu Chen clenched his teeth, consumed by resentment. Indeed, I am Lin Yusen. You claim affection for me, with a pouch as proof, yet I have never lost a pouch. Lin Yusen countered, producing her own pouch from her waist and waving it before him. You dare to say it is not the one you gave me? Look, these two pouches are identical. Upon seeing the matching pouches, Lu Chun became agitated.
Ha!
I told you to scrutinize the pouch in your hand. Lin Yusen chuckled softly, regarding him as though he were a fool. Lu Chun, taken aback, scrutinized the pouch closely and soon discovered words embroidered on the inner side. What are these words? He murmured. Go on, don't hesitate. Share what you found. Lin Yusen encouraged him with a smile. There are words embroidered, the character Qian. Lu Chun disclosed without reservation, presuming it to be Lin Yusen's signature, or something akin. However, Lin Xiong'an's expression shifted, poised to speak, but interrupted by Lin Yusen. Indeed, this pouch bears the character Qian. Do you understand the significance of this character? What do you mean? Is this not your name? Lu Chen inquired, perplexed. You dare to seek my daughter's hand in marriage without knowing our family's background? You are truly audacious. Let me clarify. Our family has 2 daughters, aside from myself. We also have a foster daughter named Lin Qianqian. The pouch you hold belongs to Lin Qianqian. Lin Yusen revealed directly, awaiting this moment. Lin Qianqian? Lu Chun paused, realizing he might have erred. Indeed, this pouch belongs to Lin Qianqian, thus the person you secretly pledged yourself to is Lin Qianqian. Lin Yusen's words dropped like a bombshell, implicating Lin Qianqian in the affair. Li Xiaocheng concealed himself within the throng, his gaze fixated on the radiant woman, a subtle smile gracing his lips unbeknownst to himself. Zhao Hanya remained silent. After Lin Yusen emerged, her aura had somewhat subsided, and a flicker of amusement danced in her eyes at the unfolding circumstances. She had not anticipated that her daughter had retained a hidden card. Yusen, what nonsense are you spouting? How could your sister possibly engage in such behavior? Lin Xiong'an interjected, alarmed at the implication that the blame was about to fall upon Qianqian. Father, must you show favoritism simply because Lin Qianqian is your illegitimate daughter with Aunt Qin? Since she has already bound herself to Lu Chen, you cannot act as a wedge between them. Wouldn't that only break my sister's heart? Lin Yusen retorted, her father's indignation inciting her contempt. What nonsense are you uttering? Illegitimate daughter? Lin Xiong'an seethed, humiliated before the gathered crowd.
Oh.
It cannot merely be termed an illegitimate daughter. It is better described as a wild seed. For a child born of a mother who has not been accepted into the household and has not established her own residence can only be deemed as such. Lin Yusen cast a piercing glance at Lin Xiong'an, a flicker of malice igniting within her. Dare you use me as a scapegoat? Then I shall ensure your reputation is thoroughly ruined. You ungrateful daughter. Lin Xiong'an, in a fit of rage, stepped forward, raising his hand to strike Lin Yusen. However, Zhao Hanya swiftly intervened, grasping his wrist and fixing him with an impassive stare. Do you wish to disgrace yourself here? This statement momentarily restored Lin Xiong'an's composure as he surveyed the multitude of commoners watching him. Grinding his teeth, he suppressed his fury. Turning to Lu Chen, he bellowed with a hint of menace, have you considered carefully which esteemed young lady you refer to? Lu Chen pondered. He had been led to believe he was to seek Lin Yusen's hand, yet the embroidered character Qian on the pouch presented an undeniable contradiction. If he were to pivot and propose to Lin Qianqian instead, wouldn't his chances of success increase dramatically? After all, any daughter of the Lin family would undoubtedly bolster his future prospects, making any union advantageous. Having reached a decision, Lu Chen looked earnestly at Lin Xiong'an and declared, My lord Lin, I was mistaken earlier. It is indeed Miss Lin Qianqian who has pledged herself to me. Behold, the character Qian is embroidered on this pouch, a gift from her. And I have corresponded with her. Surely you could permit Miss Qianqian to confront me. You. Lin Xiong'an, taken aback by Lu Chen's unexpected reversal, was rendered speechless with fury. Humph, how infuriating. Look at how merciless you are, not even sparing your own children. Lin Yusen seethed inwardly. Chapter 22. The Correspondence.
Ah.
There are letters too. Mother. We must search thoroughly. My sister's suitor has come to us. We must assist him. We cannot let my sister suffer heartbreak, Lin Yusen exclaimed with astonishment to Zhao Hanya. Someone, go search the eldest lady's quarters. Zhao Hanya commanded the servants. Search Yusen's quarters as well. Lin Xiong'an added stubbornly. Zhao Hanya shot him a murderous glare. Where do you expect to find anything? Even if you turned the place upside down, you would find nothing. I had already retrieved what Lin Qianqian had hidden under her bed and returned it to her wardrobe. It is best for such items to be returned to their rightful owner. Lin Yusen pouted in silence, exasperated. Her despicable father seemed intent on dragging her down with him. Hearing this, Zhao Hanya exchanged glances with her maid, Cui Lu, whispering a few words. Cui Lu nodded and promptly turned to head back into the estate. Was this a twist of fate? After all this commotion, the man was seeking to marry Lin Qianqian, the adopted daughter of the Lin family? Who could say for certain? As he had just expressed a desire to wed the Lin family's second daughter, and now claimed it was the eldest? Yet, if he truly managed to align himself with the Lin family, his rise to prominence would be assured. Tell me, if the second daughter is this beautiful, then the eldest must be equally remarkable, right? Murmured the onlookers. Is she truly the eldest? Did I not hear the second daughter mention that Lin Qianqian was the result of Lin Darren's affair with another woman and was brought into the household without a proper name? Is it true? Such hidden matters in the world of officials. The common folk began to speculate, and it was evident that news of the day would spread throughout the capital in no time. Yet, Lin Yusen was unconcerned by such gossip. She relished the thought of her father's reputation being tarnished, making his future endeavors all the more arduous. Meanwhile, Lin Xiong'an struggled to contain his fury. His illustrious name had been irrevocably tarnished today, and how could he not harbor resentment? Originally, the plan was to use this incident to ruin Lin Yusen's reputation and subsequently marry her off, thus ensuring Zhao Hanya would be plunged into despair for how she had treated him the previous day. But now, the entire scheme lay in shambles, and he had only attracted trouble for himself. I found it, madam. At that moment, Cui Lu emerged briskly, presenting Zhao Hanya with a bundle of letters. Zhao Hanya accepted the letters, her expression growing increasingly grim as she perused their contents. Just then, Lin Qianqian rushed out, having been waiting for news within the estate, anticipating word of Lin Yusen's betrothal to a commoner, only to witness a throng of servants raiding her chamber. Upon discovering a stack of letters, an ominous premonition gripped her, prompting her to follow the servants outside. Father, what is happening? Why are the servants rummaging through my chamber? Lin Qianqian gazed at her father in confusion, seeking answers. Yet disappointment awaited her. Lin Qianqian, look at the trouble you have caused, Zhao Hanya exclaimed, throwing the letters at her feet. Lin Qianqian froze, instinctively crouching to pick one up, her complexion paling with each word she read. Lin Xiong'an, refusing to be outdone, also picked one up, and upon seeing the contents and Lin Qianqian's name, disbelief turned to certainty. No, this isn't mine. Father, you must believe me. This is not my doing, Lin Qianqian cried, tears brimming in her eyes as she clutched Lin Xiong'an's sleeve in desperate denial.
Slap.
Lin Xiong'an struck her, fury blazing in his eyes. How can I trust you when your name is written all over this? My lord, surely you can now see that Miss Qianqian and I share mutual affections. I beseech you to grant your consent for me to wed her, Lu Chun interjected, keenly aware of the implications of the letters. This young man has discernment and ambition. Quite commendable. I wonder how Lin Qianqian will wriggle out of this. Zhao Hanya thought, impressed by Lu Chen's audacity. As the tide of events shifted, she decided to refrain from further involvement, for the outcome seemed sealed. Lin Qianqian was destined to marry Lu Chen. Indeed, moments later, once Lin Xiong'an had regained his composure, he addressed Lu Chen coldly. Lu Chen, since you and Qianqian are mutually enamored, I shall consent to this marriage. However, my daughter shall be your legitimate wife. You must resolve any matters regarding your first wife on your own. Thank you, father-in-law, for your consideration. I understand, and will certainly make proper arrangements. Ensuring that Miss Qianqian is not wronged, Lu Chen assured with immediate delight upon hearing Lord Lin's consent.
No.
I refuse to marry, father. I will not marry, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, her tears momentarily forgotten as she pleaded with her father upon learning he had betrothed her to a commoner. Smack. You will marry whether you like it or not. Lin Xiong'an, already in a foul mood, lost his temper further at Lin Qianqian's defiance, delivering another slap before storming off. Father.
Woo-woo.
Father. Lin Qianqian disregarded the pain on her face and chased after Lin Xiong'an. Li Xiaocheng glanced at Lin Yusen before disappearing into the crowd. Having witnessed quite the spectacle today, the Lin family certainly had its intrigues. Seeing most of the main characters had gathered, Zhao Hanya turned to Lu Chen. Her earlier anger dissipated and calmly said, since the master has agreed to your marriage with Qianqian, do make time to propose formally. Thank you, madam. I shall choose an auspicious day for the proposal, and I take my leave. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude to Zhao Hanya before taking his leave with Fang Dahua.
All right.
Everyone, please return. A joyful event is forthcoming, and you shall all be invited to celebrate. Zhao Hanya announced to those lingering outside. "Madam, you are too kind." The commoners outside began to disperse. The farce had finally come to an end. "Mother, what will happen to that Feng Dahua?" Lin Yusen pondered about Feng Dahua, feeling a twinge of sympathy, and softly inquired of her mother. "Do not worry. That woman is not one to be easily trifled with," Zhao Hanya reassured, patting Lin Yusen's hand. "If she were of timid nature, she wouldn't have traveled alone from Jizhou to the capital. Lin Xianqian's future days are bound to be challenging. However, that is of no concern to me as long as it does not come back to haunt me." Chapter 23. Snow Shadow. In Lin Xiong'an's study. "Father, that letter is truly not mine. Father, you must believe your daughter." Lin Xianqian cried uncontrollably on her knees, hastily trying to explain to her father. Lin Xiong'an remained silent, his face dark with displeasure, and after a long pause finally spoke. "I understand. You may rise. However, you must proceed with this marriage. This incident has caused quite a stir, and I fear the entire capital is now aware. Even if you refuse, there may not be suitors for you in the future." "Father." Lin Xianqian looked at her father in shock, disbelief washing over her as she realized he was prepared to abandon her. "Let it be settled then. Rest assured. I will prepare a generous dowry for you, and you shall not be wronged," Lin Xiong'an comforted her. "Yes." Lin Xianqian, seeing her father's resolve to bind her to this commoner, could only grit her teeth and acquiesce to the union. "Qianqian, did you place the letter your mother instructed you to put in Yusin's room?" Lin Xiong'an, perplexed, inquired. "I did. I placed it under her bed," Lin Xianqian replied, recalling the moment with certainty. "Yet how did it end up in your room, bearing your name?" Lin Xiong'an asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be that Lin Yusen discovered something? Lin Xianqian suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and asserted, "Father, it must be her. She deliberately returned the item to my room. It was undoubtedly her, that wretched girl." Lin Xianqian trembled with rage, her reputation tarnished. Now forced to marry a commoner, how could she not harbor resentment? "You make a fair point. Perhaps I underestimated that girl, but what of the pouch? How did it bear your name?" Lin Xiong'an pondered, still perplexed. "Father, could this be Lin Yusen's scheme? Perhaps she knew beforehand and orchestrated this to ensnare us?" Lin Xianqian's intellect was now fully engaged, rapidly connecting the dots.
Impossible.
That girl has lived in the countryside, lacking sophistication. How could she possibly know of our plans? "I suspect it must be Zhao Hanya, that cunning woman. She alone possesses such guile," Lin Xiong'an concluded after much contemplation, dismissing the notion that Lin Yusen was clever enough to outmaneuver him. "Father, what shall we do now?" Lin Xianqian inquired while still seated on the floor.
"Return home for now.
"Since your fate is sealed, let it be so. Do not worry, I will seek justice for you." Lin Xiong'an, gazing at his daughter, softened, for she was the apple of his eye for over a decade. "Father, I want them to suffer a fate worse than death." Lin Xianqian gritted her teeth, her hatred barely contained. "Fear not, I am aware of your grievances and shall ensure you receive your due retribution. For now, return home. I shall step out for a while." Lin Xiong'an reassured Lin Xianqian and stood to leave. "Mother, Lin Xianqian has truly brought this upon herself," Lin Yusen remarked to Zhao Hanya as she returned to Xianin Pavilion, sitting in a chair and looking at her mother with a mischievous smile. "With Lin Xianqian dealt with, the next plot should revolve around my elder brother. However, Bai Weiwei has already been betrothed to the crown prince. She should not pose a threat to my brother, right?" Lin Yusen's joy was tempered with concern, for the timeline of events was still unfolding, and anything could happen. "All right, Xian, let us focus on the upcoming national banquet. Disregard everything else for now," Zhao Hanya suggested, noting her daughter's furrowed brow over her elder brother's affairs. "Yes, the national banquet. This is the very banquet where the Qi kingdom will create trouble, and the regent will be attacked and poisoned, falling into a coma. Moreover, the Qi kingdom will take advantage of this banquet to launch an attack on our borders. Ultimately, the emperor, seeing no one capable, will dispatch grandfather, the general of the state, to lead 50,000 soldiers, only to meet his demise in battle. This national banquet cannot allow the Qi kingdom to prevail." Lin Yusen could no longer sit still at this thought and hurriedly stood to address Zhao Hanya. "Mother, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave."
Xin, why?
Zhao Hanya, seeing her anxious demeanor, refrained from revealing her awareness and called out to her. "Mother?" Lin Yusen looked at Zhao Hanya in confusion. "Snow Shadow." Zhao Hanya gently patted Lin Yusen's hand, signaling her to calm down, then called out into the air. As her voice fell, a shadow flickered past, kneeling before Lin Yusen. "Mother? Who is this?" Lin Yusen gazed in astonishment at the kneeling figure, wondering if this could be the legendary Shadow Guardian. How impressive. His name is Snow Shadow. He will accompany you henceforth to protect you. I assigned him to you some time ago, but have not had the opportunity to inform you. You may command him as needed, Zhao Hanya said gently, looking at Lin Yusen. For me? How wonderful. I've been worried about lacking capable assistants. Lin Yusen beamed, thrilled at the prospect. Snow Shadow's skills would far surpass her own. She only knew some martial arts and relied on poisons or silver needles for defense. Should she encounter a true master, she would surely suffer. She wondered just how formidable Snow Shadow was and thought to test him when the opportunity arose. Yes, go ahead. Zhao Hanya observed her delight with a smile, encouraging her to return. Once Lin Yusen departed, Zhao Hanya received news that Lin Xiong'an had left the residence. Send someone to keep watch on him and see where he goes, Zhao Hanya instructed calmly. Yes. After the servants left, Zhao Hanya gazed toward the entrance, slowly uttering, Lin Xiong'an, do not let me catch you in any wrongdoing. After leaving Xianyin Pavilion, Lin Yusen returned to her courtyard, where Snow Shadow melded into the shadows. She sat in her room, deep in thought. This national banquet is not something I can resolve alone. I need to find an ally. But whom should I turn to? Lin Yusen rested her chin on her hand, pondering, while Xiao Hao approached, oblivious to her contemplation. Sister? Xiao Hao, upon hearing his sister's return, hurried over to take a look. Noticing that she had ignored him for quite some time, he cautiously called out to her. For reasons unknown, he sensed a reassuring fragrance emanating from her, which compelled him to draw closer. Xiao Hao, how are you feeling today? Lin Yusen, upon hearing someone call her, raised her head and, seeing it was Xiao Hao, gently inquired. I'm much better now. I can get out of bed, and the wound doesn't hurt as much. Xiao Hao replied softly. Really? That's wonderful. Once you're fully recovered, I'll take you out for some fun, alright? Lin Yusen felt a surge of happiness, seeing Xiao Hao finally able to converse with her so freely, realizing that he was gradually accepting her presence. Xiao Hao nodded gently, but while gazing at Lin Yusen's smiling face, his lips instinctively curled upwards. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at his heart. Was it possible that his sister truly cared for someone like him, a person of ill fortune? Xiao Hao's internal turmoil was unbeknownst to Lin Yusen, as her thoughts began to wander elsewhere. Who should she seek? She had only recently arrived in the capital, and aside from her 3 elder brothers, who else did she know? The regent. And thereas also Lord Fu. Chapter 24. The regent's manor. Should she consult her eldest brother? He had returned to the military camp this morning, and she would likely have to wait until next month for his return. Seeking him would be futile. As for the second brother? He was merely a merchant who might not even be permitted to attend the national banquet. Even if he could, his influence would be limited. What about the third brother? His position was respectable, working in the Ministry of Punishments, yet she had only seen him twice since her return over a month ago. He was so busy, and this matter was quite significant. Perhaps it would be best to seek assistance from an outsider. If all else fails, she could approach the regent. After all, he was involved in her situation, whether through injury or poisoning. Surely, he could manage to assist himself. Yes, he would do. However, she had only met the regent once, and he might not even remember her. Would it be inappropriate to approach him so abruptly? Well, she would take the plunge and see what happened. Fu Bane, it is I who am unworthy. Xiao Hao was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend what his sister was saying. He dared not speak further for fear of displeasing her, so he simply watched as she furrowed her brow, ground her teeth, or picked at her ears. After Lin Yusen had resolved her thoughts, she stood and addressed Xiao Hao, saying, Xiao Hao, be good and listen at home. I have some matters to attend to. With that, she walked towards the exit. As Xiao Hao observed his sister's departing figure, he resolved in his heart, Sister, I will strive to grow up and be able to help you. Shuang. After leaving the manor, Lin Yusen prepared to head towards the regent's residence. But after taking a few steps, she halted awkwardly, calling out for Shuang. Your Excellency. Shuang appeared at her side, bowing respectfully.
Shuang.
How does one get to the regent's manor? Lin Yusen asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Follow me, my lady. Shuang responded. Afterward, Lin Yusen followed Shuang without obstruction all the way to the regent's residence. Upon seeing the grandiose characters of the regent's manor, she was momentarily awestruck. Is this truly the regent's manor? Surely, the characters on this plaque are not painted in gold, are they? How extravagant. But how does one enter? Should she go through the main gate?
No.
Tomorrow, The capital would buzz with rumors that the second daughter of the Lin family barged into the regent's manor without a formal invitation, only to be thrown out by the regent himself. Perhaps it would be wiser to be discreet and scale the wall instead? Find the regent first, then decide what to do next. Lin Yusen silently nodded to herself, then led Shuang around the main gate, proceeding to the side wall of the rear entrance. She instructed Shuang, "Wait for me here. If I am not out in 2 hours, you must come in to rescue me." "Yes," Shuang replied, though he knew that if his lady were truly captured, he might not possess the capability to rescue her from the regent. Nevertheless, as a loyal servant, he was prepared to risk everything to save her. Thankfully, Lin Yusen remained unaware of this, or she would not have dared to be so reckless. After giving her instructions, Lin Yusen swiftly scaled the wall and landed inside the regent's manor, finding the act of climbing quite trivial. Once on the ground, she glanced around and realized she had entered a secluded corner of a courtyard, devoid of people. Like a shadow, she began to stealthily search room by room. However, the moment Lin Yusen stepped into the regent's manor, the shadow guards noticed her presence and promptly reported to Wang Yu. "Your Highness, that Miss Lin has scaled the wall into our regent's manor." Wang Yu was taken aback by the news, impressed by the audacity of this young lady. She dared to intrude upon the regent's residence. Yet, recalling his master's particular interest in her, he instructed the shadow guards to keep an eye on her but not to intervene, pending his report to the regent for further instructions.
Li Xiutin,
Lifting his gaze from the documents, looked at Wang Yu, a flicker of surprise crossing his otherwise expressionless face. "What is she here for?" he asked in confusion. "My subordinate does not know. Should I go and invite her over?"
Wang Yu suggested.
"No need." Li Xiaoqing declined, then stood up and walked out. Wang Yu watched his retreating figure, his lips twitching. Didn't he require such formalities? He would go greet her himself. When Li Xiaoqing finally reached Lin Yusen, he found her hiding in the kitchen, indulging in snacks. The food here at the regent's manor is indeed delectable. I must savor more, for after today, I might not have the chance to enjoy it again. By the way, where exactly is the regent? I've been searching for ages, and there isn't even a servant in sight. Is this manor always so desolate? Having come this far, if I cannot locate the regent, what shall I do about the national banquet? Am I to seek someone else? But who? With this thought, Lin Yusen found the roasted chicken in her hand suddenly unappetizing. She took a hearty bite, then placed it back, cleverly hiding the eaten side beneath.
"Ah,
I am truly clever," she murmured, wiping her hands and preparing to continue her search. Having come this far, she was determined to meet the regent today. The regent, observing Lin Yusen's retreating figure, returned to his study and instructed Wang Yu, lead her to the hot springs in the back courtyard.
Ah?
Understood. Wang Yu, puzzled but compliant, exited to carry out the task. Hadn't he just gone out to find her? Why take the extra step? Lin Yusen continued her search for a while longer, encountering nothing but silence and solitude. Just as she was about to give up and scale the wall to leave, she finally heard the sound of breathing nearby. "The Lord is bathing in the hot springs. Take this tea to him." A man's voice rang out. "Yes." A servant responded, accepting the tea tray and heading in a specific direction. Lin Yusen, hiding in the shadows, observed this scene, and once the man departed, she stealthily followed the servant to the vicinity of the hot springs. After hiding behind a rockery for a moment, Lin Yusen waited until the servant left before slipping inside.
Huh?
Where is he?
Didn't they say he was here?
Lin Yusen entered and saw a circular pond steaming with heat. She looked around, but found no one. Is this the legendary natural hot spring? It is said that after the regent was poisoned at the national banquet, he managed to control the toxin thanks to this hot spring. It seems this place holds significant power. Lin Yusen's eyes sparkled at the sight of the hot spring. It was a remarkable treasure. She dipped her hand into the water to test its warmth. Perfect. Is this place truly deserted? Since I'm here, I should experience the miraculous effects of this renowned hot spring myself. Lin Yusen glanced around, confirming the absence of others, and as she prepared to disrobe, a hand suddenly emerged from the water, seizing her wrist.
Ah!
With a forceful pull, Lin Yusen tumbled into the hot spring, unprepared and choking on several mouthfuls of water, nearly losing her breath. That strong hand grasped her arms, lifting her up. Cough, cough, cough. Due to swallowing a few mouthfuls of water, Lin Yusen coughed for quite a while after getting up. Once she finally recovered, she lifted her gaze to confront the source of her distress. "Are you insane? Don't you know that scaring someone can be deadly?" Lin Yusen began to scold, but upon realizing who it was, she fell silent. Chapter 25. What do you see? What on earth is that the regent Prince Li Xiaoqing? Am I going to be silenced? And why is he not wearing any clothes? This is truly provocative. After recognizing Li Xiaocheng, Lin Yusen's courage fled. Only when she regained her senses did she notice his lack of attire. She quickly covered her eyes and exclaimed, "Ah, Regent Prince, why are you not wearing any clothes?" "That is a question I should pose to you, Miss Lin. Pray tell, what brings you to my royal residence? And why have you followed me here to spy on me bathing?" Li Xiaocheng regarded the pretentious girl before him with a cold smirk, amused at her sudden shyness despite her earlier audacity. "Spy? I was merely observing with the utmost transparency. Such a magnificent physique would be a shame to miss. In modern times, this build would rival that of a male model. Those pectorals and abs, oh my, I could just drool. Regent Prince, I came to seek your counsel. The servants informed me you were here, so I followed, only to find you absent, and was about to leave. Please do not take offense." Lin Yusen feigned modesty by covering her eyes and awkwardly explained, while inwardly lamenting, "Oh, how tragic it would be if such a handsome man were to perish." Li Xiaocheng stepped back, slowly exiting the hot spring while donning a nearby garment. He looked down imperiously at Lin Yusen, who had yet to collect herself, and coldly inquired, "What business do you have with me?" "Wait. ISN, the Regent Prince known for his icy demeanor and peculiar temperament. Is he truly letting me off so easily? Surely, there must be some trap lurking beneath this encounter." Lin Yusen hesitated momentarily, lowering her hands to discover Li Xiaocheng standing at the edge of the pool, observing her intently. "But if I bluntly inform him that he will be injured and poisoned at the upcoming state banquet while attempting to save the emperor, would he think I am being alarmist? It seems I must find a more tactful way to express this." After much contemplation, she finally raised her head to address Li Xiaocheng, stating, "Regent Prince, I have come today to propose a transaction. Do you believe you possess the qualifications to negotiate with me?" Li Xiaocheng scoffed at her. "Your Highness, such a statement is rather presumptuous. Whether I am deemed worthy of a transaction rests upon the value of the information I possess for you." Lin Yusen remained unfazed by his derision, leaning against the wall of the pool, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him as she spoke with confidence. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity.
Speak.
How shall we transact?" Li Xiaocheng cut to the chase, forgoing any pleasantries. Suddenly, Lin Yusen felt the heat of the spring intensify, and she realized that discussing serious matters while reclining in the pool felt somewhat inappropriate. Rising from the water, she approached Li Xiaocheng, stopping before him and lifting her chin as she declared, "Your Highness, I possess a piece of information that could potentially save your life. Should this information prove true, I hope that if my Lin family finds itself in peril, you might extend your assistance." How had I not noticed how tall Li Xiaocheng was before? My neck is practically straining from looking up at him. "What information do you have?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Li Xiaocheng's eyes, though his expression remained impassive. "Your Highness, during the upcoming state banquet, you must be wary of the women from the Qi kingdom. As the adage goes, the more beautiful the woman, the more venomous she is. If you are not cautious, you might find yourself in grave danger." Lin Yusen assessed Li Xiaocheng with a serious countenance, her tone tinged with regret. "Your observation is indeed quite astute." Li Xiaocheng acknowledged, his gaze appraising Lin Yusen, who had just emerged from the spring, her clothing thoroughly soaked, revealing her alluring figure. Realizing where his gaze lingered, Lin Yusen quickly raised her arms to cover her chest, her face flushed with anger as she shouted at him, "Pervert! Scoundrel! Where are your eyes wandering?" "Oh no, I had forgotten my clothes were wet. Has he seen everything? But as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment is theirs to bear. I shall endure." Lin Yusen gritted her teeth, feeling that this outing had resulted in a significant loss of dignity.
Ha!
"Do you think someone as scrawny as you could possibly attract my attention?" Li Xiaocheng found amusement in her flustered outrage, speaking without holding back.
You.
"Fine. I hope you find a woman to your liking at the banquet. Farewell." Lin Yusen huffed, her eyes cold as she glared at Li Xiaocheng, turning to leave.
Li Yusen.
"You think so little of me? I don't care for you either. I should never have come today. If you meet your end at the banquet, I will find another way to save my grandfather. If I ever help you in the future, I will write your name backward." After mentally chastising Li Xiaocheng, she felt a sense of relief just as she was about to step out of the hot spring when she suddenly felt her arm tugged. The force was so strong that it pulled Lin Yusen back into an embrace, and before she could react, she felt something heavy draped over her. By the time Lin Yusen realized what had happened, she saw that a cloak had been thrown over her shoulders and the embrace had released. Confused, she looked up at the man standing 2 steps away, questioning his intentions. "What kind of decorum is this? You wish to go out like this? disregarding your reputation? Put on the cloak. I will have Wang Yu escort you home. Li Xiaocheng's face remained cold, masking his own discomfort. He merely felt that it was inappropriate for a girl to venture out while soaking wet. Yes, that was it. Is Li Xiaocheng unwell? Just moments ago, he was disdainful. And now he offers me his cloak? Isn't he supposed to be a cold, unfeeling man, aloof to women? If I hadn't sensed the awkwardness earlier, did he just embrace me? Surely not.
Oh.
Thank you, Your Highness, but my carriage is outside. I can return on my own. No need to trouble you. Lin Yusen regarded Li Xiaocheng with confusion, unable to fathom his intentions. Nevertheless, she appreciated his gesture, regardless of the motivations behind it, and expressed her gratitude. After thanking him, she turned to leave but paused a few steps away, not looking back. With a serious tone, she said, Regent Prince, while my words today may lack evidence, I still hope you take them to heart. It would be wise to remain cautious of the women from the Qi Kingdom. If you doubt my words, you can investigate beforehand. With that, Lin Yusen vanished into the night. Indeed, the sun had set, and as Lin Yusen glanced at the darkening sky, a wave of anxiety washed over her. It had been nearly 2 hours since she had left the Lin residence. She wondered if Shuiying would be anxious about reporting to her mother. With that thought, Lin Yusen quickened her pace. Soon arriving at the wall she had scaled to enter the estate. With a leap, she climbed over. Li Xiaocheng followed her, bemused by her climbing antics, finding it amusing that she bore no semblance of a refined lady. Your Highness, Wang Yu appeared beside Li Xiaocheng. Investigate who the envoys from the Qi Kingdom attending the state banquet are.
Li Xiaocheng comanda coldly.
Yes. Wang Yu acknowledged and departed. Li Xiaocheng stared at the wall Lin Yusen had just scaled, lost in thought. Chapter 26. Wang Xiqin pays a visit. After Lin Yusen and Shuiying returned home and finished dinner, she did not go to see her mother, but instead retreated to her own courtyard. After changing her clothes, she glanced at the cloak beside her, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps it would be best to return it to him someday. Lin Yusen murmured to herself. Gurgle. Her stomach growled, snapping her back to reality as she called out, Shout I, hurry bring me some food.
I am starving.
Yes. Once Lin Yusen had her fill, she went to check on Xiao Hao, only to find him already asleep. Deciding not to disturb him, she returned to her room to rest. The following day, Lin Yusen sprang out of bed and hurried to her mother's courtyard, hoping that her mother remained oblivious to her late return the night before. With a sense of trepidation, she stepped into Xianlin Pavilion, where she found her mother, Zhao Hanya, sitting impassively in a prominent seat, meticulously pruning flower branches with scissors. Each snip sent a tremor through Lin Yusen's heart, as though her very life was being severed. Mother, she murmured sheepishly, offering a tentative greeting to Zhao Hanya. Zhao Hanya cast her a sidelong glance, her voice stern as she inquired, You still remember to come back?
Where were you last night?
Mother, I went to the temple in Chengwai to pray for blessings, which is why I returned late. I promise it won't happen again. Lin Yusen fibbed, her conscience weighing heavily upon her. I certainly cannot divulge to Mother that I sought out the regent to caution him against the emissary from Qi. She would be even more incensed if she knew I was consorting with an outsider. Better to keep that to myself. Zhao Hanya felt a wave of helplessness. Her daughter had grown too clever, keeping secrets that she could not assist with overtly. Moreover, if this matter were indeed tied to the emissary, it would affect the diplomatic relations between the two nations, making the regent the more suitable party to address it. Suppressing her own concerns, Zhao Hanya resolved not to hinder her daughter's efforts for the sake of the Grand General's household. Very well, just be cautious when you go out. And do not return too late, understood? Understood, Mother. Lin Yusen's spirits soared upon hearing her mother's lack of reproach. Just then, a thought struck her, and she asked softly, By the way, regarding your 3-day agreement with Father, will he indeed follow through with the divorce? Not that it matters, I never expected to achieve a successful divorce anyway. Without the dowry in hand, he would be at a loss if he were to cast me aside. He will surely find ways to postpone it, Zhao Hanya replied, displaying her keen understanding of Lin Xiong'an's character. Oh, Mother, it's not just that. He desires not only your dowry but also eldest brother's military power to present as a token of allegiance to the 6th prince. Until eldest brother relinquishes his command, he will not consider the divorce. However, with Lin Xianqian now promised to another, and not wed to the 6th prince, it seems he is determined to obtain that military power. Lin Yusen silently berated her heartless father. Zhao Hanya's hands clenched subconsciously, recalling that Lin Xiong'an had visited the 6th prince's residence after leaving theirs, suspecting that he was attempting to curry favor with the prince, using his own family's blood to pave his path to success. Mother, if the divorce does not materialize this time, I have a plan to compel him to bring it up himself. Lin Yusen contemplated, realizing that dragging this out was not a solution. She needed to sever ties with her unworthy father sooner rather than later. What plan? Zhao Hanya asked, intrigued. Mother. The reason he doesn't seek a divorce is that you are still of value to him. But what if you were no longer of use? Lin Yusen replied mysteriously. Zhao Hanya understood immediately, chuckling as she remarked, you do possess a bit of cunning, but this matter is best left to me. You should not involve yourself in your parents' divorce. It would not reflect well if word got out. Understood. I will leave it to you. Lin Yusen shrugged nonchalantly, content to remain in the background as long as her mother could successfully divorce that scoundrel. Madam, Wang Xiqin has arrived at the estate, a servant announced. She likely came regarding Lin Qianqian's marriage. How infuriated must she be, having her daughter wed a commoner. Surely, she has come to confront the scoundrel. Lin Yusen thought gleefully. So long as she does not bring trouble to us, they can stir up whatever chaos they wish. Zhao Hanya was not surprised by Wang Xiqin's arrival. If she hadn't come, it would have been peculiar. Mother, I believe she will undoubtedly cause a scene. Lin Yusen asserted. Given that woman, after her daughter suffered such a significant loss, she would definitely seek justice. However, if they easily consented to the marriage, that would be suspicious. They are probably devising a strategy. Lin Yusen stroked her chin thoughtfully. Zhao Hanya also realized that to keep them in check, they would need to apply more pressure. Sure enough, as lunchtime approached, Wang Xiqin stormed in, her fury palpable.
Zhao Hanya?
Her voice heralded her presence before she even entered. Lin Yusen was about to pick up her chopsticks to eat, having chosen to dine in her mother's courtyard today to witness the spectacle. The timing of the drama was impeccable. Coming during mealtime was sure to cause indigestion. Lin Yusen rolled her eyes, watching Wang Xiqin stride in.
Bang!
Xiqin, what are you doing? Do you truly think the Lin residence is your home? Where are your manners? Your decorum? Zhao Hanya bellowed, striking the table with force. Wang Xiqin was taken aback by the ferocity of Zhao Hanya's response, having only ever encountered her in her usual calm demeanor, even when upset. Today, however, Zhao Hanya unleashed her full presence. Wang Xiqin suddenly felt intimidated, but the thought of her daughter's marriage reignited her anger, and she glared at Zhao Hanya, saying, Hanya, Qianqian is also your daughter. How can you bear to let her marry that commoner? Zhao Hanya regarded Wang Xiqin's fury with a cold laugh, dismissively retorting, my only daughter is Yusen. I have but one. As for Lin Qianqian, she is merely a country child. If not for the mix-up years ago, she would not have enjoyed so many years of fortune and favor in our household. She remains blissfully unaware of the hardships she may face in the future. I have shown her mercy by not sending her back. As for her marriage, did she not seek it herself? The love letters, tokens, and that man, all her own doing. As a mother, I will certainly support her choice. Wouldn't you agree? Mother, how magnificent. Lin Yusen watched, thoroughly entertained, occasionally cheering her mother on in her heart. You, Zhao Hanya, how can you be so heartless? That Lu Chun has a wife at home. Is Qianqian to become a concubine? Wang Xiqin, momentarily speechless from Zhao Hanya's retort, quickly regained her composure, still fuming. This gentleman has already made arrangements with that boy. He will deal with the other woman. And once Qianqian marries, she will certainly become the legitimate wife. But tell me, why are you so agitated about Qianqian's marriage? One might think you are her true mother. Zhao Hanya shot her a sidelong glance, speaking casually. How can I not care? Lin Qianqian has grown under my watch. I have long regarded her as my own daughter. Is it wrong to show concern? Wang Xiqin stammered, desperately attempting to deflect. Xiqin, I was merely jesting. Why are you so flustered? However, it must be said, your prolonged single status has made you quite the old maid. If it turns out you have such a grown daughter, one might well think you've been hiding a pig in a cage. Zhao Hanya teased, stoking the fire further. What nonsense are you spouting, Hanya? It's not that I haven't found a suitable match. Wang Xiqin flustered, hastily excusing herself. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. I will visit you again. Wang Xiqin fled in a panic, clearly rattled by the exchange. Mother, since you are aware that Lin Qianqian is their daughter, why not expose the three of them? Lin Yusen inquired, watching Wang Xiqin's retreating figure with curiosity. Now is not the right moment. Revealing the truth prematurely would only embolden them to flaunt their deceit right before my eyes, to vex me further. For now, I find it quite entertaining to watch them dance like clowns. Moreover, if Wang Xiqin still cherishes her reputation, as long as she is not pushed to her limits, She is likely to endure until I am cast aside, and she ascends to power. Zhao Hanyan gazed at her daughter, patiently elucidating the situation. Lin Yusen comprehended, nodding vigorously. Her mother was indeed formidable. Experience is the best teacher. Mother is magnificent. Today, your grandfather sent someone to inquire about your well-being. I informed him that I would take you back to visit him tomorrow. Zhao Hanyan smiled at Lin Yusen, gently patting her head. Grandfather? Lin Yusen looked at Zhao Hanyan in astonishment. It had been over a month since her return, and she had yet to meet the legendary general of the nation. It would indeed be beneficial to meet him before the national banquet. She had mentioned wanting to seize an opportunity to meet her esteemed grandfather, the general. Yes. He heard about yesterday's events and sent someone to express his concern, asking when I would take you back to meet him. Zhao Hanyan nodded and smiled.
All right.
However, mother, tomorrow marks the 3-day appointment with your despicable father. We are leaving the mansion. What of him? Lin Yusen nodded, recalling something else, and inquired. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. He will come this morning to stall for time. The mention of Lin Xiong'an immediately darkened her expression, and she spoke coldly.
Fine.
As long as mother is aware, that is all that matters. Mother, I shall take my leave for now. I need to prepare some gifts for grandfather. With that, Lin Yusen hurried back to her courtyard. That girl. Zhao Hanyan chuckled, shaking her head. Upon returning to her courtyard, Lin Yusen made her way directly to the back garden, intending to gather some precious medicinal herbs for her grandfather. After all, she had no money, and the items in her space were all she could offer. Fortunately, since they were family, she felt no reluctance in giving them away. As she entered the back garden, she spotted Xiao Hao weeding in her small herb patch. Xiao Hao, what are you doing here? Are you feeling better? Lin Yusen called out to him. Xiao Hao stiffened, cautiously raising his head to look at Lin Yusen by the herb patch, and timidly replied, I feel much better now. I have little to do each day. I saw the herbs here, and thought of the chores I used to do at my adoptive father's home. I know how to do this. Seeing him speak so cautiously, Lin Yusen walked over, gently patting his head, and said softly, It was my oversight. I have been too busy lately, and forgot about you. However, you are still too young for such tasks. If you feel bored, starting tomorrow, I will find a teacher for you to learn to read and practice martial arts, alright? It is essential for him to learn self-defense skills given his background. In the future, in a place where survival is brutal. Such knowledge is vital for him to thrive and become the ultimate victor. Although he ultimately succeeded, it is better to be prepared and endure less suffering.
All right.
Though Xiao Hao did not fully grasp what his sister was saying, he understood that she would never harm him. Good, then help me dig up some herbs. I plan to visit my grandfather tomorrow and bring some precious medicinal materials. Lin Yusen smiled, giving him instructions. She did not treat Xiao Hao as fragile due to his background and began teaching him some life skills. Okay, Xiao Hao, let me teach you some pharmacological knowledge. It might prove useful in the future. Seeing him nod, Lin Yusen began explaining. She pointed to a plant on the ground, saying, This one is called xiangru. It is pungent and slightly warm, used for relieving fever and dispelling pathogens, as well as for treating dampness and promoting urination. This plant is called zisu. It is pungent and warm, used for dispersing cold, regulating qi, calming the fetus, and detoxifying fish and crab poison. This one is jingjia. It is pungent and slightly warm, used for dispelling wind, relieving rashes and itching, and stopping bleeding. Xiao Hao listened attentively, proving to be quite intelligent. He could remember much of what Lin Yusen taught him after just one explanation. That afternoon, Lin Yusen spent her time in the back garden teaching Xiao Hao about the herbs they were cultivating. After dinner, she took a pharmacology book from her space and handed it to Xiao Hao. You have learned enough about the herbs in the back garden for today. Get familiar with them, and you will remember them all. There are thousands of types of traditional Chinese medicine. I don't expect you to learn them all, nor do I hope you will become a doctor. For now, just grasp the basics of pharmacology, learn to identify poisons and life-saving herbs. Start with this book. Once you finish, I will give you another. Tomorrow you will practice martial arts with Uncle Shuang. Do not give up, understand? Yes, sister. Xiao Hao nodded earnestly, determined to study diligently. Once he becomes capable, he will assist and protect his sister. All right, you should rest early tonight. I will take my leave now. Lin Yusen returned to her room. Shuang, master. Shuang appeared, waiting for instructions. Please find mother and ask her to seek out a competent tutor for me. Lin Yusen directed. Understood. After Shuang left, Lin Yusen entered her space, taking the basket and headed up the mountain. The herbs in her back garden were merely ordinary. She needed to procure ginseng and lingji to present as a worthy gift. Lin Yusen dug up 200-year-old ginseng roots and a 50-year-old lingji. wrapping them in cloth before placing them with the other herbs, intending to take them to her grandfather the following day. Once she had completed everything, she was about to change and retire for the night when she sensed something amiss. Though she did not possess martial skills, she could detect an unusual presence in her room. Who is it? Lin Yusen halted her actions, reaching into her sleeve to retrieve 3 silver needles, hurling them towards the shadow behind the screen. A figure swiftly dodged the needles. Realizing her aim had missed, Lin Yusen prepared to unleash her poison on the intruder. The figure reacted instantly, spinning and rushing towards her, seizing her hand before she could release the toxin, pulling her closer. It was only then that Lin Yusen recognized the intruder. The regent? Stunned, she questioned her surroundings and her own identity. I did not expect Lady Lin to act so ruthlessly. I nearly became a pincushion. Li Xiaocheng, maintaining his grip on Lin Yusen's hand, leaned in, his face mere inches from hers. Chapter 28. A teasing encounter. I thought some scoundrel had dared to intrude upon my chamber. Lin Yusen laughed awkwardly. Who would have imagined that the regent would breach a lady's quarters? But what could he possibly want with me? Surely it is not my beauty that has captured his attention?
No.
Though I am indeed somewhat vain, I fear the consequences of such advances. Lin Yusen's mind raced with thoughts, unable to fathom the regent's intentions, as this behavior did not align with his character. May I inquire why the lord has come to seek an audience with me? Lin Yusen cautiously shifted back, her voice tentative. Seeing her apprehensive demeanor, Li Xiaocheng relaxed his grip, allowing her to stand freely. He then straightened his attire, seated himself at the round table in the room, and coldly gestured for her to sit. I have come to discuss a matter of importance. Noticing his serious tone, Lin Yusen understood that this was indeed a matter of significance and felt her fears dissipate. She approached and took a seat, inquiring, "What is it?" "It has only been a day since we last met. What brings you here?" "I followed up on the information you provided. I sent someone to investigate. The envoy dispatched by the Qi Kingdom is the third prince, Chu Shubai, accompanied by a second-rank official and a princess, known as Princess Jinfu." Li Xiaocheng directly relayed the information he had gathered through Wang Yu, feeling an inexplicable urge to hear Lin Yusen's thoughts on the matter. "Princess Jinfu? There are no other individuals?" Lin Yusen inquired, her brow furrowing. "None," Li Xiaocheng replied, shaking his head as he observed her. Lin Yusen pondered, stroking her chin as she contemplated the implications. If it is Princess Jinfu, it is no wonder that the assassination succeeded. The princess, originally named Lu Qingyan, was the daughter of a fifth-rank official, yet through her own merits, she was granted the title of princess by the emperor. Later, she also played a crucial role in helping the over 40-year-old Emperor Qi ascend to the throne. The emperor intended to bestow upon her the title of princess, which she declined, rendering her a figure of immense power in the Qi Kingdom. However, the purpose of her visit to our Xia Kingdom for the state banquet is not merely for pleasantries. Lin Yusen pondered this and glanced at the man seated across from her, her eyes brimming with disdain. Initially, I believed, according to the storyline, that she was there to assassinate the emperor, and that Li Xiaocheng was merely injured while rescuing him. Now it appears that the emperor is entangled because of this man. What a charming disaster. Li Xiaocheng, if you had not so decisively rejected her before, would she have come to kill you? The woman's heart is far too ruthless. If she cannot possess something, she seeks to destroy it. Moreover, her eyes are sharp enough to build an ant's nest. It seems that saving this prince will pose a significant challenge. If all else fails, perhaps the man should feign injury. Once he is hurt and poisoned, I could revive him. After all, I possess ample medicine. Li Xiao sat in silence, observing Lin Yusen's animated expressions, one moment frowning, the next gritting her teeth, then pouting, entertaining indeed. However, had he heard her thoughts, he would have frowned even more, wondering what this was about. When did he ever become acquainted with this so-called Princess Jinfu? And hearing the girl suggest he should suffer injury made him want to lash out. What on earth is she thinking? Why the grimaces?
Li Xiaocheng abruptly interrupted Lin Yuxin's musings. "Ha!
Oh, nothing." Lin Yusen snapped back to reality, her face flushed with embarrassment. "What is your opinion of Princess Jinfu?" Li Xiaocheng inquired again. "Your Highness, Princess Jinfu possesses an eccentric character and holds a unique status in the Qi Kingdom. I advise you to exercise caution." Lin Yusen, feeling helpless, offered a gentle warning. "This woman is exceedingly troublesome. Her status is so peculiar that we cannot act against her. If I recall correctly, it was because of her that the Qi Kingdom mobilized troops against us. If necessary, Your Highness, you might consider sacrificing yourself for the greater good, thus benefiting both our nations." Lin Yusen mentally prepared for the worst, though she refrained from voicing it, fearing Li Xiaocheng's wrath. Li Xiaocheng, however, clenched his teeth at her audacity. Suddenly, he seized Lin Yusen's arm, drawing her into his embrace and restraining her.
Ah,
Your Highness. Lin Yusen was taken aback. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself in his arms. What does Li Xiaocheng intend to do? She attempted to struggle, but discovered his grip was as immovable as a mountain. Your Highness? What on earth are you doing? You didn't come here at this hour merely to tease a humble servant, did you? Lin Yusen queried, her expression devoid of emotion. I am not doing anything. Merely curious as to why you are so concerned about me. Are you fearful of being usurped by another woman? Could it be that you harbor feelings for me? Li Xiaocheng raised a hand, cupping her chin to hold her head steady as his face drew nearer to hers. Narcissism is indeed a malady that requires treatment. Lin Yusen rolled her eyes, but now that she was ensnared, she dared not voice her thoughts. So she forced a silly smile. Your Highness is the hero of the Xia Kingdom. Who in the realm does not admire you? When you venture out, those noble young ladies scramble to marry you. And you? Li Xiaocheng pressed on, unyielding.
me?
What about me?
Huh.
Lin Yusen feigned ignorance. Li Xiaocheng continued to gaze at her, refraining from further questions. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before? You only bully me, a frail woman. If you have the ability, go and deal with your loathsome admirers. Lin Yusen felt a surge of frustration. Had she known better, she would not have warned this insufferable man, who now took advantage of her. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Li Xiaocheng's eyes before he released her. Lin Yusen, sensing his grip loosen, hurriedly retreated to the farthest corner. Li Xiaocheng, unfazed by her demeanor, rose and addressed her. If this matter proves true, I shall owe you a favor. However, do not involve yourself further. Understood. Lin Yusen, no longer in the mood to be courteous, responded curtly. The regent did not say another word and vanished in an instant. Lin Yusen blinked. Was this the famed lightness of foot? It felt even more impressive than Shuang's.
Ugh.
That scoundrel Li Xiaocheng dared to lay hands on me. Next time, I will surely poison him. Lin Yusen had a restless night, plagued by nightmares of Li Xiaocheng's advances, which left her shaken awake. Upon rising, she resolved to maintain her distance from him after the state banquet. Farther would be better. As Lin Yusen stepped out of her room, she spotted Xiao Hao practicing martial arts with Shuang, struggling to hold a stance, his limbs trembling, yet he persevered. Truly a future sovereign, such tenacity. Xiao Hao, keep going. Lin Yusen encouraged him before returning to her room to retrieve the gifts prepared for her grandfather and made her way to her mother's courtyard. Mother? Upon entering, she was astonished to find her scoundrel of a father present. Chapter 29 Grandfather. What is happening? It is morning, and this wretched man spent the night here? Surely not. They are on the verge of separation, yet he still dares to pursue my mother? Lin Yusen regarded her father, her mind racing with doubts. Ah, Xin has arrived.
Come, sit.
We shall depart once we finish breakfast. Zhao Hanya interjected, keen to interrupt her daughter's speculations, fearing they might spiral out of control. She felt disgusted just looking at Lin Zongan and couldn't bring herself to eat.
Yes.
Lin Yusen regained her composure, approached her father, and offered a token greeting. Father. Humph. Lin Zongan dismissed her with a cold snort, his disdain evident as he turned to Zhao Hanya, stating, This matter is settled. Do not bring up the separation again for the time being. With that, he swept out of the room. Lin Yusen blinked, watching him leave, and curiously asked Zhao Hanya, Mother, did he come regarding the separation? What did he say? What else could he say? He mentioned the imminent state banquet, and expressed a desire to avoid causing any embarrassment that might displease the emperor. He suggested we discuss it after the banquet. Zhao Hanya replied calmly, as she picked at her food. Do not worry, he cannot delay it for long. Seeing her mother in good spirits, Lin Yusen felt reassured. After the mother and daughter finished their breakfast, they set out. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the general of the state's residence, Lin Yusen and Zhao Hanya were assisted down from their carriage by servants. Lin Yusen gazed up at the imposing plaque of the general of the state and felt a surge of respect. The family of the general had long been loyal and valiant. Zhao Shiji had risen from humble beginnings, enlisting in the army due to poverty. After numerous brushes with death, he attained the rank of general, subsequently earning the emperor's favor for his contributions in battle. Zhao Yingjie had 5 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Zhao Yingbo, fell in battle a decade ago, leaving behind a wife, Shi Hui, and 2 sons, Zhao Chenxi and Zhao Qinxian. The second son, Zhao Yingfeng, survived but had since become a shell of his former self, bedridden for 10 years after his elder brother's death. His wife, Chen Longji, and their son, Zhao Qindong, remained by his side. The third son, Zhao Yingbo, was a premature infant, which rendered him frail from an early age. Consequently, he did not pursue martial arts, but instead embarked on the path of the imperial examination. However, he has failed thrice, each time encountering unforeseen circumstances. His wife, Qianli, has borne him two sons, Zhao Chunhai and Zhao Chunfeng. The fourth son, Zhao Yinglan, and the fifth son, Zhao Yingshu, remain unmarried. Yet they serve under Zhao Shiji as soldiers. The only daughter of the esteemed general's household is Zhao Hanya, their mother. Once the apple of her family's eye, she was compelled to marry Lin Xiong'an due to a conspiracy, leaving the Zhao family heartbroken yet powerless. Throughout the years, they have quietly supported her, for without their assistance, how could Lin Xiong'an, with his foolish demeanor, have ascended to the position of minister? As Lin Yusen withdrew her thoughts, she followed closely behind Zhao Hanya into the inner chambers. Upon entering the reception hall, they found it teeming with guests, two elderly figures seated at the head. The man bore a stern expression, yet the glimmer of joy in his eyes betrayed his delight at Lin Yusen's arrival. Meanwhile, the elderly matron beside him appeared considerably more amiable. Gazing at the crowd, Lin Yusen suddenly felt a tremor of trepidation. Is it customary for so many relatives to gather at my maternal grandfather's home? It feels akin to a tribunal. Surely, the stern figure is my grandfather. And the more affable one, my grandmother? Zhao Qingjie furrowed his brow, pondering the source of a voice he had just heard. Grandfather? The only one who addressed him, as such, was Zhao Shiji. Scanning the younger generation present, he found none who seemed to fit, and the voice had been distinctly feminine. Abruptly, Zhao Shiji's gaze fell upon Lin Yusen, who approached them. Why does grandfather gaze at me so? Is there something amiss with my appearance? Lin Yusen felt a flutter of unease under the scrutiny of a man who had seen battle and taken lives, yet the moment passed quickly. Being a modern soul, she recognized the valor of soldiers, rendering her fears inconsequential. Zhao Shiji's piercing gaze flickered. Father, mother, I have brought Yusen to see you, Zhao Hanya announced as she led Lin Yusen before the elderly couple. Yusen, greet them. Following Zhao Hanya's prompt, Lin Yusen sweetly exclaimed, Greetings, grandfather. Greetings, grandmother. Good, good. Such a lovely child. You have endured much these years. It is wonderful to have you back. Fong Lan beamed at Lin Yusen, her aged hand grasping the young girls with excitement. Grandmother, I have not suffered. I have returned now. Haven Ti? Lin Yusen replied with a smile, feeling warmed by her grandmother's fervent welcome. Grandmother is exceedingly warm. I appreciate it. But why does grandfather remain silent? Could it be that he does not favor me? Yet, he wouldn't have summoned me back if that were the case, would he? Stealing a furtive glance at Zhao Shiji, Lin Yusen found herself caught in the intensity of his stern gaze. Momentarily taken aback, she quickly responded with a sweet smile. Regardless, grandfather is a hero. I must not be daunted, for I have yet to fulfill my mission here. I shall persevere. At that moment, Fong Lan lifted her gaze and, noticing Zhao Shiji's stoic demeanor, playfully slapped his arm. You old curmudgeon. What kind of face is that? Today, Yusen has come all this way. If you frighten her off, you can sleep in the woodshed. Zhao Shiji, taken aback by the playful reprimand, quickly shed his sternness, engaging in a mild argument with Fong Lan, revealing his submissive nature to his wife. Observing this dynamic, Lin Yusen was left utterly astonished. Wow. Are the women of the Zhao family truly this formidable? Grandfather is under the thumb of his wife. How amusing. While the others were unfazed by the exchange, Zhao Shiji and Zhao Hanya each exhibited a hint of embarrassment, with one suppressing a smile. To the rest, such banter was commonplace, as their father and grandfather often found themselves at the mercy of their wives. Subsequently, Lin Yusen was introduced to several uncles, aunts, and cousins by Zhao Hanya. Greetings, auntie. Greetings, second aunt. Hello, third uncle and third aunt. Greetings, fourth uncle and fifth uncle. Hello, cousin. Greetings, cousin. Hello, third cousin. Fourth cousin. And greetings, younger cousin. By the time Lin Yusen had greeted everyone, she felt dizzy, having failed to memorize their names, resorting instead to titles and ranks. Oh. This bustling family life is a double-edged sword. So many faces, yet so few names remembered. Zhao Hanya, though somewhat exasperated, recognized the challenge of introducing so many relatives on Lin Yusen's first day back. Well, if you can't remember, you can always return and meet them again, she said softly. Indeed, mother. I shall. Lin Yusen affirmed, eager to comply. By the way, grandfather, grandmother, I have brought you gifts, various medicinal herbs for your use, Lin Yusen announced, calling for Xiaodai to bring her bundle. Once she received it, She carefully opened it and presented it to her grandmother. Fong Lan, upon opening the package, discovered an array of common herbs, each meticulously labeled with its name, purpose, and dosage, an impressive display of attention to detail. However, when she reached the end of the bundle, she uncovered a cloth-wrapped item and curiously inquired, "What is this?" "This is merely some herbs, grandmother. Feel free to open it and see if you like it," Lin Yusen replied with a smile. Upon unveiling the contents, Fong Lan gasped, revealing 2 sizable ginseng roots and a piece of reishi mushroom. This is a century-old ginseng that I personally harvested, along with the reishi. "I hope you will find it to your liking," Lin Yusen explained to her grandmother.
Fan Lan,
Astonished by the freshly unearthed ginseng, with soil still clinging to it, recognized its rarity and value. 2 such roots were a remarkable gift, especially alongside the reishi mushroom. Filled with joy at her granddaughter's thoughtfulness, Fong Lan exclaimed, "Very well, grandmother shall accept these gifts. You have worked hard to prepare them." With a tender pat on Lin Yusen's hand, Fong Lan looked upon her with pride as she said, "Such kindness is well appreciated. This is but my duty," Lin Yusen thought, while internally grappling with concerns about the upcoming banquet. "I hope the general's household can safely navigate this impending crisis. Otherwise, I shall need to prepare some hemostatic and healing herbs. I wonder how the regent plans to proceed. Had I known, I would have asked more questions last night. Now, restricted from intervening, I can only wait. If an assassination occurs during the banquet and the regent falls, the kingdom of Qi may rise in arms. In such a scenario, grandfather would undoubtedly take to the battlefield. The general's household is filled with the elderly and young, leaving few capable of joining the fray. This mission could very well be a march to death. What a worry! Yet, I must devise a way to alert grandfather, to ensure that, should the regent's plans fail, there is a contingency in place for the general's household. It is wise to prepare in advance." Though her concerns were profound, Lin Yusen masked them well. Meanwhile, Zhao Shiji was taken aback by the gravity of Lin Yusen's musings. Did she comprehend the implications of her words? The talk of assassination, of war, such matters were perilous, and their household often faced dire consequences. However, having lived a long life, Zhao Shiji soon regained his composure. Listening intently to Lin Yusen's inner thoughts, Zhao Hanya was aware of the situation. Her return was also intended to subtly inform her father of the looming threat, allowing him to plan accordingly. The group sat together, engaged in light conversation, when Zhao Hanyan discreetly signaled her mother. Fong Lan immediately understood. "All right, Chenxi, as the eldest, take Yusen for a stroll," she instructed. "Of course," Zhao Chenxi replied respectfully, then turned to Lin Yusen, saying, "Come along, Sister Yusen, I shall show you around the estate." "I appreciate it, Cousin Chenxi." Lin Yusen glanced at Zhao Hanyan, then stood to pay her respects to the elders before following Zhao Chenxi outside. "Now is not the moment for serious matters. It seems I must find an opportunity to speak privately with grandfather." Lin Yusen pondered her strategy as they walked. The other cousins, seeing this, joined in, for the family had never had a younger sister, and it was essential to nurture this newfound bond. Earlier, they had been as obedient as quails in front of their grandfather, but now that they were outside, they were eager to impress their new sister. Thus, the siblings strode forth in a lively procession. "You all may return now." Fong Lan dismissed her other sons and daughters-in-law. Once they had departed, only the 2 elders and Zhao Hanyan remained. "Hanyan, is there something on your mind?" Fong Lan inquired, observing her daughter intently. "Father, mother, I wish to divorce." Zhao Hanyan inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. "What?
why?
Wasn't everything fine before?" Fong Lan exclaimed, taken aback by her daughter's declaration. In their society, divorce was a grave matter, only considered under truly unforgivable circumstances. "Did that scoundrel do something to wrong you? I shall go deal with him at once for daring to mistreat my daughter." Zhao Shiji's fierce demeanor could no longer be contained as he rose, brimming with fury. "Sit down, old man, and listen to what her daughter has to say." Fong Lan firmly grasped Zhao Shiji's hand, pulling him back. "Go on. I am eager to hear how this wretched boy has wronged Hanyan." With Fong Lan restraining him, Zhao Shiji calmed somewhat. The Zhao family was known for fiercely protecting their own, and none could bully them. "Mother, it is only recently that I discovered Lin Xiong'an is nothing but a beast." Zhao Hanyan began recounting the events she had uncovered over the past weeks, speaking with a calmness that made it seem as if she were narrating another's tale. However, by the time she finished, both elders were left utterly speechless with rage. "That beast Lin Xiong'an, I sensed something was amiss with him from the beginning, and it turns out I was right. Such a creature deserves to rot in hell. I swear I shall end him." Zhao Shiji was truly incensed, realizing that his precious daughter had been deceived for years. And now even her children were at risk. He could scarcely fathom such inhumanity. My dear child, you have suffered greatly. Fong Lan's eyes glistened with tears as regret washed over her. She lamented not preventing her daughter from marrying that scoundrel, for their family was more than capable of providing. Yet, it was too late to voice such sentiments now. Mother, it is not so bad. I have several understanding children, and I am quite content. Zhao Hanyan softly reassured her parents. Very well, if you wish for a divorce, then so be it. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to come to us. Our Zhao family is more than capable of supporting you and the children. Zhao Shiji finally managed to utter a rational statement. Thank you, father. Zhao Hanyan felt a sense of relief wash over her. It was comforting to know she had their support. Silly child, do not speak such nonsense. We are family. And there is no need for formalities, Fong Lan chided gently. By the way, father, there is another matter I wish to discuss. Zhao Hanyan took a deep breath and continued. What is it? Speak freely, Zhao Shiji prompted, his curiosity piqued. Father, there may be an incident at the upcoming national banquet, possibly concerning the relations between our two nations. If it becomes unavoidable, I hope you will prepare in advance, Zhao Hanyan stated earnestly. Upon hearing the mention of the national banquet, Zhao Shiji's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He understood the gravity of her message. Suddenly, he stood and said to Zhao Hanyan, Come, let us discuss this in my study. With that, he strode toward the study. And Zhao Hanyan followed her mother to offer her respects before chasing after him. Fong Lan remained behind, her face etched with worry and sorrow. Was another conflict on the horizon? Chapter 31. Uncle Zhao Yingfeng. Once inside the study, the father and daughter remained silent for a time. Finally, Zhao Shiji broke the silence, asking, Who informed you of this situation? I learned of it by chance, Zhao Hanyan replied, unsure that her father could discern her innermost thoughts. The fewer people who knew of them, the better, even if one of them was her father. Zhao Shiji regarded her, letting out a cold snort. Humph. When Yusen arrived earlier, something peculiar occurred. Though her lips did not move, I could hear her speaking, and the matter she mentioned coincides with what you have shared. Father. Zhao Hanyan stared at her father in astonishment, realizing he too could hear her thoughts. If she was not mistaken, that voice must have belonged to Yusen. Now, tell me the truth about this situation, Zhao Shiji insisted, his gaze fixed on her. Father Zhao Hanyan had no choice but to divulge the fact that she and her 3 sons could hear the thoughts of their daughter, along with some predictions she had made. When she finished, even Zhao Shiji, a man of considerable life experience, was left momentarily speechless. Father? Zhao Hanyan looked at him, concerned he might be overwhelmed. Hanyan, your daughter is extraordinary. However, this secret must remain between us, judging by the earlier situation. It appears that only the 2 of us in the Zhao family can hear Yusen's thoughts, so do not disclose this to anyone else, Zhao Shiji cautioned. Coming to his senses, and recalling the expressions of the family in the reception room. Understood. I shall keep this to myself, Zhao Hanyan affirmed, recognizing the gravity of her daughter's safety and the need to avoid risk. Father, what about this matter? She inquired again, her concern evident. Regardless of whether this is true or not, I will remain vigilant. However, should it come to pass, our Zhao family will not retreat. I must prepare contingency plans to ensure your mother and the others fare better afterward. Zhao Shiji understood what his daughter was implying, yet as a general of the nation, he could not act as a coward in times of national peril. Father. Zhao Hanyan attempted to voice her concerns, but Zhao Shiji cut her off. Enough. I have my plans. By the way, since Yusen wishes to speak with me, please bring her to me shortly. Zhao Shiji had made up his mind. Zhao Hanyan gazed at her father, her heart laden with sorrow, understanding his intentions yet struggling to accept them. If he did not return from this venture, their family would crumble. But she knew she could not dissuade him. With tears brimming in her eyes, she exited the study, sighing. Zhao Shiji watched his daughter's retreating figure with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Lin Yusen was lively. Sister Yusen, over there is the back garden. Second aunt has planted many beautiful roses. Let me take you there. What flowers? Yusen, Sister Yusen, come. I have many fun things to show you. Zhao Chunhai and Zhao Chunfeng, both of similar ages and younger than Lin Yusen, were eager to show her their favorite things. Alright, I will see them one by one. If that is alright. Lin Yusen smiled, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Enough, you 2 little rascals. Since this is Yusen's first visit, let us allow her some time to familiarize herself with her surroundings. The eldest cousin, Zhao Chenxi, who was the most mature, shot a glance at the younger ones before turning to Lin Yusen. Yusen, there are just too many children in this family, it can get a bit chaotic. So, I hope you do not mind. Haha, dear cousin, how could I? The more, the merrier. I rather enjoy it, Lin Yusen replied, shaking her head. Subsequently, the eldest cousin led a group of younger siblings on a leisurely stroll, recounting amusing anecdotes from their childhood that had Lin Yusen laughing heartily. However, as they passed by the courtyard of their second uncle, the mood among the brothers darkened. With a sorrowful countenance, the eldest cousin remarked, "This is our second uncle's courtyard. Back in the day, when our father fell in battle, our second uncle was left paralyzed. For all these years, he has not stepped outside this courtyard. Beside him." Zhao Chendong's smile faded. Witnessing his father's current state left him feeling powerless, compelling him to strive even harder. Lin Yusen noticed that the once vibrant group had fallen silent, their hearts burdened by the pain from the loss of their eldest uncle a decade ago and the injury of their second uncle. Thus, she spoke up, "May I go in to see second uncle?" A unanimous gaze turned towards Zhao Chendong, who, taken aback by Lin Yusen's earnestness, eventually nodded in agreement. However, he led only Lin Yusen inside, while the others respectfully waited at the door. Their second uncle preferred to avoid the sight of them in his current state, so they always visited him discreetly. Zhao Yingfeng, confined to his bed for 10 years, had long lost the vigor of his former self. The transformation from a valiant general to a mere shadow of his past was a torment only he could comprehend. Hence, he forbade the younger generation from visiting him, wishing to relieve them of any burdens or sorrows. As Lin Yusen followed Zhao Chendong into the room, a strong medicinal scent enveloped her. Why is the smell of medicine so overwhelming? Do they not open the windows for ventilation? How can second uncle endure this? She glanced around and noticed the windows were indeed shut. Being new to the situation, she felt it inappropriate to comment further and continued to follow Zhao Chendong. Upon approaching, she beheld a handsome man seated upon the bed. However, years of being bedridden had rendered his complexion unnaturally pale, and he appeared excessively thin. If he lost any more weight, he would resemble a mere skeleton.
Wow.
Is this really second uncle? He is so handsome, but lying in bed like this otherwise, he would undoubtedly be the most striking man in the capital. It seems the admirable genes of the general's household have all manifested in second uncle. Zhao Yingfeng paused in his reading, startled by the unexpected sound. He looked up abruptly to see Zhao Chendong approaching the bed with a girl. "Father, I brought Sister Yusen to see you," Zhao Chendong announced as he reached the bedside. Zhao Yingfeng initially stared blankly before turning his gaze to Lin Yusen, suddenly realizing that she must be the daughter of his younger sister. He then directed an exasperated shout at his son. "You rascal! Why did you bring Yusen here? She will be frightened." "Father, it was Sister Yusen who wanted to see you." I reluctantly agreed. Zhao Chendong explained, clearly feeling aggrieved. "You..." Zhao Yingfeng was about to retort when Lin Yusen interjected, "Second uncle, please do not blame second cousin. It was my wish to see you. After all, this is my first visit to my maternal grandfather's home, and having met so many family members today, it would be remiss of me not to pay a visit to second uncle, would it not?" Lin Yusen hurriedly spoke up, fearing that her second cousin would face reprimand otherwise. "Second uncle, is it that being confined for so long has affected your mood? But who could blame you? Lying in bed for 10 years would drive anyone mad. Yet, second uncle is truly unfortunate. During that battle, he could have escaped unscathed. However, upon hearing the news of eldest uncle's demise, compounded by betrayal from one of his subordinates, he fell into an ambush. Had it not been for maternal grandfather's timely intervention, second uncle might not have returned at all." Chapter 32. Zhao Yingfeng's injury. However, second uncle remains unaware that the subordinate who betrayed him was, in fact, a spy from Qi, having embedded themselves among his ranks for years with the intent of dismantling the Zhao family army. Their scheme succeeded beyond expectation. The deaths of eldest uncle and second uncle's injury are both attributable to their machinations. Moreover, maternal grandfather, having lost one son and injured another, has endured an unbearable heartache, leading to his own health deteriorating over the years. If Qi were to rise in arms, would maternal grandfather even survive the battlefield? Lin Yusen gazed at Zhao Yingfeng, her heart aching for his plight. The family of the esteemed general had borne too much. Meanwhile, Zhao Yingfeng, stiffened by Lin Yusen's heartfelt sentiments, discerned her thoughts. He realized that she had grasped the truth. Her unspoken words resonated with his own past mistakes in trusting the wrong people. His eyes reddened, and he clenched his jaw, suppressing his emotions. However, he couldn't help but wonder if what Lin Yusen mentioned about Qi mobilizing was true. Zhao Yingfeng, neglecting past grievances, felt urgency pressing upon him. If conflict were indeed imminent, given their current circumstances, they would only be marching toward death. Feeling anxious, he glanced at Lin Yusen, ready to inquire further, but hesitated, opting instead to consult his father regarding any recent developments concerning Qi. Thus, Zhao Feng altered his tone. Good child. The reason second uncle did not wish for you to visit is that he feared it might frighten you. It won't. Second uncle is a hero. I am not afraid. Lin Yusen shook her head reassuringly. After all, those who have long been trapped in the depths of despair often harbor insecurities. Zhao Feng let out a soft chuckle and reached into his pocket, producing a small item to present to Lin Yusen. This is a token I prepared for our meeting. I intended for your second aunt to deliver it later, but since you are here, I shall give it to you myself. Really? Thank you, second uncle. Lin Yusen exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the small wooden box. Upon opening it, she discovered a delicately crafted silver bracelet, its design innovative and exquisite. She eagerly slipped it onto her wrist. It fit perfectly. Holding her hand aloft, she asked, Second uncle, does it look good? It does, but this is no ordinary bracelet. It can transform into a dagger. Do you see the patterns on it? The raised areas serve as the mechanism. Pressing it will convert it into a dagger capable of slicing through iron. Zhao Feng explained patiently. Lin Yusen's eyes widened in astonishment. It can do that? Following Zhao Feng's instructions, she manipulated the bracelet, and to her amazement, it transformed into a dagger. With a swift and precise motion, she hurled the dagger towards the wall. Thud! The dagger embedded itself 3 inches deep into the wall. Zhao Feng raised an eyebrow, impressed by his niece's prowess. Despite being bedridden for years, he had once been a warrior on the battlefield, his skills not to be underestimated. He recognized the force behind her throw, although lacking internal energy. She had achieved her aim through clever technique. Furthermore, the intensity with which she had thrown it did not resemble that of a sheltered girl. Lin Yusen rushed to retrieve the dagger, utterly enamored. During her visit to maternal grandfather's house, the uncles and aunts had also presented her with gifts. But they were mere trinkets. This dagger, however, resonated deeply with her. Although her eldest brother had gifted her a dagger that she carried daily, this one from second uncle was more easily concealable and far more convenient. I'm glad you like it. Zhao Feng felt a surge of happiness, seeing his niece so delighted. It reassured him of his continued relevance. Second uncle, since you have given me a gift, I too shall present you with one. After admiring the dagger, Lin Yusen transformed it back into its bracelet form, donned it again, and looked at Zhao Feng. What? Zhao Feng was taken aback, surprised that he too was receiving a gift. He extended his hand expectantly. Lin Yusen gestured for him to do so. Although Zhao Feng was unsure of what Lin Yusen intended, as an uncle, he felt compelled to acquiesce to his niece's request, trusting that she meant him no harm. Thus, he raised his frail hand before her. Lin Yusen smiled sweetly at him, then placed her hand on his pulse. Yusen, what are you doing? Zhao Feng and Zhao Chendong were taken aback. This was not the gesture one would make for a gift. Was she taking his pulse? Lin Yusen did not respond. She closed her eyes, concentrating intently. After a long moment, she opened her eyes, her gaze sharp. Indeed. She turned to Zhao Feng and earnestly inquired, Second uncle, do you trust me? I would never harm you. Zhao Feng gazed into Lin Yusen's clear, pure eyes, and after a pause, he smiled and replied, Yusen, please speak. Seeing her second uncle's unconditional trust in her filled Lin Yusen with joy. This was the essence of family. Her heart warmed. She then spoke with a serious expression. Second uncle, I can heal your legs. If the recovery goes well, you could live like a normal person again. However, your paralysis is not due to a spinal injury but rather poisoning. Poisoning?
How could that be?
Zhao Chendong exclaimed, for his father had been brought back for quite some time, and countless doctors had all claimed that the paralysis was due to a spinal injury, rendering it untreatable.
Indeed.
His father had sustained an injury to his spine at that time. Zhao Feng was also taken aback. After so many years of paralysis, to learn it was due to poisoning, and to hear that someone claimed he could live like a normal person again. Was this not a dream? That is correct. But I still need to investigate the nature of the poison. However, before the antidote is developed, I can first treat second uncle's legs. Lin Yusen affirmed with a nod. Yusen, do you have confidence in this? Zhao Chendong asked with concern. Second cousin, rest assured. I once encountered an elderly Chinese medicine practitioner in the countryside and learned a few things from him. I would not undertake something without assurance. If you are still worried, I can first administer a needle to second uncle to alleviate his pain, Lin Yusen patiently explained. After all, It was quite extraordinary to expect them to trust a mere girl with no experience to cure a decade-long ailment upon their first meeting. Second uncle's legs must ache daily. You have endured this for so many years. When I came in just now, you appeared just like any other person. You must have been suffering alone, Lin Yusen remarked, looking at Zhao Yingfeng with admiration. A person can endure temporary pain, but not lifelong suffering. Yet second uncle had endured it for a full decade without letting his family know. Such perseverance filled Lin Yusen with both empathy and respect. Zhao Qindong's eyes reddened at her words, and he looked at his father, filled with guilt. He had been unaware of the pain his father endured daily. I will go call grandfather and mother. Momentarily at a loss, he immediately thought of the family's pillar, then turned and ran out. Zhao Yingfeng lowered his head to look at his legs, his eyes filled with indescribable emotion. After a while, as if resolutely making a decision, he raised his head and said seriously to Lin Yusen, Yusen, I entrust myself to you. It cannot get any worse than this. Chapter 33. The First Treatment. Rest assured. Second uncle, I will ensure your safety, Lin Yusen replied with a smile. As long as second uncle agreed, she had no qualms. If he had not, she had planned to come back at night and sedate him for treatment. Lin Yusen took a packet of silver needles from her sleeve, shaking them in her hand. Second uncle, shall we begin? If the pain becomes unbearable, please let me know so I can adjust accordingly, she reminded him. It's fine. I can endure it. Zhao Yingfeng shook his head. He had come this far. Surely he could withstand a little pain? Lin Yusen lifted the quilt and rolled up the legs of second uncle's trousers. What met her eyes were two withered, unsightly legs, marred by scars. A testament to the severity of the injuries sustained. Lin Yusen sighed inwardly, then set aside her distractions, her gaze focused, her demeanor solemn and sacred. She picked up a silver needle and, with precision and decisiveness, pierced the acupuncture points on his legs. Just as she was inserting the 10th needle, footsteps were heard outside. Grandfather, grandmother, and second aunt had all arrived. Yet Lin Yusen could not afford to be distracted, so she ignored the gathering. However, the members of the General's residence, although anxious, did not dare to intrude upon seeing the silver needles already inserted into Zhao Yingfeng's legs. This was family. Despite it being their first meeting with Lin Yusen, they bestowed upon her their trust. On the way, Zhao Shiji had listened to his grandson's account, aware that Lin Yusen had a method to treating Feng's legs, and learned of the suffering his son had endured for the past decade. He felt a mix of joy and heartache.
Joy.
Because no one had been able to heal his son's legs for so many years, and now there was a chance, however slim. Just having hope was a blessing.
Heartache.
Because his son had suffered for so long without letting his family know, enduring alone. What a foolish child. Tears filled the aged eyes of Zhao Shiji. A decisive general now reduced to merely a father in anguish over his son. Fang Lan was also in tears, her heart aching. Had it not been for Zhao Shiji supporting her along the way, she might have collapsed. Now, leaning against him, she watched her son endure torment. Her heart felt as though it were being pierced by needles. Chen Manji, however, did not possess her father's steadiness. Watching the increasing number of needles in her husband's legs and recalling her son's words during the journey, she felt a deep sense of sorrow and guilt. As his wife, having shared a bed for so many years, how had she not noticed her husband's distress? How foolish she was. Chen Manji cried silently, unable to contain her emotions, yet afraid of disturbing Yusen's treatment. Dear husband? Finally, Chen Manji could not hold back, cautiously calling out to Zhao Yingfeng.
Me fine.
Do not worry, Zhao Yingfeng softly reassured, enduring the excruciating pain, which was indeed severe yet within his capacity to bear. My dear, why are you sweating so much? Is it very painful? Yusen, how is it going? Why does your second uncle seem to be in such pain? Chen Manji noticed the sweat forming on his brow and could not ease her worry. How could she not be concerned when her husband was suffering so visibly before her? Second aunt, if you trust me, I will return to you a healthy husband, Lin Yusen said without raising her head, continuing her work. It was this statement that quieted Chen Manji. Zhao Hanya, seeing this, stepped forward and embraced Chen Manji, whispering words of comfort. Second sister-in-law, do not worry. Yusen knows what she is doing. Thus, the family waited in the room, all silent, fearful of interrupting Lin Yusen's treatment. After half an hour, Zhao Yingfeng was adorned with silver needles. He was drenched in sweat from the pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Lin Yusen, too, was focused on her acupuncture, a light sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Once the final needle was placed, Lin Yusen paused, taking a moment to collect herself before standing up. Yusen, how did it go? Second aunt and Fong Lan hurriedly approached her as she stood. Grandmother, second aunt. Today, I primarily administered needles to alleviate second uncle's pain. My other objective was to assess the condition of his legs after all these years, which will lay the groundwork for subsequent treatment. Rest assured, he will experience some pain now, but in about 15 minutes, once the needles are removed, he shall feel no more discomfort today, Lin Yusen explained, her face pale. Zhao Hanya, noticing her daughter's fatigue and the sheen of sweat on her brow, rushed forward to support her. Yusen, are you alright? Zhao Hanya asked with concern. I'm fine, just a little tired. I will be okay after a short rest, Lin Yusen reassured, leaning against Zhao Hanya. Then, casting a serious and earnest glance at those surrounding him, he addressed them. Grandfather, grandmother, and second aunt, I speak sincerely today. I possess a method to mend second uncle's leg. While it may not return to its former condition, he will be able to lead a life akin to that of a normal person. Zhao Shiji was the first to react, suppressing the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, and inquired with concern, Yusen, how confident are you? 80 to 90%, Lin Yusen replied earnestly. And what is Yingfeng's current condition? Zhao Shiji asked again, his worry palpable. He will be fine. Once the needle is removed, he will be better. However, I shall prescribe him a remedy to be taken over 5 days, and then we shall proceed with the surgery on his leg, Lin Yusen patiently explained her treatment plan. Surgery? The crowd gazed at Lin Yusen in confusion. Indeed, surgery. Second uncle's leg was broken and, compounded by the delay in treatment, the physician lacked sufficient skill, resulting in the current state. To heal him, we must break and then rebuild. However, this process will be quite painful. For the next few days, let second uncle consume nourishing foods to replenish his strength. Otherwise, I fear he may not endure the ordeal. Lin Yusen looked at the crowd, her expression grave as she elucidated. Very well, Yusen, we entrust second uncle to you. Do your utmost and do not feel pressured, Zhao Shiji said, inhaling deeply as he regarded Lin Yusen solemnly, wishing to alleviate any burden she might feel, lest she blame herself if the treatment failed. Yet, he yearned not to overlook any opportunity for his son's recovery. After all, Yingfeng was already in such a state, and as long as there was hope, he would agree to any course of action. He had already lost one son, and could not bear to lose another. Yusen. Second aunt stepped forward, grasping Lin Yusen's hand, but choked with emotion, unable to articulate her thoughts. Lin Yusen offered her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Moments passed swiftly, and Lin Yusen turned to remove the needles. Once she extracted all the silver needles, Zhao Yingfeng noticeably felt a reduction in pain in his leg, replaced by a gentle warmth. Is my pain gone? Zhao Yingfeng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight, disbelieving the miracle. My leg seems to be pain-free, he murmured, barely audible yet heard by those around him. The first to respond was his wife, Chun Lanji. My dear, what did you say? She inquired cautiously, stepping closer. My leg seems to hurt no longer, Zhao Yingfeng reiterated, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he met his wife's gaze. Really? Chun Lanji and the Zhao family erupted in astonished joy. This was indeed good news. As a pain-free Zhao Yingfeng would suffer considerably less. Yes. Not only is it pain-free but it also feels warm and quite comfortable, Zhao Yingfeng declared, his excitement overshadowing his previous genteel demeanor. Second uncle, for the next few days, please diligently take your medicine. I shall come daily to administer acupuncture, and after 5 days, we will proceed with the surgery. Lin Yusen organized her silver needles, writing a prescription to hand to second aunt along with instructions. Understood, Zhao Yingfeng responded obediently, following Lin Yusen's every directive without a hint of the authority his age would typically bestow. Seeing that his son was not gravely injured and that a treatment was indeed feasible, Zhao Shiji felt a surge of relief. He instructed everyone to return home, and then turned to Lin Yusen, saying, Yusen, accompany me to the study. I have matters to discuss with you. Certainly, Lin Yusen replied, puzzled, but assuming his summons was related to second uncle's injury. As she followed Zhao Shiji, the family regarded Lin Yusen's retreating figure with admiration. I never imagined Yusen possessed such talents, remarked the eldest aunt. It is quite commendable for a girl to have such skills for self-defense, added the third aunt. Yusen is truly remarkable. She lives up to being my niece, the third uncle praised. The younger ones were equally in awe, almost venerating Lin Yusen as a deity. Unbeknownst to her, she had garnered a plethora of admirers within the Zhao family. Upon arriving at the study, Lin Yusen observed her grandfather seated at the desk, silent and contemplative, and felt compelled to break the silence. Grandfather, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Zhao Shiji regarded the young girl before him, his stern demeanor softening momentarily as he smiled. Am I not permitted to engage in conversation with you? Yusen, have you been well? I have fared well despite my trials. Lin Yusen replied, recounting her experiences as she had previously shared with Zhao Hanya. Zhao Shiji listened, momentarily silent, his gaze upon Lin Yusen filled with empathy. This child had endured considerable hardship, having been cast into the world at such a young age, and though she refrained from voicing her struggles, he would not press her. He would instead seek to make amends in due course. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Shiji envisioned the hardships Lin Yusen had faced, his heart aching for her, though thankfully, Lin Yusen remained oblivious to his thoughts. Yet, she soon pondered another matter and turned to Zhao Shiji, inquiring, "Grandfather, how is your health?" The question caught Zhao Shiji off guard, and he gazed at her quizzically. "Aside from occasional fatigue, I am otherwise well. May I examine you?" Lin Yusen asked politely. Zhao Shiji chuckled, bemused by her unexpected concern for his health rather than the prior topic. Nonetheless, he extended his hand, placing it on the desk. Lin Yusen approached, gently resting her fingers on his wrist to take his pulse. After a brief moment, she withdrew her hand and looked at Zhao Shiji with seriousness, stating, "Grandfather, there are signs of damage to your heart. Have you sustained injuries in the past?" "Indeed, I was injured in that battle 10 years ago. And I had thought I had recovered," Zhao Shiji admitted, his surprise fleeting. "Fear not, grandfather. I shall prescribe you a remedy, and with my acupuncture treatment, you will fully recover," Lin Yusen assured him. If she can restore her grandfather's health, he will be fit for the battlefield, and she hopes for his safety. On her way here, she had considered that warning him in advance to prepare for any potential incidents would likely be futile. Even if the regent could prevent occurrences during the banquet, the kingdom of Qi had long cast its covetous gaze upon their nation and would eventually mobilize its forces. Moreover, she understood the spirit of a soldier, willing to sacrifice their life for their homeland, particularly since the Xia kingdom currently lacked robust forces. Only the regent could take to the field, but that required the regent to be in perfect health. Thus, her only recourse was to enhance the military might of the general's residence. Lin Yusen contemplated her strategy, convinced this was the most prudent course of action, which is why she refrained from mentioning it. Zhao Shiji transitioned from confusion to gratitude, realizing the depth of Lin Yusen's genuine concern for the Zhao family. "Yusen, whatever you deem necessary for the general's residence, you may execute as you see fit. I bestow upon you this authority. Yusen, I entrust the family to your capable hands," Zhao Shiji declared suddenly, his tone grave and laden with implication. Lin Yusen was momentarily taken aback. "Entrust it to me? What does that even mean? We were discussing health, were we not? Or has grandfather discerned something?" She quickly regained her composure, aware that her grandfather, having lived a long life, could not be oblivious to certain truths, yet she wondered what entrusting the family to her truly entailed. "Grandfather, what does it mean to entrust this to me?" Lin Yusen cautiously inquired. "Quite literally, it means that during this period, the family's well-being is in your hands. You may arrange matters as you see fit." Zhao Shiji reiterated earnestly. "Very well. You can rest assured, grandfather. I shall ensure they live to the age of 99. Lin Yusen, undeterred by the circumstances, resolved to make the most of the authority bestowed upon her by her grandfather, determined to elevate the martial prowess of the entire general's residence to unprecedented heights. Splendid. The duo then engaged in various discussions, losing track of time until Fong Lan sent someone to summon them for dinner. During the meal, her grandfather publicly announced that the affairs of the general's residence would henceforth be under Lin Yusen's stewardship. The guests, though taken aback, accepted the news with enthusiasm, devoid of any dissent. Lin Yusen observed this with warmth in her heart. This was the essence of family. Within the Zhao household, she felt respected and cherished. Thus, she was resolute in her commitment to safeguard the general's residence. Following lunch, Lin Yusen began to take the pulses of the Zhao family members, tailoring treatment plans according to each individual's condition. As she prepared to leave, she informed them that she would return the following day to commence formal treatments. Lin Yusen was escorted to her carriage with a level of privilege that even her mother, Zhao Hanya, did not enjoy, leaving Zhao Hanya somewhat envious. Yet she felt joy. Her daughter had been embraced by the family, and their affection for her was undeniable, which brought her happiness. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Yusen, eager to finalize her treatment plans and procure medicinal herbs, retreated to her courtyard to begin her preparations. She meticulously drafted treatment regimens for each family member, noting that among the most severe cases were her second uncle and grandfather, along with her third uncle, who had been frail since birth and required gradual adjustment without haste. Lin Yusen resolved to experiment with the marrow-changing herb from her spatial realm, of a rarity unknown to the outside world. capable of altering one's internal constitution, an herb she had fortuitously consumed in her previous life, which had saved her from countless untimely demises. Her aunts suffered minor ailments that could be remedied with a few doses of medicine, after which they would focus on fortifying their health. Meanwhile, her cousins were in relatively good health and could swiftly enter the conditioning phase. Chapter 35. The First Surgery. If only the regent's hot spring were available for her use, the Zhao family could recuperate more swiftly. However, such wishes remained mere fantasies, and the thought of encountering the regent again was unwelcome. After finalizing the treatment plans and enjoying dinner, Lin Yusen dismissed the servants and retreated to her room, heading directly to her spatial realm to begin preparing the medicines. She carefully concocted individual prescriptions, each tailored uniquely to the recipient, with varying dosages and some requiring multiple combinations. By the time Lin Yusen completed her work, dawn was approaching. After some consideration, she also prepared medicines for her mother and second brother, deciding that if she was to undertake this endeavor, it needed to be thorough. Her entire family required collective conditioning. The next day, after partaking in breakfast, Lin Yusen proceeded to her mother's courtyard. "Mother, here is the medicine I have prepared for you. Please decoct and consume it for 3 days, after which you may switch to medicinal baths." She placed a prescription on the table. "Do I need to take medicine too? I am quite healthy." Zhao Hanya was momentarily bewildered. Why was her daughter insisting on her taking medicine? "Mother, since I am to treat grandfather and the others, it stands to reason that you and my 3 brothers should not be neglected. Whether 1 or 2 undergo treatment, it remains treatment. Moreover, mother, your health is not as robust as it ought to be," Lin Yusen stated subtly. Zhao Hanya immediately sensed something was amiss and regarded her daughter with seriousness. "What do you mean? You bore me and my 3 brothers, which has taken a toll on your health. Furthermore, you have neglected your well-being for many years, resulting in significant issues that have yet to manifest. Should they arise, it will be challenging to treat," Lin Yusen earnestly advised. Zhao Hanya initially thought her daughter might be exaggerating, perhaps suspecting that Lin Xiong'an had poisoned her, yet it seemed to be merely a matter of health. "Fine. I will take it."
Ultimately, Zhao Hanya conceded reluctantly.
"All right, when your second brother arrives, pass him this prescription for him to take first. I am off to grandfather's house," Lin Yusen said, pulling out another prescription to place on the table before heading out. "That girl." Zhao Hanya chuckled as she watched Lin Yusen's retreating figure. In the days that followed, Lin Yusen made daily visits to the general's residence, returning only in the evenings. After 5 days of treatment, signs of recovery were evident in Zhao Yingfeng's leg, and with daily supplements, he had visibly gained some weight. Today marked the day Lin Yusen would perform surgery on him. The household members gathered outside, including her second brother. Lin Yusen retrieved the surgical instruments she had commissioned a few days prior. Using silver needles, she anesthetized Zhao Yingfeng, employing the alcohol she had extracted to begin sterilization. As she observed Zhao Yingfeng lose consciousness, her expression turned serious, and she grasped the scalpel, commencing the operation. After 2 arduous hours, the surgery concluded. Despite the absence of assistance and the resulting slower pace, she had successfully completed her first surgery in this unfamiliar realm. With a pale face, Lin Yusen managed a small smile of accomplishment. After tidying up, she rose and slowly made her way outside. The onlookers eagerly approached her as she emerged, asking, "How did it go?" Lin Yusen smiled at them. "The surgery was very successful. However, when he awakens, he will experience considerable pain at the incision site. Once the wound heals, the discomfort will subside, but given the injury to the bone, he will require rehabilitation training afterward, which is a lengthy process," Lin Yusen patiently explained while presenting the pre-prepared prescription to Chen Longji. "Aunt, this prescription should be started today, with a new one every 5 days. I will return to renew it for uncle later. Also, there is a possibility of fever tonight, so please send for me if that occurs." "All right, Aunt will remember this. We are truly grateful to you, Yusen," Chen Longji said, her voice trembling with emotion, prompting Lin Yusen to swiftly change the subject. "How is grandfather's medicine working? Has third uncle taken the medicinal bath I prepared for you? How are the aunts faring with their herbal dishes? And are my cousins keeping up with their physical training?"
"Oh,
I still have homework to finish. I must take my leave. Yes, I did not run enough laps today. I need to make up for it." The younger ones dashed away quickly.
oh,
"I will check on the kitchen to see how the meals are prepared." The eldest aunt hurried off.
oh."
"I still have some accounts to settle. I will depart now." The third aunt followed suit, dragging the third uncle along. Left behind, grandfather and grandmother exchanged awkward glances with Lin Yusen, realizing that their household had become rather unruly. Lin Yusen felt somewhat exasperated. Were her herbal dishes truly so unpalatable? The ants. It's not that they are merely unappetizing. They are exceedingly unpleasant. We would rather consume medicine. Lin Yusen. These cousins are in such poor condition. The cousins. It's not that we are weak. It's just that you have deviated from the norm. What was promised as a daily lap turned into multiple laps around the general's residence, encompassing every courtyard. By the end, they could have circled half the capital. On the first day, they had collapsed onto their beds, unable to rise. Had it not been for the second uncle surgery today, they would not have dared to indulge in such extended idleness. In truth, only the second uncle and grandfather diligently adhered to Lin Yusen's treatment regimen. For one aspired to stand again, while the other was the pillar of the family who needed to regain his strength. The others, unaware of the gravity of the situation, believed this was merely a simple exercise. However, after 5 days of conditioning, noticeable improvements had manifested, though they remained blissfully ignorant of their progress. Despite the slight trepidation that lingered among them, everyone managed to fulfill their daily tasks, and the Zhao family did not lag behind, which reassured Lin Yusen immensely. After enjoying her lunch, she awaited the awakening of her second uncle. Upon his arrival and after assessing the situation, he noted that all was well and provided some postoperative advice before departing the general's residence. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was the 10th day of July, the day of the national banquet in Xia country. This day was always bustling throughout the capital, with envoys from various nations arriving in advance to partake in the festivities. However, Lin Yusen paid little heed to these happenings, preoccupied instead with the matters concerning the banquet and tending to her second uncle's recovery, thus remaining oblivious to the external events. She had not heard any news regarding the regent, nor was she aware of his plans or the fate of the legendary Princess Chenfu. Yet, today, she anticipated the opportunity to behold that mythical princess. At the break of dawn, Lin Yusen was summoned by a matron sent by her mother to prepare for the day. As she gazed into the mirror, her eyes sparkled with delight at the visage of beauty reflected before her. The enchanting figure that appeared in the mirror resembled a melodious piece of ancient music. Her form was graceful, akin to willows swaying in the breeze, adorned in a resplendent and dignified hanfu of vibrant hues. Her countenance, reminiscent of exquisite white jade, bore a delicate rosy blush that captivated the heart. It was a moment of revelation for her, as she had never scrutinized her appearance so closely before. Indeed, she was a rare beauty. Chapter 36. Attending the national banquet. She had seemingly inherited all the admirable traits of Lin Xiong'an and Zhao Hanya. Although Lin Xiong'an was rather despicable, his good looks were undeniable. Lin Yusen contemplated her reflection, marveling. With such a countenance, she was undoubtedly among the most resplendent in the capital. After admiring her beauty, she made her way to the front hall to join her mother. "My Yusen is indeed the fairest of them all," Zhao Hanya exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Lin Yusen's transformation as she took her daughter's hand in admiration. "Mother, I have always possessed natural beauty," Lin Yusen replied, raising her chin with an air of pride. "Hee, my sister is undoubtedly the most beautiful," came the voice of her second brother from outside, followed by his entrance clad in dark attire, which lent him a more composed demeanor. "Second brother," Lin Yusen greeted, with a smile. "Sister, you look splendid today." "Mother, let's not linger. The time has come. And eldest brother and third brother are already awaiting us at the entrance," Zhao Xiaoyang praised, signaling for them to depart. When did eldest brother return? As Lin Yusen and her mother followed her second brother outside, she inquired curiously upon hearing that eldest brother had also returned and that third brother was present. "Ha! You ungrateful little thing, your eldest brother has been back for 2 days. He had to return early for the national banquet due to his official duties. Yet, for these 2 days, you've been coming and going at all hours, and we haven't seen hide nor hair of you," Zhao Xiaoyang teased, rolling his eyes at his sister, who had kept them in suspense, leaving them wondering why they had finally managed to gather as 3 brothers only to find their sister busier than they were. They had inquired with their mother, only to discover that she had been aiding her maternal grandfather with medical treatments. However, could their sister truly heal? The 3 brothers maintained a skeptical outlook, but as days passed without any ill tidings, especially with news of their second uncle's successful surgery, they found themselves compelled to believe. A surge of pride swelled within them. How could they not be elated at their sister's remarkable abilities? Yet, there was a tinge of grievance. They had hoped to spend time with her, only to find her too preoccupied for them. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met by their long-absent father, who awaited them there. "Father, eldest brother, third brother." Lin Yusen followed Zhao Hanya forward to pay her respects. "Humph. I have heard you have been coming and going at all hours, showing no semblance of a proper young lady. What a disgrace. Lin Yuxin chastised upon his arrival. Father, I have merely been visiting my maternal grandfather. I have not engaged in any immoral activities. Your accusations are unfounded. Lin Yusen's expression grew cold in response. This despicable father. Arriving only to humiliate me. How tiresome. After this banquet, I shall ensure you and mother part ways, leaving you with nothing. Lin Yusen rolled her eyes inwardly. Is this how you address your father? Is this the manner in which your mother has raised you? Lin Yuxin's ire was palpable as he perceived her demeanor. Such father-daughter relations often seem predestined. Some are nurturing, while others resemble enmity. The relationship between Lin Yusen and Lin Yuxin was of the latter sort. Since her return, he had not extended her a single kind word, having never truly accepted her as his daughter and displaying constant criticism and disdain. Yet Lin Yusen remained indifferent. Her happiness was paramount. She boldly inquired, "What is the status of Sister Qianqian's marriage? When is it to be set? I am curious about who her intended is, as I have yet to hear of any arrangements." "You ungrateful girl. I shall teach you a lesson today." Lin Yuxin, in a fit of rage, raised his hand to strike her. "Lin Yuxin, you dare?" Zhao Hanya's voice rang out sharply, infused with a hint of inner strength that caused Lin Yuxin's heart to constrict. Halting his hand mid-air, "Lin Yuxin, consider the consequences of your actions should you proceed with that slap," Zhao Hanya retorted, pulling Lin Yusen protectively behind her. Her cold gaze fixed on Lin Yuxin. "Humph, just look at the daughter you have raised." Lin Yuxin was momentarily cowed by Zhao Hanya's imposing presence, though he continued to express his ire. "My daughter is splendid. You have never cared for her, and you are not needed to do so now," Zhao Hanya stated coldly. Taking Lin Yusen and boarding the carriage, the three brothers remained silent throughout, and upon seeing their mother and sister safely inside the carriage, they mounted their own steeds. Ignoring Lin Yuxin entirely, left standing alone, Lin Yuxin glowered at Zhao Hanya's carriage, vowing, "Just wait, I will ensure all of you are removed, making way for my ambitions." Unbeknownst to Lin Yusen, who was filled with excitement about her first visit to the palace, her despicable father was plotting against them.
Wow.
"My first time visiting the imperial palace. I wonder if it is as magnificent and resplendent as depicted on television? And the emperor, the highest authority in the realm. I must see him." Zhao Hanya chuckled at her daughter's incessant chatter, undeterred by the earlier incident, appreciating her quirky spirit. Upon their carriage arriving at the palace gates, it halted, and Lin Yusen curiously lifted the curtain to gaze outside. Numerous official carriages lined the entrance, and a multitude of noble women and young ladies were disembarking. "Mother, are we disembarking here?" Lin Yusen queried, puzzled. "The palace is so vast. Surely we do not need to walk inside?" "Indeed, we must alight from the carriage here. This is the palace, and no outside belongings are permitted within. We shall proceed on foot to Qiankuan Palace for the banquet," Zhao Hanya explained earnestly. "Really? We must walk in? Alas, my legs shall surely tire today." Lin Yusen leaned against the window, resigned as she observed the procession of individuals disembarking from their carriages. Aware that their turn was imminent, Zhao Hanya paid no mind to her daughter's complaints. As soon as they exited the carriage, she transformed into a figure of caution, her smile tightly controlled, and her speech measured. Lin Yusen quickly discerned the shift in her mother's demeanor. She realized the gravity of their surroundings. This was the palace, a realm far removed from their home, where individuals of higher rank than her father abounded. Offending them could spell trouble for the Lin family. Even if they disregarded Lin Yuxin, they still had to consider the futures of her three brothers. This is the realm of bureaucracy within the imperial city, a place where one cannot simply act as one wishes. Once Lin Yusen comprehended this reality, her earlier grievances vanished the moment she alighted from the carriage. She exuded an aura of grace and elegance, her beauty striking and her smile captivating, leaving an indelible impression on those around her.
Zhao Hanya,
Discerning the change in Lin Yusen, cast a look of approval her way, proud of her daughter's perceptiveness. Subsequently, the Lin family proceeded forward, with Lin Yuxin leading the way, followed by Zhao Hanya and Lin Yusen, while her three brothers trailed behind. As they made their way inside, they exchanged pleasantries with acquaintances along the route. Throughout this journey, Lin Yusen maintained a composed demeanor, her gaze fixed ahead, attentively following her mother. Eventually, the group arrived at Qiankuan Palace. Chapter 37. The national banquet begins. Upon their entrance into the grand hall, it was evident that many officials and their families had already gathered, some engaged in lively conversation, while others sought to ingratiate themselves with their superiors, flattering and fawning as was customary. Lin Yusen obediently followed her mother to find their seats, her father and brothers settling just slightly ahead of them. Although the position of minister is not insignificant, ranking as a third-grade official in the Xia kingdom, Lin Xiaomian had not ascended through merit. Rather, his rise was marred by superficiality, holding a title with little real power. Nevertheless, he reveled in the privileges that came with his third-grade status, believing it was all due to his own efforts. Madam Lin. It's been a while. Madam Su, indeed. How have you been? At this moment, a lady seated near Zhao Hanya initiated conversation, leaving Lin Yusen to sit idly. Feeling rather bored, time passed, and after more than an hour, the banquet had yet to commence, leaving Lin Yusen feeling quite famished. How hungry I am. When will the feast begin? When will the emperor arrive? By the way, I haven't seen the envoy from Qi. I wonder if he has arrived? Lin Yusen discreetly pressed her hand against her stomach, swallowing hard, and began to scan the room for the Qi envoy, but to no avail. Just as she contemplated how to discreetly nibble on something, a loud voice rang out. The emperor has arrived. The empress arrives. We welcome the regent. Long live the emperor. Long live the empress. Long live the regent. All the ministers, ladies, and young misses rose in unison, bowing in reverence, and Lin Yusen dutifully followed her mother's lead. Once the emperor and empress took their seats of honor, the emperor spoke with a warm smile. All my loyal subjects, please rise. Today is a national banquet. There is no need for formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty, the crowd replied in unison, gradually returning to their seats. Lin Yusen looked up to see the emperor. Appearing in his 40s, reasonably handsome, though incomparable to Li Xiaocheng. Yet, the commanding presence he bore was enough to instill fear. The empress, on the other hand, radiated poise and elegance, embodying the epitome of feminine grace. Ah, the sight of the emperor and empress together is indeed pleasing. It is said their relationship is quite harmonious, though it is regrettable that the empress may not have long to live. After the tragic loss of her child years ago, the empress was unable to withstand the blow, her health deteriorating significantly, compounded by the effects of poison. Her condition now teeters on the brink. A misstep and the poison may manifest. The narrative suggests that following the empress's death, the emperor did not appoint another consort for the remainder of his life. Thus, even emperors are capable of deep affection. As Lin Yusen pondered this, she found the emperor increasingly agreeable. However, the emperor and empress seated above exchanged startled glances. What was that sound? What poison? Am I to perish? Is the empress to die? Before the emperor and empress could fully grasp the source of the sound, it echoed once more. Yet, if I could find an opportunity to administer an antidote to the empress, perhaps she could extend her life by several decades? Moreover, her son is still in my household. If the empress were to pass, how would Xiaohao cope with the sorrow? I promised to take good care of him, and thus, I must also look after his mother. Lin Yusen contemplated her strategy, believing it a tragedy if the empress were to die, knowing Xiaohao would be heartbroken upon learning the truth. Unbeknownst to her, several individuals present were already displaying signs of alarm. Zhao Hanya was now drenched in cold sweat, her daughter's audacity once again surfacing. Did she dare meddle in royal affairs? Initially, she had rescued Xiaohao out of pity, recognizing his status as a royal child, and thus could not be casually placed elsewhere, leading to a stay in her home. However, now at a national banquet, her daughter was inclined to interfere with matters concerning the empress. Despite her reservations as a mother, she could only support her daughter's ambitions. She had already resolved that after the banquet, she would seek an opportunity to introduce Lin Yusen to the empress, hoping for a successful meeting, leaving the outcome to fate. Her three brothers wore expressions of distress. Dear sister, you truly present us with a dilemma. We are ill-equipped to manage affairs of the inner palace, especially those concerning the emperor's harem. Should we lend our support to you this time? Li Xiaocheng, however, lifted his goblet, casting a bemused glance in Lin Yusen's direction before retracting it.
Ha!
This girl is quite overreaching. Does she not fear the dangers that lurk within the palace? Upon hearing the mention of her son, the empress's complexion paled. Was he referring to her child? She had only one son, who had perished at 8 months. Back then, when her son was frail and frequently fell ill, she had journeyed to Lingquan Temple outside the capital to pray for him. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had vanished. She searched for 3 months, only to find a bloodied shoe by the riverbank at the foot of the mountain. Everyone claimed her son was dead, but she refused to believe it, convinced he still lived. Now, hearing that voice, could it be possible that her Lin truly survived? Is he still in her household?
Who is she?
She raised her head, scanning the crowd, attempting to identify the speaker, but after several glances, she found nothing amiss. Could this be a figment of her longing for her son? Meanwhile, the emperor, equally astonished by the revelations, managed his facial expressions with remarkable control, despite the turmoil within. He appeared composed. My son and the empress? There is only Lin. Could there be news of him? But who is that voice? Or is someone attempting to use Lin's fate to threaten me? Should I discover anyone daring enough to plot against me, I would see them torn to shreds. Lin Yusen remained oblivious to the emperor's thoughts. Were she to know, she would surely roll her eyes and exclaim that the emperor's nature is indeed one of suspicion. As the emperor and empress contemplated how to uncover the truth, envoys from other nations began to present themselves. The prince of the Sonic Kingdom has come to pay his respects. A sharp, croaky voice from the eunuch echoed through the hall, startling Lin Yusen. My goodness, the way this eunuch speaks is utterly terrifying. She patted her chest to steady herself, raising her eyes to see a man clad in foreign garb, flanked by 2 attendants carrying a box, approaching the throne. The Prince of Sana, Lu Chimuda, pays his respects to the Emperor of Xia. The Prince of Sana performed the customary greeting of his nation.
Ah, welcome, Prince Ulu.
Your journey from afar must have been arduous, the Emperor replied jovially, exhibiting a camaraderie that belied the tensions beneath. The Emperor is quite the actor. How many goods has the Sana Kingdom pilfered from our Xia Kingdom each year? Surely, in his heart, he has cursed their ancestors. The Emperor choked momentarily. Who was spreading such rumors? He would ensure that the culprit faced dire consequences. He had only condemned his parents. Your Majesty, this is a gift from our Sana Kingdom to the Xia Kingdom. Upon rising, Prince Hulu gestured towards the gifts brought by his 2 attendants and exclaimed, Oh, you from the Sana Kingdom are truly thoughtful. Shall we unveil them? The Emperor instantly perked up at the prospect of receiving gifts, exclaiming, How splendid. Chapter 38. The Envoy of the State of Qi. Prince Hulu signaled his attendants to open the wooden box, revealing a telescope nestled within. What is this? The Emperor inquired with curiosity. Your Majesty, this object is known as a telescope. It allows one to see objects several zhang away, Prince Hulu explained with pride, secretly deriding those from the Xia Kingdom for their naivety in treating such an item as a treasure, as it was commonplace in his own realm. Is it truly so remarkable? I must see it at once. The Emperor's curiosity was piqued, and he gestured for it to be brought forth. The chief eunuch stepped forward to retrieve the item and presented it to the Emperor. As the Emperor examined the telescope, he was about to inquire about its usage, when that disembodied voice echoed again. What is so extraordinary about a telescope? Look at how smug the prince from the Sauna Kingdom is. This device merely employs 2 mirrors or glasses placed within a tube, utilizing the principles of light to view distant objects. Your Majesty, do not display any signs of ignorance. Otherwise, it will be our Xia Kingdom that becomes the laughingstock. That insufferable prince is eagerly awaiting your embarrassment. Lin Yusen observed the Emperor's actions with growing concern. The Emperor paused momentarily, wondering when he had ever shown any sign of weakness. Nonsense. With an unruffled demeanor, he placed the telescope down and remarked, Yes, quite good. I am pleased, thank you. Prince Hulu, please have a seat. Prince Hulu was taken aback. This was not how he expected the interaction to unfold. He had prepared a multitude of jibes aimed at the Xia Kingdom. Now, he felt a sense of suffocation, as if he had struck a blow against cotton, finding it utterly ineffective. Thank you, Your Majesty. Prince Hulu begrudgingly expressed his gratitude and settled into his seat. The 5th Prince of Zhao, Qiu Jinhui, has arrived for an audience. The eunuch's voice rang out again. Entering was a young man clad in azure robes, possessing an exquisite appearance, exuding an air of elegance and refined grace. 5th Prince of Zhao, Qiu Jinhui, pays his respects to the Emperor of Xia. He performed the customary bow of his state. No need for formality. Your journey must have been arduous, dear Prince. The Emperor inquired politely. Does it feel as though the Emperor is being somewhat perfunctory, reciting the same lines to each envoy? The Emperor's lips twitched slightly, feeling a pang of guilt. Do not let me discover who is speaking. I shall ensure your mouth is sewn shut. The Empress stifled a light chuckle, finding the situation rather amusing. It was not arduous, Your Majesty. This is a banquet gift from our Zhao Kingdom to the Xia Kingdom, Qiu Jinhui humbly stated, gesturing for his attendants to display the offerings. A cloth covering a platter was swiftly removed, revealing a magnificent piece of blood coral, truly a sight to behold. Excellent. I am most fond of it. The 5th Prince has shown great thoughtfulness. The Emperor's earlier gloom was dispelled, delighted to finally receive a gift he cherished. However, his joy was short-lived as he heard that voice again, Is the emperor so easily satisfied? Shouldn't he be wary of traps? This blood coral is indeed large. But such specimens do not exist in nature. Half of it is a fabrication, laced with a small amount of poison. Left in the room for an extended period, it will ensure your swift departure from this world. Lin Yusen mused, her eyes glinting as she gazed at the coral, secretly desiring the poison within. The emperor's complexion paled as he withdrew his gaze from the coral. Yet, he could not express his anger. As there was no evidence to substantiate the claim, could he rely solely on that ominous voice? Thus, he had no choice but to endure. Looking at the blood coral, his spirits plummeted. Was there truly no more suitable gift? Fifth prince, please take a seat. The emperor's tone had lost its earlier cheerfulness, his expression turning impassive. The fifth prince Qiu Jinhui was momentarily taken aback. What had transpired? Just moments ago, all had seemed well. Why this sudden shift in demeanor? But no matter how he pondered, he could not fathom that the blood coral he had presented had already been unmasked. Qiu Jinhui took a seat beside Prince Hulu, exchanging polite greetings. The third prince of Qi, Chu Shubai, and Princess Chenfu have arrived for an audience. The announcement rang out. Ah, here comes today's main event. The emperor was momentarily bewildered. What main event? It could be said that aside from the emperor and empress, everyone present who could hear their thoughts knew exactly what the main event entailed and awaited the outcome with bated breath. The third prince of Qi, Chu Shubai, approached to pay his respects. Following him was Princess Chenfu, Jun Chenxi. The two advanced to the front of the hall and began their customary bows. Their greetings akin to those of the Xia kingdom, hence not feeling out of place. At last, Lin Yuxin beheld the true visage of Princess Chenfu. Graceful as an orchid, her enchanting gaze and exquisite countenance exuded a fragrance akin to blooming flowers, a rare beauty indeed. After completing her bow, Princess Chenfu fixed her gaze intently upon Li Xiaocheng, her eyes nearly sparkling with fervor. Indeed, this Princess Chenfu has come for Li Xiaocheng, her longing evident. The emperor's expression stiffened. What did come for him imply? Why was it not clarified? He then glanced at the Qi prince and princess standing below, suddenly losing his enthusiasm, though he maintained the facade of politeness. Third prince, your journey must have been taxing. Not at all, your majesty. This is a gift from our Qi kingdom to the Xia kingdom. I hope it meets your approval. The third prince, Chu Shubai, offered a few courteous remarks before unveiling their offering. The Qi kingdom had brought a large chest, and upon Chu Shubai's signal, the attendants opened it. Inside was a small enclosure made of iron bars, housing a tiger. Upon sensing the sunlight, the tiger became agitated, leaping up and hurling itself against the bars with a fierce roar, appearing quite feral. What does the third prince mean by this? The emperor's brows furrowed, his gaze sharp, laced with an undercurrent of hostility. Yet, Chu Shubai seemed unfazed, chuckling softly. This is our national treasure, the South China tiger. This particular tiger is the tamest we could find. My father has proclaimed that should your Xia kingdom manage to tame this beast, he will grant you the hand of Princess Chenfu in marriage, along with 5 cities. Good heavens, what a dubious reward. This Princess Chenfu likely came here with the intention of an alliance, expecting not to return. However, the offer of 5 cities raises suspicion. Could there be a trap involved? Moreover, should one succeed in taming the tiger, they would be ensnared by the burden of those 5 cities. If they fail, the Xia kingdom's reputation would surely suffer, with whispers of its inferiority compared to Qi echoing across the 4 realms. What a cunning ploy. Lin Yusen regarded the third prince and Princess Chenfu standing in the hall with admiration. She noted that even when Chu Shubai mentioned her impending marriage to the Xia kingdom, her gaze never strayed from Li Xiaocheng. The emperor's eyes flickered. He was indeed tempted by the prospect of those 5 cities. However, upon hearing that voice, clarity returned to his mind. No nation would bestow 5 cities without cause. Even though Princess Chenfu held a high status in Qi, she was not of royal blood, rendering the situation quite peculiar. Yet, even if this was a trap, he had no choice but to leap into it. Qi truly was remarkable. Chapter 39. It turns out he cannot. The emperor gritted his teeth, swallowing his indignation, and smiled as he addressed the assembly. The Qi kingdom truly has shown thoughtfulness. Is there anyone present capable of taming this South China tiger? Should you succeed, I shall reward you handsomely. An eerie silence enveloped the room. No one responded. The emperor, upon noticing that no one dared to step forward, found himself at a loss for words, his expression darkening in an instant.
What?
My grand nation of Xia cannot tame even a single tiger? He glared at the court officials below him, seething with frustration at their uselessness. His gaze fell upon Li Xiaocheng, silently urging him to give it a try. However, Li Xiaocheng pretended not to see, lifting his wine cup to take a sip, showing no deference to the emperor, leaving the latter to choke back his indignation. This insolent brat, now that I need you, you choose to hide like a turtle? Humph. I shall not yield to your wishes. What about the regent? Care to give it a go? The emperor began to call names. In response to your majesty, I have recently caught a chill, and am feeling rather weak. I fear I cannot take the stage. Li Xiaocheng feigned illness, even pretending to cough a few times, inciting the emperor's teeth to grind in frustration. How can you be so feeble after just a few days? No wonder in the tales. Li Xiaocheng faces death at every turn. TSK. It appears he is not as capable as I thought. Lin Yusen cast a curious glance at Li Xiaocheng, her expression one of newfound realization, oblivious to the fact that her words had unintentionally struck a nerve. Zhao Hanya's face froze. How could this girl speak so indiscriminately? The three brothers of the Lin family coughed and spluttered, exchanging awkward glances, feeling for the first time that hearing their sister's thoughts was a rather unfortunate occurrence. Both the emperor and the empress twitched at the corners of their mouths, the emperor casting several meaningful glances at Li Xiaocheng. Pondering why this insolent youth had not yet married, it seemed he was lacking in capability. Meanwhile, Li Xiaocheng's eyes flashed with anger as he glared in Lin Yusen's direction. This audacious girl dared to question his abilities. He would remember this slight and settle the score later. Cough. Very well. Since the regent is indisposed, let us move on. Who among you dares to step forward? The emperor feigned a cough and released Li Xiaocheng, addressing the assembly once more. Yet still, no one dared to make a move. What is this? Is it true that my Xia cannot even tame a tiger? Seeing the scene unfold, the third prince, Chu Shubai, could not help but interject, his expression betraying his satisfaction. Meanwhile, Princess Chenfu had remained silent, her attention fixed on Li Xiaocheng, having witnessed the latter's sharp glare directed at Lin Yusen. Following his line of sight, she noted that besides Lin Yusen, there was also Lady Su, the Minister of Work's wife, and her daughter, Su Xiaoxiao, who was 3 years younger than Lin Yusen and only 11 years old. Ultimately, Princess Chenfu's gaze settled on Lin Yusen, for she was the most beautiful among them, and her instincts warned her that this woman could pose a threat. Before the emperor could speak again, Princess Chenfu stepped forward and performed a graceful curtsy. Your Majesty, since no men from your esteemed nation have stepped forward, might we allow a woman to take a chance? The women of our Qi kingdom can tame tigers just as well as men, if not better. I shall not take advantage of your Xia. Let us find a woman to compete. If she wins, I shall gladly offer up 5 cities, but if she loses, your regent must marry into our Qi kingdom. At her declaration, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. What was Princess Chenfu scheming? Was she truly suggesting that a woman go forth to tame a tiger? Was that not tantamount to courting death? Indeed, the intentions of Qi kingdom were all too transparent. Surely the emperor would not acquiesce to such an absurdity. The emperor's expression darkened. How could the dignity of the nation hinge upon a woman? It was disheartening, to say the least. The empress, too, was incensed. But with so many officials present, she, as the empress, could not display her anger openly. She sensed the emperor's frustration and placed a comforting hand on his. The emperor, feeling the empress's support, took a deep breath, his gaze toward the princess growing colder. Since Princess Chenfu has posed this challenge, I assume you have a candidate in mind? Who is the young lady you wish to compete with? Princess Chenfu smiled coyly, her gaze landing on Lin Yusen. Pray tell, who is this young lady? I find her quite enchanting. Would she dare to step forward and compete with me? Lin Yusen felt an ominous premonition wash over her. Surely this woman had set her sights on her. What had she done to incur such attention? Confusion filled her. Yet she knew she could not back down now that the challenge had been issued. Just as she prepared to rise, her mother acted swiftly, stepping forward to kneel. Your Majesty, I beseech you. My daughter has only just returned from the countryside. She knows nothing of taming tigers. I implore your mercy. Even her grandfather, the Grand General, knelt in supplication. Your Majesty, I earnestly request your leniency. Yusen is but a girl. How could she possibly tame a tiger? Is this not a matter of life and death? Even Lin Yusen's 3 brothers rose in unison, beseeching the emperor for mercy. She felt warmth in her heart at their concern, yet she knew retreat was not an option. The princess had chosen her, and it was clear she intended to make trouble. Thus, she slowly stood, a determined smile gracing her lips. Since you have issued the challenge, do not weep later. With poise, Lin Yusen walked gracefully to the front of the hall. The emperor and empress stared intently at her. both realizing in unison that she was the one who had spoken earlier. Lin Yusen bowed to the emperor. I, Lin Yusen, daughter of the Minister of Works, pay my respects to your majesty. Rise, the emperor commanded, curiosity piquing as he scrutinized this remarkable young woman. Was she the one who had spoken so confidently? She seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge. Your majesty, I have a humble request, Lin Yusen said with utmost respect. Given that Princess Chenfu wishes to compete with me, may I propose the stakes of our wager? Lin Yusen carefully articulated her intentions. Indeed, the stakes. I intend to ensure Qi Kingdom pays dearly today. Let us see if they dare to provoke our nation again. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the emperor's eyes. This girl possessed a sense of patriotism. Yet, could she truly succeed? After a moment's contemplation, he assented. Very well, I grant you permission to set the stakes. With the emperor's approval, Lin Yusen turned to Princess Chenfu. Speaking calmly, Princess, I accept your challenge, but I wish to alter the terms of our wager. What changes do you propose? Princess Chenfu inquired nonchalantly, confident that this girl could not best her. If I win, Qi Kingdom must cede 10 cities and must refrain from attacking our nation for 20 years. Conversely, if you triumph, we shall send your kingdom our regent, along with 10 cities. What say you? Lin Yusen's words fell with nonchalance, as though discussing trivial matters.
Yet.
At her declaration, both Princess Chenfu and Chu Shubai's faces paled. Did this woman possess knowledge of something they did not? Before either could respond, discontent rippled through the surrounding officials. Your Majesty, this is utterly unacceptable. Should we lose, it would mean the loss of 10 cities. Indeed, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Such a critical matter should not be wagered. Your Majesty, this girl speaks recklessly. Should we lose, where would our nation's dignity lie? Voices of dissent echoed throughout the hall, none willing to support Lin Yusen's proposition. Lin Yusen kept her head down, rolling her eyes in silence, unfazed by their protests. You all cowered in fear. Yet I step forward, and you still find cause to complain? If you wish to quarrel, then let it be so. I shall not concern myself with your bickering. After all, as a mere woman, who would dare to speak against me? The emperor responded, such a valid point. He too wishes to abandon the struggle, yet alas, it is not an option. Enough. Do you truly believe this place is a market? Since my loyal ministers are so full of ideas, I encourage you all to voice your thoughts. Whatever solutions you may have, please share. The emperor gazed at the ministers, feeling a wave of exasperation. He then passed the responsibility on to them, for if they had grievances, it was their duty to propose resolutions. In an instant, the once boisterous ministers fell silent. What solutions could they offer? If they were to face the challenge, it would either lead to their demise or a tedious reparative discussion about land compensation. This was a thankless task, fraught with peril. Why the silence now? Were you not just filled with righteous indignation? The emperor scoffed. You truly are my esteemed ministers. Yet when it comes to action one by one, you shrink back. The emperor's irritation grew as he observed their cowardice, a band of incompetents. His gaze turned to Lin Yusen, his expression softening slightly as he inquired, "You're Lin Yusen, correct? May I ask how confident you are?" Your Majesty, I was 7 parts confident before, but now. I cannot say, Lin Yusen replied, playfully evading the question. Humph, do you know what became of the last individual who tried to outsmart me? Their grave is now overgrown with grass, the emperor retorted, feigning anger to intimidate her. Then there is nothing I can do about it. Lin Yusen shrugged nonchalantly. Are you all still deliberating?
Yun Shensi asked impatiently.
The emperor, sensing the tension, knew he had to act. He turned to Lin Yusen with a serious demeanor. Very well. I accept your wager. Regardless of the outcome, I shall uphold my word. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Yusen beamed with joy. With the emperor backing her, she felt fearless. Princess, have you accepted my proposal? Lin Yusen turned to Jun Chensi. I agree to the wager you proposed, Jun Chensi replied, convinced that this woman could not possibly tame the tiger. After all, it had taken her days to train a tiger in Qi, and she had often sustained injuries. Had it not been for her previous experience with tigers in Qi, she would not have had the confidence that this one would heed her command, hence her audacious wager. This pampered young lady believes she can tame a tiger in mere moments? How ridiculous! How shall we proceed? Is it merely about taming it? Or is there a time limit? Lin Yusen inquired. We shall see who can tame the tiger within a designated time frame. That person shall emerge victorious, Jun Chensi stated, her tone laced with disdain as she regarded Lin Yusen, eager to witness her downfall. Unbeknownst to Lin Yusen, Jun Chensi had perceived her as a rival due to a fleeting glance from Li Xiaocheng. If she had known, she would have protested. claiming her innocence more fervently than Do-yi agreed. Lin Yusen nodded. The emperor then summoned guards to bring the tiger to the palace square, heavily guarded, while the dignitaries watched from within. Yusen. Zhao Hanya grasped Lin Yusen's arm with concern as she prepared to step outside. Mother, do not worry, your daughter will be fine. Lin Yusen reassured her. Be cautious. Zhao Hanya knew this was not a moment for retreat and reluctantly released her grip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she watched Lin Yusen leave the hall. This shameful spectacle, better dead than humiliated, Lin Xiong'an's voice chimed in from the side. Zhao Hanya turned sharply, glaring fiercely at him. Lin Xiong'an shivered under her stare, realizing he had overstepped and promptly fell silent. Foolish coward, Zhao Hanya thought, choosing to ignore him and focus on the unfolding scene outside. Her three brothers were equally anxious, yet powerless. For this matter concerned the diplomatic relations and land concessions between two nations, decisions beyond their control. Li Xiaocheng, however, felt little trepidation. This woman was enigmatic, and he was curious to see how she would navigate this challenge. He had prepared himself, knowing the Qi envoy would not pose a significant threat. Yet, to think they would wager him as a prize? They clearly underestimated his position as regent. Li Xiaocheng tightened his grip on the wine cup, gritting his teeth. This girl is becoming increasingly audacious. He raised his gaze to the outside, where the crowd harbored diverse thoughts. Lin Yusen, oblivious to their speculations, found herself standing in the center of the square with Jun Chenxi, the tiger looming nearby. Even before it was released, the fierce roar of the South China tiger echoed, stirring tension in the air. Let the games begin, Jun Chenxi declared, her eyes glinting with derision as she addressed the attendant by the cage. The Qi tiger trainer unlatched the cage door and hastily retreated. With a powerful leap, the South China tiger sprang forth, its gaze locking onto the two humans before it. Recalling its prior capture, enraged, it charged, roaring, "You wretched humans." Jun Chenxi was undeterred. With a swift motion, she drew her whip and advanced toward the tiger. Lin Yusen blinked in astonishment. Is this how one trains a tiger? By brute force? I was unaware that Princess Chenfu possessed such martial prowess. This wasn't tea in the script. Is this woman not a cunning beauty? Why does she seem rather foolish, relying solely on strength? Lin Yusen mused, bemused yet unperturbed, opting to watch the spectacle unfold as she settled comfortably on the ground, resting her chin in her hand. Jun Chenxi lashed the whip against the tiger's back, inciting its fury even further. Ignoring its own injuries, the tiger lunged at her, baring its teeth. Oh, dear. That tiger's mouth is rather large. If it bites down, the princess will become a headless corpse. Realizing the danger, Jun Chenxi quickly retreated, narrowly escaping the tiger's jaws. Yet before she could regain her footing, the tiger charged again. Chapter 41. The Successful Taming of the Tiger. The tiger offered no opportunities for Jun Chenxi to retaliate. She found herself evading its advances. Thus, apart from her initial strike, she had failed to land another blow, while desperately dodging the tiger's assaults, nearly sustaining injuries several times. Ha! This madwoman is in quite the predicament. It's utterly hilarious. What had driven the tiger to such madness today?
Jun Chenxi grittet hertil.
Beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as her stamina waned. With determination, she reached into her robes, retrieving a pouch of powder that induced hallucinations, leading to lethargy and ultimately death. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she declared, "Beast, today I shall see your end." In a swift motion, she scattered the powder towards the tiger as she evaded its attacks. Seeing the princess harboring murderous intent, Lin Yusen realized the implications of her actions. If the tiger perished, how would the contest proceed? This reckless woman could jeopardize her plans. I cannot let this happen. I must save the tiger. If not, my objectives remain unfulfilled, and that would be a tremendous loss. With this thought, Lin Yusen swiftly produced a bamboo flute from her robes, actually drawn from her spatial storage, and raised it to her lips. As a haunting melody filled the air, it resonated throughout the square, soothing the hearts of all who listened. What is happening? Why is Lin Yusen playing a tune at such a critical moment? Is the princess truly intent on slaying the tiger? Surely that constitutes a foul play. The ministers began to murmur amongst themselves, some expressing concern, for this was a matter of national pride. Should Lin Yusen fail, the reputation of Xia and 10 cities would be at stake. Although they doubted Lin Yusen's chances of victory, even the emperor's countenance shifted as he anxiously observed the scene outside. Li Xiaocheng had already risen and made his way outside the grand hall, standing behind the soldiers, observing the commotion on the field, ever ready. No matter what, this woman, Lin Yusen, must not perish. The tiger, upon hearing the music, gradually calmed down. Yet the effects of the drug began to take hold. After a brief pause, it became restless, once more. Howl. The tiger paced anxiously back and forth, leaping about. Yet it did not continue to attack Jun Chenxi. Instead, it lifted its gaze towards Lin Yusen, who was playing the tune. Moments later, it bounded towards her. Lin Yusen did not cease her melody, nor did she move. She remained seated on the ground, her expression serene, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. The crowd in the hall was tense, each person believing that Lin Yusen was surely destined to be devoured by the tiger. Zhao Hanya's eyes brimmed with tears. Yusen, you must be safe. Before long, the tiger reached Lin Yusen, halting its advance, neither attacking her nor biting. It simply gazed at her, as if weary from standing, and lay down before her, listening to her play. Once Lin Yusen finished her piece, she ceased playing, and the tiger, influenced by the drug, began to act frantically again. Whimper, whimper. Yet it did not rise to bite Lin Yusen. Instead, it lay on the ground, whimpering softly. All right, I can see you're uncomfortable.
Here, eat this.
It will make you feel better. Lin Yusen reached out to pat its head and then produced a pill from her bosom, offering it to the tiger to consume. In no time, the tiger settled down, lying before Lin Yusen, waiting for her to stroke its head. It appeared exceedingly docile. One might mistake it for a mere cat rather than a tiger. Could it be that she had successfully tamed it? It certainly seemed so. The tiger was behaving splendidly in her presence. Was this young lady from the Lin family truly capable of such feats? Remarkable indeed. The courtiers in the grand hall were taken aback, expecting a tragic outcome, yet they witnessed a victory without bloodshed. Was this not a swift slap to the face of their expectations? The third prince of Qi observed Lin Yusen with a glimmer of interest in his eyes. This woman was intriguing. Meanwhile, Jun Chenxi, witnessing the scene, felt a flicker of unease. An ominous premonition washed over her. Had this woman truly tamed the beast?
No.
She must not allow this woman to prevail, no matter what. With a sudden motion, Jun Chenxi brandished her whip and lashed it towards the tiger. Lin Yusen furrowed her brows at the sight. This woman was indeed mad. Yet today, she would see who was truly deranged. Grasping her bamboo flute, Lin Yusen resumed playing, albeit with a shift in tempo. Whereas before it had been refreshing, now it was fervent and stirring. The tiger, seemingly endowed with intelligence, leapt just as the whip was about to strike it, charging towards Jun Chenxi and colliding with her, deftly avoiding the blow. Thud! Jun Chenxi was thrown to the ground, scrambling to her feet, her eyes blazing with fury. Today, as a dignified princess, she found herself in such a disgraceful predicament. Lin Yusen, you shall pay for this. Jun Chenxi glared at Lin Yusen, raising her whip once more, intent on striking her down. At that moment, she cared not for the tiger, for she was bent on eliminating Lin Yusen. Once the woman was dead, the tiger would surely follow. Lin Yusen, seeing the crazed woman approach, felt her expression shift. Goodness! This madwoman is enraged and intent on killing me. What is this? Has the plot twisted into an assassination? Lin Yusen narrowed her eyes, halting her melody, and leaped onto the tiger's back, which showed no signs of anger. Crack! Just then, Jun Chenxi's whip struck the spot where Lin Yusen had just been, and she successfully evaded the blow. Perched upon the tiger's back, Lin Yusen looked down upon Jun Chenxi with an air of nonchalance and remarked, "Does the princess deny her defeat? Are you planning to eliminate me to silence me? I will surely kill you, Lin Yusen." Jun Chenxi gritted her teeth in a venomous tone.
Ah!
Princess, I find it perplexing. We have never even crossed paths before. Why do you seek my ruin and wish to take my life? When have I wronged you? Lin Yusen, unable to suppress her curiosity, inquired. Since the moment the princess had sought her out for a duel, she had never encountered this individual and had not provoked her in any way, although she was aware of the trouble this princess could cause at national banquets. Ha! Should you not perish? Any woman who catches Li Xiaocheng's eye deserves to die. Jun Chenxi's eyes burned with jealousy, as if Lin Yusen had stolen her man. Lin Yusen was left speechless. This Jun Chenxi is unhinged, truly deranged. If a woman who merely attracts Li Xiaocheng's gaze must die, then surely all women in the world would be wiped out. Why not abduct Li Xiaocheng and make him your prince consort instead of causing a ruckus here? Princess Chenxi, do you truly believe you can slay me today? Might I suggest you take a look around? You are in our Xia kingdom. If you were to kill me here, do you truly think you would return to Qi unscathed? Lin Yusen, no longer wishing to converse with the madwoman, shrugged and offered her a kind reminder of her precarious position. Jun Chenxi paused, glancing around, realizing she was indeed in Xia Kingdom and right before the emperor, no less. Previously, fearing the tiger might harm the emperor, they had surrounded the plaza with the imperial guard in layers. Chapter 42. I have triumphed. With so many imperial guards of Xia Kingdom surrounding her, if she were to kill this woman today, there would be no escape for her. Jun Chenxi took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and slowly retracted her whip. Lin Yusen, noticing her retrieval of the whip, patted the back of the tiger beneath her, then looked at Jun Chenxi with a radiant smile, declaring, "Princess Chenfu, I have won this contest of taming the tiger." At that moment, Jun Chenxi finally grasped the gravity of her loss. She had forfeited 10 cities and the condition of refraining from attacking Xia Kingdom for 20 years. Her face drained of color, for she held a high status in Qi, yet it was contingent upon her contributions to the state. Otherwise, how could the emperor tolerate a woman prancing about atop his head? Moreover, she was acutely aware that the Qi emperor had been plotting for over a decade, waiting for the opportune moment to send troops to attack Xia Kingdom, and her arrogance had now undone it all. The emperor would not let her off easily. What was to be done? Jun Chenxi raised her gaze to Lin Yusen, grinding her silver teeth, remaining silent. Lin Yusen, observing her silence, recognized her reluctance to admit defeat and paid her no mind, riding the tiger toward the grand hall's entrance. She exuded an aura of triumph akin to that of a victorious general returning from battle. The tiger obediently allowed her to ride, showing no signs of displeasure. As they approached the entrance, she did not enter, for the entrance was completely blocked by the imperial guards. Lin Yusen, undeterred, called out to the inside, "Your Majesty, the third Prince of Qi, in this contest, have I not emerged victorious?" The emperor had anticipated Lin Yusen's triumph since she had remained mounted on the tiger without falling. Observing the darkened expression of the third prince, he felt a surge of joy within. He symbolically inquired of the prince, "Now that Lin Yusen has ridden the tiger with such finesse, what say you, your highness, regarding this contest?" The third prince, gazing at Lin Yusen, responded with a gentle smile, "Your Majesty jest. Lin Yusen is indeed a master at taming tigers. This contest is undoubtedly won by Miss Lin." The loss was one they must swallow, for their hubris had led them to believe that no one from Xia Kingdom could tame a tiger, thus delivering them an unexpected and stinging rebuke. The third prince regarded Lin Yusen with a discerning and intrigued gaze. This woman was far from ordinary. If only he could bring her back to Qi. A glimmer of interest flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lin Yusen, upon hearing the third prince's acknowledgement, joyfully descended from the tiger and guided the magnificent beast into the iron cage, awaiting the emperor's men to come and transport it away. Only then did Lin Yusen leisurely return to the grand hall. At that moment, the hall was abuzz with anticipation for Lin Yusen's arrival. All eyes were fixed upon her, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and envy. Lin Yusen paid them no mind, indifferent to their gazes, as they could not diminish her worth. "Your Majesty, your humble servant shall not fail your grace," she proclaimed as she approached the throne, bowing respectfully. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Lin Yusen emerges victorious in this contest." The emperor was genuinely elated. Lin Yusen had brought him honor. "Your Majesty, what shall be the stakes?" Lin Yusen reminded him. The emperor should not rejoice prematurely. There are still matters to attend to, and the stakes remain unclear. However, considering the miserly nature of the Qi emperor, who harbors grudges, the loss of 10 cities would surely incite his wrath against the Xia Kingdom, leading to future obstacles. Moreover, the 20-year non-aggression pact with the Xia Kingdom would undoubtedly cause Qi emperor to seethe. He had long harbored ambitions to invade, and Lin Yusen's actions had disrupted those plans. The third prince would face reprimands upon his return, and one could only dread the Qi emperor's desperate retaliation. Nonetheless, if the 10 cities were relinquished, and only the 20-year pact remained, the Qi emperor might momentarily swallow his pride. As for Lin Yusen, 5 years would suffice. She pledged to produce several generals from the Zhao family for the battlefield. The Zhao family, now frail and diminished, possessed no capacity for war. Thus, survival was paramount for now. The emperor's expression turned grave. Lin Yusen spoke truthfully. It was imperative to prevent the Qi emperor from becoming cornered. The Xia Kingdom's forces were adequate, yet they lacked capable commanders. For the past decade, half of the military power had been under the control of Li Xiaoqing, who, for reasons unknown, seemed perpetually cursed. Any injury he sustained rendered him unfit for battle. Alas, what a burden it was to be an emperor. Yet the prospect of Lin Yusen training generals intrigued him. Was it genuine? As he pondered, the emperor resolved to adopt Lin Yusen's strategy, opting for a cautious approach. Third prince, As Lin Yusen has triumphed, I am not one to take advantage of a misfortune. I shall forego the 10 cities. However, can your Qi kingdom uphold the 20-year non-aggression pact with the Xia kingdom? The third prince was momentarily taken aback. 10 cities relinquished?
How could that be?
Yet he quickly regained his composure, clasping his hands in salute. Your Majesty, truly, you would forego the 10 cities?
Why?
Is the third prince questioning my words? The emperor inquired, raising an eyebrow. Not at all, since your Majesty has graciously decided to forego the 10 cities. I can assure you that I shall secure the peace between our two nations for 20 years. The third prince readily agreed, relieved that they would not lose any cities. 20 years would pass swiftly, and once the Qi kingdom was adequately prepared, the Xia kingdom would surely fall into their grasp. Excellent, third prince. Prepare the ink and paper. Let us draft a contract, the emperor commanded, and arrangements were swiftly made. Once the contract was signed by both the third prince and the emperor, the festivities resumed as planned. Lin Yusen, seeing that her involvement had concluded, returned to Zhao Hanya's side. Zhao Hanya grasped her hand, trembling with anxiety, revealing the extent of her distress. Mother, forgive me for causing you worry. Lin Yusen felt a pang of guilt at Zhao Hanya's state, yet some duties must be fulfilled. And if not by her, then by another. It was merely luck that the madwoman had targeted her. Jun Chenxi remained quietly beside the third prince. While the hall was filled with songs and dances, the courtiers enjoying the revelry as if the earlier contest had never occurred. Lin Yusen pouted, these cunning old foxes. They chastised me before the contest, yet now act as if I do not exist. Truly remarkable. And the emperor, having won, is there no reward? Surely, he cannot be that stingy. Alas, I shall not dwell on trifles.
Hee.
The banquet is already halfway through. There must be more splendid performances to come. Lin Yusen surveyed her surroundings, observing the unfolding events. Oh, isn't that Lord Wang, the Deputy Minister of Works? His gaze is fixated on the dancers, as if he might burst with desire. Indeed, he is a notorious libertine, rumored to indulge in both genders, and even his sister-in-law is not spared, though he conceals it well. He has yet to be discovered. Hearing her thoughts, the courtiers grimaced. Such gossip was unwelcomed. The emperor's expression twitched. How could he be deemed stingy?
Ah.
Is that not Lord Liu of the Geo City Military Commission? I wonder how many green hats he has donned. His son may not even be his own. Yet he remains blissfully ignorant, doting on that child as if he were precious. If he were to discover the truth, would he not be devastated? The courtiers collectively expressed sympathy, glancing toward Lord Liu's head, their expressions laden with pity. Even the emperor felt a twinge of compassion for his wronged subject. Once the banquet concluded, he would summon Lord Liu for a heart-to-heart discussion.
Ah?
Is that not Minister Ji, who outranks her father? He possesses far greater authority and is renowned for his diligence and benevolence. Alas, his health is deteriorating, and he may soon meet an untimely end. From his appearance, I fear he is already afflicted with illness. Had he sought treatment sooner, perhaps there might have been hope. The courtiers nodded in agreement, recognizing him as a commendable official. The emperor resolved to have the imperial physician attend to Minister Ji after the banquet, for such a worthy official must be preserved.
Wow.
Are those two over there exchanging glances? How scandalous. In plain view of the emperor, they dare engage in such behavior? Yet, that woman looks so familiar. Is she not the consort Shu? My, how bold to gaze upon the emperor's woman. The atmosphere shifted. The courtiers exchanged discreet glances at the emperor, realizing he too bore a heavy burden of infidelity. The empress pursed her lips, contemplating whether to voice her concerns. Surely, no man could tolerate such a betrayal. Least of all the emperor himself. The emperor's countenance darkened. Moments ago, he had felt sympathy for Lord Liu. But now he felt as though he were the one adorned with a green hat. Although he held no affection for these concubines, they were nonetheless his women, and their blatant disregard for his honor was a direct affront. The emperor's dignity was provoked, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Oblivious to the brewing storm, Lin Yusen continued her pursuit of gossip.
Ah?
Has the sixth prince's impotence resolved? While he feigned half-heartedness, it appears he has now cast aside all pretense. Could it be that he has devised a grand scheme for usurpation? The courtiers' expressions shifted, even the emperor's face darkening with anger. His sixth son dared to covet the throne? All his previous indulgences had merely been a ruse? How audacious! The emperor, on the brink of apoplexy, could hardly believe the twists of this year's banquet. Truly a cornucopia of surprises. Hey, who is that over there? Lin Yusen. The emperor suddenly interrupted Lin Yusen's musings. If he listened any longer, he would find no virtuous subjects among his ministers or concubines. Leave me some decent people. The emperor felt a tumult of emotions toward this girl, both affectionate and exasperated. Their first meeting had left a profound impression on him. The words she had spoken could easily warrant a death sentence, yet she had remained silent, leaving him with no grounds to punish her for her indiscretion. The emperor was seething.
Oh.
Lin Yusen was momentarily taken aback, realizing someone was calling her name, none other than the emperor himself. She hurriedly stood, advancing to the center to bow. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. I inquired of you, how is it that you can tame a tiger? His Majesty believes that as long as she refrains from gossiping, any topic of conversation would suffice. In response to His Majesty, you should be aware that your humble servant, was mistakenly taken in as a child, raised in the countryside. And it was a peculiar old man I encountered in my youth who imparted such knowledge to me. Lin Yusen spoke with her eyes wide, fabricating tales, knowing full well that you could not uncover the truth. His Majesty, however, did not mind whether the girl spoke in falsehoods. As long as she did not voice her thoughts aloud, he had achieved his aim. Yet, he soon recollected her earlier remark about his stinginess. Casting a sidelong glance at her, he inquired, "Oh, so, having triumphed in this competition, what reward do you desire? A reward? Anything at all?" Lin Yusen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You may express your wish, and should I deem it acceptable, I shall acquiesce." His Majesty gazed at her, momentarily at a loss for words. Was he truly such a miserly person? "Then, I wish to have the hot spring from the regent's residence." Lin Yusen had long coveted it, yet had not had the opportunity to study its properties, for in the narrative, it had always ensured the safety of the injured Li Xiaocheng. Although he ultimately met his demise, its efficacy was beyond question. Should she acquire it and conduct her research, the Zhao family's strength would surely recover at an accelerated pace. His Majesty was momentarily speechless. Such a reward was beyond his capacity to bestow. He glanced at the indifferent Li Xiaocheng, who was sipping wine, seemingly unconcerned, which irked him. "Li Xiaocheng, what say you?" His Majesty directly passed the ball to him. Li Xiaocheng slowly set down his cup, bowed to the emperor, and coldly replied, "The hot spring within my estate, located in the regent's residence, cannot be given away." This meant it was the property of the regent's residence and could not be relinquished. His Majesty turned to Lin Yusen and said, "Lin Yusen, that is a hot spring. Situated in the regent's residence, you cannot claim it. Would you care to choose another? You two are quite adept at this game of passing the ball. If you do not wish to give it, then simply say so. If you truly wish to bestow it upon me, a decree from the throne would suffice. Could the regent dare to refuse? Am I to be trifled with merely because I am a woman? Humph, I do not covet it. Then let it be. I was merely jesting. Rewards are irrelevant. They are merely part of my duties." Regardless of her internal complaints, Lin Yusen maintained a facade of respect. His Majesty remarked, "Were it not for my ability to hear your innermost thoughts, I might have been convinced." A flicker of amusement crossed Li Xiaocheng's eyes. Yet he remained silent. The emperor, now somewhat averse to seeing this girl, declared, "Since the reward you proposed cannot be granted, yet you have indeed won this competition for me, I shall reward you with 1,000 taels of gold." "Thank you, your Majesty." Lin Yusen's earlier gloom dissipated. Gold. Who could resist such a treasure? She expressed her gratitude joyfully and retreated to her seat. At this moment, a new dance commenced before the court. The music was enchanting, and 8 beautiful maidens graced the stage, their alluring figures swaying within the hall, exuding the intoxicating charm of womanhood. Lin Yusen observed the stillness of the frowning crowd, hastily pulling herself from her joyful reverie, sensing something amiss. She glanced around at the ministers, who were utterly entranced, their eyes fixated, as if bewitched. Even His Majesty gazed ahead, captivated. As anticipated, the inevitable has arrived. I thought this evening would pass without incident, yet here we are, nearing the conclusion. And such a spectacle unfolds. Lin Yusen felt exasperated. She surveyed the scene and noted that nearly all the men were ensnared, while the ladies appeared somewhat lethargic. Yet their minds remained clear. "Mother, how do you fare?" Lin Yusen hurriedly inquired of Zhao Hanya, taking her hand to check her pulse. "I merely feel a lack of strength. Nothing else seems amiss. What is happening to me?" Zhao Hanya leaned on the table, speaking with a weakened voice. Lin Yusen, after feeling her pulse, whispered, "Mother, you have been poisoned. In fact, the entire hall has fallen victim to this poison, yet it is not lethal, merely inducing hallucinations and control." "What?" Zhao Hanya was astonished. lifting her head to observe her surroundings, confirming that many ministers and ladies were indeed behaving oddly. Yusen, something is about to happen. You must hide behind me. Zhao Hanya, having no time to spare, noted that so many ministers, including the emperor, appear to be affected by the poison. And this situation was grave. She wished to shield Yusen from harm. Mother, do not worry, we shall be fine. The regent has already made preparations. Take this first. Lin Yusen explained while producing a pill and offering it to Zhao Hanya. Without hesitation, Zhao Hanya accepted and swallowed it. Before long, she regained her strength, and upon seeing her mother was well, Lin Yusen glanced at Li Xiaocheng, genuinely concerned he too had not fallen victim. To her relief, she noticed Li Xiaocheng was unaffected. No, it was not that he was immune, but rather he possessed remarkable self-control, able to govern his own consciousness. In other words, he could endure. She observed him with astonishment, blinking her eyes, and their gazes met, momentarily frozen. Did Li Xiaocheng just glance at me? Is he imploring me? No, that cannot be. This is not the time for such thoughts. These dancers have been anointed with an intoxicating substance, which diffuses through their sweat as they dance. This very poison was utilized earlier during the tiger taming by Jun Chenxi, and now these dancers are also afflicted. If there are no traitors within the Xia kingdom, I would find that hard to believe. Lin Yusen turned her gaze towards the Qi kingdom, and indeed, the third prince of Qi was looking at her, raising his wine cup in a provocative manner. Chu Shubai, you scoundrel, are you challenging me? Very well, let us see whose poison prevails today. Lin Yusen then looked at her brother, frowning as he too appeared entranced by the beauties, but she was in dire need of assistance. Approaching them, she distributed detoxification pills, placing one in each of their mouths. They soon awakened, bewildered, glancing at Lin Yusen, feeling a dull ache in their jaws, yet unaware of its cause. Lin Yusen, indifferent to their inquiries, directly handed a pill to her elder brother, leaning in to instruct, "You must deliver this to the regent." Lin Chunlai, perceiving his sister's grave demeanor and recalling his own earlier odd behavior, glanced around and instantly comprehended. He rose stealthily, retreating unnoticed, disguising himself as a eunuch to approach the regent. He offered the pill, yet the regent was not easily approached. He was currently embroiled in an internal struggle, wary of anyone who dared to come near. Li Xiaocheng, growing impatient, released Lin Chunlai's hand, causing Lin Chunlai to frown in frustration. Lin Yusen, observing from afar, wore a displeased expression, gritting her teeth and glaring at Li Xiaocheng. What is Li Xiaocheng playing at? Refusing to take the medicine my brother has delivered? Is he waiting for death? Does he not realize this may very well be an attack directed at him? Foolish man, if you do not take the antidote, you will lack the strength to resist, and I certainly shall not come to your aid. Li Xiaocheng, hearing Lin Yusen's thoughts, understood that this was the antidote she had sent and ceased his resistance, reaching out to accept the pill, swallowing it down. After a moment, he felt somewhat better, and he regarded the disguised Lin Chunlai behind him, murmuring a word of thanks. Lin Chunlai, seeing that he was unharmed, quietly remarked, "If you wish to express gratitude, it should be to my sister. She is the one who instructed me to bring you this medicine. Now that the regent is well, I shall take my leave." Having spoken, Lin Chunlai lowered his head, preparing to depart. "Lin Depunzi." Li Xiaocheng called out to Lin Chunlai, whispering a few words to him before handing him an item. Lin Chunlai, astonished, regarded Li Xiaocheng without uttering a word, accepted the item, bowed his head, and turned to exit. After Li Xiaocheng watched Lin Chunlai leave, he turned to Lin Yusen, his gaze flickering, for he knew it was she who had sent the medicine with Lin Chunlai. Meanwhile, Lin Yusen saw that her elder brother had departed and realized that Li Xiaocheng should be safe now. She turned her attention to the third prince, Chu Shubai, and Jun Chenxi. This dance is nearing its end. Jun Chenxi will surely take action. I hope that when Li Xiaocheng regains his senses, he will be prepared. As a woman, my capabilities are quite limited. It was not that Lin Yusen underestimated Li Xiaocheng, although his character was not extensively described in the plot. It was clear that he was a figure who inspired fear, causing even children to cry at the mere mention of him. Alas, he met his demise too soon. Had he been there to protect Xiao Hao, the latter would not have endured so much suffering before ascending the throne, ultimately becoming a capricious tyrant. Nevertheless, it was indeed surprising that such a formidable individual could falter in the face of such cunning tactics. However, the poison this time had turned into a hallucinogenic drug. Not lethal. Li Xiaocheng, upon hearing Lin Yusen's thoughts, felt a twinge of discomfort. He had been prepared. Yet, he had not anticipated that their method of poisoning would be so innovative and hard to defend against. The dance finally concluded, and Jun Chenxi emerged from her earlier failure, rising elegantly to approach the center of the hall. With a voice imbued with seductive charm, she addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, this county lord has long admired the regent king. Today, I earnestly request your Majesty's approval for our marriage. Thus, the diplomatic relations between our two nations shall assuredly endure in perpetual peace. The emperor, now ensnared by the hallucinogenic drug, possessed little capacity for independent thought. He would likely acquiesce to any suggestion made to him. This was precisely Lin Yusen's greatest concern. She had not anticipated that the Qi kingdom would dare to employ such tactics during a national banquet, which could lead to dire consequences for the Xia kingdom. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yusen produced a bamboo flute, placing it to her lips and beginning to play. A refreshing and serene melody echoed throughout the grand hall. Jun Chenxi's expression shifted. How could this woman be unharmed? Realizing she could not allow Lin Yusen to thwart her grand scheme, she acted swiftly. The third prince reacted even faster. As soon as Lin Yusen commenced her playing, he rose and advanced towards her. Stop her.
Jun Chenxi hissed.
Lin Yusen could not speak. And as she saw Chu Shubai approaching, she found herself unable to move or cease her playing. At that moment, a hand suddenly appeared at her side, grasping her and pulling her aside. Lin Yusen toppled into a broad embrace. She felt a sense of déjà vu, but had no time to ponder it. Upon recognizing her rescuer, she swiftly turned and said, I leave this to you. I shall go and antidote their poison. With that, Lin Yusen turned to seek out her second and third brothers, leaving Li Xiaoqing speechless, without even a word of thanks. Li Xiaoqing then turned his gaze toward the third prince, his eyes sharp and voice cold as he remarked, Your Highness, your methods are truly remarkable. The gift you have bestowed upon our Xia kingdom is indeed quite surprising. What gift? The regent king is merely jesting. I simply find Miss Lin's melody delightful and wish to seek her guidance. Chu Shubai feigned ignorance, realizing he had missed his opportunity. He could not afford to admit to his intentions lest they be unable to leave safely that night. Chapter 45, Antidote. Lin Yusen paid no heed to the two engaged in their silent struggle. She directly sought her brothers, retrieving a porcelain vial from her pocket and handing it to her second brother. Second brother, you must administer the antidote to the emperor. Third brother, please protect me. As she presented the vial, Lin Yusen's heart ached. Although this antidote was not crafted from particularly precious materials, it was the very first elixir she had ever created, and she held a sentimental attachment to it. Admittedly, the crafting of this potion required an expensive ingredient, which she had in her possession. Yet while she felt no remorse in sharing it with her family, the thought of giving it to outsiders troubled her immensely, especially since she had already used several doses that night. Lin Yusen contemplated abandoning the mess entirely. She felt no desire to manage this chaotic situation, but she could not, for she had her family to protect. Resigned, she sought a concealed location, instructing her third brother to shield her, and began to play the ethereal melody once more. The hallucinogenic drug was non-lethal but would leave individuals in a state of prolonged neural paralysis. If left untreated for an extended period, it could lead to severe cognitive impairment. However, her supply of antidote was insufficient for the number of people affected, which was why Lin Yusen had initially begun playing the serene melody. Yet she was interrupted before she could complete it. Now, to continue, she would have to play longer without interruption. The entire hall resonated with the sounds of Lin Yusen's enchanting performance. Lin Xiaoyang, taking the vial, wasted no time and rushed to the emperor's side, administering a dose. With the emperor consuming the antidote and aided by the melody, he soon regained his clarity. Rubbing his temples, the emperor quickly sensed that something was amiss and turned to Lin Xiaoyang, inquiring, What transpired? Your Majesty, you were poisoned. In fact, everyone in this hall has been poisoned. Lin Xiaoyang respectfully replied. Poisoned? Very well. Let me see who possesses the audacity to poison during my national banquet. The emperor's anger was palpable. Daring to poison beneath his very nose was an affront he could not overlook. As a sovereign, he was not a fool. Aside from Li Xiaoqing and a few others who appeared unaffected, if he had not already suspected the Qi kingdom's involvement, he might as well relinquish his throne after all these years. This was a banquet of the Xia kingdom, without an insider. Foreign agents would think twice before attempting to poison. At this moment, Jun Chenxi also recognized that the situation had taken a turn. It was evident that the emperor had regained his senses, making it increasingly difficult to control him. Thus, she resolved to make a desperate attempt. Drawing a concealed dagger from her sleeve and charging toward the emperor, she intended to capture the Xia emperor. Only by doing so could they escape safely. With the emperor's guards still incapacitated, only Lin Xiaoyang, an unarmed man, stood in her way. This was her opportunity. Protect the emperor. Lin Xiaoyang shouted as he swiftly moved in front of the emperor, blocking the impending threat. The commotion drew Chu Shubai's attention, realizing the gravity of the situation. This woman harbored murderous intent towards the emperor, and it could not end well. He regretted heeding Jun Chenxi's words, believing he could manipulate the Xia emperor and secure a marriage with Li Xiaocheng. Now he was in a precarious position, potentially risking his life, and his complexion darkened. Outside the hall, the imperial guards responded to the call, flooding in and surrounding the entire chamber, weapons drawn against Chu Shubai and Jun Chenxi.
Upon witnessing this, que Shubei turned pale.
Meanwhile, Jun Chenxi had reached Lin Xiaoyang and kicked him aside, sending him sprawling a meter away, unable to rise immediately. As Lin Yusen continued her melody, she noticed her second brother being kicked away, and her heart tightened, but she could not cease her playing. Second brother, hold on. As long as you are alive, I can find a way to save you. Even if it's just a kick, you'll be fine. Lin Xiaoyang, clutching his chest and unable to rise, muttered, You truly are my dear sister. After kicking Lin Xiaoyang aside, Jun Chenxi advanced toward the emperor, her dagger poised to strike. Just then, Li Xiaocheng swiftly stepped in front of the emperor, deflecting Jun Chenxi's dagger with a flick of his sword. Seeing that she could not harm the emperor, Jun Chenxi turned her aggression toward Li Xiaocheng. Li Xiaocheng, why not marry me? I cherish you so deeply. Why won't you marry me?
Jun Chenxi exclaimed.
Her voice tinged with desperation as she fought back against her opponent. I harbor no feelings for you. Your affection or lack thereof bears no significance to me. Li Xiaocheng replied coldly, and with a flourish of his sword, he inflicted a shallow cut upon her. Despite Jun Chenxi's formidable martial prowess, it paled in comparison to Li Xiaocheng's skill, and within mere moments, she found herself subdued. His sword pressed against her throat, rendering her immobile. With a gaze filled with longing and sorrow, Jun Chenxi looked at Li Xiaocheng and confessed, 5 years ago, you saved me in Qi State, and from that moment forth, I have been deeply enamored with you. Each day, I have dreamt of marrying you. For years, I have labored in Qi State, striving to attain a position worthy of you. Li Xiaocheng, is it wrong to love you? I do not love you. Li Xiaocheng retorted, his brow furrowing in irritation. Who would have imagined that Li Xiaocheng would be so devoid of romantic sentiment? The princess possesses both status and beauty, along with commendable skills, albeit with a hint of madness. Overall, she is quite exceptional. How could he not be attracted to her? Perhaps he prefers men? Lin Yusen mused while playing her tune, unable to resist the urge to gossip. Those who overheard her thoughts twitched at the corners of their mouths. Such remarks were ill-advised. Even the emperor's simmering rage was momentarily diffused by her words, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Meanwhile, Li Xiaocheng ground his teeth in frustration. This woman truly had an unending stream of words. You do not love me. Do you love her instead?
Jun Chenxi suddenly pointed towards Lin Yuxin.
However, as Lin Yusen stood half-obscured by Lin Shixiao, those who heard her thoughts instinctively believed Jun Chenxi was referring to Lin Shixiao. Even Lin Shixiao himself stiffened at the implication, a chill running down his spine. Yet, he could not move aside, for his sister continued to play her melody, insisting she not be interrupted. Thus he remained stationary, enduring the scrutiny of those around him. Li Xiaocheng chose not to respond. Instead, he struck her unconscious with the hilt of his sword, muttering about her excessive chatter. Meanwhile, Lin Yusen had played her enchanting tune for long enough that many had begun to awaken from their stupor. What transpired here? Why are the imperial guards inside? Murmured a voice in the crowd. Quiet! Something significant must be unfolding. Why is everyone looking at Lord Lin? What has happened? The newly awakened individuals, noticing the peculiar expressions directed at Lord Lin, voiced their curiosity, momentarily forgetting the tense standoff. Lin Yusen stifled a laugh, struggling to maintain her composure, nearly misplaying her tune. Once she observed that most had regained their senses, she ceased her performance, stepping out from behind Lin Shixiao. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, she approached Lin Xiaoyang, assessing his condition. Upon confirming he was unharmed, she felt a sense of relief. Chapter 46. The Sixth Prince's Bid for Power. At this juncture, the crown prince and the assembled princes remembered their father.
Father, how are you?
Several sons inquired with immediate concern, though the sincerity of their sentiments was questionable. I am unscathed. The emperor glared at his sons, frustration evident in his gaze. Look at Li Xiaocheng. He was prepared for any eventuality, devising strategies both before and after the crisis, attending to every detail. And then look at you, my ineffectual brood. He pondered bitterly, recalling he had another son, who knew if he was any better. The emperor's disappointment in his sons was palpable. At that moment, Lin Chunlai entered with a contingent of guards, bringing 2 individuals before the emperor, compelling them to kneel. Your Majesty, these 2 were lurking outside and seemed highly suspicious, Lin Chunlai reported, bowing respectfully. The emperor, still shaken, returned to his seat, casting a concerned glance at the empress. Having shared many years with him, she understood his unspoken worries, shaking her head with a reassuring smile. Only then did the emperor cast a cold, piercing gaze upon those gathered, as though scrutinizing corpses. Investigate. I demand to uncover who conspired with outsiders to betray our nation. He commanded in a voice laced with fury. Yes. Commander Zhou Lei of the Imperial Guard stepped forward to fulfill the order before retreating. Wait. Something feels amiss. Where is the 6th prince? He was absent during the earlier chaos, and only now do we notice his absence. Could it be? Is the 6th prince staging a coup today? The narrative suggested he would not act for another year. How has he advanced his plans? Perhaps he was merely testing the waters today. If successful, he could leverage the poisoning of the emperor to pressure Qi state into supporting his claim to the throne. If it fails, he remains a mere pawn, biding his time until a year later when Li Xiaocheng is incapacitated and poses no threat, thus providing him with another chance. No wonder he is said to be the closest to the throne. He is prepared for both outcomes. But what is he doing now? Mobilizing troops? Lin Yusen surveyed the room, realizing the connection to the poisoning scheme, piecing together the unfolding events. The emperor's expression darkened as he inquired, where is the 6th prince? Why is he not present? Bring him to me. Yes. The Imperial Guards promptly dispatched a team to locate him, only to be forced back moments later. It appears this is serious. The 6th prince is remarkably swift. The 6th prince entered with a battalion of soldiers, surrounding the assembly, leading to an immediate standoff with the Imperial Guards. Father, I have come to rescue you, he proclaimed, a devilish smile gracing his lips as he approached the throne.
Kia.
Do you truly intend to do this? The emperor queried icily, gazing upon his son, now a rebel. What are you saying, father? I am genuinely here to save you. Cheng Lixiang feigned innocence, playing the fool. Humph, rescue? Then tell me, is that man kneeling on the ground from your estate? The emperor pointed at one of the kneeling figures, recognizing him from previous encounters. Having been informed by eunuch Liu that this individual had been seen at the 6th prince's residence, Cheng Lixiang turned to look at the man, his expression shifting dramatically. But he already left. How is he here? The man remained silent, head bowed. The emperor continued, what more do you have to say? Do you dare to claim you are not involved in this affair? Father, what if I am? You have forced my hand. I am your son. Yet you have never cared for me, never valued me, simply because my mother was a lowly maid? You treat this outsider better than your own blood. The 6th prince, Cheng Lixiang, ceased denying his actions, pointing at Li Xiaocheng in defiance. And this is your justification for treachery and poisoning me? The emperor inquired, his brow furrowed, devoid of any emotional response, as if the 6th prince's actions were inconsequential. No, father, you misunderstand. I never intended to poison you or betray the nation. I merely arranged for a dancer, and I was not involved beyond that. Thus it cannot be deemed treachery. Cheng Lixiang, seeing his father's indifference, abandoned all restraint and divulged everything. I merely acted upon circumstances, believing Jun Chenxi's arrival would provoke Li Xiaocheng into action, given the rumors of her obsessive love for him. I thought to fan the flames during their moment of action. Originally, I only wished for Li Xiaocheng's demise. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen incident transpired. During the tiger taming event, Li Xiaochen astonishingly failed to appear. I surmised that madwoman, Jun Chenxi, would undoubtedly have a trick up her sleeve. As anticipated, the troupe of dancers proved instrumental. At the moment those dancers took the stage, I was merely seeking reinforcements. I reasoned that, since my father was to be subdued, the nation could not remain without a ruler for even a day, so I could step in on his behalf. Cheng Lixiang laid everything bare. Father, you are now surrounded by your son. Simply consent to abdicate, and I guarantee no harm will come to anyone here. Cheng Lixiang gazed at the emperor with fervor, articulating his ulterior motive. Such excessive prattle. Is it not merely the throne he covets? Will he fight or not? Is he planning to return home? After all, the 6th prince is destined to fail. Why all this superfluous dialogue? The hour is late, and I wish to retire for the night. Lin Yusen concealed herself nearby, unable to restrain her disdainful thoughts at the 6th prince's incessant chatter. Instantly, the emperor's taut demeanor nearly faltered. Did this impudent girl not realize the gravity of the situation? I am being usurped by my own son, and she still thinks of slumber? The expressions of the others varied, but the members of the Lin family were drenched in cold sweat. Dear daughter, it would be wise for you to remain silent at this moment. Lin Xiaoyang gently tugged at Lin Yusen's arm, prompting her to snap back to reality. What is it, second brother? She inquired. I feel a bit dizzy. Please support me. Lin Xiaoyang could only feign faintness to divert her attention. The emperor, momentarily distracted, felt his mood lighten. He had no desire to prolong this farce with his inept son. He discreetly signaled to Li Xiaochen. Li Xiaochen immediately placed his fingers to his lips, emitting a sharp whistle, and the sounds of combat erupted outside. What is happening? What is going on? Cheng Lixiang, sensing something amiss, exclaimed in panic. He hastily sent his men to investigate, only for them to rush back in disarray, reporting, Your Highness, our men have been subdued. What? Cheng Lixiang felt an icy chill envelop him, instinctively retreating a step. It is over. Chapter 47. Someone has captured his heart. He anxiously glanced at the emperor, noting the absence of any superfluous expression on his face, realizing that the emperor was indeed prepared this time. His own rashness had led him astray. He should not have acted with such haste. Yet, what significance did such reflections hold now? He had lost. Seize the sixth prince and confine him to the ancestral hall, awaiting your judgment. With the emperor's command, the imperial guards sprang into action, swiftly subduing the surrounding soldiers. And Cheng Lixiang was also apprehended. Father, I realize my mistakes. I realize my mistakes. It was only at this moment that Cheng Lixiang understood the gravity of his pleas. Regardless of their efficacy, if he could soften the emperor's heart, he might have a chance to turn the tide. He did not believe he was in the wrong. The ultimate goal of royal sons was, after all, the throne. After shouting for an eternity, the emperor uttered not a single word, and Cheng Lixiang was thus dragged away. Take the envoy from Qi away. I must discuss compensation matters with the emperor of Qi. The emperor furrowed his brow as he regarded the third prince of Qi and Jun Chenxi, taking a while before he spoke. Understood. The imperial guards escorted the two away. And before departing, Jun Chenxi cast an incredulous glance at Li Xiaochen, as if she could not fathom that he had betrayed her. Once tranquility returned, the farce of the night was quelled. Well, my esteemed ministers, you have all been alarmed today. Kindly return to calm your nerves. There shall be no morning court session tomorrow. You may disperse. The emperor addressed the assembly in a solemn tone, though it lacked the earlier harshness. As the sixth prince was taken away, the emperor appeared utterly dejected, no longer the cold and unfeeling figure he had been. After all, he was a son. Despite having paid little attention to him throughout his upbringing, the knowledge that his son sought to usurp his position weighed heavily upon his heart. I take my leave. I take my leave. Observing the emperor's discontent, the courtiers, sensing the absence of danger, hastily withdrew. Lin Yusen and Zhao Hanya also intended to depart, but the emperor caught sight of them and interrupted their farewells. Lin Yusen, you shall remain. I have matters to discuss with you. Lady Lin may return. I shall send someone to escort Lin Yusen back. The emperor stated. Yes. Zhao Hanya, recognizing the emperor's directive, consented, casting a glance at Lin Yusen to caution her against any missteps. Lin Yusen nodded vigorously, assuring herself of her compliance. Now that mother has departed, I wonder why the emperor has retained me? Is he bestowing me with silver? If not, that would be rather excessive. I still wish to sleep. It is so late. What could possibly warrant discussion tonight? Lin Yusen smiled as she bid farewell to Zhao Hanya, inwardly lamenting the emperor. As Zhao Hanya exited the grand hall, she nearly stumbled, saved only by Lin Shixiao's timely support. Her sister's imagination was far too vivid. As a grown man, he was nearly overwhelmed, let alone their mother. He resolved to remind his sister in the future to speak less and act more. Once most had departed, even the empress was escorted back to Kuan-Ning Palace. Follow me, the emperor commanded, regarding Lin Yusen and the remaining Li Xiaochen. The two trailed the emperor to the study. After serving the emperor, eunuch Lu stood by, awaiting further instructions, while the emperor remained silent at the desk, gazing at the two for some time before finally addressing Li Xiaochen. Li Xiaochen, this incident, speak of it. Your Majesty, I merely received word that Jun Chenxi was among the envoys from Qi and feared that she might devise some underhanded scheme, so I conducted an inquiry, which indeed revealed troubling matters, prompting me to take preventive measures. Li Xiaochen reported respectfully, omitting the details known to Lin Yusen. I recall you sent word last night, cautioning me of a forthcoming spectacle and urging me to be wary. Is this the form of caution you meant? Yet, I find it perplexing. She is infatuated with you. Would marrying her not alleviate these troubles? You are not a youth any longer. It is time to establish a family, the emperor concluded, casting a disdainful glance at Li Xiaochen. Lin Yusen regarded Li Xiaochen with a face full of intrigue. Indeed, he is considered an older man here. Why not marry? Xiaochen, be honest with me. Do you harbor no affection for women? The emperor pondered before posing the question, having been influenced by Lin Yusen, sensing that Li Xiaochen might indeed prefer men. Oh, even the emperor is beginning to doubt. Could it be true? Li Xiaochen harbors an affinity for the same sex. How amusing. Lin Yusen lowered her head, her shoulders quaking with suppressed laughter. Could you refrain from making such noise? I can hear you, the emperor admonished. In response, I do have someone in mind, and it is not a man. Li Xiaochen shot Lin Yusen a glare, gritting his teeth as he replied.
Oh?
Who is this esteemed lady? Speak her name, and I shall offer my counsel. The emperor, upon learning that Li Xiaochen had someone in mind, became instantly animated. Li Xiaochen was the son of his savior, Li Changyin, who had stood by him in his most trying times, embodying both brother and father. Yet, during a coup attempt, Li Changyin had perished while saving him. Li Xiaochen was but 3 years old then and had grown under the emperor's watchful eye. As Li Xiaochen matured, he enlisted in the military, achieving remarkable success over 5 years, until he went missing during a battle, only to be found months later, gravely injured. Afterward, the emperor learned that any injury could cost him dearly, so he forbade him from combat, defying opposition and directly appointing him as regent. Li Xiaochen proved his worth, assisting the emperor in many court matters, and the emperor cherished him as if he were a son. That person. I wish to wait a while longer. Li Xiaochen vaguely replied, withholding the identity. The emperor, observing his demeanor, felt irritation rise. I care not. You are already 25 and must find a wife. The emperor directly issued his final ultimatum. So, Li Xiaochen harbors affections for women? Have I misjudged him? But who could possibly be so unfortunate as to have caught his eye? With that frosty demeanor, speaking as if laced with ice and edged with knives. Is he simply courting danger? Lin Yusen observed the exchange between the emperor and Li Xiaochen, internally launching a tirade. Suddenly, Li Xiaochen knelt on the ground, addressing the emperor. Your Majesty, after much contemplation, I have come to realize that I am of age. Since I have found my beloved, I humbly beseech your Majesty to grant me a marriage. The emperor, taken aback by Li Xiaochen's unexpected sincerity, quickly regained his composure, curiosity piqued. Pray tell, which maiden has captured your heart? Lin Yusen, observing the gravity of Li Xiaocheng's request, felt an increasing curiosity about which noble woman could have attracted the attention of this living embodiment of death, her gaze fixed intently on him. Li Xiaocheng suddenly cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yusen, sending chills down her spine and igniting a sense of foreboding.
Indeed,
he proclaimed, I have taken a liking to the daughter of the Lin family, Lin Yusen, and I earnestly request your Majesty's blessing for our union. What? Lin Yusen could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, her eyes nearly bulging out. Chapter 48. Shouldn't he bear responsibility? Li Xiaocheng raised his gaze, gazing affectionately at Lin Yusen, stating, Miss Lin has already seen my physique. Should he not bear responsibility? Cough, cough. The emperor interjected, this is rather bold. Allow me a moment to digest. Lin Yusen choked on her own saliva, insisting, I never did. I am wronged. Your Highness, please refrain from such nonsense. When have I ever seen your Highness's physique? One must not lie in the presence of the emperor. Panic surged within her. She had no desire to marry so soon. Miss Lin may not recall, but I certainly do, Li Xiaocheng retorted, adopting a rogue's demeanor. Were it not for the rumors this woman had spun in her mind, he would not have acted so recklessly. He found Lin Yusen uniquely captivating. He could hear her innermost thoughts, which were not only insightful but also intriguing. Though he felt an attraction towards her, he was unsure of its depth. Yet, after being provoked by Lin Yusen today, even a man could not endure such taunts. After all these years, he had only harbored fondness for her, so why not bind them together and cultivate their feelings over time? Furthermore, Li Xiaocheng believed he might not develop affections for anyone else. Should Lin Yusen uncover Li Xiaocheng's true sentiments, she would likely slap herself in disbelief, realizing that her gossip had almost jeopardized the marriage. However, Lin Yusen was oblivious. She was thoroughly intimidated by Li Xiaocheng, her speech faltering. You and I. After much contemplation, Lin Yusen found herself at a loss for words, ultimately sulking in silence. Li Xiaocheng observed her demeanor, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. The emperor, witnessing their interaction, began to comprehend the situation and thus spoke. Very well, since you both share mutual sentiments, I shall consent to this marriage. However, the formal betrothal shall be delayed until Lin Yusen has undergone her coming-of-age ceremony. Until then, you may spend some time together. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Xiaocheng expressed his gratitude as he rose. Mutual sentiments? The emperor's words are rather charming, yet with that icy visage, not even a dagger could penetrate his heart. It is futile to hope. Lin Yusen pouted, internally grumbling. The emperor noticed her lowered head, suspecting she was speaking ill of him, and remarked, "What is it? Lin Yusen, do you take issue with my decree?" "No, Your Majesty, I thank you." Lin Yusen replied begrudgingly. "As if I would dare object. You are the emperor. Your word is law. My life's significant event has been carelessly decreed by you. How am I to live freely thereafter? Is it not too much to summon me at this late hour merely to arrange a marriage? Surely, you could have let me return to rest." Lin Yusen felt utterly exasperated. A visit to the palace had cost her dearly, not only exhausting her, but also robbing her of her marriage prospects. Cough, cough. Lin Yusen, I summoned you to inquire whether the poison affecting those ministers today has had any repercussions. The emperor coughed awkwardly before addressing the matter at hand. For the well-being of the officials and their families was paramount. Should the poison prove lethal, it would spell disaster for the nation. In response to Your Majesty, it was a hallucinogenic substance, typically employed for control. However, prolonged absence of the antidote may lead to cognitive decline. The melody I played today merely suppressed the toxic effects, allowing them to regain temporary lucidity. To completely eradicate the poison, we must rely on medicinal remedies. Lin Yusen cast aside her frustrations, answering the emperor's inquiries with earnestness. Was it the pill given to me by Lin Xiaoyang today? The emperor asked. Indeed, yet the quantity I personally crafted is limited, insufficient for so many. I can provide a prescription, and Your Majesty may instruct the imperial physicians to prepare the medicine for the ministers, or allow them to procure it themselves. However, one ingredient is rather unique and may not be readily available. Should there be any delay in treating the ministers, it would hinder their ability to serve Your Majesty, resulting in a regrettable outcome. Lin Yusen spoke with a serious demeanor. The emperor pondered for a moment, realizing the girl was setting a trap for him. Yet he had no choice but to proceed with her inquiries. What is that ingredient? Dragon bone grass. This herb grows precariously along steep cliffs, making it exceedingly difficult to harvest and exceedingly rare, which is why it is seldom found in pharmacies. I inquired about it while preparing the pills, but none were available. However, it should be present within the palace, no? Lin Yusen feigned uncertainty, as though she genuinely lacked knowledge. I understand. Please draft the prescription. The emperor, wishing to avoid further discourse with Lin Yusen, waved her aside, not wishing to see her at that moment.
Yes.
How delightful it is to lead you astray while ensuring you part with some wealth. It would be a disservice to my efforts this evening to leave you unscathed. Lin Yusen gleefully set about writing the prescription, leaving the two men exchanging glances until the emperor finally spoke. I did not expect your tastes to be so peculiar. Li Xiaocheng instantly understood, responding helplessly. I, too, have no choice. It is simply my preference. You rascal. The emperor chuckled in exasperation, casting a stern look at Li Xiaocheng before addressing him seriously. Tend to the matter regarding the third prince of Qi. I wish to see if they still possess the audacity to cause a stir. Yes, however, Your Majesty. Should the Qi emperor decide to abandon all pretense and even forsake the sun, they may still resort to military action? Li Xiaocheng hesitated but voiced his concerns, for Lin Yusen had foretold of Qi's intent to mobilize. Although he had not been poisoned or injured this time, Qi's emissaries had indeed been detained for various reasons, leaving the possibility of direct conflict open. Should they truly take to arms, I shall not cower. However, it is the common folk who will suffer. Presently, the crown prince is utterly inept, while each of the princes forms factions, vying for my position, showing little regard for the nation's affairs. Alas, I find myself rather unsuccessful. None of my sons seem capable. Must the Xia nation truly meet its demise? The emperor's tone grew somber as he spoke, the weight of his failures evident. The sixth prince's power grab weighed heavily on him, causing him distress. Yet, as the emperor of a nation, he could not display weakness. In the absence of others, he allowed his despair to surface. Your Majesty, do not despair. Perhaps there is still hope? Li Xiaocheng offered words of comfort, deliberately omitting mention of the emperor's remaining son, who was currently safe within the Lin household. Bringing him back to the palace could jeopardize his life, and even if he survived, the palace was a perilous environment. The child is in the Lin residence, under the guidance of Lin Yusen, and is sure to achieve great things. Although Lin Yusen can be rather blunt with her words, her capabilities are formidable and rather enigmatic. Moreover, she possesses considerable wisdom and cunning, always considering the bigger picture while maintaining a kind heart. Such a person is unlikely to raise an unworthy disciple. Furthermore, he had instructed his subordinates to investigate. And it appears Lin Yusen has already begun teaching the child martial arts, indicating she is indeed a person of foresight. The emperor nodded, signaling that he was well. Chapter 49, The Old Man. At this moment, Lin Yusen approached, handing a prescription to eunuch Liu, saying, "If this prescription is made into pills, one will suffice. If brewed into a decoction, it must be consumed 3 times. Remember." Eunuch Liu accepted the prescription, replying, "Understood. I shall remember. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Upon hearing the emperor's dismissal, Lin Yusen felt a surge of joy. Finally, she could return home. "We take our leave, Your Majesty." Lin Yusen and Li Xiaoqing spoke in unison, bowing as they exited. Eunuch Liu watched their retreating figures, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Your Majesty, should this prescription be taken to the Imperial Medical Institute for the physicians to examine?" "No need," the emperor waved his hand, "since she was able to save me. It is clear she possesses the requisite skills. Just have the physicians prepare the medicine." He was not concerned that Lin Yusen would harm him. Had she intended to do so, she would not have intervened to save so many. However, it was necessary to investigate the extent of her abilities. Once Lin Yusen stepped out of the imperial study, she felt an immediate relief in the air. "Finally, I can go home. Wait, which way do I exit?" Her relaxed demeanor stiffened as she glanced around. She had entered the palace with Xiao Hanya today, and now that everyone else had left, she was at a loss for the way out. "Didn't the emperor mention sending someone to escort me home? Should I go back and inquire?"
Ugh.
"Perhaps not. I fear that would result in greater losses." Lin Yusen pondered, then cautiously turned to Li Xiaoqing, speaking delicately. Your Highness, if you have a moment, might you grant me the honor of accompanying me? I am unfamiliar with the way out of the palace." Li Xiaoqing glanced at the young woman before him, his expression calm as he replied, "Oh, on what grounds? On the basis of our previous collaboration?" Lin Yusen managed to suggest. "Our collaboration is not so intimate, is it? Besides, ISNT had said that men and women should maintain a respectful distance." Li Xiaoqing shot her a sidelong glance, speaking coolly. "Still speaking of distance? We have embraced and seen each other in various states. How can you now speak of propriety? Was it not you who professed affection for me before the emperor, insisting on taking responsibility? Indeed, men's words can be deceitful." Lin Yusen glared at Li Xiaoqing, her teeth clenched, wishing she could strike him. But she knew she could not prevail. So, she merely endured it. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Your Highness, you did at least receive the emperor's decree for our betrothal. The emperor himself suggested we spend time together, and how can we cultivate feelings without interaction? I now count as your fiancé. Does it not seem reasonable for you to escort your betrothed?"
Oh.
"Your fiancé. Then let us proceed?" Li Xiaoqing, seeing her acknowledgement, ceased his teasing and strode toward the palace exit, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Lin Yusen, upon hearing him call her fiancé, paused for a moment, and only after he had walked several paces did she snap back to reality and hurriedly follow him. As Lin Yusen walked behind him, she found herself lost in thought, contemplating the absurdity of suddenly having a fiancé. Although the emperor had not issued a formal decree, the implication was clear enough, and to her astonishment, her fiancé was none other than the formidable regent king before her. Lin Yusen pondered incredulously, was this world truly fantastical? Yet, if it must be him, it is not entirely unacceptable. The regent king is handsome, possesses an admirable physique, and demonstrates remarkable capabilities. Aside from being 10 years her senior, making him an old man, he also seems to have a short lifespan. However, marrying him would not be a loss. Once he is passed, she would inherit the entirety of the regent's estate. Would she then never have to worry about sustenance again?
Hee.
Lin Yusen couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. What has Miss Lin found so amusing? Li Xiaoqing's voice cut through her reverie as he ground his teeth, stopping to face the smiling woman. "Am I an old man? Nearly a decade my senior. You wish for me to perish? Was it not you who vowed to protect me? Now you hope for my early demise to claim my estate? How naive. I intend to outlive you, tormenting you each day." Nothing. I merely recalled a joke my second brother told me. Lin Yusen quickly masked her mirth, offering a feigned explanation. If he were to discover she had spoken ill of him, who knows if she would survive to see another day? Li Xiaoqing snorted disdainfully and turned to leave.
"Hey,
Your Highness, wait for me. Lin Yusen, witnessing Li Xiaocheng's brisk strides, was momentarily stunned before hastily pursuing him, realizing she could not find her way out alone. Seated in Li Xiaocheng's carriage, silence enveloped them, and Lin Yusen felt exceedingly awkward, deciding to initiate a conversation. Your Highness, the poison that Jun Chenxi used could not have been orchestrated by you, could it? She was merely the one who brought it in, correct? Li Xiaocheng shot her a glare, responding in a low voice, no. The dagger was my doing. The poison was an unfortunate accident. I discovered that they intended to use a tiger as bait during the national banquet to draw me in, subsequently seeking to control me and arrange a marriage. However, I did not fall into their trap, which inadvertently allowed you to become involved, disrupting their plans. Their subsequent recklessness was my oversight. Lin Yusen stared at him in astonishment. Was he apologizing?
No.
She shook her head, dismissing the notion. Such matters are unpredictable. You need not dwell on it. Thankfully, no significant losses occurred. She offered hollow comfort. Though she felt the esteemed regent king hardly required consolation. Li Xiaocheng fell silent, closing his eyes in feigned slumber. Noticing his lack of conversation, Lin Yusen, too, ceased speaking, leaning against the carriage wall until she eventually drifted off to sleep, unaware that a pair of eyes were intently watching her. After Li Xiaocheng set Lin Yusen down at the Lin residence, he departed without uttering a single word. Lin Yusen paid little mind to the notions of marriage decrees or fostering relationships. She was indifferent. Judging by Li Xiaocheng's demeanor, which had been rather cold, it seemed he did not genuinely harbor feelings for her, likely a result of the emperor's pressing urgencies about marriage. He had merely taken her as a pawn. As long as the imperial edict had not been issued, there remained room for negotiation. Thus, she felt no urgency regarding the matter, believing that when the time for the marriage decree came, Li Xiaocheng would find a way to resolve it himself. Lin Yusen felt assured in her reasoning, and thus set the matter aside, not even mentioning it to Zhao Hanya. Upon returning to her small courtyard, she washed up and promptly fell asleep, utterly exhausted from attending the banquet. Meanwhile, Li Xiaocheng did not return to the royal residence. He had numerous matters to address. Lin Yusen, in the following days, led a fulfilling life, visiting the general's residence daily to check on their health and assess their recovery. Her grandfather's old injuries had healed significantly, allowing him to engage in martial arts without excessive fatigue. Her second uncle's leg wounds were beginning to scab over, prompting Lin Yusen to draw a sample of his blood to begin researching the poison within him. Her third uncle, having adhered to a regimen of medicinal baths, showed noticeable improvement in his congenital weakness, although it remained a troublesome condition to manage. Chapter 50. You should be concerned. The others continued their training as scheduled, while several of her male cousins and younger brothers were now able to run the entirety of the general's residence without gasping for breath. Due to Lin Yusen's insistence on daily medicinal baths, the exhaustion from their training dissipated after each session, simultaneously enhancing their physical constitution. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that she had already instructed her grandfather to intensify their training the previous day. Presently, the entire general's residence was under Lin Yusen's command. Any disobedience would result in the most bitter medicine, the most painful baths, and the most arduous training. Upon returning to the Lin residence in the afternoon, she spent time with Zhao Hanya, the two indulging in gossip. It was then that she learned just how busy Li Xiaocheng had been these past few days, orchestrating several significant events. Firstly, the sixth prince had been granted the title of Duke of Yu, with the fiefdom of Jianzhou bestowed upon him, ordering him to proceed to his new territory immediately, never to return to the capital. It seemed the emperor's heart had softened, though it remained uncertain whether the Duke of Yu would attempt a resurgence. Secondly, the Xia kingdom demanded reparations from the Qi kingdom, claiming that the third prince had poisoned hundreds of officials and their families, including the emperor and the empress. They threatened that if reparations were not forthcoming, the third prince and Princess Chenfu would remain in Xia forever, or war would ensue. After much negotiation, the Qi kingdom agreed to compensate with 10,000 taels of gold and 5 cities. It was rumored that the Qi kingdom was so furious it nearly caused a hemorrhage, likely delaying their return for quite some time, thus providing a respite for the general's residence. Thirdly, after all the ministers were treated with the antidote created by Lin Yusen, the emperor collected 1,000 taels from each household, euphemistically labeling it as the cost of medicine. Lin Yusen was left astounded, pondering how the emperor could so easily profit from such an arrangement, regretting her failure to seize this lucrative opportunity herself. Following this, she needed to confront the matter of her father's impending divorce from her mother. One day, Lin Yusen directly inquired of Zhao Hanya, "Mother, father mentioned that he would seek a divorce after the state banquet, yet there has been no word these past few days. Is he having second thoughts?
No worries.
He cannot delay for long, Zhao Hanya reassured her. She had already ensured that Lin Xiong'an would face obstacles in court, compelling him to bring up the divorce himself. Lin Yusen blinked, initially considering that if her grandfather were dispatched to war, she could leverage this to prompt her father into action. However, with her grandfather no longer required for battle and a rare opportunity for respite, she needed to devise an alternative plan. Mother, we cannot afford to delay. We have gathered ample evidence, and it would be prudent to finalize the divorce sooner rather than later. Lin Yusen voiced her concerns, feeling an unsettling anxiety whenever her mother remained unwed for a day longer. Very well, my dear, Zhao Hanya gently said, tucking a stray hair behind Lin Yusen's ear. Acknowledging her daughter's worries, she resolved to hasten the process of leaving with her 4 children to start anew. Lin Yusen's fears soon materialized when a servant delivered a note to her while she was in the residence. Miss, this note is for you, the servant said, handing it over. Lin Yusen frowned as she accepted it, opening it to find her complexion draining of color. It ominously read by Ling Temple, trap. Upon seeing by Ling Temple, she realized that the crown prince and her father were involved. She had hoped that by pushing Bai Weiwei towards the crown prince, this calamity could be averted and her elder brother spared from peril. The crown prince was indeed ruthless, willing to sacrifice his own woman for military power. Yet, how could they believe that Bai Weiwei's association with the crown prince would still pose a threat to her brother? Was there something she was unaware of? Her greatest fear was that her brother, like in her past life, might recklessly rush in for love, putting himself in grave danger. Lin Yusen clutched the note, her fingers turning pale. Who had delivered this message? Were they genuinely concerned, or did they harbor ulterior motives? Shuiying, she called, and the figure of Shuiying appeared abruptly. Find out if my brother is still at the barracks, and simultaneously ascertain who delivered this note, Lin Yusen commanded coldly. Understood. Shuiying replied and swiftly disappeared. As Lin Yusen anxiously awaited, an hour later, Shuiying returned. Mistress, the eldest young master is not at the military camp. I could not ascertain his whereabouts. This note was delivered by Wang Yu, a subordinate of the regent. Shuiying reported respectfully. It seemed she now owed him a favor. Shuiying, quickly go to my grandfather and gather a team. We shall ride out of the city to eliminate the bandits, Lin Yusen declared, rising abruptly. Mistress, are you going alone? Shuiying hesitated, concerned for Lin Yusen's safety. Hurry. If you delay, we may only return to collect my brother's corpse. I will wait for you outside the city. Lin Yusen urged, frowning.
Yes.
With no choice, Shuiying complied. After Shuiying departed, Lin Yusen retrieved numerous self-defense items from her space, discreetly concealing them on her person before leaving the Lin estate, riding towards the city outskirts. In her previous life, her brother had suffered grievous injuries during an ambush, resulting in a life of misery. Brother, please be safe. Wait for me. She thought as she waited at the city gate for about 15 minutes until she spotted Shuiying approaching with a group of men. Master. Young miss. The group greeted Lin Yusen with respectful bows. No need for formalities. We must prioritize rescuing my brother, she said swiftly, urging them onward as they galloped towards Bai Ling Temple. Meanwhile, in the study of the regent's residence, Your Highness, Miss Lin has set out with the group to Bai Ling Temple, Wang Yu reported in a low voice. Li Xiaocheng's expression remained inscrutable as he inquired. What of the men we sent? They are following closely. Miss Lin shall not come to harm, Wang Yu assured. Though inwardly, he thought it unwise to worry about her while sending her such perilous news. Li Xiaocheng merely nodded, returning his focus to the documents before him. After deliberating, Wang Yu finally spoke up. Your Highness, if you are concerned, why not personally accompany Miss Lin? What if she suffers an injury? Li Xiaocheng raised his gaze to Wang Yu. Are you quite idle? Wang Yu stiffened, hastily responding, and no. He quickly retreated, pondering whether the prince truly held feelings for Miss Lin or not. Meanwhile, Li Xiaocheng found himself unable to concentrate on the documents in hand, having been so preoccupied these past few days that he hadn't even thought of the ungrateful girl. Upon receiving news that the crown prince intended to harm Lin Qinglai, he hesitated but ultimately decided to warn Lin Yusen. Initially, he believed sending someone for protection would suffice. Yet Wang Yu's words about the possibility of her being injured unsettled him, rendering him unable to focus on the papers before him. Alas,
He sighed,
setting aside the documents as he rose to leave. Lin Yusen hastened her ride, covering half an hour before finally reaching the foot of Bai Ling Temple. The temple stood atop a mountain, boasting a history of over 100 years, yet behind it lay a treacherous cliff, with a bandit den directly across the way. Given its proximity to the capital, The presence of such bandits seemed implausible, but they had established their stronghold on the cliff opposite, making it nearly impossible to conquer. With time, even the emperor had grown weary of the situation, allowing the bandits to persist. Little did anyone know, these bandits were actually forces prepared by the crown prince's mother, the noble concubine Xiao. Let us ascend first and locate my brother. If he is not found, we shall hide. Bai Weiwei is of no concern to us, Lin Yusen instructed, indifferent to Bai Weiwei's fate. Understood, young miss, the team replied, making their way up the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, they indeed found Bai Weiwei bound to a tree at the cliff's edge, weeping pitifully, her tears flowing like rain on a pear blossom. A man, upon viewing the scene, could not help but feel a pang of compassion and tenderness. Lin Yusen glanced around, but her elder brother was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he had yet to arrive? No, that couldn't be right. It had been quite some time, and logically, he should have completed his task by now. It was time for him to be in a position of peril. Thank you, sister, Lin Chenglai exclaimed. Not seeing him, Lin Yusen ordered her subordinates to conceal themselves and refrain from any action, awaiting to discern their adversaries' intentions. Her sole purpose for being here today was to rescue her brother. Engaging in bandit extermination was not her aim. Once her brother was saved, it would be best if they could retreat unscathed. Thus, Lin Yusen took refuge in a tree a mile away, with Shuiying ever vigilant by her side. She instructed the others to remain hidden until her brother made an appearance. Although her party was small, merely a dozen or so, it should suffice against the band of mountain bandits before them. Do you think Lin Chenglai will show up? It's been ages. Miss Bai is nearly fainting from fright. One of her men remarked. Who can say? Perhaps our master truly is willing to let such a flower-like beauty endure the suffering, another replied. Can you fathom the master's thoughts? Focus on your task and do not jeopardize our mission, a leader scolded. Yes. As Lin Yusen, besieged by mosquitoes and nearly a bloodbag herself, grew impatient, she finally spotted her infatuated elder brother. Brother, you've finally arrived. Your sister is nearly devoured by mosquitoes. You take so long to rescue a woman. No wonder you remain unmarried. Lin Yusen grumbled, her teeth clenched as she observed her brother's arrival to save Bai Weiwei. Upon hearing his sister's voice, Lin Chenglai nearly stumbled but steadied himself, glancing around for any sign of that girl. What is Yusen doing here? If a skirmish ensues, I cannot protect her. It seems our plans have changed. Lin Chenglia's heart was a tumult of emotions, yet he had no choice but to stride toward the cliff's edge. I am here. Release Miss Bai. Lin Chenglai called out loudly to the mountain bandit leader. Ha ha, Master Lin truly cherishes beauty. The leader boisterously laughed. Enough with the idle chatter. Release her. Lin Chenglai replied, his brow furrowed in a cold demeanor. Master Lin, release her? We certainly would. But only if you hand over the military token, otherwise, she will be nothing but a corpse, the leader stated bluntly, revealing their intent. You seek the military token? You are mistaken. It is not in my possession, and even if it were, I would never give it to you. Lin Chenglia's face was a mask of frost. Since you lack the military token, do not expect to leave here alive. Shall I make you two lovebirds suffer? The leader pressed the blade to Bai Weiwei's neck, baring his teeth at Lin Chenglai with malice.
Is that so?
In truth, Bai Weiwei's fate holds little significance for me. I am here merely to fulfill my duty of exterminating bandits, Lin Chenglai replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly unfazed. Exterminate bandits?
Ha ha ha.
Are you jesting? How can one man exterminate bandits? The leader laughed heartily, as if he had heard a grand joke. While one man may not be able to accomplish it alone, do you know why I have been delayed? Lin Chenglai inquired with feigned kindness.
Why?
The man asked, momentarily taken aback, sensing an ominous premonition. Because I went to fetch reinforcements. And I did so under imperial orders to exterminate bandits. Lin Chenglai declared, raising his hand to signal, and in an instant, a throng of soldiers surged forth, encircling the bandits.
Wait.
Don't move, or I will kill her. The leader stammered, panic overtaking him. With so many soldiers present, he realized that failing to secure the military token would likely endanger his own life. His men were equally alarmed, their hands trembling with their weapons. Go ahead and kill her. After all, she is the prince's woman. When the prince inquires, I will simply say she was slain by bandits. It would not fall upon my head, Lin Chenglai responded nonchalantly. No. Brother Chenglai, save me. I do not wish to die. Bai Weiwei cried out, her fear palpable. She had dreams of becoming the prince's consort and had yet to experience the luxuries that awaited her. Do not worry, Miss Bai. Should you perish today, I will ensure you are returned to the Bai estate intact, with dignity, Lin Chunglai proclaimed, delivering such shameless words with utmost seriousness. Leaving Bai Weiwei momentarily speechless and Lin Yusen wide-eyed. Is this truly my stern, introverted, and strict elder brother? Has he been possessed? Or has some unknown event transpired during this time? Has he been so deeply affected that he now speaks such shameless words? Yet it is rather satisfying to witness him rebuff her. This woman has been toying with him, believing his affection grants her leverage. She deserves it. Lin Chunlia's ears flushed crimson at the compliment from his sister. In truth, he had learned these words from Xiaoyang, who advised him to adopt a sharp tongue when dealing with women he did not favor so they would not cling to him. Since his sister had proclaimed that Bai Weiwei was a calamity in his life, it was his responsibility to bring it to a conclusion. Enough! Capture them! Lin Chunglai commanded, and the soldiers surged forward. The bandits began to resist, and amidst the clash of blades, several were swiftly dispatched. Lin Yusen observed impassively, noting that these bandits were not to be underestimated, for even with such a multitude of soldiers, they had not yet subdued them after such an extended battle. Suddenly, one of the bandits launched something toward the opposite cliff, which exploded in the air, resembling a signal flare. This is bad. They intend to seal off the passage. Lin Yusen realized, her heart sinking. If her elder brother, having come under orders to eliminate bandits, returned empty-handed, the emperor would surely reprimand him. Unable to bear the thought, Lin Yusen leapt from the tree without a second thought, instructing Shuiying, "Follow me." She led a small group around to the cliff's edge, peering below, where indeed, an iron cable passage could be seen. The sounds below indicated that they were retracting the passage. They are sacrificing their vehicles to protect their leader. This passage leads to the bandit stronghold. If they close it, our efforts to exterminate them will be in vain, Lin Yusen swiftly communicated to Shuiying. Master, allow me to go. Shuiying implored. Miss, let us go. Zhao Yi from the Zhao family army interjected urgently. No, the iron cable cannot support too many people. And we are uncertain of the situation on the other side. Only Shuiying and I will go. Having each other will allow for mutual support and easier concealment. Chapter 52. Do not move. Though my martial prowess may be lacking, I am quite skilled with poisons, and I know the routes within the bandit stronghold. I may be of assistance, Lin Yusen reasoned, her desire to venture forth fueled by the knowledge of the treasure accumulated over the years, which was now within her grasp. But, no buts. It is settled. Zhao Yi, you, and the others remain here to guard this position. If we succeed in infiltrating, we will devise a way to open the passage, and you shall follow afterward to provide support, Lin Yusen interrupted, commanding Zhao Yi. Understood. Be cautious, miss.
Zahayak no litgit.
Recognizing the urgency of the situation. Very well, Shuiying, let us proceed. Lin Yusen declared, grasping his wrist and leaping down the cliff. Yusen. Lin Chunglai called out as she plummeted, momentarily taken aback. Oh no, I didn't inform my brother. He must think I am attempting to take my own life. I shall explain later. As Lin Yusen descended, the passage had already retracted halfway, but fortunately, Shuiying, adept in lightness techniques, caught Lin Yusen mid-fall, using his strength to propel them upwards. Otherwise, she would have truly fallen. Before Lin Yusen could regain her footing, she felt a powerful force draw her into a warm embrace. Master. As Shuiying steadied herself, she suddenly felt her grip loosen, momentarily fearing that her master had plummeted. In a state of alarm, she looked up only to be met with the breathtaking scenery surrounding them. Lin Yusen, equally bewildered, raised her head and was greeted by the visage of Li Xiaocheng. Dazed, she inquired, Your Highness? What brings you here? Li Xiaocheng, with arms protectively encircling Lin Yusen, stood on the retracting iron cable, ensuring she faced no peril of falling. His lips pressed tightly, his expression frigid, radiating an aura that discouraged any approach. Observing his demeanor, Lin Yusen found herself suddenly disinterested. What with the grimness? Sporting a perpetual deadpan face, it's no wonder you remain unmarried at 25. She buried her head against his chest, internally cursing Li Xiaocheng. Beside them, Shuiying contemplated intervening to rescue her master. Yet the sight of the regent's frosty glare rendered her mute. Master, it's not that I wouldn't assist you. May fortune favor you. Li Xiaocheng felt a pang of frustration at her mutterings. Did this reckless woman not comprehend the gravity of her recent leap? His heart had nearly ceased in terror, a chill enveloping him as if submerged in icy waters, suffocating and agonizing. He had thought she intended to leap off the cliff, believing he might never see her again. In that moment, he realized that this woman, whom he had scarcely encountered, had truly lodged herself within his heart, inciting both ire and admiration. upon leaping down after her. He was both relieved and incensed to discover their shared intent. As the regent, he was no fool. He quickly grasped the sequence of events, angered by her reckless endangerment. Did she not recognize her own limitations? Li Xiaocheng instinctively tightened his grip, fearful of losing her again. Lin Yusen, oblivious to his turmoil, felt as though she might be suffocated.
Goodness, I am dying.
This dog of a man, Li Xiaocheng, is trying to strangle me. I can't breathe. Cough, cough. Her face flushed from the lack of air. Li Xiaocheng paused, awkwardly loosening his embrace to a more comfortable hold, one arm around her waist and the other cradling her head, pressing it against his chest. In this manner, Lin Yusen found herself snugly nestled within his embrace. Is this how tightly you hold me, Li Xiaocheng? Surely, you must be taking advantage of me, yes? She attempted to raise her head to break free. But despite her struggles, it was to no avail. She was astounded by his strength. Ultimately, she surrendered her attempts. Embrace away. It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh, and besides, his physique is quite exceptional. I can even feel his pectoral muscles and those carved abs. Oh, how I wish I could touch them. With that thought, she boldly wrapped her arms around his waist, grazing her fingers along his side. Li Xiaocheng stiffened, every muscle tensed, a tingling sensation coursing through him. Just as he gritted his teeth in restraint, he was bombarded by Lin Yusen's thoughts. Wow, this waist is so strong. It feels so sculpted, so secure. Whoever marries him will be fortunate indeed. Lin Yusen felt as if she might bleed from her nose. This stunning man was practically offering himself on a platter. Li Xiaocheng could endure no more. He released one hand to seize her mischievous fingers, halting their movement with a cold reprimand. Do not move. Lin Yusen pouted. If you want to let me touch, then fine. You're just being stingy. At that moment, the iron cable bridge finally reached its destination. Li Xiaocheng swiftly leaped down, landing behind a massive rock, with Shui Ying following closely. Have the cable bridges been retracted? They have. It seems my master's mission has failed this time. Seal off all access points and refrain from any external communication until further notice. Understood. A conversation echoed from behind the large rock. After a lengthy silence, Lin Yusen cautiously peeked out, whispering, "Let us devise a plan to enter. We've come this far. We can't leave empty-handed. All of the Crown Prince's gold shall be mine." Li Xiaocheng's gaze flickered with exasperation. It was clear this girl was undeterred by danger, having fallen prey to the allure of wealth. He surveyed their surroundings. Before them lay a precipice, and behind, the boulder obstructed their way. It appeared the only option was to employ their lightness skill to traverse the gap. "We shall fly across," he declared, preparing to lift Lin Yusen into the air.
Wait.
Your Highness, that would be too conspicuous. I have a method that will allow us to enter undetected. Upon being swept into his arms, she sensed his intent and hurriedly interjected. Li Xiaocheng turned to her, his expression clear. What method? Lin Yusen glanced at the duo, a sly smile creeping across her face. A quarter of an hour later, the three emerged from the tunnel beneath the iron cable, their faces and clothes dusted with varying degrees of dirt. Lin Yusen, unable to contain her amusement at Li Xiaocheng's appearance, burst into quiet laughter, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought the stoic regent would find himself in such a predicament? Our once majestic and cold-hearted regent now resembles a bedraggled cat.
Ha ha ha.
Imagine the gossip if outsiders were to discover this. Li Xiaocheng gritted his teeth, his cold gaze fixated on Lin Yusen, rendering him speechless. Oh, has the prince grown angry? Lin Yusen stammered, her laughter subsiding. Your Highness, please don't take offense. Once we return, I shall ensure your garments are washed to perfection. Feeling the intensity of his stare, Lin Yusen hurriedly tempered her mirth, speaking in a low, conciliatory tone. Very well, let us depart, Li Xiaocheng said, brushing the dust from his attire before turning away. Lin Yusen was taken aback. Did he just agree? No, she had merely been polite. Why was he taking her seriously? Realizing the gravity of the situation, she hurried to follow, fully aware of the heightened sense of safety that came from being in the company of the regent, whose martial prowess surpassed her own. Chapter 53. Better to be foolish. Shui Ying trailed behind the pair, observing the inexplicable harmony and warmth shared between her master and the regent. If Lin Yusen were aware of her subordinate's thoughts, she would undoubtedly protest. Are you blind? Can't you see that I am merely masquerading for self-preservation? Why has the passage been sealed? What has transpired? I'm not certain, but something must have happened. Let us move. The three concealed themselves behind an eave, waiting for the two bandits to depart before emerging. Shall we engage in something grand? Lin Yusen proposed. Eyeing the retreating figures, Li Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. With Li Xiaocheng by her side, Lin Yusen skillfully avoided the hidden sentinels, making her way to the kitchen's water source.
Hee.
Lin Yusen stood before the water barrel, a packet of powder in hand, grinning mischievously. Li Xiaocheng could hardly bear to look, turning his head aside. Shui Ying also averted her gaze, thinking, Master, you're acting rather uncharacteristically. After sprinkling the powder into the water, Lin Yusen beckoned Li Xiaocheng and Shui Ying to hide. Before long, kitchen staff began to arrive.
Hey, Qiang Yi.
Why are you here so early to cook? If you don't know, don't speak foolishly. If they overhear you, I can't save you. The one who called out to Chang'o was swiftly reprimanded. Both men were captives, forced to remain and cook for over a year, having gleaned various secrets during their time in the stronghold. All right, let us get to cooking, or we'll be punished again, Chang'o urged. The younger man fell silent, diligently preparing the meal.
Hee.
Tonight, I'll ensure your complete downfall. I truly am a genius. Let us go. I'll lead you to the treasure. Lin Yusen observed that the pot was already cooking, and she knew they were unlikely to escape today. Thus, she quietly urged Li Xiaocheng to follow her. The trio made their way to the rear of the village, where a cave lay, heavily guarded at its entrance. This must be the place where they stashed their plundered treasures, but the number of guards here is rather daunting. Lin Yusen frowned at the sight of dozens of bandits at the cave's mouth. Let's not act rashly. We should wait a moment, she cautioned.
Li Xiaocheng,
Protective of her, noticed her unusual expression and spoke soothingly. Indeed, we mustn't rush. Haste makes waste. The effects of the drug she administered earlier haven't taken hold yet. We should be patient. Reassured by Li Xiaocheng's words, Lin Yusen felt a sudden calm wash over her. The three found a hiding spot, with Li Xiaocheng and Lin Yusen together while Shui Ying concealed herself elsewhere. As time passed and dusk approached, the guards finally began their meal. Lin Yusen's stomach growled with hunger, and she patted her belly, growing increasingly impatient. These people are so slow even when eating. I could freeze to death waiting. Had I known it would take this long, I would have unleashed a poison right now to eliminate you all. Oh, my legs are numb too. If not for the promise of riches, I wouldn't be enduring this torment. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, Lin Yusen attempted to stretch her legs to alleviate the discomfort since she and Li Xiaocheng had been crouching on a large tree branch for quite some time, causing her circulation to stagnate. After struggling for a while, Li Xiaocheng, concerned she might fall, swiftly jumped to her branch, grasped her and pulled her beside him, placing her legs on his lap to provide some relief. Stretch your legs and ease the tension, he suggested while gently massaging her thighs. Lin Yusen was initially taken aback by his embrace, but as she felt his hand on her leg, realization struck and she quickly pressed down on his hand, her cheeks flushing slightly as she softly replied, Your Highness, I can manage on my own. Heavens, what is Li Xiaocheng doing, getting so touchy? Previously, he merely held me accidentally, but now he is getting handsy? Doesn't he know about propriety between men and women? Something feels off. The regent isn't known for his fondness for women, is he? Could it be that he likes me? No way. A man so cold and ruthless couldn't he possibly have feelings for a woman. No, it must be a misunderstanding. He is simply being considerate due to our prior collaboration. After a bout of self-reassurance and explanation, Lin Yusen managed to suppress her unease and began to massage her own legs. Li Xiaocheng glanced at her, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Did this girl's mind consist of nothing but mush? How foolish. He didn't feel like speaking at that moment. After a while, Lin Yusen noticed a shift change among the guards. Old Zhao, we're here to relieve you. Alright, be cautious. They've sealed the exit today. Understood. Once they had completed their shift and the group departed, the remaining guards at the cave entrance stood still. Lin Yusen's lips curled into a smile as she silently counted in her mind. 1, 2, 30.
Bang!
As she reached 10, all the guards at the cave entrance collapsed. It seems the drug worked. If you don't sleep for 3 days and nights, I'll consider it a loss.
Li Xiaocheng sa lip suisha.
Lin Yusen quickly pulled at him, exclaiming, Hurry, Your Highness, let us go down. With no other choice, Li Xiaocheng grasped her by the neck and leaped down. Lin Yusen, covering her neck, muttered, I'm not a dog. Why are you grabbing my neck? Then, disregarding Li Xiaocheng, she turned to Shui Ying, who had followed closely behind, saying, Go check the situation with the herbs throughout the village. If they are mostly similar, go fetch reinforcements. We must capture these people today. Yes. Shui Ying saluted and swiftly departed. Your Highness, let us go. We should check inside. There may be surprises. Lin Yusen gestured for him to proceed. Li Xiaocheng, observing her odd gesture, remained silent and walked toward the cave entrance. Lin Yusen pouted. So cold and lacking in charm. No wonder you can't find a wife. As Li Xiaocheng walked ahead, he heard Lin Yusen's internal complaints and silently chanted to himself, "Stay calm. She's someone I have my sights on, endure it." Following him to the cave, Lin Yusen paused, kneeling beside a prostrate figure, beginning to search them one by one. This looks valuable, I'll keep it. Oh, this one is also good. Wait, why is this person so poor? I thought bandits were supposed to be wealthy? This one has quite a bit of silver.
Jackpot.
Li Xiaocheng frowned as he watched Lin Yusen rummaging for riches, his expression growing increasingly disdainful as he noticed her even attempting to remove the shoes from the fallen. What on earth had he gotten himself into? Once Lin Yusen had bundled her finds in a piece of cloth and strapped it to her back, she cheerfully turned to the taciturn Li Xiaocheng and said, "Let us go, Your Highness. There's surely more inside." She reached out, taking his hand and leading him further into the cave. Chapter 54. I have 6. You have 4. Li Xiaocheng restrained his impulse to shake her off, forcing himself not to dwell on the fact that she had just touched those people's feet. Eventually, he couldn't hold back any longer, breaking free and seizing Lin Yusen's wrist, transforming it into him, pulling her forward. Lin Yusen didn't mind who was leading whom. As long as they could enter safely, that was all that mattered. Upon stepping into the cave, the light diminished significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yusen discreetly stored her belongings in her spatial pocket, acting as if nothing had happened while being led by Li Xiaocheng. The further they ventured into the cave, the darker it became. "Your Highness, I can't see anything inside," she remarked. "I can," came Li Xiaocheng's indifferent voice from ahead. As a martial practitioner with inner strength, he could see in the dark. Yet, worried that Lin Yusen might be frightened by the darkness, he pulled her closer to him. Lin Yusen instinctively pressed against him, then suddenly had an idea. She halted him, saying, "Wait a moment, I have a plan."
With that,
she retrieved a wooden stick from her spatial pocket, wrapping it in cloth, and then produced a bottle of alcohol she had previously distilled, dousing the cloth. Only after completing her preparation did she realize she had no means to ignite it. "Oh no! How could I forget to bring fire? What a memory I have! Now I truly have no way to proceed." In a flurry of anxiety, Lin Yusen scratched her head in distress when suddenly, a bright light appeared before her, momentarily blinding her. She closed her eyes to adjust before reopening them to see Li Xiaocheng holding a fire starter.
"Wow.
"Your Highness, where did you get that? It's incredibly useful," she exclaimed, placing her makeshift torch over it, which ignited instantly, illuminating the entire cave. "I just picked it up outside earlier," Li Xiaocheng replied casually, tucking the fire starter away without inquiring about the torch. His keen eyesight had allowed him to discern some details even in the darkness. He noted the stick Lin Yusen had produced seemed to appear from nowhere, and he had observed her earlier actions, although he chose to remain silent. Moreover, the bundle she had brought in was now missing, indicating she had many secrets yet to reveal. Lin Yusen paid no mind to the origin of his fire starter. Now that she could see, finding the treasures became her utmost priority. Excitedly, she said, "Let us go, Your Highness. I'll lead you to the treasure." Unconsciously, she took Li Xiaocheng's hand and ventured deeper into the cave, oblivious to the fact that her contact with him was becoming increasingly natural. Li Xiaocheng gazed at the small hand he held, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He tightened his grip slightly, allowing himself to be drawn inward, yet remained ever vigilant, surveying their surroundings. This girl is about to strike it rich. I shall become the wealthiest in the Xia kingdom, kicking that scoundrel father to the curb with my mother, and then find her a handsome man or two. As for myself, I'll gather a few handsome suitors, and then I'll be embraced from both sides. What a delightful vision. Lin Yusen chuckled as she walked, her laughter radiant, completely unaware that the expression of the person behind her had darkened to that of a stormy sky, the atmospheric pressure around them plummeting. Li Xiaocheng's icy gaze fixated on Lin Yusen's back.
"Ha!
She wishes to find handsome men? I fear she may not live long enough to enjoy such fantasies." Suddenly, Lin Yusen felt a chill creeping up her spine. Why does it feel so cold behind me? Am I coming down with something? Though the cave was somewhat deep, the two soon arrived, having encountered no one along the way, save for a figure sprawled on the ground, indicating there were no other passages here. "It must be right here." Lin Yusen pointed at a stone door that appeared before them. "I'll go ahead." Li Xiaocheng pulled Lin Yusen behind him and advanced toward the door. Upon entering, they were greeted by an astonishing sight. chests overflowing with jewels and treasures.
Wow.
We're rich, Lin Yusen exclaimed, peering out eagerly, her eyes dazzled by the golden glow. She dashed past Li Xiaocheng, captivated by the treasures filling the cave. Her excitement palpable. She reached out to touch, inspect, and even bit down on a gold ingot. It's real. Li Xiaocheng's lips twitched in response. He realized that the longer he spent with Lin Yusen, the more his own sanity seemed to slip away. After reveling in her joy, Lin Yusen began to contemplate how to transport the treasures back. She glanced at Li Xiaocheng, pondering how best to distract him, yet she knew that with his cunning intellect, it wouldn't be easy.
Aha.
Lin Yusen's eyes lit up as she turned to him with a charming smile. Your Highness, could you wait for me outside for just a moment? I have a plan to take these treasures back, and we can split them 70-30. With money in hand, would he dare to disregard her? Li Xiaocheng regarded Lin Yusen without moving. 60-40? Lin Yusen noticed his stillness, furrowing her brow as she reconsidered, and took a step back. Li Xiaocheng maintained his stoic expression, still silent. 50-50, that's the best I can do. If you still refuse, then I'll find a way to take it all. And you'll receive nothing. Lin Yusen gritted her teeth and retreated another step, but when she saw Li Xiaocheng's continued silence, she grew frantic. What in the world? He has been following me with that icy demeanor just to seize my treasures? I've already conceded half, and he still won't speak? What's his decision? If he refuses, I'll just take everything and leave him with nothing. Li Xiaocheng watched Lin Yusen's flustered demeanor with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Her urgency was rather endearing. Finally, Lin Yusen spoke. Fine, I agree, but you must go outside first. Chapter 55. Kneel and Sing Conquest. Li Xiaocheng listened to her frantic curses, realizing she was genuinely riled up. Uncomfortably, he stood up, casting her one last glance before exiting without uttering a word. Lin Yusen glared at his retreating figure, vowing that one day she would make him kneel and sing of his defeat. With a huff, she turned back to the treasures, waving her hand to make everything vanish, all tucked away in her space. Once she completed this task, Lin Yusen walked toward the exit. Let us go, she said casually as she approached Li Xiaocheng, brandishing a torch and leading the way outside. Li Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow at her empty hands as he glanced back into the cave, now devoid of any treasures. He returned his gaze to Lin Yusen, perplexed by her sudden disappearance of the spoils. He suspected she had some means of stealthily transporting such valuables, yet he hadn't anticipated her efficiency. What had become of those treasures? What other secrets did this woman possess? However, being astute, Li Xiaocheng resolved that since he had developed feelings for her, he would gradually uncover her mysteries. He shook off his thoughts and followed Lin Yusen. At this moment, Lin Yusen was too incensed to converse with him, striding purposefully toward the exit while clutching the torch. Li Xiaocheng, unperturbed, trailed behind, amused by her tempestuous demeanor. Before long, they emerged from the cave, only to have an arrow suddenly shoot in their direction. Lin Yusen, caught off guard, had no time to react. In a swift motion, Li Xiaocheng lunged forward, pulling her back, yet the arrow grazed his arm, drawing blood. Lin Yusen steadied herself and, upon noticing the crimson stain on his arm, anxiously inquired, Are you injured? It's nothing. They must have discovered Shuiying. This mountain stronghold is likely on high alert now. Stay here, and don't come out. I'll lead them away. Li Xiaocheng firmly grasped Lin Yusen's shoulders, speaking rapidly. If they both remained there, they would be captured. Even with his formidable skills, he might not be able to protect her. Lin Yusen pursed her lips, understanding the wisdom of his plan. She knew her own martial prowess was lacking. Accompanying him would only serve as a burden. Perhaps separating offered a chance for escape. Regret washed over her for having risked so much for the treasures. Without concern for exposing herself, she retrieved numerous healing herbs from her space, thrusting them into his hands. Take these. They're for your injuries. In case of emergencies, your situation is precarious. Avoid serious harm, or you'll be in danger. Lin Yusen urged him, fearing he might hover on the brink of death due to his injuries.
All right.
Li Xiaocheng suddenly raised his hand, gently ruffling Lin Yusen's hair with a soft expression before withdrawing and dashing out. Lin Yusen stood frozen, bewildered. What had that gentle gesture meant? Could he truly harbor feelings for her? Yet, he was already gone, leaving her with no chance to inquire. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Yusen may not have experienced love, but she had certainly read her fair share of romantic novels. Although Li Xiaocheng possesses a cold demeanor, within the pages of the book, he is depicted as a ruthless individual, with no indication that he would sacrifice himself for anyone. Yet, today, he leapt off the cliff in succession with her. She could interpret his actions as a pursuit of treasure or an attempt to capture the mountain bandits. But what transpired moments ago? He had no reason to place himself in jeopardy for a mere woman. Lin Yusen pondered this and found it utterly astonishing and hard to believe. Did the esteemed regent truly harbor feelings for her? What then did his previous, disdainful demeanor signify? Alas, she resolved to seek clarity in the future to avoid indulging in wild conjectures. Lin Yusen felt that the thoughts of men were exceedingly difficult to decipher, and perhaps it was best not to try. Recalling her focus, she peeked outside, observing that the area was now deserted, evidently having been diverted by Li Xiaoqing. After some contemplation, she decided to check the exit to see if the iron chain passage had been opened. With only the three of them remaining, escaping would pose a challenge. They could only call for reinforcements. Lin Yusen retraced her steps along the route they had come, encountering numerous individuals sprawled on the ground. Victims of the drug she had administered. It appeared that someone had eaten first. After the effects took hold, they were discovered, prompting the subsequent individuals to refrain from consuming the tainted food. Snow Shadow had likely been found out as well, evidenced by the bloodstains in certain areas, presumably from a struggle. Now, she had no knowledge of Snow Shadow's whereabouts or whether he had sustained injuries. Nonetheless, she resolved to summon help. As Lin Yusen sprinted toward the exit, she encountered a few mountain bandits, all of whom she dispatched with her poison. She had initially hesitated to kill, but in such dire circumstances, compassion would lead to death. Internally chastising herself for her transgressions, she finally reached the iron chain passage above, where she spotted a mechanism's opening. There loomed a massive gear that required turning. What the hell? Is this a jest? How can a mere woman like me manage that? After discerning the situation, she felt a surge of frustration. Yet, resigned to her fate, Lin Yusen climbed up. Just as she emerged, a blade was pressed against her neck. Do not move. A commanding male voice ordered sharply. Lin Yusen froze, her heart racing in fear, having narrowly escaped a fatal encounter.
Come up.
She was commanded, and she cautiously ascended, only to find two bandits waiting, one brandishing a knife, likely guarding the switch. Where did you come from? The bandit with the knife inquired, holding it menacingly against her neck. Quick-witted, Lin Yusen pinched her waist, stifling a cry as tears streamed down her face, and began to feign distress. Big brother, whoa. I was brought here by them. I was traveling to the capital with my family when bandits intercepted us and brought me here. Whoa. I escaped amidst the chaos in the village. Please, I beg you to let me go. My family will worry. I will repay you in my next life. Whoa. Let you go? Haha. How could we possibly release you when you've come right to us? The bandit behind her leered at Lin Yusen, brandishing his knife as he approached, lifting her chin to examine her. Oh, quite a catch, aren't you? Luga, how about a taste? It's been ages since we've had a woman around. We can't let this opportunity slip away. The other bandit, intrigued, concurred. Very well, we shall indulge today. As for repayment, you need not worry about your next life. Simply pleasing us now will suffice. With that, he tossed aside his knife and roughly threw Lin Yusen to the ground.
Ban.
Lin Yusen cried out in pain as she hit the ground. Once she steadied herself, she suppressed the murderous intent bubbling within and raised her tear-streaked face. Please, don't come any closer, whoa, she sobbed, retreating slowly while stealthily retrieving her poison and silver needles from her hidden space, gripping them tightly. Ha! Call all you want. This is our territory. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Just submit to us. The two bandits began to undress, and halfway through, one could no longer restrain himself and lunged at Lin Yusen. Seizing the moment, she swiftly jabbed a silver needle into his acupoint, causing him to collapse instantly. Without granting them a moment to recover, she leapt toward the second bandit. You! The man was still reeling from shock when she struck, rendering him immobile. You filthy woman! What have you done to us? The two men, now on the ground, finally grasped the severity of their situation. Lin Yusen stood tall, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and calmly presented a dose of poison to each of them. Cough, cough. What did you feed us? The bandit, forcibly administered the drug, felt an ominous premonition. This was surely no benign substance, and they gazed at Lin Yusen in terror. What do you think it is? It's undoubtedly poison. I've named it the leg-stretching eye-bulging pill. In 2 hours, the toxin will take effect, causing your legs to stiffen and your eyes to bulge, resembling creatures of the mountains, until you gradually harden into lifeless stone. Lin Yusen crossed her arms, watching the two men on the ground with an air of leisure.
What?
Ugh, cough, cough. One bandit attempted to vomit it out but, immobilized, struggled in vain. The other, more composed, eyed Lin Yusen warily and asked, "What do you want from us?" "Oh, I didn't expect there to be a clever one among you." Lin Yusen raised an eyebrow at him, gesturing toward the gear. "All you need to do is open this iron chain passage for me, and I will provide the antidote. But be swift, otherwise the toxin will take effect, and the antidote will be useless." They exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll help you open it. You give us the antidote." Lin Yusen smiled slightly at their compliance and approached to withdraw the silver needle. Gradually regaining their senses, one bandit attempted to seize Lin Yusen, but she evaded him, swiftly retaliating with another needle strike.
Puffed.
He coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. "Do not think me an easy target simply because I am a woman. If you do not remove that needle, you may very well bleed to death." Lin Yusen held the silver needle firmly, her gaze fixed on the other bandit, speaking in a tone as casual as discussing the weather. "Cough, cough, spare me. I won't dare again." The kneeling man continued to cough up blood, visibly terrified. If he kept this up, he truly might perish, and he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. The other, witnessing his comrade's dire state, was also shaken and joined in the pleas. "Miss, we won't dare again. We will definitely help you open the passage. Please spare us."
Puffed.
"Please, miss, puffed. Spare us, puffed." Seeing the two finally acquiesce, Lin Yusen secretly sighed in relief, her palms slick with sweat. She walked over with an air of calm, collected the needle, and miraculously, the man who had been spitting blood ceased his hemorrhaging. Gazing at the pool of blood on the ground, he lamented with a mournful expression, pondering how long it would take to replenish such a loss. Had they truly angered their ancestors? He urged his companion to hurry, fearing that if he became displeased, he might administer another round of needles or even introduce a poison that would compound their suffering, leaving them no chance of escape. Lin Yusen issued her threats, gesturing for them to commence their task. Her companion hurriedly assisted the blood-spitting man to his feet, and together they resignedly approached the gears, activating the switch and beginning to turn it with all their might. The sound of the iron chains loosening echoed, and soon they witnessed the iron passage slowly extending towards the opposite side. The man who had bled profusely felt weakened from his blood loss, rendering his efforts insufficient. By the end, his face had turned pale. The two exerted every ounce of strength, laboring for quite some time before finally completing the rotation of the iron passage.
"All right.
"Young lady, it's done. What about our antidote?" After finishing the task, the uninjured man stepped aside and cautiously inquired, aware that their legs were beginning to grow numb and stiff. "Oh, the antidote? Here it is, take it," Lin Yusen exclaimed, as if just remembering, and after rummaging through her sleeve for a while, she produced 2 pills and handed them to the pair. They received the pills with delight but hesitated, unsure whether to consume them. "What's the matter? Are you worried it's a ruse? If so, don't eat it. It's not me who has poisoned," Lin Yusen remarked dismissively, noticing their hesitation and skepticism. Faced with her indifference, the 2 men steeled themselves and swallowed the pills. To their astonishment, they soon felt the numbing sensation dissipate. "My legs are no longer numb. Ha ha, truly they're fine," one exclaimed, and just as they celebrated, they both collapsed, unconscious. Lin Yusen approached and kicked them lightly, scoffing, "Humph, I did promise you an antidote, but I never said I would spare you." With that, she swiftly plunged a silver needle into each of their abdomens, declaring, "From now on, matters of humanity are no longer your concern." Having concluded her business, Lin Yusen felt considerably uplifted. Turning around, she noticed figures emerging on the iron chains, presumably allies from the opposite side, though their intentions remained unclear. Concerned about potential changes in the situation after such a lengthy pause, she sought refuge in a concealed spot and peered outside. Gradually, the figures on the chains came into focus, the first being Zhao Yi. Once Lin Yusen recognized him, she ceased her concealment and rushed forward to greet him.
"Zahai."
"Over here." Zhao Yi leapt down from the chains and, upon seeing Lin Yusen, clasped his hands in salute.
"Miss."
"Enough of that. How many of you have come?" Lin Yusen inquired, waving her hand dismissively. "Basically, the area has been secured by the young master, along with those we brought. He has also led a team to follow behind," Zhao Yi respectfully explained. "Very well. Once everyone is assembled, we shall proceed to apprehend them. Most inside have been rendered unconscious, while some who remain awake have been diverted by the regent. As for Shuang, I hope she remains unharmed." Lin Yusen informed Zhao Yi about the situation in the hideout. While they were speaking, more than a dozen individuals arrived. Lin Yusen spotted her elder brother and joyfully waved, calling out, "Elder brother, over here." Chapter 57 Squeak. Lin Chunlai, upon seeing Lin Yusen, felt a surge of urgency and used his lightness skill to swiftly approach her. Upon their first encounter, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to her head.
Ow.
Elder brother, why did you hit me? Lin Yusen exclaimed in pain, clutching her head and stepping back, casting a reproachful glance at him. What were you thinking? You, a young lady, daring to venture alone into this den of bandits? What if something happened to you? How am I to explain that to our mother? Lin Chunlai scolded Lin Yusen sternly. All right, elder brother, I admit my mistake. It was an urgent situation. I feared the passage might close and we would not be able to subdue the bandits. Lin Yusen pleaded, realizing her brother was genuinely upset. Do you even think there will be a next time? Lin Chunlai glared at her. No next time. Lin Yusen immediately raised her hands in surrender, as if taking an oath.
What?
Elder brother, you're frightening when you're angry. By the way, this isn't the time for my reprimands. We must hurry to find the prince. He went to divert the bandits for my sake, and we still don't know his condition. And Shuang's whereabouts are still a mystery. She might be injured. Lin Yusen urgently grabbed Lin Chunlai to prevent further scolding, explaining the situation inside. You should have said so sooner. Lin Chunlai shot her another glare, then, seeing that his men had gathered, he quickly instructed, find a safe place to hide.
With that,
Lin Chunlai hastily departed with his team. Lin Yusen watched her brother's retreating figure, pouting as she muttered, Elder brother is becoming increasingly verbose. Is his character unraveling? Miss, what shall we do now? Zhao Yi stepped forward to inquire. Let us go find them. The more people we have, the safer we will be, Lin Yusen replied, shedding her earlier demeanor and adopting a serious tone. Remaining here offered no comfort. Understood. Lin Yusen led Zhao Yi and the others towards the cave they had previously entered. She intended to search in the direction from which Li Xiaocheng had departed. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Lin Yusen instructed Zhao Yi, search the area for any signs of a struggle. Understood. Zhao Yi and his team began to scour the vicinity. Before long, they heard Zhao Yi calling out, Miss, there are traces of blood here. Lin Yusen's heart raced, and she hurried over to inspect the scene. Crouching down, she touched the blood on the ground and bringing it to her nose, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was not his blood. This isn't the princess' blood. He should be fine, she murmured, her brow furrowed, hoping for a safety. Indeed. Zhao Yi and the others continued searching for some time, eventually discovering more bloodstains, one of which belonged to Li Xiaocheng. Lin Yusen's heart sank at the sight of the blood. Given Li Xiaocheng's unique physiology, even a minor injury could be life-threatening. Moreover, he had left an hour ago, and with an injury, the situation could be dire. Realizing that continuing the search was futile, as time was of the essence, and Li Xiaocheng's condition could worsen, she took a deep breath and retrieved an item from her spatial pouch. Help me out, and I'll reward you with 2 drops of celestial dew once we're done. Lin Yusen negotiated with the item in her hand.
squeak.
Just 2 drops. Any more, and you won't be able to handle it. Lin Yusen frowned, refusing to budge.
Squeak, squeak.
If you don't help, you won't receive a single drop.
All right.
Lin Yusen smiled, then glanced around to ensure Zhao Yi and the others were busy searching elsewhere. Before retrieving a cloak from her spatial pouch. Smell this. You'll find what you seek, but if you don't find anyone, you'll get nothing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. If you dare to call me a miser again, I'll give the opportunity to someone else. Lin Yusen feigned a stern demeanor.
Squeak.
The item in her hand suddenly took flight, hovering momentarily over the cloak before setting off in a particular direction. Humph. I'll see how you can evade me. This item had come from her spatial realm. After acquiring her space, she had inadvertently shattered a bottle, releasing this creature. Initially, she thought it was merely an insect. But after her next visit to the space, she discovered it had devoured nearly everything she owned. She had endured considerable hardship at its hands before finally subduing it. It was only later, through a book in her spatial realm, that she discovered this creature was known as a goo worm, specifically a goo king. After Lin Yusen had tamed it, she seldom employed its powers, yet it had a penchant for consuming the celestial dew within her space. Typically, Lin Yusen would use that to lure it, with unfailing success. Upon noticing that the creature had flown far away, she hastily stored her cloak and called out to Zhao Yi, follow me, and then pursued the creature. Yes. Zhao Yi responded to Lin Yusen's call and hurried towards her, only catching a glimpse of her retreating figure before he dashed after her. Lin Yusen chased the worm, weaving through the forest for quite some time before finally halting. The worm paused at the edge of a steep slope, fluttering down a couple of times before ascending again. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Are you saying it's down there? Chirp. All right then. That's none of your concern. You may return. Lin Yusen waved her hand, and the worm vanished. Chirp. The last reluctant cry of the creature echoed in the air. Lin Yusen had no time to deal with it now. She gazed down the slope, which, although not very deep, was rather steep. Miss. Zhao Yi arrived at that moment, calling out to Lin Yusen. The prince is down there. He appears to be injured. We must rescue him swiftly. His condition is peculiar. If we delay, it could be life-threatening. Lin Yusen replied earnestly. Do not worry, miss. We shall certainly bring the prince back safely, Zhao Yi assured her with a respectful bow. Be careful, Lin Yusen cautioned. Yes. Zhao Yi felt warmth in his heart, his tone growing even more respectful. He and his companions quickly retrieved a rope, secured it to a tree, and then fastened it around Zhao Yi's waist. Several of them managed the length of the rope, gradually lowering Zhao Yi downwards. As night fell, their only illumination came from the torches they carried. Zhao Yi could only proceed slowly, inching downward while keeping an eye out for snakes, insects, and rodents. Lin Yusen waited anxiously above. Though it was possible that Li Xiaocheng might ultimately perish, this situation was different. This time, his life might be lost because of her. Moreover, she had previously vowed to protect him, to help him evade death, yet now, because of her, he was ensnared in peril. Lin Yusen felt a tumultuous mix of emotions. As the night deepened and the temperature dropped, Lin Yusen subconsciously took out Li Xiaocheng's cloak and draped it over herself, seeking solace. She instinctively caressed the cloak, murmuring prayers in her heart. Prince, please do not come to harm. I promise I will never speak ill of you again. I shall earnestly assist you in avoiding death and help restore your health. I will even find you a dozen or so concubines, ensuring your lineage flourishes. If you were to die, your treasures would become mine. I would not return them to you. In the depths below, Li Xiaocheng began to lose his grip on consciousness. He had sustained severe injuries. Had Lin Yusen not provided him with ample medication prior to their separation, he likely would have succumbed long ago. Yet now, he was nearing his limit, and he had not yet conveyed his true feelings to that girl. Just as he closed his eyes, a sense of reluctance washed over him. At that moment, as his awareness began to fade, he heard Lin Yusen's voice know her heartfelt thoughts. Listening intently, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his breath quickening, fueled by indignation. This troublesome girl, even as he lay dying, she dared to annoy him. Talking about 17 or 18 concubines. Did she think him so desperate? He had yet to comprehend her fully. Did she care nothing for herself? And treasures? To him, it seemed she wished to hoard the treasures for herself and gather a horde of handsome men. He would not grant her the opportunity to use his treasures in pursuit of beautiful men. Suddenly, Li Xiaocheng felt an infusion of strength. Perhaps he could still survive a few more years. Prince? Prince! Zhao Yi's voice echoed from above. Li Xiaocheng raised his head, responding coolly, It is this prince. Your Highness. Are you unharmed? I shall rescue you immediately, Zhao Yi said respectfully, hastily retrieving the rope to secure it around Li Xiaocheng. He would not perish. Lin Yusen was above. Li Xiaocheng endured the pain coursing through his body and replied softly, Yes, the miss is above. She was quite worried when you went missing. It was she who found you here. Zhao Yi answered cautiously, his hands never ceasing their movements. Li Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow. Was that girl truly concerned for him? Or was she merely fretting over how to distribute his treasures? Though he thought this, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. He pulled on the rope 3 times and shouted, We have located the prince. Quickly pull the rope. Upon hearing this, Lin Yusen swiftly directed her subordinates to begin pulling. Hurry! Many hands make light work. Before long, Zhao Yi emerged, carrying Li Xiaocheng. Your Highness? Lin Yusen rushed forward, assisting 2 attendants in laying Li Xiaocheng flat. Your Highness? How are you? Lin Yusen knelt on the ground, anxiously inquiring as her hands worked fervently. I am fine. Li Xiaocheng replied weakly, but Lin Yusen ignored him. She meticulously examined Li Xiaocheng's wounds, discovering a deep stab wound in his chest, a fractured leg, and a penetrating injury to his abdomen. Were it not for the hemostatic medicine she had previously administered, he would have already bled to death. From her robes, Lin Yusen retrieved medicine to tend to his wounds. The abdominal injury would require stitching, but the current conditions were unsuitable, and the light was too dim for such precision. She could only bandage him as best as she could. For the fractured leg, she used a wooden stick to immobilize it. Once she had wrapped his wounds, she instructed her subordinates, Carry the prince. We must return to the stronghold. Be as cautious as possible. Yes. They gently lifted Li Xiaocheng, preparing to head back to the encampment. There, they would find a room with candlelight, where visibility would be much improved. They needed to address Li Xiaocheng's abdominal injury and administer some anti-inflammatory medication. Such severe wounds were bound to cause inflammation. Li Xiaocheng watched Lin Yusen bustling about for him. His heart softened, his gaze never leaving her. As he was carried, a sense of panic gripped him, and he instinctively grasped Lin Yusen's hand. At that moment, as he held her hand, the tension in his body began to dissipate, and he slowly succumbed to a haze of drowsiness before finally losing consciousness. Lin Yusen glanced at her hand, still clasped in his, and then at the unconscious figure being carried. With no other option, she attempted to extricate her hand, but it remained stubbornly trapped. In exasperation, she thought, "What is this? Am I supposed to offer you my hand while you are injured?" Unable to free herself, Lin Yusen had no choice but to keep her hand raised while walking alongside Li Xiaocheng. The ensuing scene was one of Li Xiaocheng being carried while Lin Yusen held her hand aloft, tethered to him. Before long, Lin Yusen's arm grew weary. Yet she had no choice. She could neither pull her hand away nor let go, enduring the discomfort while inwardly cursing, which ultimately crystallized into a single thought: "I truly owe you one." After what felt like an eternity, they finally entered the encampment, locating a larger room where they carefully laid Li Xiaocheng on the bed. Noticing that her hand remained clasped in his, Lin Yusen could no longer tolerate it. She swiftly produced a silver needle and jabbed it into Li Xiaocheng's hand, prompting him to release her grip. With a frown, Lin Yusen rubbed her numbed arm, then turned to Zhao Yi, instructing, "We should be relatively safe now. Have a few people guard this area, while the rest go find Shuang and the others. Also, ensure the villagers are secured. Those who were sedated with traditional medicine need not be worried. They likely won't awaken until tomorrow. We must prevent those who weren't sedated from escaping." "Yes, I will attend to it immediately." Zhao Yi bowed and promptly exited to organize the personnel. Lin Yusen was left to prepare for surgery on Li Xiaocheng. His injuries required thorough retreatment, and he also needed medication. Lin Yusen gently touched Li Xiaocheng's forehead and confirmed he had a fever. She retrieved the necessary medicines from her space, bundled them together, and stepped outside, handing them to Zhao Yi at the door. "Zhao Yi, please have someone prepare this medicine and bring it here. It will be needed after the surgery." "Yes, miss." Zhao Yi accepted the medicine, albeit puzzled about how she had acquired such a package. There had been none in the room moments ago. However, he understood that as a subordinate, there were matters beyond his comprehension. With his task clear, he personally set about preparing the medicine. Upon returning to her room, Lin Yusen began to remove Li Xiaocheng's clothing, leaving only his undergarments. At that moment, she lacked the inclination to admire his physique, even though it was undeniably impressive. This was not the appropriate time. She merely cast a fleeting glance before resolutely averting her gaze. She silently recited, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form is but emptiness. Emptiness is but form." When she opened her eyes again, her expression was one of clarity. She took out the surgical tools and began to disinfect the wounds with alcohol, an unfortunate necessity, as iodine was not yet available in this world, and only strong liquor remained. This alcohol was derived from the distillation of 10 jars of fine spirits. Once everything was prepared, Lin Yusen adopted a serious and solemn demeanor. She first used silver needles to administer acupuncture anesthesia on Li Xiaocheng, ensuring he would remain deeply asleep and prevent him from awakening prematurely. Then she commenced the meticulous task of suturing the damaged organs within his abdomen before closing the outer layers, an intricate endeavor. This single wound consumed an entire hour of her time. By the time she finished suturing, beads of sweat had formed on her forehead, yet she could not pause to wipe them away, allowing them to cascade down her cheeks. Next, she turned her attention to the wound on his chest. Thus, Lin Yusen labored over Li Xiaocheng for more than 2 hours, and by the time she completed her task, dawn was breaking. She tidied her instruments and stored them away. Supporting her weary back, she rubbed it gently, cursing her arduous fate. Just as she turned around, she found Li Xiaocheng staring intently at her, wide-eyed. Chapter 59, Never Shortchange Oneself. Lin Yusen froze momentarily, then cautiously inquired, "When did you wake up?" "While you were treating my leg injury," Li Xiaocheng replied nonchalantly. "Has it really been almost an hour? Is the acupuncture anesthesia so ineffective for him?" Lin Yusen pondered, anxiety gripping her heart. "What did you see?" "I saw you expose my royal self." Li Xiaocheng's eyes flickered, choosing not to mention the disappearance of her instruments. "Isn't this a medical procedure?" "In a physician's eyes. What gender is there?" Lin Yusen awkwardly scratched her nose, offering a feeble explanation. This atmosphere is so awkward it could carve out a palace. I saved you. And you dare to turn the tables on me? I was fully focused on your surgery, with no time to admire physiques. Now I'm being unjustly accused. I've suffered a great loss. However, since he claims I have seen his body, it should be acceptable for me to look now. Though now he's all bandaged like a mummy, there's truly not much to see. Next time, I shall not only observe but also touch. I must not shortchange myself. Lin Yusen couldn't help but internally vent, scrutinizing Li Xiaocheng once more. Li Xiaocheng gritted his teeth, feeling like a lamb on the butcher's block as she appraised him. In a mix of embarrassment and anger, he barked, "Have you seen enough? Aren't you going to cover me with a blanket?" Oh, I shall cover you right away. Your Highness. Lin Yusen snapped back to reality, hurriedly grabbing a nearby blanket to drape over him. I don't want that. It's too filthy.
Li Xiaochen projected mainly.
Recoiling from the foul odor emanating from the blanket, Lin Yusen hesitated, ultimately deciding not to cover him with it. Instead, she retrieved the cloak Li Xiaocheng had previously given her and draped it over him. So many complaints went out and about, such a finicky royal. Hearing her internal musings, Li Xiaocheng felt a shift in his mood, his lips curving into a slight smile. So she had kept the cloak. After tending to Li Xiaocheng, Lin Yusen returned with the medicine Zhao Yi had prepared earlier, unaware that the lengthy surgery had nearly exhausted the concoction. Nonetheless, she was unperturbed. As long as it was effective, it sufficed. Approaching Li Xiaocheng's bedside with the bowl, she offered him a sweet smile and gently urged, "Your Highness, it's time for your medicine. Great, drink the medicine. Or perhaps it would be better to let you die, given how difficult you are to please," Li Xiaocheng thought. Observing the woman who appeared gentle yet had berated him inwardly countless times. Regardless of her unspoken grievances, she still chose to save him. During her surgical efforts, he had begun to awaken from the pain halfway through, yet she remained so engrossed in her task that she had not noticed. He was puzzled as to why the acupuncture anesthesia had failed him. Enduring the pain of his wounds, he watched Lin Yusen, drenched in sweat as she treated him. Several times he yearned to reach out and wipe the perspiration from her brow, but he held himself back. He observed her struggle to stand upright, her arms weary, and longed to offer her a massage, yet he refrained. A swell of warmth and affection filled his heart. As Lin Yusen noted the shift in Li Xiaocheng's gaze, she felt a sudden unease. What is happening? Has Li Xiaocheng been possessed? Why is he looking at me with such a disconcerting gaze? I saved him. Surely he wouldn't seek revenge? Li Xiaocheng, attuned to her thoughts, realized her mind was wandering further afield. In a moment of urgency, he grasped her hand that held the bowl. Lin Yusen, miss, we have located Shuiying, but the situation is dire. Zhao Yi's voice from outside interrupted Li Xiaocheng's impending words. Understood, I will be there shortly, Lin Yusen replied, her focus returning. She placed the bowl in Li Xiaocheng's hands and quickly instructed, Your Highness, you are awake now and should have regained some strength. Drink this medicine. It's for inflammation. If you don't develop a fever today, you will be fine. I will send someone in to keep watch over you. After saying this, Lin Yusen exited, leaving Li Xiaocheng watching her depart. In his heart, he silently vowed, there will be plenty of time ahead, Lin Yusen. After Lin Yusen left, she followed Zhao Yi to a nearby wooden cabin, where she found Shuiying lying in a pool of blood, her elder brother standing vigil at her side. Elder brother, what is Shuiying's condition? Lin Yusen approached the bedside, beginning to check Shuiying's pulse. We found her at the bottom of the cliff, already unconscious. Sister, can you heal her? He was aware of her medical skills, as she had been treating and nurturing their family. During this time, the three brothers had been relying on her prescriptions and remedies, feeling invigorated in the military. However, with Shuiying's severe wounds, he was uncertain of her capabilities. As long as she still draws breath, I can bring her back, Lin Yusen declared confidently, withdrawing her hand and raising an eyebrow at Lin Chenglai. He looked at his sister, a sense of faith blossoming within him. With a light chuckle, he replied, Very well, I leave this to you. I will attend to matters outside. Okay, brother, go ahead, Lin Yusen nodded in response, then crouched down to further assess Shuiying's condition. Having checked her pulse, it was weak, but still salvageable. Upon examining her body, Lin Yusen noted that the external wounds were minimal, with only 2 significant injuries, one deep enough at her thigh to expose bone. A long, shallow gash marred his back, extending from the shoulder down to just below the scapula. His unconsciousness was likely a result of excessive blood loss, compounded by a lack of medical attention leading to inflammation of the wound. Lin Yusen procured 2 doses of medicine from her spatial pouch, instructing Zhao Yi to prepare one for immediate consumption and the other for later. She commenced her preparations, this time not undertaking the surgery alone, as it was too exhausting. She requested Zhao Yi to assist her. Zhao Yi removed Shui Ying's clothing, and Lin Yusen began the disinfection process. After sterilizing the area, she retrieved silver needles to administer anesthesia, fearing that Shui Ying might awaken mid-procedure, as had happened with Li Xiaocheng. Once the first bowl of anesthetic was ready, she had Zhao Yi feed it to him. After a short wait, once the effects of the anesthesia took hold, Lin Yusen began to tend to the wounds on Shui Ying's legs. With Zhao Yi present, any inconveniences were addressed with his help. Initially shocked, Zhao Yi gradually became numb to the intricacies of wound treatment, realizing it required a delicate touch akin to sewing fabric, meticulously stitching the wound from the inside out. Moreover, Lin Yusen maintained unwavering focus, her hands steady and precise, executing each motion without hesitation. After dressing the leg wounds, she proceeded to stitch the back, repositioning Shui Ying to a seated posture for better access. It was over an hour later when Lin Yusen finally completed her work on Shui Ying's injuries.
All right.
Lower him down now, and prepare the second dose of medicine for him to take, she instructed while tidying her instruments. Understood, miss.
Zhao Yi responded.
In Chapter 60, This Prince is Hungry, Zhao Yi held Lin Yusen in high regard. Realizing that the esteemed young lady was far more capable than he had initially perceived while merely following his master's orders to assist the eldest young master.
Now,
he recognized her exceptional abilities, worthy of the title of granddaughter of the general's household, unlike those delicate young ladies who could not fend for themselves. Zhao Yi respectfully went to fetch the medicine. Subsequently, Lin Yusen entrusted Shui Ying's care to Zhao Yi. After cleaning her surgical tools, she stepped outside, taking a deep breath, relieved that her long night of toil had finally concluded. Where is my elder brother? Lin Yusen inquired of a guard from the Zhao family stationed at the entrance. Lord Lin has escorted the mountain bandits down the mountain. He instructed me to inform Miss Lin to remain here for a day. Once the prince is feeling better, you may return together. Lord Lin has already explained the situation to Madam, so you need not worry. Additionally, the prince's men have arrived, and there's no need for us to stand guard anymore. Oh no, mother. Upon hearing her mother's name, Lin Yusen felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She had completely forgotten about her mother. She had departed in such haste the previous day that she hadn't had the chance to speak with her. And now a day and night had passed. Surely, her mother must be frantic. I wonder how my brother explained things to her? Lin Yusen felt a sense of unease but quickly reassured herself that, at worst, she would face a scolding, and with a bit of charm, perhaps she could smooth things over. She resolved to maintain her composure, reminding herself that a thick skin would serve her well. Go prepare some porridge. The prince needs nourishment to recover better. By the way, what are we eating? Lin Yusen suddenly remembered to ask. The prince's porridge is already being prepared by Wang Yu. And our breakfast is ready. Would you like to have some? Very well, I'll go check on the prince. You can deliver it there. I will eat in his company. Lin Yusen replied, making her way toward Li Xiaocheng's chamber. As she approached the door, she overheard Wang Yu's voice inside. Your Highness. The third prince of Qi has already sent someone to escort him back to Qi. Moreover, there was quite a commotion at the crown prince's residence last night. It seems the crown prince was in a fit of rage and even killed someone. Understood. Ensure the third prince is safely returned to Qi without incident, and do not let them seize any opportunity to exploit our vulnerabilities, Li Xiaocheng commanded coldly. Yes, keep a close watch on the Eastern Palace. With the mountain bandits eradicated, the crown prince has suffered significant losses and will likely lay low for some time. How does Li Xiaocheng know the mountain bandits were affiliated with the crown prince? It appears he is quite astute, uncovering such information. In the narrative, the bandit den never surfaced until after Xiao Hao ascended the throne. Yet now, with the entire bandit nest obliterated, the crown prince's financial lifeline has been severed. He must be enraged. Ha! His discomfort brings me joy, for it means he will not trouble my family. Hearing the conversation from outside, Lin Yusen hesitated, unsure whether to enter or remain outside. After some contemplation, she resolved to step in. After all, she was merely there to check on the patient. What was there to fear? Gathering her courage, Lin Yusen opened the door. Upon noticing her presence, Li Xiaocheng's eyes brightened. Your Highness, how do you feel? Are you better? Lin Yusen inquired with concern as she entered and observed him. Miss Lin. Your Highness, I will take my leave, Wang Yu said, discerning the moment to bow and exit. I do feel pain at the wound, and I still feel somewhat weak. Li Xiaocheng replied, gazing at Lin Yusen with a hint of vulnerability. Oh, that is quite normal. It will subside in a few days as the wound heals. Just bear with it for now, Lin Yusen reassured him, believing he was genuinely uncomfortable. But what if the pain becomes unbearable? Li Xiaocheng scrutinized her face, unwilling to miss any flicker of emotion. Very painful? Would you like me to administer an injection for pain relief? Lin Yusen asked cautiously.
Pain?
Is the illustrious regent afraid of pain? How fragile. This will be quite the amusing anecdote for me to cherish. Lin Yusen thought to herself, stifling a laugh. No need. I can endure it for now, Li Xiaocheng replied, exasperated. Does this woman not feel any sympathy for my plight? Well, if the pain becomes too much, do let me know, and I will ensure you feel no discomfort at all, Lin Yusen offered, her concern genuine, yet maintaining a polite demeanor. At that moment, a servant entered, announcing, Miss, your breakfast has arrived, along with the prince's. Excellent. Place it there, Lin Yusen exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the food. Having worked tirelessly through the night, and now ravenous, the servant arranged the dishes, and then exited. Finally, a chance to eat, Lin Yusen thought, hastening to the chair to indulge in her meal. Who would have thought the servants possessed such culinary skills? Delicious. Once we return, I must recruit them to cook at the Lin residence. She mused, her cheeks stuffed with food, resembling an adorable, pouting pufferfish.
Li Xiaocheng yache tarit.
Finding her demeanor charming and appetizing, and suddenly he felt a pang of hunger himself. Lin Yusen, I am hungry, he interjected, drawing attention to himself. Should I summon one you to attend to your meal? Lin Yusen paused, looking toward him. A grown man should not require assistance from another to tend to a mere injury. You will serve me instead, Li Xiaocheng coldly retorted.
Me?
Lin Yusen questioned incredulously, pointing to herself. Indeed. Li Xiaocheng confirmed with a nod, his expression unwavering. Is this man doing this on purpose? Asking me to serve him? I might as well kill someone instead, she thought, her annoyance bubbling beneath the surface. Oh, well then, wait a moment. I haven't finished eating yet, she replied dismissively, resuming her meal. Lin Yusen was genuinely hungry, finishing 3 dishes and 2 bowls of rice. So full. Lin Yusen caressed her abdomen, wearing a look of utter contentment. Li Xiaocheng observed her devouring an entire feast, a myriad of black lines adorning his forehead. How can this woman eat so much? Fortunately, his princely residence is affluent enough to sustain her. Lin Yusen, I am still hungry, Li Xiaocheng remarked, unable to contain himself as he watched her finish her meal.
Oh.
Then I shall summon someone for you, Lin Yusen replied, rising to head outside. As she walked away, Li Xiaocheng, unhurried, leisurely commented, I never anticipated that a lady of the esteemed minister's household would be so ungrateful. I must return and inquire if the Lin family is devoid of conscience.
Oh.
By the way, my treasures are still in your possession, Miss Lin. If something were to happen to me, would the emperor reclaim them? Upon hearing this, Lin Yusen paused, gritting her teeth. Is this scoundrel threatening me? Scoundrel. Had I known, I would not have saved you, ungrateful wretch. Threatening me? Let you eat yourself to death. After venting internally, Lin Yusen took a deep breath, turned with a smile, and responded in a servile manner. Your Highness, how could I be ungrateful? I merely fear that our interaction might tarnish your reputation. Oh, is that so? But last night, you saw me completely exposed, and your hands roamed rather freely. Do I still possess a reputation? Li Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow, gazing at Lin Yusen. Lin Yusen found herself at a loss for words, recalling last night's events. Wasn't he that merely a desperate act to save a life? Did the healer truly care about propriety? Has Li Xiaocheng lost his mind? Wasn't he supposed to be cold and taciturn? Today, he seems inclined to engage me in such trivial matters. And as for last night, it was not taking advantage. It was saving a life. How could one save another without physical contact? It seems Li Xiaocheng's injury has affected his reasoning. Something feels amiss. Lin Yusen scrutinized him, her gaze suddenly brightening as if struck by an epiphany. Biting her lip, she cautiously inquired, Your Highness, do you have feelings for me? Li Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback by her forthright question, his heart racing and his ears reddening. Is this something a lady should say? How utterly lacking in decorum. He averted his gaze, fixing it on Lin Yusen, and tentatively asked, Lin Yusen, what if I were to express affection for you? Now it was Lin Yusen's turn to be bewildered. While she had her suspicions, the earnestness in his demeanor left her astonished.
No.
How could Li Xiaocheng possibly like her? It's unthinkable. She is merely drawn to his physical form, not his heart. She hasn't even reached the point of affection. How could she voice such sentiments? And if she outright rejected him, would he have her killed? This is disastrous. I warn myself that matters of the heart are the most troublesome. Wouldn't it be better to remain single? I had hoped to resolve my family matters and explore the world's wonders. Li Xiaocheng, sensing her internal turmoil, grew increasingly solemn, the atmosphere around him thickening. She does not harbor feelings for him?
Why?
Am I not commendable? He could not fathom her reasoning. However, being a man of pride, he recognized that if Lin Yusen were to openly reject him, it would severely bruise his royal dignity. Thus, the proud prince donned a cold countenance and declared, "Ha, Lin Yusen, do you truly believe I hold you in high regard?
I was merely jesting.
You resemble a sprout. However, do not forget that once you come of age, the emperor will bestow a marriage upon you, and you shall become the future princess consort. So, do not entertain any foolish notions. I cannot guarantee your safety thereafter." Lin Yusen. Is Li Xiaocheng a master of changing faces? He was just amicable, and now he is icy and distant, as if ready to strike. What nonsense! He calls me a sprout? I dare say he is the one who is short and stout. Lin Yusen was nearly exasperated. What nonsense is this man spouting? How does such a sharp-tongued individual survive in this world? Why hasn't he a bolt of lightning struck him down? Moreover, he did not even propose the marriage. Had he not blurted it out in a moment of madness, would the emperor have consented? But he has reminded me that if the emperor truly arranges a marriage, they would be bound together. If I must choose a husband, Li Xiaocheng is not without merit. Aside from his sharp tongue, he is handsome and well-built. Perhaps I should consider this? After regaining her composure, Lin Yusen found some validity in Li Xiaocheng's words. However, her feelings toward him remained ambivalent. Although she did not dislike him, his sharp tongue often left her gritting her teeth in frustration. Yet he had always protected her during crises, and she was not one to lack gratitude. Moreover, she and Li Xiaocheng were now allies, and she wished for him to safeguard the Lin family. Having come to this understanding, she was less irked but not entirely pleased. She felt their relationship was rather tangled and resolved to take a step back to assess the situation. Thus, she addressed Li Xiaocheng, "Your Highness, regardless of your feelings toward me, we are currently allies. I assure you, I will not act against your interests, so rest assured. Furthermore, my marriage is a matter for my father and I. My mother will oversee it. Should the emperor decree a marriage, I shall fulfill my duties as the princess consort and not bring shame upon the princely house. Until then, it would be prudent for us to limit our interactions, as it may lead to misunderstandings. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." After articulating her thoughts, Lin Yusen turned and exited, leaving Li Xiaocheng gazing at her retreating figure, his expression a mask of indecision, regret flickering across his face. He had pressed her too hard. They rested until noon, and when Shuang awoke, Li Xiaocheng resolved to return. Lin Yusen accompanied them, as Li Xiaocheng was injured, and Wang Yu carried the prince across the iron suspension bridge. After transporting Shuang, as Zhao Yi prepared to lead Lin Yusen away, she halted, glancing back at the stronghold, her eyes flickering before calling out to Zhao Yi. "Zhao Yi, attend to an errand for me." Lin Yusen whispered a few instructions into Zhao Yi's ear, handing him a small parcel. "Yes, young miss, please wait."
Zhao Yi,
though surprised, accepted the package and quickly departed with a few others back to the stronghold. Lin Yusen found a stone to sit upon, awaiting Zhao Yi's return. Half an hour later, Zhao Yi and his companions returned, barely able to speak, as they urgently pulled on Lin Yusen's arm, racing toward the iron bridge.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
As they crossed halfway, a series of loud explosions erupted behind them, flames engulfing the entire stronghold. By the time they reached the other side, the stronghold was nearly consumed by fire. What transpired? Li Xiaocheng inquired, furrowing his brow at Lin Yusen. "Oh, it's nothing, merely tying up loose ends." Lin Yusen waved her hand dismissively. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Li Xiaocheng refrained from pressing further. Her safety was paramount. He had been anxiously awaiting her return, and had it not been for Wang Yu's restraint, he would have already sought her out. Little did he know this girl had the audacity to obliterate half a mountain. "Let us depart." Li Xiaocheng cast a glance at Lin Yusen before averting his gaze, instructing Wang Yu. "Yes." Upon entering the city, Li Xiaocheng intended to escort Lin Yusen home, but she declined his offer. "Your Highness, it would be prudent to return and tend to your injuries as soon as possible. Otherwise, the condition may worsen, which would be quite unfortunate. I shall have Zhao Yi escort me home." Thus, Li Xiaocheng watched helplessly as Lin Yusen parted ways with him. Chapter 62. The mothers quarrel over divorce. "Your Highness, shall we not summon Miss Lin back?" Wang Yu, observing the anxious expression on the prince's face, suggested in a hushed tone. Li Xiaocheng's eyes narrowed, casting a sharp glance at Wang Yu, who immediately stiffened and lowered his head, regretting his imprudent words. After Zhao Yi escorted Lin Yusen and Shuiing back to the Lin residence, he returned to the military manor to report. Upon entering the Lin household, Lin Yusen sensed an unusual atmosphere. The servants appeared apprehensive and on edge. She wondered what significant event had transpired in her absence. Send Shuiing to my courtyard to recuperate, Lin Yusen instructed, then turned on her heel, making her way to Zhao Hanya's quarters, intending to inquire about the situation with her mother. Yes, miss. Lin Xiong'an. Today you shall either divorce or face the consequences. There is no room for negotiation. Otherwise, your Wang Xiqin shall find herself in dire straits. You must consider this carefully. Before Lin Yusen could enter, Zhao Hanya's icy voice resonated from within. Ah? Is my mother confronting that scoundrel father about divorce? How sudden. She hasn't even done anything. I thought we would have to wait a while longer. Yet if this divorce succeeds, it could indeed be a blessing. What could Wang Xiqin have done to warrant such a fate? Lin Yusen did not rush in. Instead, she quietly approached the door, curious to eavesdrop.
Zhao Hanya.
Sensing Lin Yusen's presence, felt a flicker of warmth in her cold gaze. This troublesome girl finally returned. Zhao Hanya, do not overstep your bounds. Release Wang Xiqin, or else I shall not hold back. If you push me to my limits, neither of us shall find peace. Lin Xiong'an, having been caught in such a scandal, was now furious, his pride shattered by Zhao Hanya's demands. Am I forcing you? Were it not for your despicable actions, would I need to?
Today,
numerous ladies witnessed your indiscretions with Wang Xiqin. You cannot conceal your shame. Soon all of the capital will know, and you shall be the laughingstock of the city. Zhao Hanya showed him no mercy, tearing away Lin Xiong'an's facade with a derisive laugh. You, Lin Xiong'an, enraged, found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware that his reputation was now irrevocably tarnished. Lin Xiong'an, do you remember how you and your mother conspired to ruin my reputation, forcing me into marriage with you? Then, you and Wang Xiqin clandestinely bore Lin Qianqian, swapping her with my Yusen, making me raise your child with another woman. Do you truly believe I am a fool? Zhao Hanya's icy gaze pierced Lin Xiong'an, devoid of any semblance of emotion.
How do you know all of this?
Lin Xiong'an stammered, panic gripping him. How could this woman be aware of so much? One cannot conceal their deeds unless they are innocent. Lin Xiong'an, did you truly believe Zhao Hanya was so easily deceived? If you do not agree to the divorce today, I will bring your misdeeds before the emperor, and your position as minister will be forfeit. Your Wang Xiqin and Lin Qianqian. Oh, and what of your illegitimate son? They shall not have a peaceful future. Consider whether they will still stand by you should you fall from grace. Zhao Hanya's tone was laced with mockery as she issued her ultimatum. Originally, she intended to wait for her father to undermine Lin Xiong'an in court and leverage his past transgressions to pressure him into returning the wealth he had taken from her, culminating in the divorce. However, the moment he involved their children, her patience wore thin, especially after recalling Yusen's earlier warning about Lyre potentially facing dire consequences. She had spent a restless night worrying until Lyre returned, alleviating her fears. If this were linked to Lin Xiong'an, she would not believe otherwise. Thus, she could no longer delay. The wealth could be sacrificed. But the divorce needed to happen swiftly to ensure her children were not living under the watchful eyes of wolves. This morning, she orchestrated a scheme to have Wang Xiqin enter the manor, drugging them to catch them in the act. Under the pretense of discussing Lyre's marriage, she invited several amicable women for tea, allowing them to witness the scandalous scene. Subsequently, she apprehended Wang Xiqin and locked her away. Then explained her intentions to Lin Xiong'an after sending the ladies away. Lin Xiong'an's expression shifted. It was clear today would not end amicably. Weighing his options, he turned to Zhao Hanya and declared, divorce is acceptable, but I demand the military talisman held by Lyre. Having failed to obtain the crown prince's military talisman the previous day, and with his financial avenues cut off, he sought to ally himself with the crown prince in his moment of fury. Securing the talisman would earn him the prince's favor, freeing him from reliance on the military manor.
Ha!
Lin Xiong'an, you truly must be deluded. You, a mere civil servant, desire a military talisman? Should the emperor learn of this, how many heads do you think you have? If you think the ones you wish to ally with will protect you, you are sorely mistaken. Zhao Hanya laughed derisively, her disdain for Lin Xiong'an growing. Lin Xiong'an's heart raced with anxiety, silencing him. You have no escape. Only the path of divorce remains. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do by tomorrow. Zhao Hanya, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, fixed her expressionless gaze upon Lin Xiong'an. Lin Xiong'an, regarding the domineering woman before him, recalled their years of marriage. He knew Zhao Hanya to be beautiful, intelligent, and shrewd before their union. In pursuit of the military manor's backing, he had heeded his mother's counsel and employed unscrupulous tactics, ultimately succeeding in marrying her. Over the years, Zhao Hanya had maintained her calm demeanor, yet he now discerned the depth of her cunning and her fierce resolve. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiong'an composed himself, realizing he could not afford to lose the hard-won position he had attained. Suppressing his resentment, he turned to Zhao Hanya and stated, "I consent to the divorce." "Good. There is ink and paper. Let us proceed." Zhao Hanya responded, leaving no room for regret as she directed him to write. Without hesitation, Lin Xiong'an approached the table, seized the brush, and began to write. Moments later, the divorce decree was completed. Zhao Hanya examined it briefly before tearing it to shreds. "What are you doing, Zhao Hanya?" Lin Xiong'an shouted in outrage. "Rewrite it. You shall leave Lin Manor with nothing, accompanied only by your mistress and daughter. This is not negotiable. Zhao Hanya, do not go too far." Lin Xiong'an's fury nearly overflowed, his eyes blazing with hatred. Had gazes been lethal, he would have slain Zhao Hanya countless times. "This is of your own making. For years, you have consumed my resources while forcing me to support your children. Is it not fair that you return what you owe? Allowing you to leave with nothing is merciful. Otherwise, I possess ample means to ensure both the Lin and Wang families vanish from the capital entirely." Zhao Hanya regarded Lin Xiong'an with a hint of disdain as she coldly stated. Chapter 63. The successful divorce. Zhao Hanya was not merely boasting. Lin Xiong'an had once been a lowly 6th-rank official newly arrived in the capital, lacking connections and capability. His rise had been a stroke of luck, garnering some political achievements that led to his transfer to the capital. Subsequently, through unscrupulous means, he had married her, gaining the military manor's support to climb to his current position. Driving the Lin family away would be a trivial matter for her. Lin Xiong'an felt a surge of frustration, yet he found himself powerless. He was acutely aware of his family's circumstances, and all his vulnerabilities were firmly in Zhao Hanya's grasp. Any act of defiance could provoke her into unpredictable actions. It had taken him considerable effort to ascend to his current position, and he could not afford to gamble with it. Once he secured the prince's favor and achieved great merit, he would ensure that they all paid the price. Suppressing the hatred simmering within him, Lin Xiong'an picked up his pen once more and began drafting a new document. Zhao Hanya took it, perused it thoroughly, and finding it satisfactory, she affixed her signature, rendering the divorce decree official. Folding the document, she tucked it into her bosom and glanced at Lin Xiong'an, who stood rigidly by, raising an eyebrow as she said, "Are you not leaving, Lord Lin? We are no longer connected, and it would be rather inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to remain in the same room, would it not?"
"So, Hanya?"
Lin Xiong'an seethed, his teeth clenched. "Do refrain from shouting. I can hear you quite well. Oh, by the way, you and that woman of yours, along with your daughter, must vacate my residence today. Otherwise, do not blame me if I force you out. It will be your reputation on the line, Lord Lin." Zhao Hanya dismissed his fury with indifference, settling herself onto a nearby chair, her gaze cool and unwavering. "Zhao Hanya, do not push matters to the extreme. After all, Liar and the others are still my sons. Should anything happen to me, they will not fare well either." Lin Xiong'an warned darkly, his expression heavy with foreboding. "That is of no concern to you, Lord Lin. Since the children have chosen to follow me, they are now beyond your reach. Perhaps you should focus on your illegitimate son, who is reportedly drowning in gambling debts. I wonder if you possess the means to rescue your precious boy from his plight?" Zhao Hanya retorted, her demeanor unruffled, as if she were conversing with a stranger. "Is it you? Have you ensnared him?" Lin Xiong'an suddenly realized, recalling that Cheer had never been inclined to gamble before. It was implausible that he had developed such an addiction without influence. His disbelief morphed into accusation as he confronted Zhao Hanya. "I merely facilitated his introduction to the gambling den. The rest is beyond my purview," Zhao Hanya replied with feigned innocence. "You vile woman!" Lin Xiong'an roared, his rage boiling over as he seized a teacup from a table and hurled it at Zhao Hanya. Zhao Hanya's eyes narrowed, and she deftly sidestepped the projectile, allowing it to shatter on the floor. Lin Yusen's heart raced as she rushed in, exclaiming, "Mother, are you alright?" Concern etched on her face. "Had I known, I would have stayed outside to watch the spectacle. It nearly cost my mother dearly." Lin Yusen chastised herself, glaring at Lin Xiong'an and coolly stating, "Lord Lin, how imposing you are. Even after the divorce, you still flaunt your authority as the head of the family. Do take care not to strain yourself. You beast! Who do you think you are speaking to?" I am still your father, you ungrateful daughter. Lin Xiongmin snapped, feeling an irreparable rift with his daughter. Since her return, misfortunes had plagued him, his wife sought a divorce, and he faced constant setbacks in the court. Had he known it would come to this, he would have ended her life at birth. A flicker of malice crossed his gaze as he looked at Lin Yusen, seeing the murderous glint in her father's eyes. Lin Yusen's anger flared, and she raised her hand to strike him, only to be halted by Zhao Hanya. Without uttering a word, Zhao Hanya stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Lin Xiongmin's face. I hereby command you to vacate this estate today, or you shall find yourself utterly destitute. Now leave. Zhao Hanya, you will regret this. Lin Xiongmin clutched his reddened cheek, his eyes filled with venomous rage. Unable to overpower them with force or words, he could only retreat, issuing a final threat as he departed. Mother, are you unharmed? Lin Yusen approached Zhao Hanya, supporting her arm with genuine concern. I am fine. How could someone so feeble harm me? Rest assured, your mother was once a warrior alongside your grandfather and is no stranger to conflict, Zhao Hanya reassured her. Regaining her composure, a newfound sense of lightness enveloped her, and she looked forward to the days ahead with anticipation. Indeed, mother, you are truly formidable, Lin Yusen exclaimed, relieved to see her mother unharmed.
Is that so?
I think you are quite impressive as well. Now tell me, where were you last night? A young lady should at least inform her mother of her whereabouts. Do you not realize I would worry for you? If it were not for my intervention, your indiscretion would have tarnished your reputation. Zhao Hanya shifted the conversation, pinching Lin Yusen's ear playfully. It hurts. It hurts. Mother, I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Lin Yusen cried, unable to resist, seeking mercy. Oh, had I known, I would have hidden away for a few days. I thought mother would not pursue this any further. Lin Yusen lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Next time, even your elder brother's words will not suffice.
Zhao Hanya hoofed.
Though she relented and released her grip, ceasing her reprimand. Mother, it was all quite sudden. Besides, I am fine now, aren't I? Trust me. I possess many skills for survival, Lin Yusen declared cheerfully. I even saved the prince, and Shuiying. Hehe. Though I am not sure why my brother deviated from the original plot and did not pursue Bai Weiwei, but instead was dispatched to eliminate bandits, avoiding the fate of losing his legs. Ultimately, it is a positive turn of events, is it not? Furthermore, mother has successfully divorced that scoundrel, leading to fewer troubles ahead. I will protect my brothers and you. Lin Yusen smiled at Zhao Hanya, her heart filled with tranquility. Zhao Hanya felt a swell of emotion. Her daughter, who had not been by her side since childhood, was now striving to alter their family's grim destiny. Every careful step she took was aimed at ensuring their survival, even at the expense of her own safety. Holding Lin Yusen's hands, Zhao Hanya gazed at her daughter's face, tenderness shining in her eyes as she spoke earnestly. Yusen, I hope you find joy and live for yourself. Lin Yusen's breath caught, and as she looked into Zhao Hanya's eyes, she sensed a deeper meaning behind her words. Fleeting yet profound. Mother, how could I not be happy? With you all by my side, I am truly joyful, she replied with a sweet smile. Chapter 64, Free Labor. Well, you've returned looking rather worn. You should rest early, Zhao Hanya said with a wry smile, noticing her daughter's fatigued countenance. All right, mother, I shall take my leave. Lin Yusen responded, aware of an unpleasant odor clinging to her after a long night's toil, her clothes soiled and stained, with traces of blood evident. Thankfully, her mother had not pressed her further. After bowing, Lin Yusen exited. Zhao Hanya watched her daughter's retreating figure, a pang of sorrow in her heart. Helpless to intervene further, but determined to do everything in her power to prevent her daughter from facing future hardships. Madame Zhao, ensure someone keeps watch over those 3 individuals. They must not leave with anything from this estate. Also, arrange for a new plaque to replace Lin Mansion with Zhao Mansion, Zhao Hanya instructed in a firm tone, confident in the loyalty of Zhao Mama, whom she had brought from her family. Yes, madam, Zhao Mama acknowledged before departing. Returning to her courtyard, Lin Yusen found Xiao Hao diligently practicing martial arts in the yard, his focus unwavering. Xiao has truly grown more handsome. During this time at the Lin residence, the food has been quite sumptuous, allowing him to gain some weight. His complexion has become fair and pristine, and he appears to have matured into a chubby little overlord, especially when he is serious and practicing his skills. I wonder which girl will benefit from him when he grows up. Xiao Hao. Lin Yusen retracted her infatuated expression and called out to the still practicing Xiao Hao. Sister, you're back? Where did you go last night? Upon hearing Lin Yusen's voice, Xiao Hao quickly turned around, his face lighting up with surprise. However, his keen eyes caught a glimpse of bloodstains on the hem of Lin Yusen's dress, and his expression shifted to one of concern. Sister, you're hurt. Where are you injured? Is it serious? It's alright, Xiao Hao, I'm fine. Don't worry, it's not my blood. Last night, I saved 2 people. It's their blood. Did you see Shuang? He was among the injured. Rest assured, your sister may lack in other abilities, but I have plenty of skills to stay alive. Lin Yusen hadn't anticipated Xiao Hao's sharp observation, and she gently ruffled his little head, offering him comfort. It's good that you're fine. Just wait. Once I master my abilities, I will help you. Xiao Hao declared earnestly, holding his head high. Lin Yusen gazed at his serious little face, feeling a warmth in her heart. She affectionately patted his head and responded softly, that's wonderful.
Oh.
Our Xiao has such sweet words. Sister likes it, hee. However, she quickly shifted her hands to Xiao Hao's face, playfully rubbing it and changing the subject. Xiao Hao, don't pretend to be mature at such a young age. Come on, give me a smile.
Now.
Xiao Hao, be good and study. Leave the adult matters to me. Don't worry, if I can't handle something, I will seek help.
Squeak.
Xiao Hao's face was comically squished, yet he bore no anger, for his sister had just praised him. Feeling elated, he obediently replied, seeing him so well behaved. Lin Yusen released her grip, patting his shoulder as she said, Alright, go practice. I didn't rest well last night, so I'm going to take a nap. Remember, work and rest should be balanced. Don't overexert yourself, understood? Understood, sister. You go rest. Xiao Hao clearly noticed his sister's fatigue and, not wanting to linger, urged her to sleep quickly. Alright, I'm off then, Lin Yusen said before returning to her room. With Xiao Dai's assistance, she took a bath and changed into fresh attire, feeling considerably lighter. However, as she lay in bed, sleep eluded her. Since she couldn't fall asleep, she decided to slip into her space, only to find her medicinal field utterly ravaged.
Squeak. Come out.
Lin Yusen didn't need to think to know who was responsible. Her anger surged as she shouted towards the front. After a prolonged silence, she frowned and called out again, If you don't come out, you won't get a single drop of your immortal dew.
Squeak.
At that moment, a small, green caterpillar emerged from the soil, smooth and hairless, with just one eye atop its tiny body. It stared at Lin Yusen, and upon closer inspection, one could see the indignation and grievance reflected in its eye. You little pest, you've destroyed all my medicinal herbs, and you still have the audacity to blame me? Squeak, squeak. The caterpillar wriggled in the air, trying to express its grievances. I was in a hurry. I didn't say I wouldn't let you have any. And now look, I've lost all my herbs. So your immortal dew is gone too. Lin Yusen was not swayed by its excuses and promptly confiscated its rewards.
Squeak.
The caterpillar stood upright in disbelief, then began hopping around Lin Yusen in frustration.
Non-suggestion.
You made this mess. You shall pay for it.
Squeak, squeak. Well,
if you can restore everything to its original state, I will give you 2 drops of immortal dew. Lin Yusen, considering its proposal, agreed. After all, free labor was too good to pass up.
Squeak.
The slow caterpillar twirled with joy upon hearing Lin Yusen's consent. Alright, get to work, Lin Yusen instructed, not bothering to oversee it further. This little creature had some talent, and she didn't fear it causing chaos. With the immortal dew in hand, it wouldn't dare misbehave. Since the herbs were mostly destroyed, there was no point in collecting any more. She still had some precious herbs stored from the mountains, so there was no rush to gather more. Thus, Lin Yusen entered her house and began reading a book on poisons. In her previous life, she had only studied medicine, as her work was related to healing, and thus in her space, she had only learned about medicine and poisons, neglecting the study of insect poisons. In that world, such knowledge had long been lost, but this place was different. Although the narrative hadn't mentioned insect poisons, one could never be too certain. It was always wise to learn, as having an additional skill could prove beneficial. Regrettably, these books lacked martial arts. Otherwise, she would have claimed the title of the martial arts leader long ago. After reading for a while, drowsiness overcame her, prompting her to return to bed and fall into a deep sleep. It was no wonder. She was simply too fatigued, and she had often succumbed to sleep while reading in the past. Lin Yusen slept soundly until after dinner, and when she finally opened her eyes, she was momentarily disoriented.
Who am I? Where am I? Miss?
You're awake? Xiao Dai pushed the door open upon hearing movement and inquired. Yes, I'm awake. Lin Yusen responded lazily upon recognizing Xiao Dai's voice. Allow me to assist you in changing. Xiao Dai stepped forward to help. Lin Yusen didn't protest. Having been at the Lin residence for long enough, she had grown accustomed to being attended to in dressing. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Halfway through getting dressed, a thought struck her, and she asked, "Xiao Dai, has my father left?" The master left before dinner, taking Miss Qianqian and Wang Xijin with him. When they departed, they were searched by Granny Zhao, who confiscated all valuables. In the end, they only took a few pieces of clothing. Nothing else.
Xiao Dai replied truthfully,
Knowing what the young lady liked to hear. Chapter 65. Zhao Residence. Really? There was no commotion? Lin Yusen felt a surge of satisfaction at that moment and curiously asked, "Was there any uproar?" The master merely wore a sullen expression and said nothing. However, Wang Xijin and Miss Qianqian caused the most ruckus, refusing to leave at all. One was reluctant to part with her jewelry and riches, while the other couldn't bear the thought of suffering outside the residence. They made quite the scene, rolling around in the courtyard.
Xiao Di chuckled, biting her lip.
Serves them right. They shouldn't have acted so inhumanely. They'll have their share of misfortune in the future. Lin Yusen's lingering displeasure finally dissipated. Their days ahead would not be easy. "Miss, are you hungry? Shall I fetch you something to eat?" Xiao Dai inquired attentively after helping Lin Yusen dress. "Yes, do that. I'm quite hungry." Lin Yusen rubbed her belly. After sleeping all afternoon, she was indeed famished. The next morning, Lin Yusen rose early, having slept too much the previous day and been unable to doze off in the latter part of the night. "Miss, you're awake? The madam just sent someone to say that she wants you to visit her shortly, as both the second and third young masters will be returning today." Xiao Dai, hearing movement, entered the room and helped the young lady dress, providing a reminder. "Second brother and third brother coming back? All right, I understand." Lin Yusen nodded. Acknowledging the news, it had indeed been several days since she last saw them. After finishing dressing and completing her morning routine, she first went to check on Shuang. "How are you, Shuang? Feeling better?"
"Oh."
"Xiao Hao is here too," Lin Yusen exclaimed upon seeing Shuang lying in bed recovering, with Xiao Hao present as well. "Master, what brings you here?" "Sister." Both were delighted to see Lin Yusen approach. "I came to see you. Is your wound still painful?" Lin Yusen inquired with concern. "The wound still aches slightly, yet I can endure it. I am truly grateful for your timely rescue, my lord," Snow Shadow expressed as he thanked Lin Yusen. "Such words are unnecessary. You have assisted me, and I would certainly ensure your safety," Lin Yusen replied, gesturing for him to extend his hand so she could take his pulse and assess his condition. Snow Shadow blinked at Lin Yusen and obediently offered his hand. After she examined his pulse and checked the wound, his face flushed crimson. Were it not for Xiao Hao and Xiao Dai's presence nearby, he would have buried his face beneath the covers. Having been unconscious the night prior, he was now fully aware and being tended to by a lady, regardless of the healing intent, left him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Seeing that Snow Shadow's wound showed no signs of inflammation, indicating a satisfactory recovery, Lin Yusen replaced the dressings and prepared a prescription, handing it to Xiao Dai. "Xiao Dai, I entrust you with Snow Shadow's care for the next few days. This medication is for his treatment. I will return in a few days to check on his progress." "Understood," Miss Xiao Dai acknowledged, taking the prescription. "Xiao Hao, your master will be unable to instruct you in martial arts for the next few days. Would you like to accompany me for some leisure today?" Lin Yusen inquired after ensuring all necessary instructions were given. "May I?" Xiao Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since arriving at the Lin residence, he had not ventured outside, having focused solely on recuperation followed by studies, leaving no opportunity for exploration. "Certainly, but you must catch up on your studies tomorrow, understood?" Lin Yusen chuckled, ruffling his hair affectionately. "Yes, rest assured, sister. I shall make up for it tomorrow," Xiao Hao exclaimed, nearly bouncing with joy, shedding his previously solemn demeanor. Observing Xiao Hao's exuberance, Lin Yusen mused, he is still but a child, so easily contented. How delightful. I hope he remains this joyful in the future. Lin Yusen first led Xiao Hao to Zhao Hanya's small courtyard, where Zhao Hanya was busy organizing household affairs, now that her irresponsible husband had departed. The household still needed to function. "Mother, madam." Lin Yusen and Xiao Hao approached respectfully, bowing. "You're both here. Come, this must be Xiao Hao. He is quite handsome. How have you fared under your sister Yusen's care?" Zhao Hanya exclaimed upon seeing Lin Yusen had brought Xiao Hao with her. Had she not known his identity, she would never have guessed that a prince could endure such hardship. Zhao Hanya gazed at the boy, noticing how much healthier he appeared than before. Her heart ached for him. "Madam, my sister treats me very well. She even found me a teacher to instruct me in martial arts and writing." Xiao Hao replied with reverence, showing no signs of timidity. "That is wonderful. Since you have entered our Zhao family, make yourself at home here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform your sister, understood? Zhao Hanya spoke gently, looking at Xiao Hao. Yes, thank you, madam. Xiao Hao understands. He replied warmly. Feeling fortunate to have encountered his sister in his most desperate time, and now to have such a kind-hearted lady as well, he was no longer the unwanted child. Zhao family? Lin Yusen paused. Having remained in the courtyard last night, she was unaware of how it had transformed into the Zhao residence. Yes, it was rather hasty yesterday. And I neglected to inform you. From now on, this Lin residence shall be called Zhao residence, and after Lai Er's marriage, we shall revert it back, Zhao Hanya explained. Upon seeing the plaque, she was reminded of the years spent deceived by Lin Xiong'an, which stirred her unease. Thus she decided to change it for the time being. Once Lai Er marries, this estate would belong to him, and he could manage it as he pleases. Mother, if you dislike it, then so be it. From now on, this will be Zhao residence. Otherwise, shall I change my name to Zhao Yusen? Lin Yusen understood her mother's emotional turmoil, having been deceived for so many years. Anyone would feel aggrieved. Now that she had finally divorced, wouldn't it be prudent to clear away all remnants of that past? What nonsense are you speaking? Though your father is not a decent man, he is still your father. In this world, filial piety is paramount. If you were to change your surname, wouldn't you be drowned in scorn? How would you ever marry? Zhao Hanya firmly rebuffed her daughter's suggestion, viewing the plaque change as a mere reflection of their tumultuous relationship. If they were to change the child's surname, it would be seen as a sign of disloyalty, as if they had abandoned their father and ancestors, inviting public condemnation. Mother, I was merely jesting. I apologize. I shall not speak of it again. Lin Yusen quickly capitulated, realizing her mother was on the verge of a lengthy lecture, her head spinning from it all. Oh dear, it is a pity that mother does not venture into sales. Her eloquence is unmatched. For every word I utter, she can respond tenfold, Lin Yusen thought, rolling her eyes behind her mother's back, which Xiao Hao caught, stifling a laugh. Sister is quite amusing. What is it? Did you provoke mother? At that moment, Lin Chunlai entered. Having overheard Lin Yusen's inner thoughts, he inquired with amusement. No, how could I, being so well-behaved, possibly upset mother? Brother, do not speak recklessly, Lin Yusen retorted, feeling caught off guard by his teasing.
Ah, you still have the gall to speak.
I have yet to reprimand you for your reckless actions. Do not engage in such perilous endeavors again, understood? Lin Chunlai warned, giving her a stern look. Understood. Lin Yusen pouted, lowering her head like a wounded kitten, eliciting laughter from Zhao Hanya and Lin Chunlai. Well, despite the recent bandit suppression, you also played a part. The emperor has summoned you to the palace tomorrow to receive your reward, Lin Chunlai reassured his sister, offering a sweet treat. Really? Lin Yusen's spirits lifted at the news, recalling the treasures she had stored from the last time. Another windfall was on the horizon. Wait. Is there something I have forgotten? Never mind, if I can't recall it, it shall be forgotten. Regardless, I shall earn coin in the palace tomorrow. Ha ha ha. What do you mean, true or false? Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Shixiao entered, curiosity piqued. The emperor has summoned Yusen to the palace tomorrow for her reward. Lin Chunlai explained to his younger brothers. Oh, impressive. You three brothers toil daily without reward, yet she has already been honored twice. Surely she possesses more wealth than you. Second brother? Lin Xiaoyang remarked, a hint of envy in his tone, as he lamented his own lack of fortune despite running a grand business to support half the kingdom's treasury. Indeed, second brother has the title of royal merchant, yet his pockets barely hold 10 taels of silver. How lamentable. But what can be done? I must ponder a solution. Directly gifting gold? Too commonplace.
Ah.
Second brother has a pharmacy. I could develop some beauty elixirs for him to sell to noble ladies and wealthy matrons. Surely that would be more lucrative than peddling to commoners. Yes, that is the plan. I shall return tonight to draft a proposal and discuss it in detail with second brother tomorrow. Having made her decision, Lin Yusen looked up to share her thoughts with her second brother, only to find him staring at her with eyes gleaming with greed, causing her to shudder. Second brother? Rest assured, my funds have other purposes. I shall devise alternate means to ensure your prosperity. All right? Lin Yusen, sensing his fixation on her wealth, hurriedly reassured him about her plans for her treasure. Very well. I shall await your strategy. My future happiness depends on you. Lin Xiaoyang excitedly expressed his thoughts after hearing his sister's heartfelt voice. He found her idea splendid, rather than earning a meager sum from the common folk. Why not directly profit from the wealthy? Those affluent ladies would certainly spend lavishly for beauty, wouldn't they?
Ah.
He was filled with anticipation. Just look at your worthless expression. The others could hardly bear to witness it. Whenever Lin Xiaoyang spoke of making money, he seemed utterly entranced. Humph, you wouldn't understand. Lin Xiaoyang shot a scornful glance at his elder brother, aware that such a rustic fellow could never grasp the joy of financial gain.
All right.
I will discuss this with you in detail tomorrow, Lin Yusen assured with a smile upon noticing his enthusiasm.
Well,
The reason I gathered you all here today is to share some news. Yesterday, your father and I divorced, and I believe you have heard the rumors circulating outside. Do not pay them any mind. As long as our family remains together and safe, nothing else matters, Zhao Hanya interjected, observing the children with earnestness. Mother, you needn't worry. As the eldest, I will bear the responsibility for this family and ensure you do not suffer, Lin Chunlai stated solemnly, gazing at their mother. Indeed. Mother, I will earn a great deal of money to support your retirement, Lin Xiaoyang chimed in. Mother, I am equally determined, he added. Oh, how touching. My brothers are so sentimental. Should I also say something? But what could I possibly contribute? It seems I lack any notable skills. Eldest brother excels in combat. Second brother in wealth accumulation and third brother in solving cases. What about me? Can my ability to heal be considered? Oh, I feel utterly useless at home. But it matters not. After all, I am the youngest. I will protect mother, and my 3 brothers will protect me. Lin Yusen silently wept, her eyes brimming with unshed tears that refused to fall. The 3 brothers, hearing her inner thoughts, exchanged amused glances, finding her lack of self-awareness regarding her own talents quite humorous. With her extraordinary foresight, she would be revered wherever she went. Zhao Hanya felt a warmth spread through her heart as she gazed at her children, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though her marriage had been unhappy, it had blessed her with 4 understanding children, and for that, she felt fortunate. Good children, all of you, she said, affectionately ruffling Lin Yusen's hair, while addressing her other children. By the way, I have changed the plaque to Zhao residence. Once you marry, we can revert it. Zhao Hanya recalled, feeling it necessary to inform her eldest son. Mother, whatever you decide is fine. If you do not like it, we need not change it in the future, Lin Chunlai replied nonchalantly, unfazed by the name on the residence. After all, it was their home regardless of the surname. Marriage? Eldest brother is already 20. It is indeed time to consider a marriage arrangement. Now that ill-fated match with Bai Weiwei has been dismissed, perhaps the stars of fortune will shift. I must find a suitable noble lady for him in the capital. Lin Yusen pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Lin Qinglia's face flushed with embarrassment. He wished his sister would refrain from mentioning such matters so directly. Was it not a bit unreasonable for the eldest brother to rely on his younger sister to orchestrate his marital affairs? Well, we shall discuss it when you marry. I wonder which noble lady you will choose, Zhao Hanya remarked, aware of her daughter's intentions and deliberately planting the seed of thought. Which noble lady? It must certainly be the second daughter of the Grand Tutor, Ji Qingxuan. In the story, her fate is tragic for the sake of eldest brother. After he suffered a grave injury, she resolutely stayed by his side for 3 years, despite enduring insults and hardships. Ultimately, she was forced to leave only when her mother threatened to die, and her reputation was tarnished as a result of her unrecognized devotion. She was later married off to a province far away, where she ultimately succumbed to illness. This sister-in-law is undoubtedly a woman of great loyalty. I must ensure that eldest brother marries her. Come on, brother. You must make an effort. Do not drive her away. Lin Yusen felt elated as she considered her choice, resolving to find a way for them to meet. The others cast disdainful glances toward Lin Qinglai, their expressions laden with disappointment. How could he risk losing his own wife? Zhao Hanya too looked upon him with reproach, believing it was only fitting that he remained single given his ineptitude. However, now that they had identified the ideal match, as a mother, she must devise a plan to facilitate their meeting, for she was equally curious to meet this remarkable young woman. Lin Chunlai felt unjustly accused. Would anyone believe him? Meanwhile, Xiao Hao, having overheard the conversation, was astonished to learn that his sister's heartfelt thoughts could be so impactful. Chapter 67, Shibao Street. Sister, I have something to inquire of you. Lin Shixiao, who had been silent until now, finally decided to speak up. Since you possess such extraordinary abilities, I am certain you can assist me. Third brother, speak freely. Whatever I can do, I shall. Lin Yusen promised eagerly. Recently, I have encountered a rather perplexing case. In our city, a woman's bodice goes missing every so often. We have investigated but found no signs of human involvement or any other clues. This matter has been pending in the Ministry of Justice for over a month now, and if it remains unresolved, I will face punishment. I cannot fathom this conundrum. But I believe your intelligence will surely yield some insight, Lin Yuxin earnestly explained, his gaze filled with anticipation. Now that I think about it, I do recall such a case. However, in the narrative, this case is resolved 2 months from now when someone from the Crown Prince's side uncovers the truth, ultimately leading to their promotion. The scheme was orchestrated by him. He devised a trap to steal the bodice, complicating the case, and then resolved it himself, thereby gaining favor and promotion within the Ministry of Justice. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lin Yusen looked up at her brother and suggested, "Third brother, have you considered that perhaps it is not human at all? What could possibly take the bodice without entering the premises? If it has stolen so many without being caught, it will surely strike again." Lin Yuxin paused, a flash of realization igniting in his mind. "Sister, I understand now. Thank you. Mother, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," he declared, rising abruptly and striding toward the exit. Alas, that rascal. I called him back with great difficulty, and he couldn't even spare a moment for a meal before rushing off. Zhao Hanya lamented, watching her youngest son's retreating figure with exasperation. So, third brother is quite the workaholic. I should visit his workplace next time. Working day and night is not sustainable. I must find an opportunity to remind him that such a lifestyle can lead to illness and even sudden death, which would be quite a loss. As Lin Yusen observed her brother's departure, she resolved to speak with him about his health during their next encounter. Zhao Hanya felt a pang of concern. It seemed she would need to keep a closer eye on her youngest son, as his relentless work ethic would complicate his chances of finding a wife. She quickly instructed the maid to prepare a meal before her other children left as well. "Well then, let us eat. Maid, please serve the meal." Achoo. Achoo. Have I caught a cold? Lin Yuxin, having stepped outside, sneezed several times, rubbing his nose absent-mindedly, unconcerned as his mind was consumed by thoughts of his case. After sharing lunch with her family, Lin Yusen took Xiao Hao and left the residence. As she had promised to take him out to experience the world, she felt compelled to follow through, even though she had not ventured out much herself. Before leaving, she sought out a young servant named Xiao Dingzi, whom the steward mentioned had grown up in the capital and was familiar with its every nook and cranny, despite his family's modest means. Not long ago, there was a significant change within the residence, and upon hearing that there were riches to be earned by taking on the role of a servant, his family sent him forth. Upon hearing this, Lin Yusen realized that this was none other than the famed map of the capital and promptly decided that he would be hers. Little stool. Is this truly the most bustling and populated area of the capital? Lin Yusen inquired of Little Hao, who was following closely behind her, as they stood on a seemingly prosperous, yet sparsely populated street. "Miss, this street is called Shibao Street. While it may appear deserted, there is much more than meets the eye," Little Stool answered respectfully. "Did you say this street is called what?" Lin Yusen was taken aback by the name and asked again in disbelief. "Shibao Street," Little Stool replied, unsure of why the young lady was so startled but nonetheless answered honestly. Little Hao, too, looked at his sister in confusion, wondering what was so remarkable about this street. Here lies the illustrious Shibao Street, reputed for a place known as the Star-Picking Tower. The name sounds grand, yet it is merely a brothel, albeit one of considerable fame, for within it resides a renowned gentleman named Yanran. Despite the feminine connotation of the name, he is, in fact, a man. This Yanran, at the tender age of 18, possesses remarkable talents. In a mere 2 years at the Star-Picking Tower, he has made it exceedingly popular, with many officials from the court having visited and requested his company. Now that she is here, I must witness for myself how this illustrious Yanran compares to Li Xiaocheng in terms of charm. Let us proceed to the Star-Picking Tower, Lin Yusen declared enthusiastically, retracting her gaze. Little Hao, bemused, wondered if his sister was going to witness a spectacle or admire a handsome man. "No, miss. The Star-Picking Tower only opens at night. If we go now, they won't let us in." Little Stool hurriedly called after Lin Yusen, offering an explanation. "This is clearly a nightclub atmosphere. What should I do? I only want to go even more." "We shall wait," she replied, completely forgetting about her appointment in the palace the following day to receive her rewards. "Shall we explore other places in the meantime?" Lin Yusen suggested, directing Little Stool toward their next destination. Not far ahead, within a tea house, a dapper gentleman clad in a pink silk robe, exuding an enchanting demeanor, lifted his alluring eyes in the direction Lin Yusen had departed, arching an eyebrow. He then turned to a nearby man who maintained a stoic expression but whose gaze remained fixated on the view outside, revealing a simmering anger beneath the surface. With a teasing glint in his eyes, he remarked to Li Xiaocheng, "You seem quite captivated by that lady. While she is indeed charming, I dare say she falls short of being your match," the handsome man said with a hint of regret in his tone, shaking his head.
Li Xiaochen.
His cold gaze snapping back, shot a frosty glare at the man and retorted, "It seems you wish to return home for a few days?" The beautiful gentleman stiffened, regretting his words, realizing he should have kept his mouth shut and avoided provoking this formidable figure.
Fine, y concede.
"I shouldn't have mentioned her if you like her. That's all that matters." He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "She will be visiting you tonight. Do not lay a hand on her."
Li Xiaokeng warned in a chilling tone.
"Are you serious?" The beautiful gentleman, known as Yan Ran, was taken aback by Li Xiaocheng's demeanor, astonished that this was the same aloof and heartless prince he knew. "Surely you haven't been possessed?" he jested, shrugging nonchalantly. "If you're so concerned, why not keep watch yourself? If she should touch me, I cannot be held responsible. If she touches you there, I will ensure you are rendered incapable."
Li Xiaochen raplia curly.
He was well aware of Lin Yusen's fondness for handsome men. Her thoughts often revolved around such topics. At times, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Had he not been in decent shape, he feared he would not even catch Lin Yusen's eye. After previously suggesting he take responsibility, he had frightened her away and had since refrained from approaching her. As a dignified regent, how had he become so impotent? Li Xiaocheng found himself perplexed yet helpless, for he was infatuated with that ungrateful woman. Chapter 68, The Emerald Elegance Pavilion. Yanran trembled, feeling as though his life was in peril. "You, the mighty regent, are a love-struck fool? Who would ever believe such a tale? Very well, I promise not to provoke her. Will that suffice?" Yanran raised his hands in a gesture of capitulation, conceding with surprising quickness. Lin Yusen, accompanied by Little Hao, followed Little Stool as they meandered, thoroughly enjoying their outing. At each new location, Lin Yusen insisted on entering to explore. "The osmanthus cakes at Xiangsu Pavilion are delightful. Let's buy some. The garments at Suya Pavilion are exquisite. Let's take a look. The crispy chicken at Fumin Pavilion is delicious. Let's have a taste." However, the reality was quite different. Oh, the proprietress of Xiangsu Pavilion is currently frolicking in the back courtyard with the chef while the owner is away. What a stroke of luck for us to witness this scandal. Lin Yusen abruptly changed her course and headed towards Xiangsu Pavilion. Half an hour later, the affair between the proprietress and the chef became a spectacle. And just as the owner returned to witness the scene, a brawl broke out between him and the proprietress. Lin Yusen, taking a step back, watched the commotion unfold from a safe distance, relishing the drama. Oh, their fight is quite the passionate affair, a true classic. One must learn from this. Onward to the next venue. After observing the spectacle for a moment, Lin Yusen turned and exited Xiangsu Pavilion, following Little Stool to their next destination. Little Hao, having witnessed the entire debacle, felt completely numb. Why was he, a mere 5-year-old child, subjected to such experiences? For the first time, he felt his worldview shattered, realizing that hearing his sister's thoughts might not be such a blessing after all, as it left a slight scar on his tender heart. The steward of Tsuya Pavilion has been embezzling funds to gamble, and this is not the first time. Remarkably, the owner remains oblivious. Ultimately, the steward's greed will lead to ruin. Should I intervene? Perhaps I should take a peek first. Lin Yusen paused, then turned to enter Tsuya Pavilion. Little Hao suddenly felt an ominous premonition and reached out to grab his sister, but it was too late. Lin Yusen had already stepped inside. Resigned, he followed her, hoping to avoid any fallout. If a conflict arose, he would do his utmost to protect his sister. Upon entering Tsuya Pavilion, Lin Yusen found the establishment empty save for a furtive steward at the counter. She approached and rapped her fingers on the counter. Knock, knock. "How much have you stolen today?" Lin Yusen leaned in slightly, her voice low as she inquired. "Not much today, just 50. You're mistaken. I'm merely organizing things. And who are you to meddle here?" The steward, engrossed in counting his ill-gotten gains, replied casually, but halfway through his sentence, he sensed something amiss and abruptly looked up, a nervous expression crossing his face. "Me? I am the herald of justice. Where is your master? I have matters to discuss with him." Lin Yusen raised an eyebrow at the steward, noting his concealed sleeve. "Our master is not someone you can meet at your whim. Leave at once, and stop being an eyesore." The steward, feeling guilty for being caught in his dishonesty, panicked at the thought of Lin Yusen reporting him to the master. "What's this? You at Suya Pavilion no longer accommodate customers?" Lin Yusen's hand slammed down on the counter, her voice sharp and commanding. "I demand to see your master." "Our master is not here. cease your posturing and leave at once. I want to sell you any garments. The steward, fearing the woman might indeed report him, attempted to dismiss her with an imperious tone. You wish to expel me? Humph. Today let me demonstrate the allure of silver to you. With a resounding clap, a 10-taels silver ingot suddenly appeared on the counter. Can I see your master now? Lin Yusen leaned over the counter, defiantly gazing at the steward. The steward, eyeing the 10 taels of silver, blinked in surprise, realizing he could not afford to bend for such a sum, yet he was about to speak when, slap, a silver ingot, larger than the previous one and weighing a full 50 taels, lay on the table. What now? Lin Yusen raised an eyebrow and inquired of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper stuttered slightly, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the silver on the counter. With a swift motion, Lin Yusen placed another piece of silver on the counter, pointing at the silver and reiterating her question. As long as you fetch the owner for me, all this silver will be yours. The shopkeeper, gazing at the 160 taels before him, felt a surge of excitement. With this amount, he could settle his gambling debts. Realizing this, he no longer cared about Lin Yusen's intentions. Changing his demeanor, he nodded and bowed to her, saying, Miss, please wait a moment. Our owner is napping in the back courtyard. I shall fetch him at once. With that, he hurried off to the back. Lin Yusen raised an eyebrow. The owner seemed rather indolent. With little business to attend to, he was napping in the back courtyard. He was even lazier than she was. Before long, a middle-aged man emerged, clad in a dark robe, remarkably handsome with a scholarly beard, exuding an air of refinement that belied his years. I hear a lady is seeking me? His deep voice tingled in Lin Yusen's ears, prompting her to gaze at him a moment longer. This man does not seem like one who would shirk his duties. Yet how could the shopkeeper have pilfered silver to the point of bankruptcy? Is there a narrative I am unaware of? A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Yusen's eyes, though she chose not to reveal it. I would like to propose a collaboration with the owner, Lin Yusen said, her earlier assertiveness now replaced with politeness. Collaboration? What sort of collaboration? The owner asked, puzzled. He had run his clothing store for 2 years. Although business was lackluster, it had gained some renown, and he was not short on funds. He saw no reason for collaboration. I wish to partner with you in business. I have observed your garments. They are rather antiquated and lack freshness, which explains the poor trade. However, your shop is ideally situated in the bustling west of Shibao Street. Customers first encounter your stores. And since this street is a famous commercial avenue in the capital, affluent patrons frequent it to showcase their status. Thus, your shop continues to operate despite its modest sales. I will provide the designs, and you will handle the production and sales. I only ask for a 20% profit from each piece. Lin Yusen wasted no time in articulating her intentions. The owner scrutinized her with a bemused expression, chuckling lightly, On what basis do you believe I would collaborate with you? Do you think a few design sketches would entitle you to a stake in my Quilla? He thought perhaps he was still groggy from his nap, or that this girl was simply lacking in common sense, causing a ruckus in his establishment. Please do not be hasty in your rejection. Allow me to create a design for you to review before making a decision, Lin Yusen suggested, offering to sketch a design first. The owner considered this and decided there was no harm in seeing her work. However, he remained skeptical about her capabilities. Very well. Follow me to the back courtyard. He nodded in agreement and gestured for Lin Yusen to enter the courtyard. Chapter 69. Collaboration. Lin Yusen, unperturbed by the possibility of deceit, led Xiao Hao and a small stool into the courtyard. There, she found a modest study, furnished with a desk and a simple reclining chair, where the owner had likely rested earlier. Please, make yourself comfortable, the owner indicated for Lin Yusen to approach the desk and begin her drawing. Without hesitation, Lin Yusen stepped forward, grasping a brush to commence her artwork. Fortuitously, her previous studies in traditional medicine had equipped her with calligraphy skills, enabling her to produce commendable work. She painted with utmost seriousness, her artistic foundation honed through diligent practice in her past life. The owner, not straying far from the desk, found himself increasingly captivated by her artistry, his initial disdain transformed into rapt attention. After half an hour, Lin Yusen completed her masterpiece and stood, addressing the owner, Sir, I have finished. Please take a look. The owner snapped back to reality and hurriedly approached the desk, examining the still-drying artwork. The exceptional skill displayed in the piece brought the figures to life, the garments fitting perfectly upon their forms. Though the faces were left unadorned, the clothing appeared as if the figures might step forth from the canvas. The robe depicted was a long garment with a cross-collared neckline, adorned with exquisite floral patterns, each petal rendered with vivid realism. The loose cuffs of the robe fluttered with the movement of the figures, as if dancing with the breeze. Such a design was unlike anything he had seen before. It exuded grace and sophistication, leaving a lasting impression. This is remarkable. Not only is your artistry commendable, but the garment is also unique. However, my establishment has always dealt in women's attire. We have never sold men's clothing. While the owner appreciated her talent, he remained hesitant. That's easily resolved. Just wait. Lin Yusen immediately understood and interrupted his words, lowering her head to begin sketching once more. Another half-hour passed before she paused, standing up to announce, "Now take a look at this." The owner eagerly leaned closer, his face lighting up with astonishment. This is akin to the previous one? His excitement rendered him slightly stammering. He was clever enough to grasp her intent. Indeed, this set is complimentary, designed for couples. I will provide you with the designs. You will handle the sales. This couple's ensemble will surely attract many ladies eager to match with their husbands, for who does not wish to be seen as a pair? Lin Yusen nodded, reasoning that selling them separately lacked novelty. Thus, they must innovate and tread a different path. What a splendid idea. How did I not think of that? The owner clapped his hands in excitement, thoroughly impressed by Lin Yusen's proposal.
I am so iyanin.
May I know your name? Let us sit down and discuss further. The owner, regaining his composure, began to introduce himself. Sukyankin, the wealthiest man in the Xia kingdom. What a small world to encounter him. However, I have heard he later faced dire misfortune, his wife and brother involved in a scandal, leading to his downfall and ultimately starvation. Who? Who is speaking? Su Qianjin felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing an eerie presence behind him. Had he encountered a ghost? Why was he hearing such strange voices? He was afraid of ghosts. No wonder his Quilla eventually went under. It appears the shopkeeper's theft was not solely to blame. Perhaps the shopkeeper was in collusion with his wife, seeking an opportunity to poison him. How could someone of Su Qianjin's stature end up in such a predicament? This wealthy man from Xia is utterly inept. Perhaps I should have my second brother take his place as the wealthiest, as he cannot even manage his affairs. Squandering such wealth, and allowing that woman to take advantage of him. Lin Yusen regarded the somewhat handsome Su Qianjin before her disdain barely concealed. This ineffectual man made her question her decision to collaborate with him. If she failed to profit, would she not be left in financial ruin? Su Qianjin glanced around, finally fixing his gaze upon Lin Yusen. The voice he had heard earlier bore an uncanny resemblance to hers, yet she had not spoken. Furthermore, when she mentioned his wife and brother, was wife referring to his spouse? Who was the brother? And what of the poison? Why were the details so murky, leaving him uncertain of their truth? If Su Qianjin continues to be so ineffectual, perhaps this collaboration should be reconsidered. In the future, his plight will be so dire that he might end up depleting all her funds. Is it easy for her to earn a little money? Lin Yusen pressed her lips together, resolutely preparing to decline the collaboration. My dear young lady, I am sincerely eager to partner with you. I am confident that your designs will sell exceptionally well. How about this? I can offer you a 20% share for each garment, and a 30% share of the future profits from Suya building, essentially allowing you to invest? Upon hearing Lin Yusen's intention to refuse, Su Qianjin's heart raced with alarm. He sensed that if she were to decline, it would not only result in a financial loss for him but could indeed lead to the grim fate she had predicted. He hurriedly interrupted her rejection with an attempt to entice her. Lin Yusen felt a flicker of temptation at Su Qianjin's offer. It wasn't that she wished to give up, but the proposal was simply too enticing. A 30% profit from a tycoon is no trivial amount. Was she about to become wealthy? Moreover, even though Tsuya Building's business was currently struggling, it was still a nationwide chain with branches across the country. Su Qianjin had numerous other ventures, and forming an alliance with such a person seemed advantageous. After contemplating, Lin Yusen ultimately decided to agree. After all, who would turn down money? I am Lin Yusen, and I look forward to a fruitful collaboration, she said, offering Su Qianjin a polite smile. Miss Lin, please take a seat. Shall we discuss our partnership in detail? Su Qianjin felt a wave of relief wash over him upon Lin Yusen's agreement. As long as she remained, he could investigate the peculiarities he had overheard at a later time. They delved into the particulars of their partnership for nearly an hour. Xiao Hao had initially listened with keen interest, but soon found himself dozing off. Observing this, Lin Yusen instructed him to hold on tightly to prevent any mishaps. For he was a prince, and she certainly did not want to be responsible for any accidents. Miss Lin, it is truly a pity that you are not in business. Your words today are worth more than 10 years of study. I have gained invaluable insights. Su Qianjin expressed his admiration after conversing with Lin Yusen. He had always believed himself to be quite astute in business, having built his empire, only to realize today that he had been like a frog in a well. What was bundling sales? What about discount products and recharge cards? It was as if a new world had opened up to him, rekindling the fervor of his youth. You flatter me, Sue boss. My aspirations lie elsewhere. With a capable entrepreneur like you, I am certain you would have devised these strategies in due time. Lin Yusen replied modestly with a smile. Miss Lin, you are far too humble. Rest assured, now that we are collaborating, I will ensure that you do not suffer any losses, Su Qianjin promised, with a cheerful grin. Well, since we are now acquainted, I shall no longer address you as Su boss. Instead, I shall call you Qianjin uncle, and you may call me Yusen. This will make our interactions feel less formal. Lin Yusen suggested, pleased with his geniality, as it would ease her future dealings. All right, Qianjin uncle shall gladly accept this familiarity, Yusen.
Ha ha ha. Su Qianjin laughed.
I will return home to sketch some garment designs, and will bring them to you in a few days.
For now,
I must take my leave as I have other matters to attend to. Lin Yusen stood, preparing to bid farewell, not forgetting that she still needed to see the most handsome man. Very well, Qianjin uncle will await your designs. Su Qianjin also rose to escort Lin Yusen. Should I remind Qianjin uncle about the internal conflicts? After taking a few steps, Lin Yusen paused and turned to Su Qianjin, saying, be cautious of those around you. Only when internal strife is resolved can one truly live well. Su Qianjin was taken aback, recalling the voice he had heard earlier. It seemed that Lin Yusen's words were indeed true, but she had not spoken out loud. Was it a voice from her heart? Did that mean everything she said was accurate? His wife and his brother were involved? Had she even been poisoned? He realized he needed to investigate further. Regaining his composure, Su Qianjin looked at Lin Yusen with a serious expression and said, understood. Qianjin uncle appreciates your warning. Yes, just keep this in mind. Here, take this. It is an antidote pill, which may prove useful, Lin Yusen said, producing a vial from her pocket and handing it to Su Qianjin. Thank you. Qianjin uncle will accept this, and I am grateful for your kindness, Su Qianjin replied, accepting the vial, valuing her unconditional support. All right, we shall take our leave. Lin Yusen waved, calling to Xiao Dizzy and waking up Xiao Hao as they exited Suya building. Su Qianjin saw them to the door, but did not follow them further. Boss, what was that about? The shopkeeper inquired cautiously, noticing Su Qianjin's personal escort to the guests. Su Qianjin withdrew his gaze and turned to the shopkeeper. Recalling Lin Yusen's suspicions about him being in league with his wife, often pilfering from the store, and even attempting to poison him. His eyes grew cold as he regarded the shopkeeper, and he spoke in a chilling tone. You need not come in tomorrow.
Why, boss?
Did that wretched girl say something to you? She is merely spouting nonsense. I have worked diligently in the shop for many years. I have put in my fair share of effort. The shopkeeper panicked at the prospect of being dismissed, realizing that losing his job would mean losing a lucrative income. Not to mention the occasional opportunity to pilfer funds. Su Qianjin, unfazed by the shopkeeper's pleas, returned to the counter and opened a drawer, discovering 100 taels of silver missing, silver he had placed there that very morning. It was no wonder his business had been declining. The money had all been taken by the shopkeeper. You have taken over 1,000 taels from me over the years. If you do not leave, I will report you to the authorities and demand that you return the silver. Su Qianjin glared at the shopkeeper, his voice icy. And no, I haven't taken anything. The shopkeeper stammered, shaking his head in denial. Su Qianjin seized the shopkeeper's collar, reaching into his sleeve and retrieving 2 ingots of silver. Do you dare deny it? What are these? You, a mere shopkeeper, possess 100 taels of silver? Speak another word, and I will ensure you experience the consequences of your actions. Now leave. Su Qianjin's serious demeanor was quite intimidating, and considering the shopkeeper's years of theft, he knew that if this went to the authorities, he would face dire consequences indeed. Fearing for his fate, the shopkeeper quickly replied, I will go. I will go. He shrank back, retreating. Su Qianjin placed the 100 taels back in the drawer. It was time to find a trustworthy person for the shop. Meanwhile, Lin Yusen was unaware of the events unfolding at Suya building after her departure. The trio was now in search of a dining establishment, as their earlier delay had brought them to dinner time. Xiao Dizzy mentioned a renowned restaurant called Lu, famous for its crispy skin chicken. Lin Yusen was well aware of its fame, as the dish had gained considerable acclaim in the narrative. Without a moment's hesitation, she headed straight for Lu. Upon their arrival, they found the restaurant bustling with patrons. This way, please. The server guided them to a corner table on the first floor, which was one of the last remaining spots. Lin Yusen was not picky about the seating. She was there simply to enjoy a meal, so they settled down without hesitation. She ordered several signature dishes along with the crispy skinned chicken. And it wasn't long before the food arrived. The trio indulged in their meal with great delight. This crispy skinned chicken is truly delicious. Crispy on the outside and tender within. I must pack some to take home for my mother to try. Lin Yusen exclaimed, her mouth full, savoring the flavor. Indeed. She will surely enjoy it. Xiao Hao savored his meals with extraordinary diligence. Previously, he had often gone hungry, but now, residing in the Zhao residence, he relished every morsel with great appreciation. Xiao Hao, eat more, Lin Yusen exclaimed, having just finished her crispy fried chicken. She tore off a piece of chicken leg and offered it to him. Thank you, sister. Xiao Hao was completely unfazed by the grease on her hands and eagerly bit into the chicken leg from his bowl. The portion you gave is indeed delicious. Suddenly, as Lin Yusen was enjoying her meal, a female voice rang out from above them. Who is this hungry ghost? How long has it been since you've eaten? You're embarrassing yourself here. Hurry up and get lost. Make room for us. The three of them paused their eating and looked up to see three figures standing at their table, one man and two women. The man was unfamiliar, and while the women seemed vaguely known, the one at the back likely appeared to be a maid. Lin Yusen glanced at them, confirmed she didn't recognize them, and returned to her meal, thinking, this braised lion's head is delightful. Indeed. I really like this tavern. The chef's skills are truly impressive. I'm speaking to you. Li Jia snapped, furious that Lin Yusen and the others were ignoring her. How dare you mock me? Do you have a death wish? Oh. And who might you be? Do enlighten me. I'm curious to see if you're frightening. Lin Yusen replied, her tone nonchalant as she regarded the fuming Li Jia. I am the second young lady of the Qingyang Marquette. You lowly commoners dare to oppose me here? You must be impatient for death. Li Jia raised her chin haughtily, introducing herself. The Qingyang Marquette? Is that the one even wealthier than the national treasury? The old marquis has been embezzling and hoarding wealth since the previous dynasty. Their fortune must surpass even that of Miss Su. It is said that the floors of the Marquette are lined with gold. When can I go and take a look, perhaps dig up a few pieces? No wonder the children of the Marquette are so arrogant and ostentatious. It turns out it's all because of money. Lin Yusen's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the two walking treasures, momentarily forgetting her intention to deal with them. Xiao Hao nodded, understanding the situation, and turned to look at Li Jia and her brother as if they were two ingots of gold. Oh. So you are the second young lady of the Marquette. But since you are indeed a lady of the Marquette, what brings you here to squish into this corner with us? Lin Yusen smiled at them, her tone much gentler than before, silently reminding herself, I must not scare away the treasure. Be gentle, be gentle. Xiao Hao, now fully aware, looked back at Lin Yusen, blinking in surprise. Was his sister really so obsessed with wealth? Was she willing to abandon all principles for it? I've learned something new. Lin Yusen remained unaware that she was unwittingly leading a future sage astray. The two standing opposite were momentarily taken aback, with a flicker of discomfort crossing Li Jia's eyes before she angrily retorted, It's none of your business. I like it here. I want your spot. All right. Since the young lady of the Marquette likes it, I can yield it to you. However, we were here first and our meal is far from finished. It would be a pity to leave now, and we would incur a significant loss. This feast must cost quite a bit. Lin Yusen feigned a look of regret as she gazed at the remaining dishes on the table. In truth, they had nearly finished everything. But Lin Yusen felt it would still be a loss. Smash. Take this and leave. Li Jia suddenly produced a silver ingot from her bosom and slapped it onto the table, speaking with an air of superiority. That might not be enough. I'm still not full. Lin Yusen patted her stomach, feigning a desire for more. Smash. How about now? Li Yuxuan interjected, placing a stack of banknotes on the table. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yusen wiped her hands free of grease and picked up a banknote that read 100 taels, 5 in total. She scrutinized it closely, her eyes wide with wonder. She had never held a banknote before. Look at you, acting as if you've never seen silver before. How vulgar. Li Jia observed Lin Yusen's greedy expression with disdain. Lin Yusen ignored her, although she currently lacked for nothing. With the wealth bestowed upon her by the emperor and the treasures in her space, she had enough to last several lifetimes. However, she had never seen a banknote before. Once she had satisfied her curiosity, she tucked away the 50 taels of silver remaining on the table, turned to the two younger ones, and declared, Let us go. I'll take you to our next stop. This place has been bought out by the young masters and ladies of the Marquette. Hee. I've just made a windfall of 550 taels. These two are foolishly wealthy. Next time I see them, I'll extract even more. Thus, the trio left in high spirits, leaving Li Jiai and her brother stunned in their wake. Brother, why do I feel like she left rather cheerfully? Li Jiai glanced at Lin Yusen's retreating figure, feeling as if she had struck a punch into a pillow. Remove feeling from that. I hadn't expected this woman, who shone at the national banquet, to be so amusing. Li Yuxin remarked, observing Lin Yusen with newfound interest. Amusing my foot, with her shabby appearance? How could she possibly have stood out at the banquet? She must have merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. If I had been there, she would have never had the chance to shine. Li Jai retorted, still unwilling to concede. She had heard her brother mention a woman who could tame a tiger at the banquet and had drawn all the attention. However, upon witnessing Lin Yusen's gluttonous demeanor, she felt even more indignant. Unable to contain herself, she approached, expecting to see Lin Yusen cowering in fear, but instead found herself breathless, her pride stifled. Li Jai stomped her foot angrily, glaring at Lin Yusen's departing figure. Meanwhile, Lin Yusen was oblivious to the two fools behind her, reveling in her happiness. Little stool. At this hour, the Zhaixing Tower should be open, right? Lin Yusen eagerly inquired of her companion, eagerly anticipating the performance. Yes, it should be open by now. We should still catch young Master Yanran's performance. Little stool nodded, glancing at the time, confirming it was indeed open, though he thought Miss might have forgotten all about it. What should I do? The young lady is still an unmarried maiden. If her mother finds out that he has taken her to a brothel, will he not be beaten to death? Little Stool felt like crying without tears, sensing impending doom. After receiving confirmation, Lin Yusen happily led the way. A quarter of an hour later, the three of them stood at the entrance of the star-picking pavilion. Lin Yusen gazed at the four women at the doorway. Adorned with exquisite makeup and dressed in sheer skirts that left little to the imagination, their alluring curves almost blinding.
Gentlemen, come in. Step right in.
The four women beckoned to passers-by with their seductive voices, enticing even Lin Yusen herself. She stood at the entrance for a moment, drooling at the sight. They were indeed beauties. Anyone unaware might think Lin Yusen was a pervert for gazing at them so lecherously. With great effort, she averted her gaze and stepped inside.
Hey, miss.
Is this your first time here? Why did you bring a child? This place isn't suitable for little ones. A woman in a red gauze dress blocked Lin Yusen's path, kindly advising her. The patrons here were mostly men, and while some women came, they were typically married or widowed, often to see the charming gentleman. It was rare for an unmarried girl to visit a brothel. Lin Yusen quickly concocted a story, pinching herself to produce tears that flowed down her cheeks as she spoke sorrowfully. Sister, I only wish to see what this charming gentleman looks like. So my brother can have a glimpse too. My brother, he is ill. Woe is me. Our family is quite strict. My brother has been made to work since birth. Although he is only 5, he has learned so much, but due to the constant suppression, he now suffers from severe mental illness and has suicidal tendencies. I thought that before I marry, I could bring him to broaden his horizons, which might help his condition. Please, sister, have compassion for my poor brother and let us in. Rest assured, we won't cause you any trouble. Look, my future husband is here with us, and we both want to help my brother recover. Her heartfelt plea moved the onlookers, leaving them utterly speechless. Wait. When did he become ill? Why wasn't I informed? When did he start having suicidal thoughts? What on earth is she talking about? Xiao Hao stared blankly at Lin Yusen, who was crying like a wilting flower, unsure how to assist. Little Stool was equally terrified, realizing that one visit to a brothel had somehow turned him into the lady's husband. If her mother found out, would he even survive? He suddenly felt that accompanying the lady was a perilous endeavor. Miss, please don't cry. You can go inside. It's not a big deal. Just don't wander about or offend the esteemed guests. The woman in red, moved by Lin Yusen's tears, softened. She observed the two companions beside her. One was a rather handsome 5-year-old boy, albeit with a somewhat dazed expression. The other young man appeared to be of similar age to Lin Yusen, though he seemed rather dim-witted. She felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Yusen. What a good young woman she must be, taking her foolish husband out to seek help for her brother. Women in brothels often had their own hardships. Despite their line of work, they still possessed a tender heart. Thank you, sister. We promise not to trouble you. Lin Yusen exclaimed, her joy palpable as she wiped her tears and expressed her gratitude. Just call me sister, Yanji. Now, go on in. But please, come back early after enjoying the festivities. Yanji instructed, lowering her head. All right, thank you, sister, Lin Yusen said, pulling along the still-dazed companions. After thanking Yanji, they rushed inside. Yanji, what if something happens after you let them in? Those inside are not ordinary people. And the charming gentleman is here today as well, questioned another woman in a yellow dress named Jasmine, watching with concern as Yanji allowed the 3 children in. It'll all be fine. They're just here to take a look, and they'll be out shortly. The charming gentleman 1T noticed them, Yanji replied, optimistic that nothing would go awry, considering they were merely 3 children. You really are too soft-hearted. Jasmine shot her a look of exasperation.
Meanwhile,
The 3 who had just slipped inside found themselves momentarily rooted to the spot, awestruck by the dazzling scene before them. Lin Yusen, having seen something similar before, was momentarily taken aback by the vibrant atmosphere of this ancient setting. The other 2, however, were truly experiencing such sights for the first time and were utterly mesmerized. Lin Yusen was the first to regain her composure and led the others to a corner, where they settled down to observe. Before them, at the foot of the staircase, a circular platform showcased 2 scantily clad dancers performing. On either side of the stage were staircases leading to private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The 2nd floor was where dignitaries sought companionship, typically leaving after a brief visit, while the 3rd floor accommodated those seeking longer stays, sometimes lasting several days. The 1st floor was for ordinary folks to watch performances, albeit some wealthy patrons might summon a companion for drinks. Lin Yusen chose a spot in the left corner near the entrance, partially hidden by a pillar, ensuring their presence remained discreet. She believed it prudent to maintain her reputation. After all, sacrificing her good name for the sake of the brothel's handsome gentleman was hardly wise. Miss, let us go back. If Madam finds out, we're finished. Little Stool regretted entering, feeling increasingly uneasy as they sat there. If we don't say anything, who'll know? Besides, I want to stay long. I just want to glimpse the charming gentleman before leaving. Don't worry. Lin Yusen waved her hand dismissively, reassuring him. She even covered Xiao Hao's eyes with her hand, leaning close to whisper, Xiao Hao, you've seen enough excitement for today. The rest isn't suitable for someone your age. If you keep watching, you'll have to pay. Now close your eyes and go to sleep, or you won't grow tall. Okay. Xiao Hao blinked, glancing at the hand covering his eyes. If his sister said not to look, then he wouldn't. Besides, he had already seen quite a bit upon entering. It was merely men and women embracing and drinking together. Thus, he obediently closed his eyes and leaned against Lin Yusen, drifting off to sleep.
good boy.
Lin Yusen gently ruffled Xiao Hao's hair, praising him. Miss, it's not right to mislead a child like this. You should return him home directly. Little Stool interjected, concerned. Just then, the performance on stage concluded, and the lights dimmed suddenly. 3 lengths of silk cascaded down, and a breathtaking figure descended gracefully, taking a seat before the guqin on stage. Indeed, to describe the man as breathtaking was no exaggeration. He was tall and clad in a flowing white silk robe, with a translucent outer garment that subtly revealed his sculpted chest and abdomen. His features were exquisite, highlighted by delicate peach blossom eyes that possessed a softness and allure uncommon among men, complemented by a striking nose and sensuous lips, perfectly proportioned on his handsome face. With both the gentleness of a man and the delicate beauty of a woman, the presence of these 2 qualities in a single man seems to suggest that Nuwa herself bestowed upon him all her love during the creation of humanity. Lin Yusen gazed at the man, her heart filled with envy. She watched as he gracefully extended his long, elegant fingers over the guqin, beginning to play an enchanting melody. This piece was intoxicating, capable of transporting listeners to the heights of ecstasy. Yet, Lin Yusen furrowed her brows. This melody. She glanced at those around her, who were all lost in a state of blissful rapture. It dawned on her that this was the soul-entrancing melody, a piece that could ensnare souls and lead them to discover the beauty of illusions. Such was the reason for this charming young man's sudden rise to fame. However, the soul-entrancing melody posed minimal danger. It merely allowed those with fragile hearts to fantasize about beauty. Thus, it could not be considered harmful on the part of this charming young man. Yet, if someone were to wield this melody with malicious intent, its power could be devastating. It could lead individuals to engage in self-destructive dreams, effectively becoming a weapon of invisible murder. It seems this charming young man is not to be underestimated. I wonder who is behind him. Does he pose a threat to the Xia kingdom? It appears I must have Li Xiaocheng investigate. After all, he is the guardian of the Xia kingdom. If he does not inquire, who will? Lin Yusen was oblivious to the fact that whenever she faced a dilemma, her thoughts instinctively turned to Li Xiaocheng for assistance, without perceiving any oddity in this reliance. In her subconscious, he was the only person worthy of her trust. Returning to the present, Lin Yusen noticed that the 2 individuals beside her were also affected by the melody. With a sense of resignation, she retrieved her flute, Little Hao was too young to bear the burden of the soul-entrancing melody, and she felt compelled to interrupt it. Placing the flute to her lips, Lin Yusen commenced playing the clear and ethereal melody, its notes intertwining with the guqins, creating a sense of rivalry. The two melodies were on par, yet upon closer listening, one could discern that the clear and ethereal melody was graceful, uplifting the spirits of all who heard it, while the soul-entrancing melody gradually fell into decline. As those surrounding her listened to Lin Yusen's performance, many began to awaken from their stupor. What is happening? Is there someone who can play alongside the charming young man? Indeed. And I must say, hearing this melody has lifted my spirits. I was just scolded by my wretched wife yesterday, and coming here to unwind. I now find my heart at peace listening to this flute. Suddenly, the world seems beautiful again. People began searching for the source of the melody, while others remained immersed in its purifying essence. There, it's that girl. Is she also from the star-picking tower? She appears quite innocent and lovely. Though Lin Yusen was in a discreet position, the first floor of the star-picking tower was not vast, and the source of the sound was still identifiable. Soon, someone discovered Lin Yusen's location. As the melody concluded, Lin Yusen withdrew her flute, preparing to leave with little Hao. She had noticed someone looking in her direction. Having seen the handsome man, she had a fair understanding of the nature of this recently celebrated charming young man, and thus her interest in him had waned. She intended to return home. "Miss, please wait." Just as Lin Yusen lifted little Hao into her arms, she heard someone calling out to her. She halted, turning to see the breathtakingly beautiful Yanran standing before her. Stunned, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "May I ask why the esteemed Yanran has summoned me?" Please do not take offense, Mississippi. I simply wish to discuss the melody I heard you play," Yanran replied, fanning himself with a round fan, embodying the demeanor of an elegant gentleman. However, Lin Yusen frowned. Heavens! Is this man perhaps a bit effeminate? With such flair, he must surely be the one from below. Did he just flick his fingers in a delicate manner? He is undoubtedly quite the sister. Lin Yusen held no disdain for homosexuality. Love is free, and she respected it deeply. She simply could not tolerate a man who was overly delicate. Even the eunuchs in the palace possessed more masculinity than he did. Yanran frowned, perplexed by the accusations being levied against him. Who is spreading such falsehoods? What do you mean by effeminate? Who has been prattling on about my mannerisms? He looked down at his hands, awkwardly retracting them. Had he developed such habits? Although Yanran was unaware of who was speaking, the malicious words laden with contempt ignited his anger. Yet, he glanced around and found no one in sight. Was he encountering a ghost? I must take my brother home to rest. He is tired. Lin Yusen hastily declined, feeling little need for conversation with him. Miss, do not be in such a hurry to leave. Since we are both from the star-picking tower, come and share a drink with us. A lewd voice called out from the main hall. Yes, miss. What is your name? What melody did you just play? Let us discuss it. Another chimed in. We came here to enjoy ourselves, and you, miss, are quite the killjoy. I shall have the proprietor punish you. Lin Yusen turned to inspect the source of the raucous commotion, finally settling her gaze on a rotund man not far from her. Clutching a girl in his arms and leering at her, he was the first to speak up. Lin Yusen shot him a cold glance, choosing not to respond. Nor did she acknowledge the surrounding uproar. Instead, she stood up, still holding little Hao, and prepared to leave. Smack. You filthy wench, selling your body, yet acting so arrogantly. Did you not hear me calling you over to drink with us? The man, feeling insulted by Lin Yusen's silence, rose abruptly, his demeanor aggressive as he stepped in front of her. Lin Yusen was compelled to stop, her gaze icy as she spoke in a chilling tone. Step aside.
Oh.
I did not expect the star-picking tower to harbor such a fierce spirit. I like it. If you accompany me well today, this silver ingot shall be yours. The rotund man proclaimed, brandishing a 50-tael silver ingot before her. He could not fathom that a woman of her profession would refuse silver. Yanran remained still, curious to see how a woman deemed worthy by the formidable Li Xiaocheng would handle this situation. If she could not manage, he would intervene. After all, he had no desire to be tormented by Li Xiaocheng. Lin Yusen did not even glance at the rotund man. Instead, she handed little Hao to a nearby small stool. The stool, terrified, accepted little Hao, realizing that leaving today would be impossible. He thought to himself that he must devise a way to stall this gluttonous man, allowing the young lady to escape. Turning back to the rotund man, Lin Yusen discreetly produced a silver needle, her voice icy as she reiterated. I shall say this one last time. Step aside. I shall not. I demand you accompany me for drinks. Do not test my patience. Do you know who I am? I am the son of the Prime Minister, Holy High, he declared, raising his hand to touch Lin Yusen's face. With fierce determination, Lin Yusen's movements were swift as she thrust the needle into the back of Holy High's neck. He maintained his outstretched hand, blinking in surprise before suddenly closing his eyes. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lin Yusen pouted, I've killed someone. I've killed someone. The crowd gasped, witnessing the young lady effortlessly subdue a large man, especially one of the Prime Minister's son. If the Prime Minister were to take offense, they would all face dire consequences. The atmosphere shifted, and the desire to tease evaporated. Some, trembling in fear, began to scream. In an instant, the entire first-floor hall descended into chaos. Lin Yusen prepared to lead the small stool and little how away amidst the turmoil. Miss Lin, there are too many people here. It's best if you exit through the back courtyard. Allow me to escort you. Yan noticed that Lin Yusen intended to leave, and suddenly leaned down, drawing close to Lin Yusen's ear to whisper a question. Chapter 74. The Prime Minister, Ho Mingyuan. Lin Yusen lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of this unrealistically handsome man, a flicker of confusion passing through her mind. Surely, she had no connection with this young Master Yan. They were not acquainted before this moment, and it was improbable that he would lend her assistance merely based on a single performance today. Nevertheless, this thought flitted away as quickly as it came. If there were ulterior motives, they would eventually reveal themselves, and she was not in a hurry. At that moment, she held Xiao Hao in her arms and nodded politely to young Master Yan, saying, I would be grateful if you could guide us. Yan observed Lin Yusen's fearless demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, she was someone deserving of the attention of a formidable figure, possessing remarkable courage. Please. Yan gestured towards a particular direction. With Lin Yusen cradling Xiao Hao and a small stool trailing behind, the trio followed Yan as they made their way to the back courtyard. Unlike the bustling front of the Zhaoxing Tower, the back courtyard was much quieter, occasionally encountering a few young servants serving tea and wine, as well as maidens not yet engaged in work. Are the maidens not concerned that the Prime Minister may hold them accountable? Yan cast several furtive glances at Lin Yusen during their journey. Ultimately unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, It would be best if he does not seek me out. Should he do so, his position as Prime Minister would undoubtedly come to an end. Lin Yusen replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Prime Minister Ho Mingyuan is now over 50 years old. He ascended to the position at the age of 30, and it has been over 20 years since. When he first assumed office, he was a capable minister, but over time, he has grown increasingly corrupt, compounded by the fact that he has a worthless son. That would be the one we just encountered, Holy High. Quite impressive, isn't it? The name is rather creative. Upon learning he was the Prime Minister's son, she instantly recognized him and was thus quite ruthless in her actions. Such a person deserves it. Holy High is a debauched scoundrel, indulging in all manner of wickedness. Over the years, he has exploited his father's position to commit numerous heinous acts, including the abduction of maidens and coercing them into prostitution. The number of innocent women he has driven to despair is incalculable. Moreover, he has accepted bribes and engaged in the sale of official positions. I would not believe these actions were not at his father's behest. Should the Prime Minister trouble me, I shall bring the matter to the Emperor's attention. Yan had overheard her thoughts and realized who was speaking. He looked at Lin Yusen with a peculiar expression. Had he just heard this woman's innermost thoughts? Surely, this could not be some bizarre phenomenon? Yan found it difficult to accept at that moment. Young Master Yan. Young Master Yan. As they continued along the corridor of the back courtyard, nearly everyone they encountered treated Yan with great respect, leading Lin Yusen to suspect that his identity was perhaps more significant than merely that of a prominent young master. The three were led by Yan to a door at the back of the courtyard, where they came to a halt. Yan delicately waved his fan and said, You may exit from here. You will not be discovered. He refrained from mentioning the thoughts he had just heard. The ability to perceive Lin Yusen's inner voice was too strange, and the details required further investigation, so he chose not to act recklessly.
Thank you.
Lin Yusen curtsied slightly, expressing her gratitude before turning to leave, with a small stool following closely behind, cradling Xiao Hao. Miss Lin, we shall meet again. A magnetic voice came from behind. However, Lin Yusen continued forward without pausing. She did not feel that there was anything worthy of a reunion with this effeminate man. Yan watched Lin Yusen's retreating figure, then turned towards a certain direction, teasingly stating, Isn't the prince going to see her off? It is rather unsafe for a young lady to be out at such a late hour. Li Xiaocheng emerged slowly from the shadows, casting a cold glance at Yan before speaking in a stern tone. If this month's performance does not meet expectations, you shall enlist in the army next month. Yin Yan's smile froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he plaintively questioned Li Xiaocheng. Your Highness, treating me this way will surely lead to my losing such a loyal subordinate. And considering my delicate constitution, how could I possibly serve in the military? You would be condemning me to death. Then you may as well perish.
Li Xiutim,
Finding Yin Yan's demeanor infuriating, clenched his fists momentarily before releasing them. Investigate Hou Mingyuan. With that, he turned his back on Yin Yan, pursuing Lin Yusen instead, leaving Yin Yan looking aggrieved, resembling a wronged spouse, watching as Li Xiaocheng departed, unaware that it might appear as if Li Xiaocheng had abandoned his family. However, Yin Yan quickly realized. Why did Li Xiaocheng instruct him to investigate Hou Mingyuan? Did he sense something? Meanwhile, after catching up to Lin Yusen, Li Xiaocheng did not approach her immediately. Fearing he might frighten her away, this time, he intended to proceed with caution. Thus, he discreetly escorted them back to the Zhao residence, departing only after they had entered. As Lin Yusen and the others strolled home, it was nearing the hour of the pig. Upon entering her Tingyu pavilion, she was greeted by the sight of Zhao Hanya seated in her courtyard. Lin Yusen paused, a pang of guilt urging her to retreat. You still know to return? Zhao Hanya's cold voice drifted from within the courtyard.
Huh?
Mother, you are still awake? Lin Yusen halted her retreating steps and hurriedly stepped forward with a smile, attempting to charm her mother. If I were to rest, how would I know that my daughter has yet to return home at this hour? Zhao Hanya's tone was a mixture of irritation and concern. Little stool, it is also your responsibility. You were supposed to accompany the young lady. Do you not know to keep an eye on her? A young lady should not be out so late. Does she not care for her reputation? Zhao Hanya felt a mix of anger and worry, but could not vent her frustrations directly at her daughter.
As for Xiao Hao,
she felt she had no right to scold him, leaving her to take it out on the nearby little stool. Madam, it is my fault. I failed to persuade the young lady. Please forgive me. Little stool, terrified, dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy. Lin Yusen frowned, but she understood her mother meant well. Yet, she had indeed overindulged today. Glancing down at Xiao Hao in her arms, she suddenly spoke up. Oh, mother, I was in the wrong. Please do not be angry. You see, I have been carrying Xiao Hao all this way. My arms are nearly broken. Please do not blame Little Stool. Come, Little Stool. Take Xiao Hao back to his room to rest. As she spoke, Lin Yusen gestured for Little Stool to get up and carry Xiao Hao away. Fortunately, she and Little Stool had taken turns carrying Xiao Hao along the way, so the child was currently in Little Stool's arms. Little Stool, quick on his feet, bowed to Zhao Hanya, then rose to take Xiao Hao in his embrace, easing Lin Yusen's burden, but did not dare to turn his back as he cautiously regarded Zhao Hanya. Lin Yusen rubbed her sore arms and, seeing this, playfully pouted at Zhao Hanya. Mother, if your ire is directed at me, it is I who lost track of time today. However, Xiao Hao is innocent. Let Little Stool take him back. If he does not get enough sleep, how will he grow taller? Zhao Hanya shot Lin Yusen an exasperated glance. She could not allow the little prince to suffer stunted growth, for should the emperor recognize the child in the future and hold her accountable, she would be in grave trouble. Thus, she relented and signaled to Little Stool to take his leave. Go on. Little Stool breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his young lady had a way with words. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences today. He bowed respectfully before carrying Xiao Hao away. Now then, tell me, where did you go wandering today? Zhao Hanya did not hurry to leave. She needed to have a proper conversation with her daughter. It was too much for her heart to bear, with Lin Yusen returning home at such late hours so frequently. Chapter 75, Dreaming. I didn't do much. Just went to Shiba Street to see the sights. Lin Yusen replied, not elaborating further to avoid causing her mother unnecessary worry. In truth, I merely went to Shiba Street to observe the bustling scene and, incidentally, to visit Jiaxing Tower to admire the handsome men. I ended up stunning the Prime Minister's son. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hanya's blood pressure soared. She knew without being told. She felt that her daughter was delightful when she first returned, but now it seemed she was becoming increasingly exasperating. Her heart was thoroughly troubled. However, as she gazed upon Lin Yusen's obedient countenance, words of reproach eluded her. And after a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. Lin Yusen, please return home early in the future. I shall worry otherwise. Mother, I was in the wrong. It won't happen again. Lin Yusen found herself momentarily speechless, sheepishly conceding her fault. You always acknowledge your mistakes with such swiftness. Yet I see no effort to amend your ways, Zhao Hanya remarked with a sidelong glance. She was all too aware of her daughter's character. Outwardly obedient, yet inwardly brimming with cunning.
Hee hee hee.
Lin Yusen chuckled foolishly, knowing she could only feign ignorance lest she be reprimanded further.
Very well. Rest early.
You must enter the palace tomorrow and must not offend His Majesty, Zhao Hanya advised as she rose to her feet. Lin Yusen's eyes widened in realization. Indeed. She was to enter the palace the next day to receive her rewards. Understood. She nodded eagerly, snapping back to the moment. As Zhao Hanya departed, her anxiety was palpable. Glancing back thrice as she left the Tingyu pavilion. Once her mother was finally gone, Lin Yusen let out a sigh of relief. She felt that her encounter with the handsome man had been a disappointment. Though he was indeed attractive, he lacked masculine charm, which rendered him less appealing. She had even been chastised by her mother for him, and her fondness for that effeminate demeanor evaporated instantly. With his appearance, he paled in comparison to Li Xiaocheng, whose muscular physique was tantalizing to contemplate. Alas, it was a pity she hadn't taken the opportunity to touch him more. Wait, why was she suddenly thinking of him? Lin Yusen shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the thoughts. She returned to her chamber, instructing Xiao Dai to fetch water for her to wash up, then collapsed onto her bed to sleep. However, her night was hardly restful. In her dreams, Li Xiaocheng appeared before her, bare-chested, and as she reached out to grasp him, her hands met with nothing but air. Finally, when she managed to seize him, preparing to explore further, he coldly regarded her and declared, "You wretched woman. You gaze upon me, yet wish to shirk your responsibilities. You dream of touching me? How laughable. No, don't go. I'm not what you think." Lin Yusen awoke in a fright, lying in bed for a long while, unable to shake off the horror of the dream. How could she dream of Li Xiaocheng? Was it because she had thought of him at night that he haunted her dreams? After much contemplation, she concluded that the words and actions of Li Xiaocheng during her time at the stronghold had indeed left a mark on her, disrupting her sleep. Resolved to dismiss the thoughts, Lin Yusen returned to her bed, but no matter how she tossed and turned, sleep eluded her. In resignation, she rose and slipped into her spatial realm, needing to sketch garment designs. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the transformation of her space. The land before her house had been meticulously organized into square plots, each sown with a variety of rare medicinal herbs, ones not typically found in the market. The mature herbs from the mountains had also been dried and stored with care. Aside from the most aged and valuable herbs, a ring of wildflowers encircled the house, presumably gathered from the mountains. These wildflowers, though not striking, possessed a subtle beauty, creating a fresh and tranquil scene. A smile crept across Lin Yusen's lips, as her earlier irritation stemming from thoughts of Li Xiaocheng began to dissipate, improving her mood considerably. "Ji. Lin Yusen approached the front of the house, softly calling out, "Ji. A diminutive figure darted from who knows where, stopping before Lin Yusen and twisting in the air as if to boast. "Well done. This time you've been quite industrious. In addition to the 2 drops of celestial dew you were supposed to receive, I shall also grant you a purple gold flower." She spoke gently for the first time, not chastising the little creature. Ji. The little thing's excitement grew, twisting its body even more energetically.
All right.
"As long as you refrain from causing trouble and obey my instructions, your rewards will increase. Not only will I ensure you have ample celestial dew, but you shall also enjoy the purple gold flower."
What do you say?
Lin Yusen began to weave dreams of grandeur. The celestial dew was precious, requiring a drop per day, and she was reluctant to part with it. Had it not been for her urgency to save Li Xiaocheng, she would not have used 2 drops as leverage. Moreover, the purple gold flower, which she had named for its distinctive petals of purple and golden center, grew atop the mountain in the back. Though she was uncertain of its exact effects, the little creature was fond of devouring it. Each time it was released, it would wreak havoc on her flowers. Yet, seeing its diligent efforts in organizing her space, she decided to indulge it with a small token of appreciation. Lin Yusen retrieved a glass vial from the cabinet in her house, pouring a drop of celestial dew into it before swiftly retrieving the vial. "You shall absorb 1 drop today. That will suffice. 2 drops would be too much for you," she explained, dismissing the creature's protests.
Ji.
The little creature quickly fell into despondence, knowing the truth in her words, yet fearing she might withhold the 2nd drop. After all, this woman had a history. "Very well. Go and play." Lin Yusen waved her hand, allowing it to frolic freely, then turned back to her room to continue her sketches. The creature watched her retreating figure. Feeling a mix of defiance and resignation, to thrive in this space, it must heed her commands, though it had no desire to leave. Thus, it accepted its fate and scurried off to find a cozy spot to absorb energy. "Wait, Hadn't she promised it a purple gold flower? Where was it? A trickster. Oh well. Once it had absorbed the celestial dew, it would seek her out to claim what was owed. The creature consoled itself and obediently settled down to absorb the dew. Lin Yusen sketched throughout the night, feeling no fatigue. Just as she finished organizing her designs, she heard someone calling her from outside. She quickly exited her space, feigning the appearance of having just awakened. Miss, it's time to rise. You must enter the palace shortly. Xiao Dai called from the doorway.
Understood. Come in.
Lin Yusen replied hoarsely. Xiao Dai, hearing her voice, hurriedly entered the room. Miss, you must hurry. It is already the hour of the rabbit. You must be in the palace by the hour of the dragon to await the emperor before he concludes his morning court. Xiao Dai placed the washing water on the stand behind the screen, patiently reminding her. Understood. How is it that even in ancient times one must clock in for work? Lin Yusen thought helplessly, and with Xiaodia's assistance, she selected a pale yellow silk gown that accentuated her already fair complexion. Afterward, Xiao Dai styled Lin Yusen's hair into an intricate arrangement, transforming her into a sight befitting a noblewoman. You look truly beautiful, Xiao Dai exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight. Chapter 76. The Arrival of the Uncle-in-Law. The primary reason was that Lin Yusen seldom adorned herself. A simple garment and uncomplicated hairstyle sufficed for her to step outside. And she found the notion of elaborate decoration tedious. With so many ornaments weighing down her head, she preferred to collect gold and silver trinkets instead. Enough flattery. Let us go. Lin Yusen chided her with a playful glare. Upon reaching the front hall, she found Zhao Hanya and Lin Chenglai already waiting for her. Do not speak out of turn in the palace, do you understand? Refrain from harboring any rebellious thoughts. Zhao Hanya admonished as she grasped Lin Yusen's hand with concern. The last national banquet had left her shaken. She worried that her daughter might inadvertently utter something inappropriate, offending the emperor and bringing ruin upon their entire Zhao household. Understood. Do not worry. Though Lin Yusen was unsure why her mother insisted she not even think such thoughts, she was unafraid. As long as she kept her lips sealed, she could think whatever she pleased. Zhao Hanya, upon observing her demeanor, realized that the girl had not taken the matter to heart. Mother, rest assured, I shall escort my sister to the palace and keep a vigilant eye on her, Lin Chenglai reassured from the side. He understood that his sister possessed a bold spirit. He merely hoped she would not engage in any mischief to frighten him today. Meanwhile, Lin Yusen sat in the carriage, accompanied by Lin Chenglai, as they proceeded towards the imperial palace under Zhao Hanya's anxious gaze. Having visited the palace once before, Lin Yusen's curiosity was somewhat tempered this time. The two of them waited at the entrance of the imperial study, standing for nearly half an hour without a seat. What is the emperor thinking? Summoning her so early only to leave her waiting? Is the morning court not yet concluded? Oh, dear, my legs are about to give way. Truly, the palace is a place that devours its visitors. Lin Yusen lamented, shifting her weight from one leg to the other to alleviate the discomfort. Lin Chenglai, observing his sister's fidgeting, silently wondered if she had fleas, as she wriggled about, lost in her own thoughts. Sister, please bear with it a little longer, he quietly urged, wishing for her to compose herself.
Oh.
Lin Yusen shifted her stance again, her energy waning. After another quarter of an hour, during which she had mentally scolded the emperor countless times, she finally spotted the emperor returning.
Oh.
Your Majesty, I have waited in agony for your arrival. At long last, you are here. I thought I might perish from the wait. This reward is truly taxing. With her face alight with joy, Lin Yusen gazed at the emperor approaching the study, as if he were a long-lost parent. However, he was accompanied by Li Xiaocheng and 5 high-ranking officials clad in official robes. Those summoned to the imperial study were typically esteemed ministers of the Xia kingdom. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Lin Chenglai promptly bowed respectfully. As Lin Yusen saw the emperor drawing near, she stiffly attempted to perform a bow. Her legs having grown stiff from the prolonged wait, managing a bow was already quite an accomplishment. Humph! Rise! Come in with me. The emperor, Cheng Dishuan, cast a glance at Lin Yusen and let out a cold snort, silently acknowledging her internal complaints. He then turned and strode into the study. Li Xiaocheng, following the emperor, stole a glance at Lin Yusen, who was feigning respect with her head down, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, noting her convincing act. Lin Yusen, catching the emperor's snort, raised her head in confusion, observing his back. Was the emperor angry just now? Did I inadvertently offend him? Or did something troublesome occur during the morning court? Or could it be that my uncle came to visit? Pouting slightly, she dismissed the thoughts and obediently stood up, trailing behind the ministers as they entered. The emperor, hearing the girl's murmurs, felt a wave of exasperation. What uncle was she referring to? Lin Yusen dutifully stood beside her elder brother, awaiting the emperor's command. However, it seemed either by design or happenstance. The emperor did not call on her for a considerable time. News from the north indicates that there has been no rain for a month. What are your thoughts on this matter? The emperor inquired, his voice grave, addressing the 5 ministers standing opposite him. These 5 were all favored by the emperor: Prime Minister Hou Mingyuan, Grand Tutor Ji Qiulin, and 3 ministers, including the Minister of Works, Shi Prung, the Minister of Revenue, Geng Jiwei, and the Minister of Personnel, Qi Wenxian. With 3 of the 6 ministers present, Lin Yusen wondered what issues the emperor intended to discuss and whether her presence would be unwelcome. Your Majesty, perhaps we should wait a bit longer? The lack of rain for a month may not yet be critical. Prime Minister Hou Mingyuan began, bowing to offer comfort to the emperor. Not critical?
What do you mean by that?
If there is no rain for 2 or 3 months, how will the crops survive? How will the common people endure? Grand Tutor Ji Qiulin frowned at Hou Mingyuan, questioning his judgment. It has already been a month without rain, and you say it is not serious? I propose we send someone to assess the situation before making any decisions, suggested Minister of Revenue Geng Jiwei. That is a sound approach. After all, a month without rain does not yet indicate a grave crisis. We should gather more information before deciding, echoed the Minister of Works. Throughout this discourse, Li Xiaocheng remained silent, acting as an invisible observer. The emperor, growing increasingly frustrated with the ministers' ineffectiveness, chastised them for their lack of constructive input. The north? Are you referring to Jibiqing? If so, there is no need for an investigation. This drought is inevitable, and that region will suffer from 6 months of drought, leading to crop failures and widespread suffering. The emperor's thoughts turned darker, reflecting on how this natural disaster would undermine the Xia kingdom, especially as they were still embroiled in conflict with Qi kingdom, resulting in significant territorial losses. Moreover, the crown prince and the third prince will undoubtedly exploit this disaster for their gain, exacerbating the hardships faced by the populace and leading to even greater fatalities. As these thoughts crossed Lin Yusen's mind, she discreetly glanced at the stern-faced emperor, wondering how he would react if he were to learn of her insights. The emperor, catching a glimpse of Lin Yusen's internal musings, felt a surge of anger. Crown Prince. Third Prince. Well done, my sons. He had summoned Lin Yusen for this very reason, since the last time he sensed her uncanny ability to foresee events. He had become increasingly intrigued by her potential. He had even dispatched individuals to investigate the child she had brought back, only to discover that the child was indeed his and the Empress's, having been swapped by Consort Xiao under the guise of a stillbirth. However, he was not ready to reclaim the child just yet. With Consort Zhao's imminent return, it was too perilous. Keeping her near Lin Yusen was far safer than within the palace walls. Thus, he had summoned Lin Yusen today as a means of testing her abilities. Nevertheless, the implications of her earlier thoughts could not be ignored. If rain did not fall for 6 months, how would the common people survive? Such a calamity could threaten the very foundation of the kingdom. The emperor cast a worried glance at Lin Yusen, pondering how to covertly encourage her to take action on this matter. Indeed, he believed that she might possess a solution. Just as Lin Yusen hesitated over whether to voice a warning to the emperor, she felt a chill run down her spine. Was she coming down with something? A slight tremor ran through her body, and it was at this moment that Li Xiaoqing finally spoke up. Your Majesty, I believe it is prudent to make early preparations. After all, it has already been a month without rain. Some impoverished families may already be out of provisions. If we wait another 2 months, we may see widespread unrest among the populace. Indeed, I share your concerns. What do you propose as a remedy? The emperor inquired, seizing the opportunity to engage. I currently lack a solution, Li Xiaoqing admitted, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yusen before lowering his gaze. No solution? Then what purpose does your lengthy discourse serve? What about the rest of you? Do any of you have a plan? The emperor's frustration boiled over as he glared at the other ministers, who all bowed their heads in silence, too intimidated to speak. Seeing their reticence only fueled the emperor's anger. He had not expected much from these inept officials. Yet their utter lack of ideas was infuriating. A bunch of useless fools. With a swift motion, the emperor seized a document from the table and hurled it at them in a fit of rage. The sound of the imperial edict falling to the ground caused several ministers to lower their heads even further. The emperor was furious. At this moment, it was wise to avoid invoking his wrath to prevent incurring his ire. They shared an unspoken understanding in this regard. Indeed, the emperor's anger is palpable. And this drought could have been averted with proper preventive measures, enhancing the water and soil environment, implementing soil conservation projects, controlling erosion, and mitigating drought conditions. At this moment, the enraged emperor heard Lin Yusen's inner thoughts, and his fury began to dissipate. The more he listened, the more anxious and excited he became, his breathing calming slightly as he clenched his fists. This was an excellent strategy. Li Xiaocheng, however, gazed at the bowed Lin Yusen, his eyes growing brighter. He felt that she was radiating brilliance. This was the woman he had set his sights on, and his admiration for her deepened. Meanwhile, Lin Chenglai felt an immense pride. This was his sister, endowed with great talent, capable of addressing the drought. Furthermore, enhancing the efficiency of agricultural water facilities, strengthening the construction and management of irrigation systems, increasing the irrigated area, and improving the agricultural production environment, expanding the development and utilization of water sources, broadening the scope of water resource development, leveraging reservoirs, channels, rivers, and lakes for effective drought mitigation, strengthening the prevention and control of mountain flood disasters, enhancing the protection of forest and grassland vegetation, improving the ecological environment, conducting disaster prediction and early warning, and reinforcing emergency response efforts, enhancing meteorological observation and disaster warning, bolstering meteorological monitoring and forecasting, issuing timely drought warnings, and taking prompt measures to prevent and mitigate drought occurrences. If these measures are implemented effectively, they could at least reduce the worst outcomes. But how can I convey these to the emperor? With her head down, Lin Yusen contemplated the measures. Recalling all the drought prevention strategies she had encountered in her previous life, these should suffice. The emperor observed Lin Yusen, his eyes sparkling with admiration. This woman was indeed exceptional, perhaps a fortuitous blessing bestowed upon their kingdom. Not only could she predict, but she could also alleviate drought conditions, demonstrating remarkable capability. Such a woman was a boon for the great Xia. The emperor reflected, realizing that this task would need to be entrusted to her, for he could not place his trust elsewhere. He then cast a glance at Li Xiaocheng, who stood stiffly like a post, feeling irked. Was this child truly so inept? He couldn't even win over a single woman? He had heard that the two had not seen each other for several days. Earlier, the girl had not even spared him a glance. Truly useless. Perhaps he should intervene to assist him. Li Xiaocheng ignored the emperor's disdain, keeping his focus on Lin Yusen. As she remained with her head bowed, he seized the moment to observe her closely, knowing that once she lifted her gaze, he would lose the chance. After much hesitation, Lin Yusen resolved to speak directly to the emperor regarding the preventive measures. Just as she prepared to raise her head and speak, she heard the emperor's voice. Lin Yusen? Pray, share your thoughts on what you propose.
Huh?
Lin Yusen was momentarily taken aback. Was there a telepathic connection between her and the emperor? How did he know she had a plan? Perhaps the emperor had run out of options and was willing to let her, a mere woman, take a shot at it? Well, since the emperor had inquired, she would seize the opportunity. Your Majesty, I indeed have several strategies. Lin Yusen respectfully performed a curtsy and replied, You have a plan? A mere woman. What could you possibly propose? Hou Mingyuan scoffed, his skepticism evident. Indeed, as a cloistered maiden, how could you possess any viable solutions? I have heard that you were mistakenly taken in by the Lin family and only returned 6 months ago. Having lived in the countryside, how could you possibly have any solutions? Shipeng chimed in. It was not that he doubted her, but rather that such matters were beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Even if she had been taken back into the Lin household 6 months prior, and despite Lady Lin's teachings, it was improbable that she could comprehend such significant issues and formulate countermeasures in such a short time. While the other ministers remained silent, their disbelief was palpable. The emperor, overhearing their doubts, internally scoffed. These narrow-minded individuals. Were it not for his ability to hear the girl's thoughts, he too might have doubted her. Nevertheless, he now had no choice but to rely on her. Enough. Regardless of whether you possess a plan, let us hear what this young lady has to say. The emperor interjected, silencing their criticisms. The ministers, recognizing that the emperor had spoken, fell silent, keen to discover Lin Yusen's proposals. Lin Yusen, speak. If you truly have a solution, I shall reward you. If not, be prepared for the consequences, the emperor declared, directing his gaze at the demure Lin Yusen standing to the side. Lin Yusen thought, what is this? If I have no plan, I shall be punished? This tyrannical emperor is far too unreasonable. I originally came to the palace to receive a reward, and now I might not only leave empty-handed but also face punishment? Had I known, I would have remained silent. What a mess I have gotten myself into. Regret filled her heart. She should have kept to herself and remained a quiet observer, rather than wading into treacherous waters. Upon hearing that she might retract her proposal, The emperor felt a pang of regret for suggesting punishment. This obstinate girl was insufferably petty. Any slight disappointment seemed to provoke her ire. If she truly chose not to speak, he would need to devise another means for her to address the situation. Chapter 78. Princess Pingning. Forget it. I shall not bicker with the emperor. If it can save the common folk, it will be a significant merit. Your Majesty, I believe that in order to prevent drought, we must first, Lin Yusen, putting aside her grievances, spoke up for the sake of the people. The emperor, relieved to hear her voice, silently exhaled. He had almost shot himself in the foot. Lin Yusen articulated the strategies she had just contemplated, speaking fervently. Finally. I am done. After conveying so much, I am parched. When might I be allowed to leave and quench my thirst? The emperor, Li Xiaocheng, and Lin Qinglai, who had all heard her thoughts moments ago, were equally astonished by her proposals. They each shared a singular thought. Lin Yusen was no ordinary woman. The other 5 ministers remained stunned for a moment, and it was only after Lin Yusen finished that they regained their composure. The first to react was the Grand Tutor.
Lin.
Miss Lin, did you conceive this plan? Ji Qiulin asked, his excitement palpable as he looked at Lin Yusen.
Sort of.
Lin Yusen replied sheepishly, knowing that these strategies could easily be found online in her previous life. Such remarkable talent. Why did you not reveal it sooner? These methods will undoubtedly help prevent drought. Ji Qiulin exclaimed, his words tumbling forth in his enthusiasm. He was genuinely troubled by the impending drought. It had not rained for a month. And there were reports of people already struggling to find food, living from meal to meal. If the drought continued, who knew what calamities might ensue? Let us not celebrate prematurely, for Miss Lin's proposals have never been employed before. Just consider improving the water and soil environment. How do we achieve that? And as for water storage, how much should we store? These are all complex issues. It is easy to speak, but action is another matter altogether, Ho Mingyuan interjected coldly, unwilling to allow her to steal the spotlight. He believed that Lin Yusen was merely attempting to claim credit for work that was far beyond her capabilities. Minister, if you contend that Miss Lin's suggestions are futile, then perhaps you could enlighten the emperor with your own solution? Lin Yusen retorted boldly, refusing to coddle him. I momentarily have no solution, Ho Mingyuan stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. He genuinely had no idea, and he realized that this task would be thankless. If the drought were not managed effectively, he would bear the brunt of the blame. Yet, he was determined not to allow Lin Yusen to bask in glory. Since the esteemed chancellor has no means, how can one claim that the methods of this humble daughter are ineffectual? Have you even tried them? Or do you, dear chancellor, wish for the drought to worsen, causing the common folk to suffer? Lin Yusen suddenly questioned Ho Mingyuan sharply, her entire demeanor shifting to one of formidable authority, instilling a modicum of dread in those present. Upon receiving such an audacious accusation from Lin Yusen, Ho Mingyuan began to feel a twinge of panic. The emperor was still seated, and should his majesty begin to harbor doubts about him, his fate would soon be sealed. Thus, he hastily sought the emperor's forgiveness, declaring his loyalty. Your servant is wronged. I have not, your majesty. Please do not heed Lin Yusen's words. She slanders me. I am devoted to your majesty. And I genuinely wish for the welfare of the people. You care for the people? With a son as notorious as yours, who has committed numerous atrocities against them, extorting maidens, coercing them into prostitution, selling official positions, and even conspiring against the crown prince. Such audacity is remarkable. Oh, and let's not forget the treasonous dealings. Though the specifics elude me, it certainly was not for noble purposes. With such transgressions, you have more than enough to answer for, and if you provoke me further, I shall bring these matters before the emperor.
Oh,
by the way, I wonder if he is aware that his precious son was struck by her? If he knew, it would surely infuriate him. Ha ha ha. Lin Yusen rolled her eyes at Ho Mingyuan's words. His shamelessness was astounding. Unbeknownst to her, the emperor had already been apprised of Ho Mingyuan's deeds. After hearing of his chancellor's so-called illustrious exploits, the emperor ground his teeth together. Truly a fine chancellor indeed. To have secretly engaged in so many good deeds. An investigation is imperative. Li Xiaocheng's gaze flickered. He had dispatched someone to investigate Ho Mingyuan last night, but the results were yet to surface. However, if Lin Yusen's assertions were indeed accurate, then this chancellor's days of comfort were likely numbered. Very well. We shall proceed with Lin Yusen's proposed measures regarding the drought. Yet, I am concerned that others may not execute this plan effectively. Hence, I decree that Lin Yusen be bestowed the title of Princess Pingning, and this drought shall be entrusted to your care. The emperor's sudden and grave edict startled everyone present. Your Majesty, This is unwise. How can a mere girl like Lin Yusen manage such a dire situation, even if she proposed preventative measures? There are numerous officials in the court far more capable than this young lady. Ho Mingyuan, alarmed, protested vehemently. How could the emperor so casually elevate this girl to such a position of power? Should she successfully manage the drought, it would be a significant achievement, and he could not allow this impertinent wench to reap the benefits. Your Majesty, while I have no objections to bestowing the title of princess upon Lin Yusen, given her aptitude in proposing such a preventative strategy, I must express concern about allowing a woman to handle a matter of such magnitude. Should she falter, her name will be forever maligned by posterity. Even the incorruptible Ji Qiulin felt that assigning Lin Yusen such a weighty responsibility was rather reckless. We implore your Majesty to reconsider. We beseech you to think twice. Several ministers knelt in earnest supplication, urging the emperor to rescind his command. Lin Yusen was momentarily stunned by the emperor's decree. What did he just say? He conferred upon her the title of princess? And entrusted her with managing the drought? Has the emperor lost his senses? She has been content as a recluse. Why would she want to tackle such an arduous task? She would rather not engage in a backbreaking endeavor that yields no gratitude. Let someone else take on that burden. Perhaps the ministers could exert some influence to persuade the emperor to retract his command. She only wishes to remain at home and indulge in her leisurely pursuits. Listening to the ministers, Lin Yusen silently nodded. Yes, you are all correct. I am unworthy, lacking the capability. I am but a mere woman, best suited to remain at home. She believed that merely proposing preventative measures was already a display of her benevolence. To require her to take direct action was beyond her capabilities. She would surely perish from the strain. Lin Yusen recoiled, bowing her head in submission. Awaiting the ministers to elaborate further, the emperor shot Lin Yusen a sidelong glance. Knowing full well that this insufferable girl had labored tirelessly for the Zhao family's well-being for nearly a month, only to feign humility now. Does she truly believe she can deceive me? Seeing the ministers still kneeling, their heads bobbing in desperation, he felt a headache coming on from their ineptitude. He turned to Li Xiaocheng and spoke, "Since you are not at ease, let the regent prince assist Princess Pingning in managing this drought." With the regent prince by her side, "Do you still have objections?" The ministers exchanged glances, comprehending the emperor's determination to employ Lin Yusen, and ultimately, they could do little but acquiesce. The emperor is indeed wise. Chapter 79. The Imperial Sword. Ho Mingyuan. Since the emperor has assigned this girl, should there be no success, even with Li Xiaocheng's protection, he will surely face consequences. Ji Qiulin, with the regent prince accompanying her, there should be no significant disasters. The other three, with the regent prince present, they would not dare voice their objections. Since there are no further objections, Li Xiaocheng and Lin Yusen, do you not hasten to receive the edict? The emperor directed his gaze towards the two oblivious individuals, signaling them to comply. We accept the edict. Li Xiaocheng stepped forward, respectfully bowing to receive the decree. We accept the edict. Lin Yusen received the imperial command with great reluctance, her salute half-hearted. These ministers are utterly useless. They cannot even handle such trivial matters, clearly harboring their own schemes. However, Your Majesty, I have a request. Lin Yusen pondered for a moment, feigning hesitation as she spoke. What is it? The emperor inquired, bemusement evident in his voice, as her intentions were blatantly transparent. Your Majesty, as a mere woman, suddenly thrust into such a precarious position, I am certain there will be many who will resist my authority. Should anyone disregard my commands or meddle, the ensuing chaos may spiral beyond my control. You must not hold me accountable. However, I shall do my utmost. Lin Yusen assumed the guise of a frail damsel, seemingly vulnerable to mistreatment. The emperor shot her a disapproving look. If she were truly the sort to be bullied, it would be quite the conundrum. Yet, she had a point. It was indeed wise to prevent unscrupulous individuals from interfering at such a critical juncture. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor addressed her. I understand your concern. Thus, I shall bestow upon you the imperial sword, capable of slaying tyrants above and corrupt officials below. Should anyone dare to prance before you, you are authorized to strike them down without hesitation. Lin Yusen had been eagerly awaiting this proclamation. Her spirits soared instantly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for this generous gift. The emperor is indeed perceptive. Now, should anyone foolishly dare to challenge her, they shall face swift retribution. The ministers were left with mixed feelings. Yet they understood the implications. This newly minted Princess Pingning might soon become a favorite of the emperor, and it would be unwise to provoke her too readily. Very well. Let this be settled. You may all retire. The emperor deemed the discussion sufficient and began to dismiss everyone. We take our leave. We take our leave. The ministers bowed and exited. As Lin Yusen and Lin Chunlai prepared to depart, Lin Yusen paused mid-bow. Wait, was she not summoned to receive a reward? Where is her reward? Your Majesty, did you not summon me to bestow a reward? Lin Yusen cautiously inquired, lifting her head. Indeed. Did you not just receive your reward? The emperor replied with utmost seriousness.
Huh?
Lin Yusen was taken aback. Had her precious jewels been so easily forfeited? Whoa. My treasures are gone, and I am burdened with such a tiresome task. Oh, why must fate be so cruel to me? Lin Yusen felt tears welling up, sensing she had been outmaneuvered by the emperor, but she lacked any proof.
What is it?
Are you dissatisfied with my reward? The emperor raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the oncoming tears of Lin Yusen. I have finally discovered how to keep this troublesome girl in line. Let her stew in her own thoughts.
No.
I am quite satisfied. Very satisfied. Lin Yusen hurriedly forced a rather unsightly smile. All right, you may all leave. The emperor finally felt at ease and waved his hand, dismissing the three. I take my leave, Your Majesty. I take my leave, Your Majesty. The siblings, Li Xiaocheng and Lin Yusen, bowed and withdrew. Standing at the entrance of the imperial study, Lin Yusen's heart ached. She intended to indulge in a hearty meal to alleviate her gloomy mood. Sister, if you wish, you may return first. I must visit the Ministry of War. Lin Chunlai was to collect his new appointment letter at the ministry after his achievements in suppressing bandits, which had earned him a promotion to captain, though the formal decree had yet to be issued. Very well, brother, go ahead. I can manage my way back. Lin Yusen waved her hand dismissively. She truly could not recall the route and could always inquire with the eunuchs. Allow me to escort Princess Pingning. We can also discuss the recent drought in the north.
Li Xiaochen interjected suddenly.
Upon hearing his words, Lin Yusen found herself unable to voice a refusal. After all, he was addressing an important matter and likely harbored no ulterior motives. However, an unease settled in her heart as she realized she could not maintain her composure when alone with Li Xiaocheng. Then I must trouble you, Your Highness. Sister, refrain from speaking out of turn. Do you understand? I shall take my leave now. Your Highness, I bid you farewell. Lin Qinglai, upon hearing Li Xiaocheng's offer to escort his sister, felt it was agreeable, and he promptly expressed his gratitude. Before departing, he specifically reminded his sister not to speak recklessly. Lin Yusen watched her brother's retreating figure, pouting in frustration. What had she said that warranted such caution? At that moment, Eunuch Lu approached, carrying a long box. Congratulations. Princess Pingning, this is the Emperor's bestowed ceremonial sword. Please accept it, and the decree for your title will arrive at your residence shortly. We hope you treat this matter with the utmost importance. Lu Gonggong smiled respectfully as he spoke. Since the banquet of rewards, he had sensed Lin Yusen would become a favored figure at court, and indeed, just days later, she was conferred the title of princess and entrusted with significant responsibilities. Such trust from the emperor warranted his utmost respect. Thank you, Eunuch Lu. This is but a small token of appreciation from me. I hope you'll accept it. Lin Yusen received the ceremonial sword and discreetly slipped a purse filled with silver into Lu Gonggong's hand, whispering her words. Lu Gonggong felt the weight of the purse, and his smile grew even brighter. This Princess Pingning certainly knew how to conduct herself. The purse was remarkably full. You are too gracious, Princess. I shall take my leave now. Lu Gonggong departed slowly. Lin Yusen watched him enter the imperial study before retracting her gaze.
Alas.
This visit to the palace has been a tremendous loss. I left empty-handed and even gave away a substantial sum of silver. It seems I am ill-fated in this palace. The last time I encountered an assassination attempt, and now I have suffered financial loss. What? Is there not the ceremonial sword? Humph. This ceremonial sword cannot be sold, cannot be consumed. It can merely be displayed at home, serving solely to intimidate evildoers, but of no practical use, far less valuable than gold. Lin Yusen maintained a calm facade while internally critiquing. Li Xiaocheng quietly observed her lamenting in her heart, finding it rather endearing. Princess, let us depart. I shall escort you.
Li Xiaocheng spoke in a calm tone. Ah? Oh.
Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Yusen, startled by the call of her name, quickly snapped back to reality and awkwardly thanked him. Subsequently, the two traveled in silence, Lin Yusen following Li Xiaocheng to the palace gates with a sense of embarrassment. Noticing Li Xiaocheng standing beside the carriage without moving, she eagerly urged, Your Highness, please, board the carriage first. Li Xiaocheng regarded her obsequiousness with bemusement. Where had this girl acquired such manners? Nevertheless, he boarded the carriage first. Just as Lin Yusen was about to follow, a voice called from behind. Princess Pingning. Princess Pingning. Chapter 80. What are you afraid of? Lin Yusen halted her steps and turned to see a palace maid approaching. Confused, she wondered when she had befriended any palace maids. May I ask what brings you to seek me? Lin Yusen inquired as the maid hurriedly approached. I am a maid from the Empress's court. You may call me Qiqiao. The Empress has sent some rare delicacies for you to sample. She mentioned that she feels a strong affinity towards you and hopes you'll visit her often for a chat. Qiqiao smiled gently and respectfully as she handed the food box to Lin Yusen. Although perplexed, Lin Yusen accepted the box and expressed her gratitude. Please convey my thanks to Her Majesty, the Empress. I will certainly visit her often. I shall relay your message, and now I must take my leave. Qiqiao bowed respectfully before departing. Lin Yusen suppressed her curiosity, boarded the carriage, and glanced at Li Xiaocheng, hesitating before saying cautiously, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Your Highness. Let us be off. Li Xiaocheng did not respond directly, but addressed the coachman outside. Lin Yusen, noticing his neglect, awkwardly touched her nose and seated herself at the farthest end of the carriage. Li Xiaocheng observed her actions, furrowing his brow, though he ultimately said nothing. Meanwhile, Lin Yusen, gazing at the food box in her hands, could not resist opening it. Inside were two exquisitely crafted platters of pastries, clearly the work of the palace chefs. As she looked at the pastries, a thought flickered through her mind. She refrained from touching the delicacies, replacing the lid on the box. She knew precisely who should enjoy these treats. Who would have thought that Princess Pingning would be so forgetful? Li Xiaocheng remarked, unable to contain himself. Upon hearing him speak, Lin Yusen's heart raced. Having dreamed of him the previous night, she now felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had hoped to remain silent and treat him as a stranger. But his voice shattered her resolve. Her heart began to race, and her cheeks flushed with the memory of her dream. Might I inquire what you are referring to? Your Highness? Lin Yusen feigned composure as she asked. When we were suppressing the bandits, you graciously offered to share 60% of the treasure with me. Yet, after all this time, I have not received it, so I had no choice but to come and collect it myself. Li Xiaocheng regarded Lin Yusen with a bemused smile. Oh dear, I knew I had forgotten something. Those nonsensical words of Li Xiaocheng had startled her, leading her to instinctively avoid mentioning him. And she truly had forgotten about the treasure. Moreover, adhering to the principle of wishing to avoid remembering, she was quite content to let it slip her mind, hoping the treasure would remain hers. However, today, her daydream was shattered, and her treasure was slipping away from her. Lin Yusen's heart bled, yet she feigned a look of realization. Ah, it is all my fault. I have been so busy lately, and with my mother confining me, I completely forgot about this matter. I shall deliver it to you tomorrow. No need. You shall bring it to the regent's residence today, lest you forget again. By the way, we must also discuss the details of this mission. Do you agree, Princess? Li Xiaocheng observed Lin Yusen's expression, finding amusement in her apparent distress over the silver while attempting to appear indifferent. To the regent's residence for discussion? Lin Yusen was taken aback. They were to go to the regent's residence? Otherwise, where does the princess think would be suitable for our discussion? Your home? Or perhaps an inn? Is this place safe for the prince's residence? Li Xiaocheng offered her no opportunity, directly obstructing her path. It is indeed safer at the prince's mansion. Let us proceed there for our discussion. Lin Yusen hesitated for a moment before acquiescing to Li Xiaocheng's proposal. Turn around and return to the mansion.
Li Xiaocheng kumanda.
A smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he called out to the coachman. Wait, Your Highness, I still need to retrieve your treasures. Would you kindly escort me back first? I can make my own way there afterwards. Upon hearing this, Lin Yusen's heart raced, and she hastily concocted an excuse. The princess truly has a poor memory. I believe she possesses the capability to procure those items without needing to return.
Li Xiaocheng bluntly exposa Lin Yuxin's falsehood. He.
How could that be? What ability do I possess? Lin Yusen responded awkwardly. Realizing she had forgotten that even though Li Xiaocheng had not witnessed her collecting those items last time, he is, after all, the regent prince, second only to the emperor. Li Xiaocheng was no fool. How could he not surmise her predicament? Enough. I am not going to devour you. What are you afraid of? Li Xiaocheng observed Lin Yusen's unwilling demeanor, feeling a sense of discomfort. Did this woman truly not wish to be alone with him? Your Highness is overthinking. I am not afraid at all. Lin Yusen retorted stubbornly. I am not afraid you would consume me. I fear that I might devour you instead. It's all your fault. You even caused me to dream such things last night. How will I face you in the future? Lin Yusen seethed inwardly. Yet she could not deny the reality that she seemed to be influenced by Li Xiaocheng's presence, her thoughts unwittingly drifting to him and becoming disordered by his words. Even dreaming of him. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to meet Li Xiaocheng's, staring intently for a while before bursting into a radiant smile, illuminating the space with her brilliance. It seemed she had come to a realization, and her entire demeanor relaxed considerably. However, she said nothing further, quietly sitting in contemplation.
Li Xiaocheng.
Initially feeling a weight lift upon hearing Lin Yusen's thoughts about her fear of eating him, was soon captivated by the dazzling smile she directed at him. Remaining entranced until she withdrew her smile and ceased to speak. Confused, he pondered the meaning behind her sweet and radiant laughter. What could it signify? He opened his mouth several times, intending to inquire about the source of her amusement, yet he ultimately restrained himself, suddenly hesitant to ask. The two traveled in silence to the regent prince's residence. Li Xiaocheng dismounted the carriage first, followed by Lin Yusen, who called out to him, "Your Highness, might I request that you send someone to inform my mother at the Zhao residence that I am here discussing matters with you? I fear she may worry." Li Xiaocheng nodded in agreement, signaling to Wang Yu, who emerged from the mansion, to relay the message. Lin Yusen felt reassured knowing Wang Yu was on his way to the Zhao residence, and thus followed Li Xiaocheng into the regent prince's mansion. This was her second visit to the regent prince's residence. The last time had been late in the evening, with darkness already enveloping everything, leaving her unable to see clearly. In her previous haste to locate someone, she had no time to appreciate the mansion's surroundings. As they entered through the main gate, she was greeted by respectful servants. Among them an elderly gentleman who stood at the forefront, inquiring with deference, "Welcome back, Your Highness. Prepare some food for the study." Li Xiaocheng instructed with an impassive expression before striding further inside. Lin Yusen tilted her head to glance at the old man before obediently trailing behind him. The servants exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with curiosity that was impossible to conceal. Housekeeper Mu, who was that young lady accompanying the prince just now? She is quite lovely. Indeed, she is beautiful, and she is brought back by the prince. You know, this is the first time the prince has brought a lady home. Could this young woman be our future princess? Perhaps. I will discreetly inquire with guard Wang later. I suspect it's highly likely. The prince must have feelings for her otherwise. Why would he have brought her back? True. Let us prepare some tea for this lady. The servants animatedly discussed among themselves after the prince's departure, nearly calling Lin Yusen princess. Enough. Have you completed your tasks? If the prince reprimands you later, you will have to climb the mountain.
Housekeeper Mu admonished,
casting a stern glance at the increasingly excited servants. We shall attend to our duties immediately. They replied before hastily dispersing. Housekeeper Mu gazed in the direction the prince had departed, a flicker of excitement in his eyes, completely shedding the stern demeanor he had exhibited before the servants. Has the prince finally come to his senses? Is a mistress truly about to grace this mansion? If only Wang Yu were here. He would have asked him why that scoundrel had offended the prince and been punished, leaving behind Cold Han to guard him like a block of ice.
"Oh."
The prince mentioned bringing food. I must oversee that, ensuring our future princess does not go hungry. Housekeeper Mu remembered the prince's instructions and hurried towards the kitchen. Lin Yusen, unaware that with her mere presence at the mansion, she had already been deemed a prospective princess, followed Li Xiaocheng through the expansive regent prince's residence. As they traversed the long corridors, they arrived at the front courtyard, proceeding to the main hall, eventually reaching the study. Lin Yusen's eyes were wide with wonder, taking in her surroundings at every turn.
Wow.
Is that white jade flooring? Perhaps when Li Xiaocheng is distracted, I might discreetly chip a piece to examine. And that, could it be agate? Its purity must be quite valuable. The glazed tiles on the roof must also be expensive. That pot of flowers must be the priceless golden orchid. They are notoriously difficult to cultivate. TSK, 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 although this mansion does not appear ostentatious. It exudes an air of wealth in every corner. Lin Yusen felt as if she had stepped into a treasure trove. No wonder everyone spoke of Li Xiaocheng's immense power. This mansion's grandeur revealed the emperor's favor. It likely surpassed any other prince's residence in opulence. Yet, despite the evident wealth, it does not come across as gaudy, indicating that Li Xiaocheng possesses quite discerning taste. However, I wonder if I will ever have the chance to reside in such a jewel-adorned abode. Lin Yusen marveled at the luxury of the prince's residence. Li Xiaocheng continued his leisurely pace, seemingly purposefully or perhaps inadvertently guiding Lin Yusen through a significant portion of the mansion. Finally, he brought her to the study, where they sat across from each other. Housekeeper Mu was quick to act. In no time, he presented an array of snacks and tea. Your Highness, Miss Lin, please enjoy, he said, placing the refreshments on the table before retreating, though not without casting Lin Yusen a look that hinted at deeper meanings. Lin Yusen was left bewildered by the scrutiny. Why do the servants here seem so peculiar? Is there something on my face that warrants such attention? Li Xiaocheng glanced over, a thought striking him, and he smiled wryly, pretending not to notice. Miss Lin, if you are hungry, you may begin eating. Lin Yusen, feeling no hesitation, eagerly reached for the snacks on the table. Delicious. No wonder this is the prince's residence. Even the snacks are exquisite. She was genuinely famished, having been in the palace since early morning, and now quite hungry. She devoured several pieces before slowing her pace, and once she finished the last morsel, she grabbed the tea and gulped it down in one breath. If you find it insufficient, I can have them bring more. Li Xiaocheng inquired gently as he watched her finish. That will not be necessary, Your Highness. I have had my fill. Let us turn to the matter at hand. Lin Yusen seemed oblivious to the tenderness in Li Xiaocheng's tone. She dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, then turned to Li Xiaocheng with a solemn expression and spoke earnestly. Observing her official demeanor, Li Xiaocheng retracted his gentleness and replied in a subdued voice, Please, Your Highness, proceed. The drought situation in Jibei City remains uncertain. I intend to travel there to assess the conditions. It has been a month without rain. It is likely that some areas are already facing food shortages, and I fear that some individuals may exploit this situation for personal gain, Lin Yusen stated gravely. If her memory served her correctly, in half a month's time, there would be refugees in Jibei City. The earliest emergence of disaster victims was fundamentally due to the inaction of officials in the north, who, fearing for their own livelihoods, continued to extort from the already suffering populace, exacerbating their plight. Very well. Since the Emperor has dispatched me to assist you, I shall ensure your safety, Li Xiaocheng remarked, observing Lin Yusen's earnest demeanor, and he spoke plainly, without further circumlocution. Then we shall depart in 3 days. By the way, Your Highness, I would request that you speak to the Emperor about bringing along 2 officials from the Ministry of Works. This will facilitate certain matters when the time comes. Lin Yusen contemplated for a moment and added, realizing that the recent bestowal of titles had disrupted their rhythm. Now that they had taken on this task, it was imperative to see it through, for the citizens of Jibei City were innocent. Such matters are trivial. Since the Emperor has entrusted this task to you, he will undoubtedly lend his full support, Li Xiaocheng said as he picked up the teacup from the table and took a sip. Lin Yusen thought likewise. After all, these were the Emperor's subjects, and he could not possibly be indifferent to their plight. Once the serious discussion concluded, Lin Yusen suddenly looked up at Li Xiaocheng and inquired, Where is your treasury? I shall return your belongings to you, lest you have to ask me for them again. She referred to the treasures they had divided previously. Li Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly finding this girl unusually generous this time, agreeing to return them so readily. It seemed she had not lamented the loss of her treasures as she usually did. Quite peculiar. Without further ado, Li Xiaocheng stood up and said, Let us go. I will show you to the treasury. Lin Yusen pressed her lips together and followed him outside. Let me see just how affluent your residence truly is.
Hee.
In the future, as Li Xiaocheng walked ahead, he overheard her half-spoken thoughts, frowning slightly, feeling as though a cat was scratching at his heart.
What did she mean by that?
Why not finish her sentence? Did she intend to sneak into the treasury again? It was certainly within the realm of possibility, given her audacity. Chapter 82. A Determined Resolution. My lord? Butler Mu awaited at the entrance, and upon seeing the two emerge, he hurriedly approached with a respectful inquiry. Where to? To the treasury, Li Xiaocheng replied, without pausing his stride. Yes, my lord. The treasury? Is His Highness taking the future princess to view the treasury? Perhaps to showcase the wealth of the residence? Or to allow the princess to choose her betrothal gifts? Butler Mu grew increasingly excited. Having worried for his master during his oblivious moments, and now witnessing such decisive action was truly unprecedented. With this thought, Butler Mu quickened his pace, leaving Li Xiaocheng and Lin Yusen trailing behind. Lin Yusen blinked, observing the nimble old butler, then glanced at the tall figure of Li Xiaocheng ahead of her. Her expression filled with confusion. Why does everyone in this regent's residence look at me as if I were a rare specimen? As though they have never seen a woman before? Yet Li Xiaocheng does not appear as cold-hearted and ruthless as the world claims. From the current situation, it seemed he treated his subordinates quite well. Otherwise, they would not dare to whisper amongst themselves in his presence. However, Lin Yusen gazed at Li Xiaocheng's towering back, stepping in his footsteps, and smiled softly. In her previous life, she had been all alone, never having experienced love until her demise. In this lifetime, She had initially intended to alter the fates of her mother and brothers, after which she would embark on a journey to explore the world. Yet, after more than half a year, her mother had successfully divorced, her elder brother had not been crippled, and had even been promoted, and her grandfather had not been forced to the battlefield. Within her grandfather's household, her uncles were gradually recovering their health, and it seemed that everything was moving in a positive direction. During this time, she had contemplated much. If it were not impossible to embark on a romance now, then why not? Although Li Xiaoqing's life was short, she was still present. With her around, he could not possibly meet his end. However, ever since his feeble confession, he had not broached the subject again and maintained a frosty demeanor. This left her newfound resolution feeling somewhat tenuous, as she was uncertain of Li Xiaoqing's feelings towards her. Was it affection, or merely playful teasing? Regardless of her identity, having lived 2 lifetimes, she had come to understand her own heart. Thus, she decided to take the initiative and capture his heart, regardless of whether he reciprocated. As Li Xiaoqing sensed the absence of sound behind him, he slowed his pace. Today, he found this girl rather perplexing. Usually, he could discern her thoughts. But after that smile in the carriage, she seemed to have withdrawn her inner voice, leaving him unable to hear a thing. This feeling made him uneasy and uncertain. He wished to take things slow, yet if this girl truly shut him out, he would have no means to delve into her heart. Thus, the two individuals, both on the cusp of budding affection, one lost in thought, the other anxious, arrived at the treasury. At the entrance, Butler Lu had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing the prince and Miss Lin arrive, he smiled kindly at Lin Yusen and said, "Your Highness, here is the key to the treasury." Lin Yusen replied, "I just resolved to win over your prince, and you all knew about it already?" Li Xiaoqing retorted, "Butler Lu, if you scare her away, you might as well retire." Lin Yusen froze, grinning foolishly at Li Xiaoqing.
Ha!
The butler in the prince's residence is truly humorous. Feigning indifference, Li Xiaoqing accepted the key from Butler Lu's hands and instructed, "You may all leave now." "Yes, my lord. The prince will allow the princess to choose carefully. Let us see what she desires. I shall prepare a carriage to take Miss Lin back shortly," Butler Lu said with a beaming face, bowing respectfully. Lin Yusen laughed, "Ha! Off you go." Li Xiaoqing was at a loss for words, realizing that he had been too lenient with the servants in his residence. They offered him no dignity whatsoever. However, both of them tacitly chose not to correct Butler Lu's address. After all, they would be calling her princess every day henceforth, so it mattered little if he addressed her as such prematurely. Yet neither of them pondered why the other had not corrected Butler Lu. "Let us enter," Li Xiaoqing said, unlocking the treasury with the key. He did not enter immediately, but stood at the doorway, gesturing for Lin Yusen to proceed. Lin Yusen did not hesitate and walked straight in. The treasury was not particularly large, with its contents covered in boxes, save for a few larger items draped in cloth. It was quite packed, and as Lin Yusen surveyed the surroundings, she turned to Li Xiaoqing with a puzzled expression and asked, "My lord, are you certain this treasury can accommodate those items?" Li Xiaoqing glanced at her as if she were foolish, then walked inside, approaching a white jade Buddha statue. He raised his hand and gently turned the statue. The floor behind the statue gave way, revealing a hidden passage about a meter wide. "Go down." Li Xiaoqing tilted his chin, indicating for Lin Yusen to descend. Lin Yusen hesitated momentarily, pondering the existence of a hidden vault within the treasury. Li Xiaoqing's treasure was hidden quite deeply. She liked it. Seeing her stare at the entrance without moving, Li Xiaoqing raised an eyebrow and said, "What? Are you afraid I might sell you? Could you truly be so heartless, my lord?" Lin Yusen looked up at Li Xiaoqing, a smile gracing her lips as she softly replied before stepping towards the entrance and descending. This left Li Xiaoqing stunned. What did she mean by that? He quickly followed her down. Meanwhile, the shadow guards lurking in the shadows were utterly astonished. Was the prince truly serious this time? Had the hidden treasury been unveiled to the princess? The treasures within it are worth a fortune. It seems this princess is not going anywhere. This is akin to laying all of one's wealth bare before her. It appears that we must extend greater respect towards Miss Lin from now on. Perhaps our future prosperity will hinge upon the princess's favor. As Lin Yusen descended into the vault, she found herself enveloped in complete darkness and suddenly felt a pang of regret, wishing she had allowed Li Xiaoqing to lead the way. Thus, she stood still at the bottom, contemplating whether Li Xiaoqing would follow her down. Suddenly, she heard a noise at the entrance and froze in place, uncertain of what lay below. What if there were dangers lurking? Had Li Xiaoqing come down? Why was there no sound? The commotion at the exit grew louder and more imminent. Lin Yusen instinctively curled herself into a corner, procuring a silver needle from her bag, prepared to strike should any peril arise. In her anxious state, she had forgotten this was Li Xiaocheng's domain. What danger could possibly be present, save for Li Xiaocheng himself? As she sensed the noise drawing nearer, Lin Yusen resolved to take the element of surprise, gripping the silver needle tightly and lunging towards the approaching figure. However, the individual sensed the impending threat and swiftly seized Lin Yusen's hand, twisting it behind her back and drawing her into his embrace. Lin Yusen's face collided with the solid chest of the person, causing her to wince in pain. But then she caught a whiff of a subtle woody fragrance. It dawned on her that this person was none other than Li Xiaocheng, and she felt utterly foolish for her earlier panic. Burying her face in his arms, Lin Yusen wished to remain hidden, too embarrassed to face him.
Li Xiaocheng,
Still holding her close, was reluctant to break this tranquil moment. Having finally embraced her, he wished for time to stand still. After a brief interlude, during which Lin Yusen remained nestled in his hold, she finally spoke up. "Have you not yet had your fill, Your Highness?" "You were the one who rushed into my arms," he replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. Reluctantly, he released her, helping Lin Yusen to her feet, and began to shift the blame back onto her. Lin Yusen retorted, "If you keep talking like that, I might just believe you. Your Highness, do you not fear tripping over your own tongue? The treasures of this royal residence are indeed well concealed. You did not mention the absence of light when I descended into this inky abyss. Were you expecting me to navigate in the dark? Moreover, you did not even announce your arrival. I thought I was confronting a villain." Lin Yusen rolled her eyes in exasperation, her grievances spilling forth. It had never occurred to her that this prince possessed such a thick skin. Realizing the weight of his missteps, and having satisfied his longing with their earlier embrace, Li Xiaocheng chose to abandon the topic. Instead, he naturally took Lin Yusen's hand and sauntered over to the wall, rapping 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the surroundings illuminated, and Lin Yusen squinted, her eyes unaccustomed to the bright light, instinctively shutting them. Observing her discomfort, Li Xiaocheng furrowed his brow, acknowledging his oversight, and gently placed his other hand over her eyes to shield them. Lin Yusen was momentarily taken aback, feeling the warmth radiating from his hand. Her heart raced, and after a moment, she murmured, "Your Highness?"
I'm all right now.
Upon hearing this, Li Xiaocheng withdrew his hand. Lin Yusen blinked, acclimatizing to the brightness, and realized just how close they were standing. She could see the contours of his throat with remarkable clarity. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Lin Yusen swallowed hard. Her gaze fixated on his enticing Adam's apple, and before she knew it, she had leaned in to nip at it lightly.
Li Xiaocheng shudarat.
A wave of tingling sensation coursing through him, but he remained still, peering down at the audacious girl in his embrace, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Did she truly believe he possessed such self-control? What could he possibly do to her? Just as Li Xiaocheng felt his restraint waning, Lin Yusen finally released him. Leaning back slightly to observe the red mark she had left on his throat, nodding in satisfaction. I shall make sure to nibble again, next time.
Hee.
Attempting to extricate herself from Li Xiaocheng's embrace, she quickly realized he held her tightly, showing no signs of relinquishing his hold. "Your Highness, might you consider letting go?" Lin Yusen ventured to remind him. "Do you take me for a fool? You can rush into my arms and kiss me as you please. Yet now that you've seen everything, do you expect to evade responsibility?" Li Xiaocheng murmured, his lips hovering near Lin Yusen's ear, his tone imbued with an unusual vulnerability. Here he was, a prince of lofty stature, feeling rather aggrieved in his pursuit of affection. Who would believe such a tale? Lin Yusen offered no response, yet she made no attempt to break free from his embrace. As the silence lingered, Li Xiaocheng's heart sank, and slowly, he released her. Stepping back to regard Lin Yusen. "Let us depart," he said softly, turning to move deeper into the vault. Lin Yusen observed the man before her, amusement dancing in her eyes. Is he truly this oblivious? "Li Xiaocheng, take another step, and all your treasures will belong to me," she whispered, a sly smile gracing her lips. Li Xiaocheng halted, his brow furrowing in confusion as he turned to face her. "What do you mean by treasures?" Though he had little desire for such riches, he had initially sought them merely to provoke her. Finding her flustered was quite endearing. "I shall say this once. I am not a frivolous woman. I cannot simply hold hands or embrace at whim. You were the one who first suggested responsibility, yet now you waver. Does that mean I am free from obligation?" Lin Yusen stated, noting the perplexity etched across Li Xiaocheng's face. This man exhibited no determination. Retreating at every inquiry, it hardly constituted a proper confession of feelings. She would have to take the lead. "What did you say?" Li Xiaocheng's heart raced as he hastened to stand before Lin Yusen, his voice barely above a whisper, fearing he had misheard. Li Xiaocheng, do you have feelings for me? Lin Yusen asked earnestly, locking her gaze onto his. Yes, very much so, he exclaimed eagerly, nodding in affirmation.
Perfect.
I have a bit of fondness for you as well. Shall we give it a try? Lin Yusen declared, her lips curling into a smile. Let us not merely try, we shall undoubtedly be together. You are destined to be my princess, Li Xiaocheng proclaimed, lifting Lin Yusen into his arms, his tone solemn, enveloped in his embrace. Lin Yusen felt his fervor and gently caressed his back in a soothing gesture. Having recognized her feelings for him while in the carriage, she had resolved that this man would be hers. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding Li Xiaocheng's intentions. During their previous encounter in the mountain stronghold, he had not explicitly confessed, merely hinting at sentiments that could be misconstrued. At that time, she had not understood her own feelings and had withdrawn. But the events that had transpired earlier made her believe that Li Xiaocheng might genuinely harbor affections for her, emboldening her to act on her desires and nibble at him. The outcome was evident. Oh, how clever she felt. After a moment of shared warmth, Lin Yusen gently patted his back, saying, Now, back to business. I still need to show you those items. Li Xiaocheng did not loosen his embrace, resting his head against Lin Yusen's neck, murmuring softly, Since we are together now, what is mine is yours. It can remain with you without any fuss about taking it out. With a playful swat, Lin Yusen replied, As long as you understand, take me to see your treasury. Since I am here, let me catch a glimpse of my new treasures. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought.
Li Xiaocheng.
With a resigned smile, finally released Lin Yusen, noticing the glimmer in her eyes, understanding her newfound obsession with wealth. He playfully tapped her forehead, teasingly proclaiming, You are such a treasure seeker.
Come now.
With that, he boldly took her hand, leading her further into the depths of the vault. Lin Yusen gently touched her forehead, pouted her lips, and felt that her wife's authority had been provoked. She resolved to let him witness her prowess next time. Her feet, however, were quite honest, following him leisurely. In truth, it wasn't too far, merely around 10 meters. Li Xiaocheng pushed open a wooden door, revealing a space not shrouded in darkness, but illuminated by 6 fist-sized luminous pearls suspended on stands. The pearls emitted a soft white light, brightening the entire storeroom. Li Xiaocheng held her hand and walked inside, looking at her with a doting expression. Lin Yusen was indeed taken aback. What kind of storeroom was this? Besides the 6 luminous pearls, there were dozens of boxes filled with gold, and around 10 boxes of antique jewelry, along with many rare treasures, many of which she could not name. Li Xiaocheng, how exceedingly wealthy are you? Surely your wealth surpasses that of the national treasury. Lin Yusen gazed, her eyes sparkling with wonder at everything before her. Unable to resist, she released Li Xiaocheng's hand, picked up a string of imperial green bracelets, and slipped it onto her wrist. Heavens! The purity! She then gazed at the red agate coral, which was as tall as a stool. This must be larger than the blood coral gifted by the Zhao kingdom at the last state banquet. Lin Yusen explored the storeroom, examining various items, reluctant to leave any behind, until she was adorned with treasures herself. Chapter 84. The Foolish Affection. Li Xiaocheng looked at her with amusement, bemused by how much she adored wealth. He already possessed so many treasures, yet she seemed unable to tear herself away from silver and jewels. All right, have you seen enough? After all, they will all belong to you in the future. Are you afraid they might escape? Li Xiaocheng teased with a smile. You don't understand. Although wealth is an external material possession, it does not diminish my affection for it. My dream has always been to earn a great fortune and then find the most handsome man to travel the world. Lin Yusen explained, shaking her head at his words. Upon hearing her confession, Li Xiaocheng's expression turned serious. He stepped forward, grasped Lin Yusen's chin with one hand, drew his face closer, furrowing his brow and staring at her, warning her, Lin Yusen, I tell you, you can only be my princess from now on. If I find out you're flirting with other men, I will eliminate him. His tone carried a hint of menace. Lin Yusen gazed at the suddenly stern man before her, yet felt no fear. She thought to herself, where had the cold, ruthless, and fierce regent gone? Had she mistaken the plot? It seemed he was merely putting on a show in front of her. Lin Yusen raised her hands, wrapping them around Li Xiaocheng's neck, gently pulling him closer. They were already near, and with her tug, their lips almost brushed against each other.
Li Xiaocheng Stefanat.
He had been irked by her previous words, and hadn't he noticed how close they had become. Now, inhaling the sweet scent that belonged to Lin Yusen, He felt heat radiating through his entire being. He awkwardly tried to retreat but realized too late that Lin Yusen had secured her arms around his head. He swallowed hard, nervously gazing at the woman so near, feeling the tension bead on his forehead. His muscles were taut, desperately suppressing his own impulses. Lin Yusen noticed his growing nervousness, the thin sheen of sweat forming on his brow, and smiled, withdrawing one hand to caress his cheek, her fingertip grazing from his forehead to the tip of his nose. Suddenly, Li Xiaoqing jerked his hand up and seized Lin Yusen's restless hand, gritting his teeth as he warned, "Lin Yusen, don't play with fire. Do you really think I possess such self-control? Li Xiaoqing, with a man as handsome as you by my side, why would I seek out other beautiful men?" Lin Yusen replied, and with a gentle tug of her other hand, Li Xiaoqing's lips landed firmly on hers. Mere seconds later, Lin Yusen pulled back, leaving Li Xiaoqing stunned and frozen in place.
All right.
"I've had my fill of jewels. Let us go. We've lingered here too long. And I need to return to handle matters at home. We leave for the northern city in 3 days." As she spoke, she began to remove the jewelry she had adorned herself with, placing each piece back in its rightful place. Once she had returned everything, she turned around to find Li Xiaoqing standing still, gazing at her intently. Lin Yusen's heart skipped a beat. What was this? Was he dazed after a simple kiss? She approached him, waving her hand in front of his face.
Li Xiaoqing.
"What's wrong with you?" Li Xiaoqing looked at Lin Yusen, his eyes lighting up, then abruptly enveloped her in an embrace, leaning in closely and cautiously asking, "May I kiss you? When you kissed me just now, it felt like a dream. I want to kiss you again." Lin Yusen was taken aback. Was this really her intelligent, aloof regent? Why did it feel like he had lost his wits over a romantic encounter? However, she did not refuse him. After all, she was a modern soul. What was a kiss? It wouldn't cost her a thing, especially with someone she cherished. Thus, Lin Yusen chuckled, saying, "Li Xiaoqing, if you want to kiss, then kiss. This innocence doesn't quite suit you." Li Xiaoqing ignored her teasing, only hearing her words about wanting to kiss, and suddenly leaned in to press his lips against hers. His lips were warm, burning like a flame dancing upon them. He gently pried open Lin Yusen's lips, exploring new territories. She responded with fervor, their tongues intertwining, sharing sweetness and tenderness. After a long while, Li Xiaoqing finally released Lin Yusen, resting his forehead against hers, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. Lin Yusen, however, was breathless, glaring at Li Xiaoqing. Was this truly his first kiss? How could he be so adept? She nearly felt like she would drown in the kiss. "All right, let us go." Lin Yusen raised her hand and lightly tapped Li Xiaoqing, signaling that they could ascend. Li Xiaoqing pressed his lips together, looking at Lin Yusen, who bore a stern expression.
He found it amusing.
This girl. He had hoped for another embrace, but knew they had lingered too long today. After all, there would be many days to come. Thus, he loosened his hold on Lin Yusen, instead taking her hand gently and speaking softly. "Very well, let us go. I'll escort you home. Our trip to the northern city may not allow for your coming-of-age ceremony, but upon our return, I shall petition for our marriage." "I'm not in a hurry regarding marriage," Lin Yusen remarked nonchalantly. Hadn't they just begun dating? Was it truly time to discuss marriage? "I am."
Li Xiaoqing insista.
Observing her indifference, he felt a pang of frustration. This woman seemed to undervalue their relationship. No, he needed to secure her by his side sooner rather than later.
"Fine.
Do as you please." Lin Yusen noted his serious demeanor and did not press further. Haha. By the time they returned from the northern city, it would likely take several months to petition for marriage, and with all the accompanying ceremonies, it would be another month or 2. As for setting a wedding date, perhaps they could plan for a year later. Haha, wouldn't that leave her with around 2 years of playful freedom? I truly am clever. After a day of not hearing the significant thoughts of Lin Yusen, Li Xiaoqing felt a sense of relief now that he had. However, the content of her musings made him grit his teeth. This woman truly had a knack for delaying matters. "You think you can postpone marriage for 2 years?
Dream on."
"I shall turn your sweet dreams into a distant fantasy," Li Xiaoqing silently resolved, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor as he guided Lin Yusen out. As they reached the entrance of the storeroom, Lin Yusen suddenly realized. Turning to Li Xiaoqing, she asked in a hushed tone, "By the way, Li Xiaoqing, are you truly giving me those 6 jewels? You don't want them back?" Li Xiaoqing nearly rolled his eyes but managed to suppress the urge. With a resigned tone, he replied, "Lin Yusen, are you an idiot? Given the current state of our relationship, once you marry me in the future, all these possessions will belong to you, whether you choose to reveal them or not. Do you really think I would be concerned about such trivial matters?"
"Ha.
"I am merely seeking reassurance." Lin Yusen chuckled foolishly as she touched her nose. Is she afraid that one day Li Xiaoqing might turn cold and demand them back, leaving her to weep? But by then, it would merely serve as a parting gift. If she doesn't take them now, there may never be another chance. The little schemes Lin Yusen concocted in her mind could easily drive Li Xiaoqing to the brink of exasperation. Chapter 85. Caught red-handed. With one hand not clasping Lin Yusen's, Li Xiaoqing clenched and relaxed his fist behind his back. He suddenly realized that this girl had regained her talent for exasperating him. Should he perhaps delay his proposal, so he could savor these moments a little longer? Let us go. Quickly take me back. Dinner will soon be served. If I arrive late, my mother will surely scold me. Lin Yusen, in high spirits, did not part with the jewelry, and she led Li Xiaoqing towards the estate's exit. Observing their interlinked hands, a smile crept onto Li Xiaoqing's lips, softening his demeanor considerably. As they walked, the servants of the Wang residence looked on, their expressions suggesting, as expected, that this pair was indeed meant to be, signaling the arrival of a new mistress to the estate. They boarded the carriage bound for the Zhao residence, with Li Xiaoqing maintaining his hold on Lin Yusen's hand. Time passed, and when the carriage finally halted, he still did not release her. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Zhao residence. The driver's voice echoed from outside. Li Xiaoqing frowned, his mood decidedly grim. Lin Yusen found his expression amusing and asked teasingly, "What's the matter? Are you reluctant to part?" Li Xiaoqing continued to toy with Lin Yusen's soft hand, captivated by its delicate feel. As Lin Yusen felt a ticklish sensation, she instinctively tried to withdraw her hand but found it impossible, leading to a moment of silent exasperation. Why has Li Xiaoqing transformed into such a clingy person when it comes to romance? Where has that aloof, dashing figure gone? You're pushing it. I really must return, Lin Yusen said, observing Li Xiaoqing's serious demeanor. Lin Yusen, you hardly value me, yet you dare to scold me. Li Xiaoqing gazed at her with a look of deep grievance, as if she had wronged him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yusen raised her other hand and slowly clenched it, producing a playful, clicking sound. I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, you won't be allowed to speak to me for 10 days. Lin Yusen warned with narrowed eyes. After 3 seconds of silence, Li Xiaoqing released her hand, realizing that this was a risk he could not afford to take. Lin Yusen withdrew her hand, adjusted her clothing, and turned to Li Xiaoqing with a serious expression. I'll be quite busy over the next 3 days. Before I leave, I need to take care of matters in the estate as well as prepare medicine for my grandfather and uncle. You may come to fetch me in 3 days. Do you require assistance? Li Xiaoqing nodded in response. No need. I can manage on my own. It's nothing of great importance. Lin Yusen waved her hand dismissively. Very well. I shall take my leave then. If my mother sees me, I'll surely be lectured. Just as Lin Yusen was about to exit the carriage, Li Xiaoqing seized her wrist and pulled her back. Caught off guard, Lin Yusen was suddenly drawn into the warmth of his embrace. Is Xian just going to leave like this? Li Xiaoqing encircled Lin Yusen in his arms, his face inches from hers, his tone laden with feigned sorrow. What a predicament! Who taught this man to act so spoiled? How can anyone withstand this? Lin Yusen gazed at the man before her, her heart stirring despite her attempts to remain composed. Although she had only just acknowledged her feelings for him today, she was not at a point of being unable to live without him, thus maintaining her clarity of mind. Yet now this man was breaking the rules, abandoning his cold persona, and gazing at her with those innocent, pleading eyes, akin to a forsaken puppy, evoking her compassion. What else do you wish for? Lin Yusen asked, amusement dancing in her eyes. What does Xian say? Li Xiaoqing murmured softly, against her cheek. Li Xiaoqing, do you realize your image has crumbled? Lin Yusen teased, playfully pinching his cheek. Li Xiaoqing showed no sign of minding her playful antics, his eyes fixed on her with longing, oblivious to the meaning of her mention of image, yet undeterred in his pursuit of affection. Lin Yusen lifted her chin and pressed her lips against his, a fleeting brush before retreating. Seizing the moment while Li Xiaoqing was still in a daze, she swiftly grabbed the abandoned sword beside her and leaped out of the carriage, fearing that lingering even a second longer would lead to more prolonged embraces. However, as fate would have it, upon disembarking, Lin Yusen spotted Lin Xiaoyang standing at the entrance, preparing to return to the estate. What a disaster! How to explain being caught in a romantic moment? Waiting for advice, feeling urgent. Lin Yusen wished she could vanish into thin air. Ha! Second brother, you've returned. She greeted awkwardly. What's this? Lin Xiaoyang heard his sister mention romance, a peculiar phrase that was not difficult to interpret. As he glanced at the carriage from the Wang residence, a sudden jolt of realization struck him.
Oh,
We just came from the palace. The prince escorted me home. Let us go, second brother. I'm starving. Lin Yusen deflected the question and tugged at her brother's sleeve, leading him inside. Reluctantly pulled along, Lin Xiaoyang refrained from probing further into her association with the prince. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoqing observed from behind the curtain as Lin Yusen held onto Lin Xiaoyang's sleeve, his gaze darkening. After a prolonged silence, he resumed his icy demeanor, devoid of emotion, and commanded, Lung Han, deliver this to her. He gestured towards the food box set aside.
yes.
Lung Han appeared suddenly, grabbing the food box and vanishing from sight. To the palace, Li Xiaoqing ordered coldly. Yes. The carriage swiftly changed direction towards the palace. At the Zhao residence, as Lin Yusen and Lin Xiaoyang entered the main hall, they were met with the unexpected presence of Lin Qinglai. Elder brother, you're back. Lin Yusen greeted her brother, feeling a twinge of guilt. You remembered to return. I had the prince escort you, yet he only brought you back now? Lin Qinglai glared at her, irritation evident in his tone. Elder brother, I was discussing some matters regarding our trip to Jibiqing with the prince, which is why I am late, Lin Yusen replied earnestly.
Well,
Not entirely untrue, they indeed discussed serious matters, along with a touch of romance. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Qinglai at the mention of romance. What sort of romance could this entail? He scrutinized Lin Yusen closely, noticing a distinct change in her demeanor. She appeared more radiant than usual. Although Lin Yusen always possessed beauty, today she exuded an inexplicable charm. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, her lips bore a rosy hue. Lin Qinglai felt a pang of anxiety. Had his sister been led astray by that scoundrel?
how far had they gone?
As he contemplated his next words, Lin Qinglai realized he could not inquire too directly, lest he reveal that he had overheard her thoughts. A wave of frustration washed over him, and he cautiously asked Lin Yusen, Did you spend the entire afternoon discussing matters with the prince? Indeed, we finalized plans to travel to Beijing in 3 days to assess drought conditions and prevent disaster. Lin Yusen confirmed, sharing her forthcoming plans, knowing their trip would likely keep her away for several months. The prince? Could it be that man? Lin Qinglia's mind raced as he processed the implication that she had spent the afternoon in the company of the prince. Finally, he identified the culprit. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could not contend with such a formidable opponent. Lin Qinglai was engulfed in a myriad of thoughts, ultimately resigning himself to the situation. He decided to observe his sister's demeanor. If she truly became involved with the prince, and should he betray her, he would go to great lengths to exact vengeance.
Yet,
Presently, he felt powerless, unable to safeguard her. Chapter 86. Whosoever provokes me, I shall cut them down. Wait a moment, sister. Why do you intend to go to the northern city? What has transpired? Lin Xiaoyang was taken aback upon hearing his sister's plans. How could so much happen in a single day that he was unaware of? It has not rained in the north for a month. The emperor has commanded me to investigate the people's conditions and address the disaster. Lin Yusen explained with a shrug, her tone calm. Sister? How can such a significant matter be entrusted to you, a mere girl? Has the emperor truly consented? Is there no one else in the court? Lin Xiaoyang, in a state of agitation, voiced his concerns. His sister had only returned for a little over half a year. She had yet to enjoy the beauty of life. And now such a heavy burden was placed upon her shoulders. What could she possibly do? Second brother, there is no other option. The emperor's decree is absolute.
since he has issued it, I must comply.
The edict will arrive tomorrow morning, Lin Yusen reassured her elder brother, her heart warming at his anxious expression. Fear not, sister. With the prince to protect you, all shall be well. Besides, you are quite capable. Lin Qinglai patted Lin Xiaoyang's shoulder, urging him to relax. After all, Lin Yusen was someone who could even scold the emperor to his face. How could she possibly be in danger? Indeed, she possessed genuine talent. Even he, a mere warrior, recognized the merit in her defensive strategies. The prince will also be going? That is a relief. Should we not send the prince a gift to ensure he looks after you? Though he is not one to pursue women, he should still be inclined to care for you, Lin Xiaoyang mused, feeling a bit reassured, yet slightly uneasy. Upon seeing the prince escorting his sister earlier, an unsettling feeling had taken root within him. If his sister went with him and returned, would she still be his dear sister? Lin Qinglai observed his foolish younger brother, feeling somewhat speechless. Seeking the prince's aid, he was practically being charmed away by his sister. Was he not merely pushing her into the prince's path? Do not worry, second brother. Since the emperor has sent me alongside the prince, he will ensure my safety. Besides, I possess the imperial sword. Anyone who dares to provoke me will face dire consequences, Lin Yusen interjected, shaking the box she had been holding tightly. The imperial sword is within that box? Lin Xiaoyang stammered, concern flooding him. Had he neglected to pay his respects, showing disrespect to the emperor's favor? Indeed. This is the imperial sword bestowed by the emperor. He stated that anyone who obstructs me while I attend to the disaster may be executed first and reported afterward, Lin Yusen declared, lifting her chin with a triumphant expression, which drew laughter from her brothers. Very well. Let us proceed to Mother's quarters. Although the prince has already sent word, she remains worried about you, Lin Xiaoyang concluded, refraining from further protest, yet contemplating preparing additional silver for his sister's journey, just in case. Yes. Lin Yusen nodded, clutching the box tightly as she dashed towards their mother's courtyard. Mother! Lin Yusen called out even before she arrived. You little one, you have returned. Are you hungry? It is just in time for us to dine together, Zhao Hanya exclaimed, her heart finally at ease upon hearing Lin Yusen's voice. She did not inquire about her time in the palace, but rather focused on whether her daughter was hungry. The two brothers followed closely behind. Starved. I haven't eaten all day. I only had a little snack at the prince's, Lin Yusen cooed as she wrapped an arm around Zhao Hanya's.
Come.
Mother has instructed the servants to prepare your favorite dishes, Zhao Hanya smiled, leading Lin Yusen to the side hall. Wait. Mother, I need to put this away first. Lin Yusen pointed to the box she held, realizing it could not be carelessly discarded. It must be treated with reverence. Is that the imperial sword? You child. Can you just flaunt such a thing? Hurry and put it away. Zhao Hanya admonished, finally realizing that her daughter had been holding something so significant throughout the journey. This was a grave disrespect to the emperor's favor, having already been informed by her eldest son about the situation within the palace. She was aware that the emperor had conferred upon her daughter the title of Princess Pingning and entrusted her with such important matters. Naturally, she was concerned. Yet, with the circumstances now set in motion, she could only support her daughter's decision. Hee. I'm off then. Lin Yusen giggled playfully, then scampered away with the box. What a reckless child. How will she ever marry at this rate? Zhao Hanya fretted, watching her daughter's antics. Lin Chunlai, observing the scene, sighed inwardly upon hearing his mother's words. Mother, you need not worry. Your daughter is already destined to be swept away. Rest assured, mother. My sister will undoubtedly find a worthy match. Lin Chunlai offered words of comfort. Indeed, mother, my sister will surely find someone good. If not, we shall support her for life, Lin Xiaoyang added earnestly. Can you not wish for your sister's happiness? In just 2 months, Yusen will come of age. If this were a while back, a girl raised in the countryside would hardly attract any suitors. Now, however, it is different. Despite being a girl, the emperor regards her highly and has entrusted her with significant responsibilities. She has become quite the catch. Soon, suitors will be lining up at our door.
Zhao Hanya remarked,
Leading her 2 sons with laughter. Now that the children had grown, it was time to consider their marriages. With the eldest son's prospects becoming clearer, she planned to invite Lady Fu to Bai Ling Temple next month under the pretext of making a wish, hoping to arrange an introduction for her son. Mother. Sister will depart for the northern city in 3 days. She may not return in time for her coming-of-age ceremony, Lin Chunlai informed their mother. So she might prepare herself mentally. 3 days? How urgent! Zhao Hanya exclaimed, taken aback. Mother, this is of utmost importance. We cannot delay. Lin Chunlai said quietly. Zhao Hanya paused momentarily before nodding. I understand. I shall prepare some belongings for Yusen to take with her tomorrow. As children grow, they must learn to soar. As a mother, I must learn to let go. Upon returning to her courtyard and placing the box down, Lin Yusen was startled by the sudden appearance of Lung Han. And you are? Miss Lin, I am a shadow guard of the prince, Lung Han. This is a delivery from the prince, he replied coldly. Lin Yusen's gaze fell upon the item in his hand. It was indeed the gift from the empress. Embarrassment washed over her as she realized she had completely forgotten about it. She hurriedly accepted the box, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Lung Han, for making this trip. It is my duty. I shall take my leave now, he said before vanishing, leaving Lin Yusen in admiration of his skills. How she wished to possess such abilities. Clearly, there were many talented individuals around Li Xiaocheng. Chapter 87. The Case. Afterward, Lin Yusen took the food box and headed directly to Xiaohao's room. Upon entering, she found Xiaohao still engrossed in his studies. She gently inquired, Xiaohao, have you had dinner yet? Sister. Xiaohao's eyes brightened at the sight of Lin Yusen. He shook his head, not yet. I wanted to wait for you to eat together. Then let us go. I will take you to Mother S place to eat. By the way, sister will be traveling far in 3 days and may be away for several months. You must behave while I am gone. Lin Yusen affectionately ruffled Xiaohao's hair. Sister is going far away. Can Xiaohao come along? I do not want to be separated from you. Xiaohao's heart sank at the thought of Lin Yusen's departure. Since arriving at the Zhao household, his sister had always been busy, often leaving for the entire day. He seldom accompanied his sister, and upon hearing that she would be away for an extended period, an overwhelming sense of unease flooded his heart. This time, his sister was attending to serious matters, and it was far too perilous to bring him along. Lin Yusen, noticing Xiaohao's distress, felt somewhat at a loss. How does one console a child in sorrow? Is my sister going far away? Can Xiaohao come with her? I don't want to be separated from my sister. Upon hearing Lin Yusen mention her departure, Xiaohao's heart sank. Since arriving at the Zhao residence, his sister had been consistently busy, often leaving for the entire day. With her impending absence, a profound anxiety enveloped him. This time, my sister is going to attend to important affairs. It would be too dangerous to take you with her. Lin Yusen observed Xiaohao's sadness and felt helpless, unsure how to comfort him. I'm not afraid. I don't want to stay home alone. I want to go with my sister. Does she not want me either? Xiaohao gazed at Lin Yusen with pleading eyes, tears beginning to well up, which tugged at Lin Yusen's heartstrings. After a moment of deep contemplation, she resolved to take him along, recognizing that Xiaohao's background was exceptional. And he could not remain a sheltered flower. It was essential for him to witness the hardships of the world. After much deliberation, Lin Yusen solemnly addressed Xiaohao. Xiaohao, I consent to take you with me, but you must obey my instructions. Additionally, I will have Shuang accompany you to ensure your safety.
All right.
I will listen to my sister. Xiaohao's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing her agreement, and he immediately assured her. By the way, this is a delicacy bestowed by the queen. Take it with you to eat when you're hungry. Lin Yusen recalled something and hurriedly retrieved the food box gifted by the queen, handing it to him. Xiaohao accepted it gleefully, opened it, and exclaimed in surprise at the exquisite treats inside. How beautiful. I don't want to eat them. No matter how beautiful, they are still food. If you can't finish them all, just save some for later. Lin Yusen chuckled at Xiaohao's delighted expression. Xiaohao carefully picked up a piece, took a bite, and instantly squinted his eyes in delight. So delicious. Haha, now eat just a little. We have to have dinner soon. Let us go. We should have a proper meal with mother and the others before we leave. After allowing him to savor one piece, Lin Yusen took Xiaohao's hand and guided him.
All right.
Xiaohao was elated, and thus Lin Yusen led him away. As they hurried to their mother's courtyard, they found that the meal was already prepared, waiting for their arrival. Mother, elder brother, second brother, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Has third brother returned as well? Lin Yusen greeted each of them, noticing her third brother's surprised expression. He typically immersed himself in his cases, neglecting home life. No, please have Xiaohao sit down. Zhao Hanya urged them to take their seats upon seeing the two of them. Yes, the case was resolved, and since there's nothing pressing in the past couple of days, I thought I'd come back for a visit. Lin Shishao said with a smile. How did the case go? Lin Yusen inquired curiously as she sat down with Xiaohao, although she was already aware of some details. She was still intrigued by the specifics. A few days ago, your hint enlightened me. I hurried back to discuss it with my superior and found that it's most likely related to an animal, perhaps one that can fly. We investigated households in the capital that keep pets and discovered that 5 families of officials have birds. Princess Shibao owns a fierce eagle, which is unlikely to have ventured out of the palace. The residence of the Grand Tutor has a bird that he gifted to his wife years ago to alleviate her boredom. However, it has grown quite old and wouldn't easily fly far enough to commit a crime. The other 2 are parrots, one belonging to a deputy minister and the other to a wealthy family in the capital. I inquired about them, and they were recently purchased and have not yet been trained, so they wouldn't know how to commit a crime. The last one is connected to Minister Ho. Initially, we couldn't trace it, but we found a parrot at a household in the east of the city, and by sheer luck, we witnessed Ho Mingyuan entering that residence that very night. Further inquiries revealed that the house belonged to his concubine, and the parrot was kept there. This concubine has a brother named Liang Bo, who is 18 and just passed the imperial examination last year. The next day, we spread rumors about a beautiful girl in town, and the parrot indeed showed up, leading to its capture. However, as it's a bird, it cannot testify against its accomplice. Liang Bo insisted that the parrot ran away on its own. He claims to be unaware of any wrongdoing. So the case remains unresolved for now. The bird has been put down, while Liang Bo remains unscathed. As Lin Yuxin recounted the details, his mood darkened. The prolonged case weighed heavily on his heart. Knowing who the culprit was yet being unable to apprehend him felt profoundly frustrating. Well, second brother. At least the case has been solved. That's a positive note, so cheer up. Lin Yusen comforted him.
Indeed.
Knowing the perpetrator was within reach, but unable to catch him was vexing. However, this situation inadvertently hindered the Crown Prince from placing personnel in the Criminal Justice Department, thus averting future complications. So, it is not entirely a negative outcome. Vigilance is still necessary regarding their movements, for fear they may attempt another scheme. Lin Yusen contemplated this, recognizing the duality in many situations. Upon hearing his sister's insights, Lin Yuxin's gloomy disposition lightened. Indeed, they had thwarted the Crown Prince's scheme, which could be deemed a fortunate turn of events. Thank you, sister. Lin Yuxin smiled and nodded at her. Now, let us not discuss serious matters right after returning. Let us eat. Everyone must be hungry. Zhao Hanya shot her third son a disapproving look. The workaholic could go on endlessly about work, prompting her to urge everyone to eat without delay. Yes, let us eat. I'm starving. Lin Yusen noticed her mother's displeasure and promptly picked up her chopsticks, eating earnestly while also serving Xiaohao several dishes. Eat more, Xiaohao. Thank you, sister. Xiaohao hesitated at the sight of the carrots in his bowl but smiled at Lin Yusen nonetheless. Chapter 88. Family Meeting. Whoa, I don't like eating carrots. Although he used to be unpicky, that was when he had nothing to eat. Having food was already a blessing, so there was no room for selectiveness. Moreover, with the daily coarse grains, he rarely encountered carrots. However, now that he was in the Zhao household, where he was treated well and the meals were satisfying, he discovered he actually had preferences and carrots were among them. Nevertheless, he concealed his distaste. Xiaohao bore through it and ate the carrots, for they were chosen by his sister. No matter how unpalatable, he had to eat them. After the family finished their dinner, Lin Yusen finally broached the subject at hand, marking it as a family meeting. Mother, I shall be departing on a long journey in 3 days, with no definite return date. And I have decided to take Xiaohao with me. Please rest assured, the regent will accompany me, and with his protection, your daughter will return safely. Your elder brother informed me. I will help you pack tomorrow. But how can you take Xiaohao? He is still so young, and in case of any mishap, you may not be able to protect him. Zhao Hanya's primary concern was that he was a prince. Taking him out like this posed immense risks. And what would she say to the emperor if anything were to happen? Mother, Xiaohao is bored at home. It would be ideal for him to go out and gain some experience. Lin Yusen explained dismissively. This is the future emperor, not a sheltered flower. How can he empathize with the people's plight if he is confined at home every day? Only by exposing him to the lives of ordinary citizens and understanding their needs can he become a wise ruler. As I have taken him under my wing, I must bear the responsibility for him. His future path is his own to traverse, yet I sincerely hope that it broadens with each step he takes. Lin Yusen gazed at Xiaohao, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Her decision to rescue Xiaohao stemmed from a desire to provide the Zhao family with a pillar of support. However, as she got to know him, he became like a younger brother to her, and she genuinely regarded him as such. Should Xiaohao ascend to that esteemed position in the future, I shall ensure he approaches it with both stability and assurance. The others present were momentarily taken aback, unaware of the grand aspirations residing in their daughter's heart. A wise ruler? Such ambitions are not easily cultivated. Even the most revered mentors would hesitate to harbor such lofty dreams. Yet Lin Yusen dared to entertain such thoughts, aspirations that left them in awe. The three brothers exchanged glances, a silent understanding blossoming between them. Since their sister held such aspirations as a family, they would rally to support her. If she sought to assist Xiaohao, they too would strive to aid her in that endeavor. Zhao Hanya suppressed her astonishment, acknowledging her daughter's words carried weight. Becoming a wise ruler is no trivial pursuit. Nonetheless, she sighed and spoke. Xin, you may decide as you wish, but it would be prudent to consult the child's parents. Should they still be alive? I wonder how they would perceive the situation. Zhao Hanya delicately broached the subject of Xiaohao's parents, implying that while her intentions were noble, taking the emperor's child under her wing warranted a conversation with his guardians. Wouldn't she fear their retribution? It dawned on Lin Yusen. They are unaware of this matter. It seems I must find time to inquire with the emperor, although he may not yet know that this child is alive. Regardless of his approval, I have resolved to take him under my care. Mother, how am I to know where his parents are? I'll address that when the time comes. Lin Yusen replied with a playful grin. Zhao Henya recognized that her daughter had absorbed the gravity of the conversation, but felt a sense of trepidation at her daughter's apparent lack of reverence for the emperor. It seemed to her that the emperor's mercy in sparing the Zhao family was a mere stroke of benevolence. Meanwhile, Xiaohao stared blankly at Lin Yusen, having sensed her unspoken thoughts. A warmth spread through him as he pondered whether she envisioned him as that wise ruler. Was his father that person? And if so, why had he abandoned him? Yet, Xiaohao quickly brushed aside his sorrow. Having grown up alone, he had endured countless harsh words and thus remained indifferent to the identity of his parents. Regardless of their lineage, he had a sister now, who wished for him to grow into a wise ruler, and he would strive to fulfill that aspiration. As he looked upon his sister's face, a comforting warmth enveloped him. She was undertaking responsibilities that were not hers to bear, and he felt compelled to work hard so as not to disappoint her. Unbeknownst to Lin Yusen, her protective sentiments inadvertently instilled a sense of guilt within Xiaohao. Elder brother, the second daughter of the Tai Fu family is a good match. If you two find favor in one another, it would be wise to settle matters sooner rather than later, Lin Yusen began to advise her elder brother. After all, Ji Qingxue has come of age, and if memory serves, her family is likely already seeking an appropriate match for her. In the narrative, this is the period when marriages are being discussed, but it was only after your injury that she resolutely followed you. Now that you are unharmed, her marriage should proceed normally. If you do not exert yourself, she may find herself betrothed to another. Understood, elder sister, Lin Chunlai replied, his ears flushed with embarrassment. Zhao Henya took note and felt a twinge of urgency. It seemed they could not afford to wait until next month and must hasten to arrange a meeting with Madame Ji. Second brother, be cautious during your outings. Lin Qi is not to be trusted, Lin Yusen cautioned her second brother. His demise has yet to unfold, but it is prudent to remain vigilant. In the narrative, he invited second brother to a gathering in a secluded location where they encountered robbers. Lin Qi, in a moment of desperation, sacrificed second brother to save himself. Let us hope second brother can remain alert this time. Otherwise, I shan't be able to return in time to rescue you. Lin Yusen silently prayed for her brother's safety. Understood. You two should take care while you are out. Do not worry about home. I am not foolish and will be cautious, Lin Xiaoyang assured his sister with a smile, his eyes flickering momentarily. Third brother, you too must be wary of women. Lin Yusen turned her attention to him, warning Lin Shishao. Your own tribulations may still be some time away, but it is best to remain forewarned to avoid falling into traps. You are destined to be wronged by a treacherous father, entangled with the side consort of the Rui Wang, resulting in your demise. However, if you keep your distance from women in this life, perhaps you can evade such a calamity. Lin Yusen pondered, realizing she could do little more than offer a warning. With her impending absence in the coming months, she could only prepare an ample supply of medicine for unforeseen circumstances. Yes, I understand. I am not one to be swayed by the allure of women. So you need not worry, Lin Shishao replied, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair. However, a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes. Their sister's concern for their well-being warmed the hearts of the three brothers. Very well, it is late. Xinxin should return to rest, Zhao Hanya remarked. Noting that the family meeting had drawn to a close, she felt a pang of affection for her daughter, who had busied herself throughout the day yet remained preoccupied with her troublesome brothers, blurring the lines of sibling roles. Then, I shall take Xiaohao back to rest, Lin Yusen admitted, feeling fatigued after the emotional roller coaster of the day. Go on. After Lin Yusen and Xiaohao departed, Zhao Hanya's expression darkened. She regarded her three sons with a serious yet slightly disdainful tone. You three are utterly useless, relying on your sister to make preparations for you. Now that you are aware of the circumstances, it is up to you to resolve this matter, without disturbing Yusen. She is destined for greatness. And if you cannot assist her, do not hinder her progress. Do you understand? She was not merely a sheltered young lady. In her youth, she had fought alongside her father on the battlefield, witnessing the devastation war wreaked upon the common people. Thus, she comprehended the significance of her daughter's ambitions. A wise ruler cannot be cultivated slowly, and she had heard from her father that the family's elder brothers and several younger relatives were already taking the tonic Yusen had devised to strengthen their bodies, engaging in her design training regimen, yielding some success over the past month. Second brother's health was beginning to improve. Just days prior, he had commenced rehabilitation training. Third brother had also recovered significantly, no longer struggling for breath and capable of running for an hour. The younger ones had also become swifter, and she had already surmised Yusen's intentions. Moreover, With the emperor currently favoring her daughter, she would undoubtedly be tasked with many responsibilities in the future. As family, they could not be a burden to her. Do not worry, mother. We understand. The three sons replied earnestly, their heads bowed. They recognized that their sister's potential extended far beyond their current understanding, and they resolved not to become her encumbrance.
Good.
Also, remember to take the medicinal baths that Xin prepared. Zhao Hanya reminded them before waving them off. Once the three departed, she retreated to her private quarters, sinking into contemplation. After a while, she approached her writing desk, picked up a brush, and began to write swiftly. 15 minutes later, she set down her brush and softly called, laying. Master. A slender figure appeared before Zhao Hanya, bowing respectfully. Deliver this to father. Zhao Hanya instructed, folding the letter she had just written and handing it to Laying. Yes. The rakeage took the letter, uttered a brief response, and then vanished from sight. Lin Yusen returned to her small courtyard but found no rest. She was on the verge of departure, with numerous tasks yet to accomplish. After lulling Xiaohao to sleep, she summoned Shuiying. Your injuries should be nearly healed. We shall depart together in 3 days, and you will be responsible for Xiaohao's safety. But what about you, miss? Shuiying inquired, perplexed. After all, he had been sent by the lady to protect her, so why must he look after a stranger child? I have my own protectors, you need not worry. Lin Yusen replied nonchalantly. If Li Xiaocheng could not safeguard her, then she might reconsider her affections. Understood. Shuiying suppressed his confusion and acquiesced. It was the duty of the shadow guards to obey commands. Very well, you may leave now. After dismissing him, Lin Yusen chose not to summon Xiaodai for assistance. Closing the door behind her and swiftly entering her space, she needed to concoct a plethora of medicines, write a project proposal, and fulfill her promise to her second brother regarding the beauty pills. Moreover, she had to draft clothing design sketches. Thus, Lin Yusen busied herself in her space until evening, preparing numerous potions, including those for her grandfather's health, as well as some for hemostasis, inflammation, detoxification, and other necessities. Early the next morning, Xiaodai arrived to call her. Miss, wake up quickly. Someone has come from the palace. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yusen halted her tasks and swiftly exited her space.
Come in.
Lin Yusen called toward the entrance. Xiaodai hurriedly carried in water and, upon seeing the miss still clad in yesterday's attire, felt a flicker of confusion but thought little of it, quickly assisting Lin Yusen with her ablutions. Once Lin Yusen was dressed anew, she left the courtyard and proceeded to the front hall. Upon her arrival, Eunuch Lu was already there, joined by her mother and her 3 brothers. Was she the only one delayed? I apologize for keeping you waiting, Eunuch Lu, Lin Yusen said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Your Highness is too courteous. Please receive the edict. Eunuch Lu replied with a smile, aware of his standing near the emperor and unwilling to offend, thus not minding the wait. I humbly accept the edict. Lin Yusen respectfully knelt to receive it. This wretched society. Must one always kneel? Eunuch Lu, I implore you to expedite this. If my knees ache, I shall not hesitate to report you to the emperor. Lin Yusen muttered silently, her head bowed. Zhao Hanya and the 3 brothers of the Lin family also knelt with reverence, although one could observe the twitching at their lips. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Lin Yusen of the Lin family, possessing a character of propriety and diligence, harmonious and pure, with a temperament gentle and virtuous, shall be conferred the title of Princess Pingning. Additionally, she is appointed as a special envoy to Jibei City to address the matter of the ongoing drought. A precious sword is bestowed upon her to execute tyrants above and punish corrupt officials below. Thus it is decreed. Eunuch Lu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and began to read the edict with great solemnity. Thank you for your gracious favor. Lin Yusen bowed deeply, rising as she accepted the edict. Zhao Hanya, with keen insight, discreetly motioned for a pouch to be given to Eunuch Lu. Eunuch Lu, I appreciate your efforts in this matter. Zhao Hanya smiled as she expressed her gratitude. Lady Lin, you are too kind. These matters are within my duties. Your Highness, since the edict has been conveyed, we shall return to the palace to report. Although Eunuch Lu spoke with courtesy, his hands were not idle. He accepted the pouch, feeling its weight before tucking it into his sleeve, his smile widening. Thank you, Eunuch Lu. Please take care on your way. Lin Yusen bid farewell to him with neither subservience nor arrogance. Although Eunuch Lu was a eunuch, he was a man of the emperor's court. Maintaining a good relationship was essential. After all, should a day come when she incurred the emperor's displeasure, having him speak a good word would be invaluable. Once Eunuch Lu was sent on his way, the family reverently placed the edict in the main hall for display, then resumed their respective tasks. The three brothers busied themselves with their own affairs, while their mother set about reviewing the household accounts for the month and managing her dowry shops. Lin Yusen returned to her courtyard, summoned Xiao Dai, and departed the estate. Her first stop was the general's residence. "Grandfather, how have you been feeling these past few days? Is your cough still severe?" Lin Yusen asked as she lifted her hand to take his pulse. "I've hardly coughed at all. I've taken the medicine you prescribed for a month now, and I am nearly well." Zhao Shiji replied nonchalantly, fully aware of his own condition. He could now practice at the training grounds with the younger recruits for several hours without coughing. "Indeed, you are much improved. In another half-month, you can cease the medication." Lin Yusen nodded and withdrew her hand. "Hee, my dear granddaughter is truly capable," Zhao Shiji boasted, feeling fortunate to have such a talented granddaughter. "Grandfather, you flatter me. I must visit my second uncle now," Lin Yusen replied with a smile, feeling slightly bashful from her grandfather's praise as she rose to take her leave. "Do stay for lunch today. I heard you've been granted the title of princess. Let us chat when you have time," Zhao Shiji said, nodding with a look of contentment as he regarded Lin Yusen. Upon learning of the emperor's decree to appoint Yusen as Princess Pingning and send her to the northern city, he felt a mixture of astonishment and concern. After all, this was a significant matter, and the situation there was uncertain. He worried about her ability to manage as a young woman in such a position, especially with the local officials possibly resisting her authority. However, now that the decision had been made, he could not change it. He had received word the night before and rushed to the palace only to find that the emperor had not altered his decree. Thus, he understood that the matter was beyond his control. Moreover, having received his granddaughter's letter, he had made arrangements overnight, selecting 20 individuals to accompany Yusen. "Yes, I will provide you with further details when I have a moment. For now, I shall see my second uncle," Lin Yusen affirmed, acknowledging the invitation to lunch, then bowed to her grandfather before exiting straight to her second uncle's courtyard. Upon entering her second uncle's courtyard, she spotted her second aunt assisting him with rehabilitation exercises. "Second uncle," Lin Yusen greeted as she approached. "Yusen, you've come. Please take a seat," her second aunt exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her, eagerly inviting her to sit. "No need to mind me, second aunt. You simply assist, second uncle. How are you feeling, second uncle? Is there any discomfort in your legs?" Lin Yusen smiled and gestured for her second aunt to focus on her husband, then began to inquire about her second uncle's condition.
"Well,
"I feel much better now. I can manage a few steps without assistance," Zhao Feng replied, his leg injury nearly healed. The gloom that had hung over him had lifted, and he appeared quite refined, no longer resembling a battle-hardened warrior. "That's wonderful. Consistent rehabilitation will ensure you can walk freely in due time. Second uncle, please sit. I have something important to discuss with you," Lin Yusen said, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as she regarded Zhao Feng.
speak."
Zhao Feng sensed the gravity of the situation from her expression and, with his wife's support, returned to the edge of the bed before he began to inquire. "Second uncle, I had intended to wait until your leg had healed sufficiently before administering the antidote. However, circumstances have changed abruptly. The emperor has dispatched me from the capital, and I may be absent for several months. Thus, I wish to resolve your affliction before my departure. However, due to the complexity of your poison, I cannot guarantee success. But I will do my utmost to ensure your safety." Lin Yusen spoke earnestly as she shared her intentions with Zhao Feng. This was the outcome of her contemplation throughout the night while preparing the antidote. If she did not administer the detoxification now, upon her return, she could only imagine the extent of the toxin's ravage upon her second uncle's body, potentially jeopardizing the recovery of his leg that had taken so long to heal. The sooner the poison was expelled, the better. Moreover, she was resolute. With the assistance of Gigi, she believed she could conquer this toxin. Lin Yusen thought vehemently. Zhao Feng observed the subtle expressions on Lin Yusen's face, listening intently to her thoughts, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the endearing nature of this silly girl. "Yusen, your second uncle is well aware that if it weren't for you, I would not be able to stand. I owe you my gratitude. As for the poison, I entrust it to you. Regardless of the outcome, I will not hold you accountable. Furthermore, I have faith in you. I believe in your ability to heal me." Zhao Feng's heartfelt words resonated deeply, a gratitude he alone could comprehend, for it was Yusen who had pulled him from the depths of despair. "You are too humble, second uncle. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. If you are mentally prepared, then let us commence." Lin Yusen felt an uncomfortable twist in her heart at Zhao Feng's gratitude. It felt odd for the family to exchange so many thanks. Quickly, she shyly stated the primary purpose of her visit to the Zhao residence today.
"Ah,
Right now, Not only was Zhao Yingfeng taken aback, but even Chen Longji was astonished. Caught entirely off guard. Yes, it must be today. I need to detoxify my uncle now. I have 2 days to observe for any unforeseen circumstances. So, I can address them promptly. If I wait until I leave the capital, it will be troublesome. Lin Yusen earnestly explained to the two of them. It wasn't that she was anxious. The situation demanded immediate action. Otherwise, upon her return, the circumstances could be dire. The poison within the body was capricious, potentially activating at any moment. After a brief moment of silence, Zhao Yingfeng nodded, stating, "Yusen, I consent. You may proceed without reservation." "Very well, second uncle.
Please lie down.
And we shall begin. And, please wait outside, and do not disturb us." With Zhao Yingfeng's agreement, Lin Yusen breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared her second uncle would refuse, leaving her with no recourse but to pray for their safety until her return. Now that he consented, she could proceed with confidence.
All right.
"I shall remain outside.
Just call if you need anything."
Chen Longji wasted no time, for it concerned her husband. She helped Lin Yingfeng settle onto the bed and then stepped outside to wait. Remembering something, she instructed the servants to notify the master and mistress. Lin Yusen approached the bedside, retrieving a silver needle from her pocket and holding it firmly in her hand. With a serious expression, she addressed Zhao Yingfeng, "Second uncle. I shall begin." "Yes, let us commence." Zhao Yingfeng replied with a gentle smile, closing his eyes and surrendering himself entirely to Lin Yusen. Seeing her second uncle's demeanor, Lin Yusen did not hesitate. She swiftly began to insert needles into his body. After 2 needles, Zhao Yingfeng fell unconscious. Lin Yusen did not cease. She merely altered the direction of the needles. The initial needles were for acupuncture anesthesia. Now, she needed to target the acupoints that would protect his heart. After half an hour of continuous work, she had placed over 20 needles in Zhao Yingfeng's body, yet Lin Yusen was drenched in sweat. Phew, the next part is crucial. With a swift motion, she produced a pill, administering it to her second uncle before summoning Gigi. "Gigi, why have you called me out? I need your assistance." "No way. You didn't fulfill your promise last time. If you help me this time, I will grant you what I promised. Let's see what you need help with first." "My second uncle is poisoned, and I have safeguarded his heart. I've forced the toxin into one area, and I need you to help me extract it." Lin Yusen explained in a conciliatory tone, as she was indeed seeking its aid. Unfortunately, their relationship was not akin to the master-pet dynamic often depicted in novels. Gigi could be quite temperamental, and she preferred to avoid provoking its wrath. Last time, in her eagerness to save someone, she had carelessly tossed it back into her space, resulting in the devastation of her medicinal field.
Fine.
"I'll take a look." "Thank you, Gigi. Just prepare what you need." Though it spoke casually, a closer look revealed its small body quivering with excitement. Chapter 91. Detoxification successful. "All right, once this is done, I'll give you the purple flower," Lin Yusen remarked with a chuckle at its triumphant demeanor. It truly resembled the greedy Zhou Baipi. With a chirp, Gigi leapt onto Zhao Yingfeng, spinning around before settling on his chest and nodding at Lin Yusen. Lin Yusen hastily retrieved a small knife, slicing open Zhao Yingfeng's wrist. And blood flowed immediately. However, she dared not staunch the bleeding, waiting instead for Gigi. Then, she watched as Gigi vanished into the wound. Lin Yusen quickly grabbed the teapot on the table, rinsed it with spring water from her space, and collected Zhao Yingfeng's blood. She could not afford to waste it. It might prove useful later. She remained in silence, this being her first time requesting Gigi's assistance with detoxification, uncertain of how long it would take. Initially, she had intended to devise an antidote herself, but this toxin was extraordinary. It bore a resemblance to goo poison. Recently, she had started to make some progress, and wanted to conduct further experiments to validate her findings. However, time was of the essence. She was about to leave the capital for an extended period and did not wish to put her second uncle at risk. Previously, she had consulted the physician treating her uncle, who indicated that the toxin was likely related to miaojiang, known for its abundance of goo poison. Thus, the difficulty in detoxifying it was evident. For the past decade, the Imperial Medical Bureau could only manage to suppress it without truly neutralizing it. This was because goo poison differed significantly from ordinary toxins, each requiring distinct methods of resolution. While her second uncle's poison was not purely goo poison, it remained exceedingly troublesome to treat. This necessity compelled her to seek Gigi's assistance. As a goo king, if it could not resolve this poison, it might as well be reformed. Lin Yusen watched intently as a bulge slowly formed on Zhao Yingfeng's chest, moving from side to side within his body. Time passed. and the bulge began to migrate toward the bleeding wound. Lin Yusen sensed that Ji was nearing completion and readied her needles. In the next moment, a blood-red entity shot forth from the wound. With quick reflexes, Lin Yusen inserted a needle to halt the bleeding. If the blood continued to flow, her second uncle would perish from blood loss before the poison could claim him. She hurriedly administered a qi and blood-replenishing pill to Zhao Yingfeng before turning to Ji, which had now resumed its original form as a blood-colored worm. What happened? Ji? Lin Yusen inquired with concern. Rest assured I took care of it. How could there be any errors? Indeed, you are the most formidable. Here, take this. Lin Yusen, finding Ji's fluffy form rather adorable, presented the promised purple flower. I'll take it back to enjoy slowly. I just had a full meal and need to digest. By the way, that celestial dew can be diluted with a drop of water for him to drink. It will improve his body, which has suffered from the poison for so many years. Understood. Thank you, Ji. Lin Yusen nodded in acknowledgement, then returned Ji to her space. Turning her attention back to Zhao Yingfeng, Lin Yusen began to check his pulse. Yes, the poison was indeed neutralized. However, the damage inflicted upon his bodily functions over the years was severe. Since Ji had spoken up, the celestial dew would undoubtedly prove beneficial. She attended to the wound on her second uncle's wrist, hesitating for a moment as she gazed at the blood pooling beneath the teapot. Finally, she lifted it and added a drop of the celestial elixir. Only then did she begin to feed her second uncle blood. Despite her utmost caution, some spilled, trickling from the corners of his mouth down to his neck, creating a gruesome scene. Fortunately, her second aunt was not present. Otherwise, one might assume Lin Yusen had done something sinister to Zhao Yingfeng. Once Lin Yusen finally finished administering the blood and checked his pulse again, the efficacy of the celestial elixir was evident. Her second uncle's damaged organs were gradually mending, and even the injury on his leg was healing at an astonishing rate. Perhaps he might recover even better than he had a decade ago, and it might not be impossible for him to return to the battlefield. It seemed that her second uncle had turned misfortune into fortune this time. If he recovered, combined with the training regimen she had designed, it was conceivable that a new war god could be forged from him. After Lin Yusen tidied up the surroundings, she proceeded to open the door, only to be met by a throng of people outside. Alongside her second aunt were her grandfather, grandmother, and a cousin. Only her third uncle and third aunt were absent, while the fourth and fifth uncles were away with the military. How is Yusen? How is your second uncle? Her grandfather inquired urgently upon seeing Lin Yusen at the door. He has been freed from the poison, and his body is slowly recuperating. For now, he should maintain a light diet and avoid overexertion. I am prescribing him a course of medication for 7 days, after which he will no longer need to take any medicine. And the medication for his leg injury will also be unnecessary, Lin Yusen explained earnestly to the gathered family. That's a relief. As long as the poison is resolved, that's what matters. Yusen is truly remarkable. A poison that had not been cured in 10 years, and she managed to dissolve it. She is indeed our family's lucky star. Indeed. Zhao Shiji dismissed the praises of a brat, knowing full well his own granddaughter's prowess. He turned to Lin Yusen with confusion. No need for medication for the leg injury? Why is that? Didn't you say it would take a month? The surgery hasn't even been a month yet, has it? Grandfather, my second uncle's leg is currently undergoing rehabilitation. This time, I employed a special medication that accelerates his recovery. Once he heals from this, both his previous injuries and leg wound will be completely resolved, without any lingering effects. If he wishes to return to the battlefield, it should pose no issue. Lin Yusen observed the deep lines of worry etched on her grandfather's aged face, her heart aching for him, for he had always shouldered the responsibilities of the family. Really? That's wonderful. Ha ha ha. Zhao Shiji felt a wave of relief wash over him at the thought of his son returning to the battlefield, which indicated a full recovery. His joy was palpable. Yusen, may I go in to see him? Chunlonji, her second uncle's wife, expressed her eagerness to check on her husband.
Yes.
Go ahead. He should be awake by now. Lin Yusen nodded, stepping aside to allow them entry. Then, the entire family filed in, with Lin Yusen trailing behind. As they entered, they found Zhao Yingfeng awakening, smiling at their presence, unaware of the blood smeared across his mouth and neck. This smile sent a chill down the spines of those present, causing them to halt at the doorway, their hearts racing. Lin Shiji, accustomed to such sights, hesitated only briefly, but the younger ones were not so composed.
Ah!
A blood-sucking demon. Zhao Chunhai screamed, bolting out of the room. Monster! Echoed the cries of his brothers as they followed suit, dashing out in terror. Lin Yusen. who was the last to enter, looked bewilderedly at the panicked trio, Zhao Chenhai, Zhao Chendong, and Zhao Chenfeng, as they fled. "What's wrong with them?" she asked, puzzled.
Yuxin.
"How exactly did you detoxify your second uncle? Why does he look like that?" her second aunt cautiously inquired, wary of offending Lin Yusen's pride with her directness. Chapter 92. Third Uncle Zhao Yingling. Yet, witnessing her husband in such a state, she hesitated to approach directly. Her once gallant and heroic husband was now reduced to this.
"Oh.
I just fed him the blood he lost back, as it would be wasteful otherwise. But I didn't control it well. And it ended up all over his neck," Lin Yusen explained awkwardly, scratching her nose in embarrassment.
Oh.
That's a relief. Thank goodness. Chun Longji sighed, patting her chest, grateful that her husband remained unchanged. She then called for someone to fetch water to clean Zhao Yingfeng, for his appearance was indeed alarming. "It's good that you're fine. Yingfeng, how are you feeling?" Zhao Shiji asked his second son gently, while Fong Lan looked on with concern for her child. Zhao Yingfeng, having startled the younger generation, could tell without looking that his current appearance was far from flattering, yet he was unconcerned. After all these years, what had he not witnessed? Now that he was on the mend, he cared even less. "Father, mother, I feel much better, invigorated even. And my leg doesn't hurt as much anymore." Zhao Yingfeng replied excitedly, noting his father's concern. He was not lying. He truly felt a significant reduction in pain in his leg. Previously, even after surgery, he would experience occasional twinges, as Lin Yusen had mentioned that even after recovery, rain would still bring discomfort. But now, he felt no pain at all, and he had a premonition that his leg had truly healed. "Indeed, second uncle. This time you are fortunate in your adversity. Your leg will fully recover, and regaining your martial prowess and returning to the battlefield will pose no challenge," Lin Yusen said with a smile. "Really? Yusen, I don't even know how to thank you." Zhao Yingfeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at Lin Yusen. Overwhelmed with gratitude, unable to articulate his feelings, merely repeating his thanks. "Second uncle, we are family. There is no need for such formalities," Lin Yusen replied with a hint of exasperation.
Haha.
"Yes, family should not speak of such things. Focus on your recovery, and once healed, you can assist Yusen as needed." Zhao Shiji laughed heartily, feeling a sense of joy as he perceived the family slowly regaining its former vitality, thanks to Yusen. "Yes, father, I understand. I will recover quickly. And when the time comes, if Yusen needs anything, I shall be at her service," Zhao Yingfeng promised earnestly, nodding at Lin Yusen. Lin Yusen was at a loss for words. "What could I possibly need? I am perfectly capable of resolving my matters. All I wish is for you to take care of yourselves. However, if second uncle recovers and regains his peak condition, returning to the military, then the Xia nation will once again have a war god, and perhaps we shall see if the other three nations dare to provoke us. But I wonder how my cousins are faring in their training. Have the fourth and fifth uncles made any progress? I should first check on my third uncle, and later summon my cousins to the training grounds to assess their progress." Lin Yusen mused, her thoughts wandering. Zhao Shiji, having caught on to her intentions, shook his head, realizing why she had come today. He did not wish to delay her further. "Yusen, there is nothing more to attend to here. You should go see your third uncle. I will have your fourth and fifth uncles return shortly, bringing the younger ones to the training grounds to await your arrival. Before you leave, you must evaluate their progress. How does that sound?" "Sounds great. That was precisely my thought," Lin Yusen replied eagerly, nodding in agreement. She then wrote out a prescription and handed it to her second aunt, who was attending to Zhao Yingfeng. "Second aunt, please take this prescription. After 7 days of treatment, second uncle will be able to cease the medication. I will return tonight to provide a training plan for him. Thereafter, his training regimen will adhere to my instructions," Lin Yusen said earnestly as she handed over the prescription. She was confident that she could transform her second uncle into a new warrior. Given his current physique, with proper care and her training regimen, success was assured. Moreover, with the support of her fourth and fifth uncles, the Zhao family army would emerge, instilling fear in their adversaries. Lin Yusen grew increasingly excited at the thought. Just the prospect of it was exhilarating. Zhao Shiji and Zhao Yingfeng, able to hear Yusen's fervent thoughts, were equally stirred by her grand visions, their faces alight with enthusiasm as they gazed at her. If the Zhao family army truly materialized, it would serve as a deterrent to foreign nations, significantly reducing the likelihood of war. Coming to her senses, Lin Yusen resolved to inform her grandfather before visiting her second uncle. However, upon arrival, she found her grandfather and second uncle both gazing at her with palpable excitement. What's the matter? Is my second uncle's recovery so thrilling? Lin Yusen felt a bit awkward under their intense scrutiny and hastily declared, "Grandfather, second uncle, second aunt. And my older and younger cousins, I must go check on third uncle." With that, she dashed away as if pursued by unseen phantoms. The others, bewildered by her sudden departure, exchanged puzzled glances. What had come over Yusen? Why was she running? Fong Lan looked curiously at Yusen's retreating figure. Zhao Shiji, noticing the puzzled expressions around him, cleared his throat nervously and remarked, "Perhaps she is concerned for her third uncle. Well, since the second uncle's poison has been resolved, let us allow him to rest. We shall take our leave for now. By the time Yusen returns from third uncle, it will be time for lunch. My dear, please prepare some of Yusen's favorite dishes. That girl has been working hard lately. Do you even need to mention it?" Fong Lan shot him a look, exasperated. This old man doesn't even realize what time it is. By now, it's too late for any commands. I had already arranged everything before Yusen arrived.
Indeed.
The lady is impressive. Zhao Shiji, sensing her ire, hurriedly lavished her with praise. The couple continued their playful banter as they exited. The younger generation, accustomed to such interactions, stifled their laughter and discreetly dispersed to tend to their own affairs. Upon reaching her third uncle's courtyard, Lin Yusen found him basking in the sun with a book in hand. "Third uncle," she called out as she approached. "Yusen has arrived? I heard you had been conferred the title of princess. Congratulations." Zhao Yingling greeted her warmly, his eyes twinkling with affection.
Hee.
"There's nothing particularly praiseworthy about it. I doubt my tenure as princess will be an easy one." Lin Yusen replied with a candid smile, settling down opposite him, resting her chin on her hand. The emperor's bestowal of the title was merely a means to assign her duties. Had he the authority to appoint women to official positions, he likely would have done so already. It was only because such appointments were prohibited that she was granted the title of princess, to serve in the capacity of a special envoy. Yet, she pondered, how had the emperor concluded she was capable of such responsibilities? What had given him that impression? Lin Yusen found herself at a loss, resigned to accept this demanding task with diligence. Unbeknownst to her, the emperor had perceived her heartfelt aspirations, mistakenly believing her to possess prophetic abilities. Coupled with her evident skills, he had chosen to promote her beyond the norm. Chapter 93. The Treatment Plan for Third Uncle. Yusen, in your humility, you possess unparalleled medical skills. Zhao Yingling chuckled lightly, praising her. Naturally. Now, I am here to examine your health. Please extend your hand. At the sound of her third uncle's compliment, Lin Yusen lifted her chin, exuding a sense of pride. Very well. Zhao Yingling, charmed by his niece's proud demeanor, smiled affectionately and extended his hand. Lin Yusen began to pulse his wrist with utmost seriousness. After a moment, she lowered her hand, gazing thoughtfully at her third uncle before hesitantly stating, "Third uncle, your health is compromised due to being born prematurely, resulting in underdeveloped bodily functions. Although I have been striving to enhance your constitution, the results are somewhat optimistic. Many improvements are reliant on medication. That is quite all right. I have grown accustomed to it. You've done remarkably well, Yusen. I can now manage to walk for over half an hour, something I never dared to dream of before." Zhao Yingling reassured her with a chuckle. Observing her hesitant expression, he had once resigned himself to a lifetime of frailty, fearing he might not survive the rigors of examinations if he turned to scholarship. Now, however, he could at least emerge from them safely. Lin Yusen smiled but offered no response, her mind clearly formulating a strategy. Her third uncle's situation was indeed challenging. After over a month of care, all she had achieved was to alleviate his fatigue during physical exertion. The inherent issues remained largely unchanged, indicating that further improvements to his bodily functions were necessary. She recalled the celestial elixir that Gigi had mentioned, which purportedly aided in healing wounds when diluted with water. She had observed its effects. After her second uncle consumed it, his leg injuries had nearly healed. Perhaps it could work for her third uncle as well? Should she dare to try? The saying goes, one must break before they can establish. Yet Lin Yusen felt uncertain. The celestial elixir had only come into her possession by chance, and her own experience with it was limited. Despite knowing it could restore one's vitality, she was unaware of any other effects it might possess. Glancing at her third uncle, an idea sparked within her, and she suddenly broke into a grin. "Third uncle, I have something remarkable I would like you to try, although I cannot guarantee its efficacy. The process may be rather perilous. Are you willing to take the risk?" Zhao Yingling, noticing her apprehensive yet earnest expression, felt a stirring in his heart. Was this what it felt like to have a daughter? He chuckled softly, saying, Are you still being polite with your third uncle? Given your current condition, could it possibly get any worse? Go ahead and give it a try. You know I trust you implicitly. Lin Yusen paused, her heart swelling with emotion. Her second uncle had responded similarly, and now her third uncle was, too. Was this the essence of family? No matter what you undertake, they offer unwavering support. She regarded her third uncle, biting her lip for a moment before solemnly stating, "Third uncle, I haven't even mentioned the method yet. Are you not afraid it might not work? Yusen, there's no need for such caution. I trust that you would not lead me astray." Zhao Yingling reassured her with a gentle smile, sensing the pressure she felt. "Third uncle, believe in me. I will surely heal you," Lin Yusen declared resolutely, then stepped into the room to use her third uncle's brush and paper to compose a prescription. Before long, she emerged with the prescription in hand, presenting it to her third aunt who stood nearby. "Third aunt, this prescription requires boiling 3 bowls of water down to 1. Qianli received the prescription and hesitated, casting a worried glance at Lin Yusen. Noticing her trepidation, Lin Yusen softly inquired, "Is there something you wish to ask, third aunt?" "Yusen, will this prescription truly be effective? How confident are you? If it fails, we cannot afford any setbacks. Your third uncle is doing fairly well as it is. I can care for him without feeling burdened. If this does not work, what will happen?" As Qianli spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Recently, she had been genuinely joyful, seeing her husband's health improve. He could now walk without becoming utterly exhausted after just a few steps. In the past, a simple cold would leave him bedridden for days. Yet, thanks to the medicine from Yusen, he was no longer so easily fatigued and could even jog with the children. A feat he had never dared to imagine before. Though he still felt tired after running, it was a vast improvement compared to his previous state. However, Yuxian just mentioned that her husband's condition has not improved. Those were merely the effects of medication. Now she must prescribe new medicine, and she has little confidence in its efficacy. Qianli's heart instantly sank. What would she do if something unfortunate were to happen? Unlike her elder sister-in-law's resolve or her second sister-in-law's tenacity, Qianli merely wished to safeguard her husband and live a peaceful life together, even if his health was poor. "Third aunt, I can only guarantee a 50% chance, so I leave the decision to you. If you agree to the treatment, I will do my utmost. If not, I will simply prescribe some herbal remedies to maintain his current state," Lin Yuxian stated honestly, knowing she could not deceive them, as this concerned her uncle's health. "Darling." Qianli hesitated, glancing at Zhao Yingling uncertainly. "Madam, there is no worse outcome than what we have already faced. I have endured for so many years. A little longer will not matter. You have suffered alongside me, caring for this ailing body. If I were to pass, you would be left alone in this world. My dear, I am sorry. Perhaps we should part ways. That way, if something were to happen to me, you need not live in widowhood." Seeing Qianli's fearful expression, Zhao Yingling recognized her timid nature resurfacing. He felt a pang of compassion for her, having stood by him through the years. Although he understood her feelings, he could not condone her thoughts, and began to feign weakness, saying, "No, my love, I am yours in life and in death. If I were to meet an untimely end, I would welcome death alongside you. I will not part ways. Do not speak such nonsense. I shall prepare your medicine," Qianli exclaimed, invigorated by the mention of separation, before hurriedly departing. Lin Yuxian, observing the exchange, was left dumbfounded. Who would have thought her uncle was such a soft-hearted man, ensnaring third aunt so thoroughly? But why does she fear separations so much? There must be some gossip here. "Uncle, is third aunt that afraid of you?" Lin Yuxian inquired curiously, wanting to know the reason behind third aunt's dread of separation, but hesitated to broach such a personal topic. Children should not meddle in adult matters. Zhao Yingling shot her a stern look, unwilling to elaborate. Such a miser. Lin Yuxian pouted, plopping down onto a nearby stone bench to await the medicine. Chapter 94. Deceiving Third Aunt. Zhao Yingling glanced at her, seeking to change the subject, and said, "I heard you have been bestowed the title of princess?" "Indeed," Lin Yuxian replied, boredom creeping into her voice. "Are you heading to the northern city?" "We depart in 2 days," she confirmed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingling began to understand Lin Yuxian's purpose for visiting today, as she had come to ensure their health was in order before her departure. His heart softened. It dawned on him that his niece was the pillar holding the family together, filling him with a sense of shame. Despite his poor health, he was no fool, otherwise he would not be the only one in the family capable of reading. He had previously discussed with his father that Yuxian might be orchestrating a grand scheme to safeguard the Zhao family and the Xia kingdom. Hence his father's insistence that they must strive to not hinder her progress. Now he realized that they were indeed impeding her efforts, strengthening Zhao Yinglang's resolve. Lin Yuxin remained oblivious to Zhao Yinglang's thoughts. Had she known, she would have protested, for her only desire was to protect her family. Safeguarding the Xia kingdom? She lacked the capability and ambition for such a feat. She simply wished to do her utmost to protect those she cared for and to act without regret. Are you confident? Will there be difficulties? Zhao Yinglang asked with genuine concern, unaware of Lin Yuxin's calculated confidence. He genuinely worried that if she mishandled matters in the capital, the emperor might hold her accountable. Am I confident? It remains uncertain until I arrive and assess the situation. But if no one interferes, the challenges should not be insurmountable, Lin Yuxin responded, not boasting, but rather relying on her modern knowledge of defense. As long as the officials did not obstruct her efforts, she believed it was merely a matter of time before they could help the people weather the impending drought. Just as long as you are aware. May your uncle wish you a triumphant return. Zhao Yingling smiled, relieved to see her confidence. Although he suspected she was exaggerating. Being his niece, he trusted her unconditionally. He planned to discuss strategies with his father later, ensuring that Yuxin would not bear the emperor's wrath. At that moment, Qianli returned with a prepared medicine, placing it upon the stone table and avoiding her husband's gaze.
She courteously at the Lin Yusin.
The medicine is ready. Thank you, third aunt and uncle. Please drink the medicine and then come inside. I will administer acupuncture. After expressing her gratitude, Lin Yuxin turned to Zhao Yingling. Without hesitation, Zhao Yingling picked up the bowl and drank the medicine, then rose to head indoors. Witnessing her uncle's compliance, Lin Yuxin felt emboldened and followed him, only to be called back by third aunt.
Yusin.
Is there something you need? Lin Yuxin asked, puzzled by the unease in Qianli's eyes. If it concerns uncle, rest assured, I will ensure he remains safe. Though unaware of the story between her uncle and third aunt, Lin Yuxin could see their affection for one another. Each time she visited, third aunt was attentive to her husband's every need. Even though Zhao Yingling maintained a calm demeanor, he would unconsciously place dishes that Qianli favored in front of her, walking closely beside her, and even when he was in pain, he would find ways to let her rest, though his tone was often curt. From these details, it was clear that Zhao Yingling held affection for Qianli. Yuxin, you must save your uncle. I implore you. He has suffered too much. Doctors have previously predicted he would not live past 35, and now he is 31. His health declining further each year. He has been enduring silently, not wanting to worry your father. His body cannot bear laborious tasks, yet he spends sleepless nights studying, striving to become the top scholar and secure an official position to care for our younger relatives and his two younger brothers. With your father aging and unable to fight, only the emperor still remembers his past kindness. The younger brothers are too small, and the younger generation is inexperienced, with the eldest brother gone, and the second bedridden. He is now the head of the family. These years, he has shouldered this heavy burden alone. Fearing he cannot protect his family, and worrying he will be the cause of my demise, every year he pressures me to consider separation. As Qianli spoke, her voice broke, tears streaming down her cheeks. Though timid, she was not foolish. She felt her husband's love over the years, yet he intentionally distanced himself from her. He would study late into the night, and though her heart ached for him, she could not voice her concerns. Every time she mentioned his health, he would threaten separation. And now the mere mention of it filled her with dread. She did not want to part ways. She wished to remain by his side. Third aunt, do not worry. Uncle will be fine. He will still return as the top scholar. Do not cry. If he sees you like this, he will think I am bullying you. Lin Yuxin comforted, moved by Qianli's heartfelt words, feeling a pang of sorrow for her uncle's suffering and turmoil. She stepped forward to embrace Qianli, offering her solace. The women who marry into the Zhao family are profoundly devoted and loyal. The eldest aunt has remained a widow for many years without a hint of complaint, while the second aunt has selflessly cared for her paralyzed husband for a decade, displaying unwavering diligence and grace. The third aunt has steadfastly stood by her husband for all these years, refusing to entertain the notion of divorce. The Zhao family must have accumulated immense virtue in their past lives to be blessed with such remarkable women. Now, third aunt, do not weep, comforted Qianli, who was soon coaxed into laughter by Lin Yusen, hastily wiping away her tears. She feared being seen by her husband, lest he bring up the subject of divorce again. Indeed, third aunt, you are so beautiful. Tears do not suit you. Rest assured, once I help your husband recover, if he dares to mention divorce, simply ignore him and let him take the guest room. Lin Yusen leaned in closer to Qianli, whispering her mischievous suggestions. Taken aback, Qianli pondered the feasibility of such an approach. Consider this, third aunt. Is it not a stroke of fortune for your husband to have won your heart? Does he truly have the right to be choosy? Given his current condition, we shall not hold it against him. Once he is recovered, we can address matters slowly. Divorce is not on the table. However, we must certainly strategize on how to guide our husbands. With utmost seriousness, Lin Yusen continued her playful persuasion. She felt a pang of sympathy for the third aunt, who had endured years of selfless service, living in constant fear of divorce. Although the third uncle had good intentions, his patriarchal mindset needed reformation. Yet, was it truly possible? Qianli felt her worldview shifting. Was it not customary for women to heed their husbands, placing them at the forefront? Could they truly express their displeasure? The thought was oddly exhilarating. Perhaps it was time to experiment with this newfound notion.